In the depths of the forest, the morning sunlight filters through the leaves, casting a gentle glow upon the ground, while the air is still thick with lingering humidity. Suddenly, a slender red-haired youth clad in gray darts forth, his movements as agile and nimble as those of a monkey, navigating through the dense underbrush with remarkable dexterity. The fabric of his gray attire clings slightly with moisture, and droplets glisten in his fiery hair, remnants of the morning dew or perhaps the sweat from his vigorous exertions, cascading from him like fleeting rays of light in the dawn, beneath the lush canopy. Glimpses of the fervent gaze of Yuxiang reveal a burning desire for victory and an unwavering pursuit of strength. In recent times, he has plunged into a nightmarish abyss, enduring agonies akin to the depths of hell, all in a bid to overcome Vortex Shero. Time and again, he has been struck down, wounded, healed, and then struck down once more. Each blow and setback has tempered his resolve. His spirit, though weary, has crystallized into an unyielding determination. Fortuitously, the emergence of the dream realm has granted him a chance to transcend the ordinary. Countless sleepless nights have rendered him intimately familiar with Sharo's movements and habits, not a mere shrug or a paced step, and he can immediately discern the next course of action. At this juncture, he yearns for encouragement, a driving force to propel him forward. His most familiar genius companion stands as his foremost choice, that if, through the assistance of the dream realm, he could conquer or, at the very least, achieve parity with his adversary. A flame ignites within his eyes, fueled by the thirst for triumph and enhancement. But he longs to ascend, to stand above the masses, refusing to languish in obscurity, leading a life of insignificance. Fully attuned to the pulsations of his muscles, Yuxiang strives to adjust his state, meticulously refining himself to peak condition. His past failures in the dream realm stemmed from recklessness, while the singular instance of success was a result of evasion navigating the dreamscape by leveraging his familiarity with Shero. Thus, agility becomes paramount. It is both a warm-up and an essential precursor to victory. His objective lies in a clearing beneath the great tree, a secluded glade deep within the forest behind Whirlpool Village, characterized by rugged paths and a dearth of human presence save for the occasional passing hunter. This moment, a solitary red-haired youth clad in a black training suit engages in physical conditioning amidst this rarefied space. Accompanying him is a towering tree, its branches sprawling, its height unfathomable, and its roots robust, requiring the embrace of two adults to encircle its girth. Vortex Shero, with bandages wrapped around his hands, relentlessly strikes the great tree, the impact of his fists resonating with a deep thud. His striking features exude an air of quiet pride, and his robust physique reveals the contours of muscles subtly outlined beneath his training attire. Beads of perspiration form upon his brow, tracing down his youthful visage, while the relentless rhythm of his actions and the steadfastness of his gaze leave no doubt about his unwavering dedication. Though his petite fists fail to rattle the leaves of the mighty tree, his persistent efforts have rendered a small patch of bark remarkably smooth. It takes a century of storms and tempests for such a tree to reach this towering height. Just as the tree stands resilient, so too does the spirit of man. As a tree, one must aspire to be the tallest. As a ninja, one should strive to be the strongest. Relentless effort, relentless endeavor, for the path to success knows no shortcuts. Swish, swish, in the forest. A gentle breeze rustled through, causing the leaves to sway lightly. The young boy in black sensed a slight movement in his ears, momentarily pausing his actions. Yet he did not cease. Instead, his movements slowed even further. With deft agility, he leaped between several towering trees and massive boulders, descending from a great height, a shadow darting towards Shero like a whirlwind. Shero, catch this! Yuxiang unleashed his strike with unwavering determination, the force of his attack leaving no room for retreat, sweeping mercilessly towards Sharo's head, seemingly unconcerned about inflicting harm. With a soft thud, Shero casually pivoted, effortlessly blocking the strike with his right hand, dismissively swatting away Yuxiang's foot, and chuckled lightly. Why the excitement? You seem somewhat unlike yourself. I come with the resolve to defeat you this time. Yuxiang, slender and slight, appeared no match for Sharo's physique, however. The flame of ambition in his eyes was all too familiar to Sharo. It was a thirst for victory. Is that so? Yet, the title of the strongest can belong to only one. So, do you possess the resolve? Sharo responded gravely to Yuxiang's provocation, casually tugging at the bandages on his hand, some of which, now soiled, fluttered gently in the breeze. These bandages, while hindering the dexterity of his fingers, also provided a degree of protection, facing the contest for supremacy. Sharo knew he could not take this lightly. He required a fair judgment. To an outsider, it might seem trivial, merely two children vying for a title of strength. What significance could it hold? Yet, for these two competitive youths, it was an unspoken bond they shared. Of course, Yuxiang sensed the sincerity in Sharo's words. He heard only solemnity and seriousness devoid of contempt for his perceived weakness. A surge of gratitude filled him. Sharo was the first true friend he had encountered, guiding him onto the path of a ninja. Yet, this gratitude did nothing to diminish his longing for victory. I must triumph. Yuxiang, Sharo called out, gazing at Yuxiang. Though unspoken, the meaning in his eyes was all too familiar. With a swift motion, a blurred figure streaked across the grass under the morning sun, darting toward Yuxiang like an arrow released from a bow. The wild boar charged, its tusks aimed directly at its prey. Yuxiang had anticipated the movement as the claw of the beast approached. He expertly sidestepped, evading Sharo's strike and executing a wide arc with his right leg, delivering a powerful kick that was blocked by Sharo's arm. In an instant. He rolled away from Sharo, as expected. Sharo wasted no time, launching another strike before Yuxiang could catch his breath, but Yuxiang narrowly avoided the attack. Astonished, Yuxiang marveled at Sharo's prowess truly. He was like the skin of a wild boar. His gaze shifted to Sharo's head. It seems that, as the only target that it is not that he possesses a peculiar penchant for striking the head, rather, he understands that only an attack that lands squarely upon his opponent's cranium proves effective. Otherwise, Yuxiang kept his body low, deftly evading Sharo's assaults with nimble sidesteps. With a sharp crack, Sharo instinctively shielded his head, only to receive another punch. The sound of a heavy blow resonating through the air, conveying considerable force. Not bad. You've improved. Sharo gazed at Yuxiang with a look of surprise and, in the next heartbeat, resumed his onslaught, leaving no time for Yuxiang to catch his breath. But this is still insufficient. Sharo sensed that Yuxiang's method of attack subtly countered his accustomed martial arts techniques. However, he remained unfazed. He could simply exhaust Yuxiang's stamina. For a ninja must wield every advantage to vanquish their foe, as taught by his father. Not too shabby. Seeing the astonished expression on Sharo's face filled Yuxiang with a sense of pride. After enduring countless defeats at Sharo's hands over the past 6 months, receiving praise now felt akin to a child basking in the approval of an adult, his smile radiant. Bring it on. Come at me then. Through the brief exchange of blows, Sharo discerned Yuxiang's growth. With a powerful push from his right foot, he leaned forward slightly, arms raised, poised to spring into action, his pupils reflecting the target ahead, akin to an eagle swooping down on its prey. Yuxiang fully harnessed the advantage of his slight frame, moving with extraordinary agility, like a nimble monkey darting left and right. Although he lacked the brute strength of Sharo, he had long since devised a comprehensive strategy to counter Sharo's attacks and engaged in targeted training. As Sharo unleashed a barrage of furious strikes, Yuxiang rolled and leaped, his movements appearing somewhat disheveled, yet perfectly evading Sharo's blows each time. The clash between the two resembled a contest between a wild boar and a leopard cat, one robust and resilient, the other swift and agile. The leopard cat must tread carefully around the boar's every strike. Even the lightest touch could prove fatal. Yet, shouldn't the boar exercise caution as well? It is essential to remember that even the toughest boar has its vulnerabilities. The attack had been anticipated. A sudden thought surged within Sharo, only to be dismissed as absurd. How could this be possible? Such an ability was beyond the Yuxiang he knew. What could possibly be happening? Observing Yuxiang's lithe form, A wave of inexplicable irritation washed over Shiro, though he swiftly compelled himself to regain composure. Just as his fist was about to connect with Yuxiang's chest, Yuxiang deftly redirected the force, narrowly evading the blow with a swift maneuver. Huh! After enduring 6 months of humiliation, today I shall reclaim my honor. Yuxiang's excitement surged as he engaged in a fair contest. For the first time after being used as a punching bag by Shiro for so long, how could he not feel exhilarated? However, amidst his elation, Yuxiang remained oblivious to his increasingly labored breaths and the slowing of his movements. Shiro, observing Yuxiang's exuberant expression, felt a twinge of disbelief. How could Yuxiang evade his fierce attacks with such ease, displaying no signs of the tension that typically accompanies battle? Was he truly so confident in his ability to dodge Shiro's strikes? Shiro felt as though Yuxiang had an uncanny understanding of his every move, as if to AS if he had been completely seen through. In Shiro's eyes, there was a hint of curiosity as she gazed at the familiar youth before her, a question inevitably arising in her heart. Is this still the Yuxiang that I once knew? The initial encounter between the two occurred 6 months ago on an ordinary morning. Could you please leave this place? Shiro's words, cold and indifferent, echoed in Yuxiang's ears. He recalled that at that moment, he had seemingly just been bullied by a group of villagers and had come here seeking solitude. Already irritated, he felt an inexplicable surge of anger upon hearing those words. Why does everyone target me? Seeing that there was only one opponent, malicious thoughts arose. Unable to contend with a few, why fear a mere boy? The details of how the fight began and who struck first had faded from his memory. The only thing he remembered was that the outcome was far from favorable, as he was pinned to the ground and harshly rubbed against it, though fortunately, he sustained no serious injuries, and Shiro's clothes became soiled in the process. This marked the beginning of their acquaintance. But the story of how they became friends is a tale for another time. From Shiro's unilateral domination 6 months ago to their current relatively equal footing, well, let us consider it an even match. Observing Yuxiang's weary figure, Shiro reluctantly arrived at this conclusion. In just a matter of days, the transformation was astonishing. Could someone be mentoring him? Shiro's gaze flickered, revealing a hint of gravity as he slightly bent forward, eager to probe further. His arms were somewhat sore, yet he believed his opponent was even more fatigued. A rapid series of aggressive strikes forced Yuxiang into a precarious position, akin to a solitary boat adrift amidst a tempest, relying solely on instinct to navigate the turbulent waters. Bang! Yet, Yuxiang seized upon a flaw in Shiro's movement, delivering a punch that Shiro managed to absorb with sheer muscle, incurring little damage. Conversely, Yuxiang sensed something amiss, instinctively leaning his upper body backward. Thud! A small fist struck Yuxiang's face, despite his attempts to evade. He felt it graze him, causing a jolt of pain in his nose and a dazed sensation in his head. Another thud followed. A powerful kick to his abdomen sent him reeling backward uncontrollably. Hiss! A figure clad in gray skidded across the grass, and Yuxiang sprang up, shaking his head and baring his teeth as he resumed his stance. Shiro was rendered speechless by shock. Was this truly the same Yuxiang? Previously, Yuxiang would have collapsed on the ground, feigning death, pleading for mercy. How could he exhibit such resilience now? After much contemplation, Shiro could only attribute Yuxiang's transformation to a newfound awareness. Are you coming again? If so, then come, I fear you not. Yuxiang yearned to ask if conceding now would be acceptable, yet the myriad hardships endured in his dreams had elevated his resolve, or rather, the desire to win sustained him. He refused to accept defeat. Time and again, if each failure were regarded as a foregone conclusion, how could one embrace victory? Yuxiang's stamina was waning. He was still able to match Shiro's rhythm, but his movements were gradually slowing. What sustained him now was merely his understanding of Shiro, gleaned from countless battles. How much longer could he endure? This question remained unanswered, perhaps for quite a while, long enough for Shiro to falter first, depleting his strength and succumbing. Or perhaps, it could all end in the next heartbeat. As time slowly drifts by, the sunlight intensifies and the temperature continues to rise, indicating that a considerable duration has passed. The morning dew in the forest is dried by the sun's rays. The two combatants stand wearily on either side of a massive boulder. Shiro stands tall and steady as ever, his slightly trembling arms revealing his fatigue, yet he knows this battle has not yet pushed him to his limits. This is a prolonged struggle. After that decisive strike, Yuxiang grows increasingly cautious, refusing to provide Shero with any further opportunities. Instead, Shero, having endured numerous unexpected blows from Yuxiang, proves resilient. In contrast, Yuxiang finds himself at a disadvantage. For him, this battle feels like a dreamlike confrontation within a boundless realm. Yet, within that space, physical exhaustion is non-existent, merely endless pain. Thus, he is unprepared for the substantial toll that reality's combat exacts on his stamina. Now, his face pales. Cold sweat beads on his forehead, his back slightly hunched, and his arms droop forward, the labored breaths echoing faintly even to the attentive Shero across from him. His energy wanes. Yuxiang laments his lack of diligent training in the past, though he can take solace in one fact: the battle is not yet over. Time and again, he pushes his limited strength to the brink, relying on his agile physique and keen anticipation to evade Shero for an extended period. However, facing the prodigious talent of the Uzumaki clan, Shero, despair creeps into his heart. He truly feels outmatched. Must it end here? Yuxiang muses to himself, his body trembling slightly as sweat cuts through the air, falling upon the sand and dampening it. Disappointment and reluctance swirl within him. He refuses to accept defeat, often adopting a cavalier demeanor when confronting the so-called genius, Shero, seemingly indifferent to the disparity between them. Yet, who knows of the relentless effort this 6-year-old boy has exerted in private, his pride rivaling that of anyone else. Sweat trickles into his eyes, and the approaching figure begins to merge with the memory of a small boy from 6 months prior. Uzumaki Yuxiang, do you truly deserve the Uzumaki name? Bah, when did the Uzumaki clan produce someone as useless as you? A wastrel without a father, ha ha ha. A group of disheveled, raven-haired children surrounds him, incessantly tugging at his hair and mercilessly pummeling him. Slap, slap, slap. Someone is striking him, and a surge of anger ignites within Yuxiang. Resentment rising as he pleads for mercy, uttering unfamiliar phrases that feel alien to him, as though they are not his own. His eyes brim with unending hatred, loathing his own cowardice, yet his lips timidly articulate words that make him feel nauseous. In a daze, he suddenly feels a lightness, followed by a chorus of boisterous laughter. Yuxiang exhales in relief, knowing he has once again endured. However, the inertia of history is formidable. No matter how he evades, those black-haired children revel in bullying him. Do not hit me. Why must you strike me? You worthless Uzumaki trash. You deserve to be bullied by us. A group of young boys unleash their frustrations upon Yuxiang. Their tender voices and youthful faces juxtaposed with their malicious actions and words, sending a chill down one's spine. Why, despite not belonging to the Uzumaki clan, did they hurl insults, branding him as the detritus of that lineage? Tears welled in Yuxiang's eyes, feeling a profound sense of injustice. After a commotion, Yuxiang cautiously opened his eyes, and before him appeared a familiar visage, a proud and delicate face. Let us grow stronger together. Once we are strong, no one shall bully you. This haughty yet comforting declaration resonated within Yuxiang's heart. It harkened back to that day when Saruo had fortuitously passed by and aided a boy he recognized, marking the inception of their friendship. They trained in martial arts together, learning side by side. Yet, countless efforts led Yuxiang to a poignant realization: there exists a disparity among individuals. Talent, resources, and the minutiae of life were inherently different. Saruo, born into nobility, was destined for a path distinct from his own. As time progressed, they found themselves drifting apart at a crossroads in life, their divergent identities steering them towards separate destinies. Saruo was likely to inherit his family's estate, while Yuxiang would take over the family flower shop, leading a humble existence free from want. Gradually, they would begin to forget one another, the childhood bond once termed friendship fading into obscurity. Initially, a prolonged absence would render their reunion akin to that of strangers, exchanging awkward nods devoid of conversation. He recalled their childhood promise. Saruo, what is your dream? Dream, came the uncertain reply. Yes, what do you wish to pursue in the future? Perhaps to lead the village toward a brighter future. Haha. Wanting to lead the village sounds like something an old man would say. And you? Since you've put it that way, I must not fall behind. I shall become the strongest ninja in the village. Humph, you're not so bad yourself. Then, let us grow stronger together. However, the harsh reality loomed like a chasm between them. The emergence of the dream space ignited a flicker of hope within him, rekindling his desire to rise above the masses. Ah, I have the dream space. Yuxiang mustered his spirits. It's all right. At least it proves that my efforts over these past weeks have not been in vain. Just as he prepared to concede, Saruo unexpectedly uttered, "Let us call this one a draw." Yuxiang was taken aback, gazing at Saruo's perpetually proud countenance, feeling a swell of emotion within. I have lost. A defeat is a defeat. I truly cannot best you. Now, Yuxiang readily acknowledged his defeat, having chosen to yield. He opted for candor. Your progress is remarkable, Saruo remarked nonchalantly, turning to rest against a boulder. Yuxiang sighed. Saruo's words were always impervious to contradiction. I'm utterly exhausted. I shall rest for a bit. Please do not disturb me. Leaping onto the colossal rock, I closed my eyes against the gentle morning breeze. The cool sensation permeating through my garments and enveloping me. Saruo gazed at Yuxiang, who lay sprawled on the stone, sleeping as soundly as a log. Vivid memories of their encounters replayed in Saruo's mind. Indeed, Yuxiang had been on the brink of defeat. Saruo had seen the exhaustion etched on Yuxiang's trembling form, and he believed that a single blow would suffice to claim victory, just as it had countless times before. Yet, he hesitated. He could not bring himself to strike. Captivated by the glimmer of determination in Yuxiang's eyes, a sight he had never witnessed before. The quivering body, seemingly on the verge of collapse, yet resolutely engaged in their duel, showcased an indomitable spirit. Let us consider this a draw, he uttered. A statement that astonished even himself. When had the proud Saruo ever conceded to a stalemate? The gentle breeze caressed the trees, and the two youths gradually succumbed to slumber. The forest resonated with an orchestra of sounds, the chirping of cicadas, the calls of birds, and the rustling of leaves, all weaving together a symphony of midsummer. Time slipped away unnoticed until Yuxiang felt an intense heat enveloping him, jolting him awake. Squinting at the ascendant sun, he appeared lost in thought. Suddenly, a realization struck him. He sat upright and spotted Saruo, who was leaning against the shadow of the rock, seemingly in a daze. Saruo, why didn't you wake me? Yuxiang exclaimed in dismay. He leapt down from the stone, urgency in his voice. Oh no, it's so late. If I don't get home, my mother will surely scold me. Saruo slowly lifted his head, gazing at Yuxiang as he spoke, offering a faint response before lapsing back into silence, as if he hadn't fully grasped what was said. I'm not waiting for you anymore. I must hurry home. Ah, home. This seemed to rouse Saruo from his reverie. They hastily arranged to train together the following day before parting ways as they descended the mountain. Yuxiang traversed the bustling central district and headed towards the residential area south of Whirlpool Village, where numerous rivers nourished the fishing community, and the fertile land facilitated the growth of a substantial settlement. Crossing the opulence of the central district, the brief distance into the residential area felt as though he had stepped into another realm. The lowly houses and uneven streets exuded an air of antiquity and simplicity, filled with laughter and the full spectrum of human emotion. The relatively stable environment of Whirlpool Village had attracted several outsiders from the Land of Whirl, who had chosen to settle here. However, with an influx of people, some undesirable elements inevitably emerged. Not far away, a group loitered aimlessly in the streets. Upon seeing them, Yuxiang instinctively concealed himself within the crowd, a flicker of resentment flashing in his eyes. For over half a year, peace had reigned, largely due to Saruo's earlier intimidation and Yuxiang's deliberate avoidance of that group. During this period, no conflicts had arisen. Yet, Yuxiang could never forget the humiliation inflicted upon him by those individuals. Ruitai, can you truly hunt? The ability to hunt wild boars is no cause for boasting. We all know one another well enough. Indeed, laughter erupted around them. Humph, tomorrow I shall catch one for you to see. Who among you wishes to join me? Declared the brown-haired youth with an air of arrogance. Not a chance. We don't have the time to indulge your whims. Hey, Utai, isn't that skinny fellow up ahead one of those Vortex Clan miscreants? That one? Utai slightly turned his head, scrutinizing the familiar figure ahead with a puzzled gaze. Suddenly enlightened as if recalling something. Oh, you mean that red-haired monkey. Though they often bullied many, the Vortex Clan had but one representative. The identity of the Vortex Clan's member was notable, as his deceased father had been a ninja. They were merely ordinary residents of the common district, and the thrill of oppressing someone from the esteemed Vortex Clan provided them an indescribable pleasure. One of the boys eagerly observed Yuxiang's silhouette. Hey, monkey, stop right there. Yuxiang paused imperceptibly for a moment before continuing on his way. Seeing his indifference ignited the brown-haired youth's ire, he contemplated rushing over to teach him a lesson. However, why waste time on such a worthless fellow? Yudai regarded Yuxiang's retreating figure with a hint of trepidation, not due to Yuxiang himself, but rather the prospect of visiting his mother at the flower shop, for they were, after all, long-standing friends. Haraha. The crowd was noisy, voices fading away, and Yuxiang could no longer hear their words, which mattered little to him. A glint of coldness flashed across Yuxiang's eyes, a chilling gaze that no ordinary boy could possess. As the mention of the flower shop arose, a surge of murderous intent welled up within him. It was time to bring this matter to a close. The flower shop was nestled in a secluded corner of the residential area, predominantly inhabited by impoverished villagers. Few visited the shop except for funerals and celebrations. And given that most neighbors were familiar faces, when someone passed away, it was customary to at least offer a bouquet in condolence. Thus, although the flower shop stood unique in the residential area, it barely survived on his mother's tireless labor from dawn till dusk. "Haruko, how much for these lilies?" "Keiko. This bouquet of lilies cost 700 ryo. Inside the shop, a beautiful girl was promoting flowers to the purchasing auntie. She was Haruko, the daughter of Uncle Hauda, who helped out at the store. Once the auntie concluded her transaction and departed, Yuxiang stealthily approached the flower shop, standing at the entrance and whispering softly, "Haruko, Haruko." Hearing that familiar voice, Haruko was puzzled by his unusual tone. Upon turning around and seeing Yuxiang covered in dust, she immediately understood and covered her mouth with a light laugh. "Where have you been playing this time? You're covered in dirt." Initially, she scolded him with a glance, attempting to brush off the dust from his clothes, but finding it futile, she ultimately gave up. "Haruko, where's my mother?" Yuxiang anxiously inquired, his little head scanning the shop in hopes of not encountering his mother unexpectedly. Seizing the moment, Qingzi smiled at the flustered child. "You should hurry and take a bath and change your clothes, or else Ani Changpu will scold you again." "Qingzi jia, I'll go wash up now. Please don't tell my mom. Next time I go to the mountains, I'll catch a rabbit for you." With that, he slipped inside. Qingzi watched Yuxiang's hurried form with amusement, reminding him gently, "Remember to change your clothes. I'll help you wash them later." "Got it," came his diminishing voice as he made his way through the shop towards the courtyard. Yuxiang's home lay directly behind the flower shop, or rather, it was an extension of it. The courtyard, facing the residential area, served as the shop, while the back area was designated for living. The courtyard contained a few sparse rooms, a storage room, a flower room, and the quarters for the mother and son. Such a division rendered the courtyard rather compact. The flower room, in reality, was not a place for cultivation but rather a chamber for preserving fresh blooms. Occasionally, when flowers remained unsold, they were moved here at night, their roots submerged in water to maintain their freshness. Behind the courtyard flowed a small stream, originating from the village and branching off into numerous tributaries that coursed through Yuqiao Village, nurturing countless households while also providing fresh water for the flowers at home. Hastening to the stream, Yuxiang realized he needed to erase any traces of his earlier activities. In a matter of moments, he shed his clothes and tossed them onto a rock before leaping into the water. The stream was shallow, about a meter deep, presenting no challenge for someone accustomed to swimming. As the frigid water washed over him, the dirt and grime gradually dissolved away. Yet, the cold river could not extinguish the fervor igniting within his heart. He had succeeded, although he had sensed his progress countless times within the realm of dreams. This was the first occasion he could genuinely validate his training in reality. Pride and exhilaration surged within Yuxiang, his heartbeat quickening. Unable to quell his excitement even after several hours, his tightly clenched fist quivered slightly in the water. That night, Yuxiang lay alone on a tatami mat in his room. The night breeze whispered through, stirring the tranquil surface of the water, undisturbed by waves. It was a moonless night, devoid of light, rendering the water's surface invisible. In this darkness, the night became his predominant theme. As Yuxiang drifted into slumber, he found himself enveloped in an infinite abyss of darkness, where silence reigned supreme, and no glimmer of light could be discerned. Within this obscurity, a force began to draw him deeper into the void, and he sensed he was on the verge of descending into an unfathomable hell. Despite being fully aware of his surroundings, he found himself unable to move, confronting a scenario that was both eerie and otherworldly. Yet, Yuxiang felt no fear. He had encountered this scene numerous times, specifically 12. This was the number of days since his last battle with Shalu. He remembered this figure distinctly, for it symbolized the 12 days he had struggled in his dreams to conquer Shalu. Yet, despite his relentless efforts, he found himself unable to prevail. A sense of regret washed over him. Before him, a faint light appeared, initially dim but gradually growing brighter and brighter. In the next moment, Yuxiang materialized in a mysterious realm as a chilling voice reverberated, "Welcome to the dream space." Encompassed by a vast galaxy speckled with countless stars, the dimensions of up and down, left and right, became irrelevant. A faintly red crystal, dim in hue, danced in the void, its delicate form strikingly conspicuous amidst the infinite celestial bodies. Yet, in a fleeting moment of distraction, a minuscule blue crystal was swiftly absorbed into the boundless stars. behind which lurked a boy strikingly similar to Yuxiang, gazing greedily at his form, tinged with a subtle hint of trepidation. "Vortex Yuxiang, please safeguard my body," implored the gaze's owner, retreating into the depths of the space, for now that the wisdom crystal was secured, there was no need for him to linger, as the energy required for the instance would sustain for a time. Enraptured by the flawless crystal, Yuxiang remained oblivious to the covetous eyes that had been fixated upon him. The crystal, shaped like a delicate disc, was hard and transparent, with wisps of red mist swirling and contracting within, exhibiting an inexplicable rhythm as if it possessed life. A faint black luminescence glimmering at its core. With a mere thought, an enigmatic piece of information materialized in his mind. Name: Vortex Cerero's Battle Crystal. Type: Crystal. Quality: Gray Iron. Good integrity. Complete attribute: Records images of reality's battles, seemingly also usable as an energy source, a consumable energy item. Usage: 1. Key to unlocking cultivation instances. 2. Serves as an energy source. 3. For further applications, please explore independently. Yuxiang adeptly utilized it. Unable to articulate the nature of this operation, with a mere thought, a profound box appeared before him, bearing the simple words, "Yes or no." "Yes." Instantly, Yuxiang transformed into a red mist, gradually dispersing into the depths of the stars as a mirror formed within the space, its watery surface rippling, slowly revealing the environment surrounding Yuxiang. In a stark white chamber, a red mist coalesced into a humanoid form. It was Yuxiang, although referred to as a white room. That description fell short. It was more accurately an endless expanse of pale whiteness, utterly devoid of substance, stretching infinitely, with the sky adorned by stars and not a single obstruction in sight. The atmosphere, oppressive and monotonous, evoked an inexplicable sense of unease. Suddenly, a red mist descended from the heavens, swirling in a whirlwind that coalesced into a figure upon the ground. A person with crimson hair, clad in a black, form-fitting training attire, possessed a striking visage and an icy demeanor. It was someone Yuxiang was intimately familiar with, Vortex Cerero. Without uttering a word, Vortex Cerero surged towards Yuxiang the moment his form solidified, exhibiting no hesitation, as if his destiny was to vanquish Yuxiang. This scene was one Yuxiang had grown accustomed to. After weeks of training in the dream realm, he understood well that this was not the true Vortex Cerero, but merely a projection of Cerero from his memories. Yet, it seemed to have grown even stronger. After several exchanges, Yuxiang felt a surge of reflection. Indeed, the strength of the individuals within this dreamscape was intricately woven from his own memories. The mightier the figures from his recollections, the more formidable he became. Having endured countless dream training sessions over the past few weeks, he had grown accustomed to this phenomenon and had begun to grasp its essence. Yuxiang couldn't help but reminisce about a particular incident from weeks prior. Just like today, he had been drawn into the dream realm, engulfed by panic and powerless to effect change. Trapped within a cosmic expanse, he found himself surrounded by dozens of crimson crystals swirling around him, leaving trails of red that danced through the air, only to dissipate gradually. After some time, he discerned the extraordinary nature of these crystals, particularly the letters that materialized from thin air. Employing a dim red crystal, he was suddenly transported to a vast white void where a vortex named Shala charged at him with a cold, indifferent demeanor, unyielding to pain, impervious to death. After enduring relentless agony, struggling, and fleeing, he eventually reappeared in the starry space, where a voice echoed, "Player Vortex Yuxiang has utilized a gray-black level combat instance. Completion: poor. Loot: none. Reward: none." Yuxiang was filled with trepidation at this bizarre locale. For a child, everything here felt overwhelmingly foreign and uncanny, prompting an instinctual desire to escape. In the next moment, a youth, pale as a ghost, rose abruptly from the ground. Startled, he flung open the door, creating a considerable noise in the stillness of the night. Unconcerned about disturbing his mother, he dashed down the corridor, the sound of his footsteps reverberating. A familiar chill washed over him, offering solace. It was the same comforting starry sky. The nearby stream continued to flow, its gentle sound accompanied by the summer chorus of cicadas. It seemed as though little time had passed. The moon hung high, casting a familiar glow that made him feel profoundly at ease. Regardless of how mature he may have appeared, he was, after all, merely a child, a 6-year-old boy who, upon encountering the strange phenomena of his life, could not help but feel bewildered and fearful. As his heart gradually settled, the memory of that eerie space and the enigmatic vortex Shalas surfaced in his mind. Or rather, that extraordinary realm. Within that domain, he seemed impervious to injury and fatigue. The ceaseless battles appeared to serve solely to cultivate a master of combat. Yet, The pain felt so achingly real, far more brutal than any conflict in reality. The shallow of the real world would never strike with such ferocity, unleashing unrelenting attacks without restraint. In that shadowy space, Yuxiang gazed at his own hand releasing the crystal beneath the starry sky, the small hand barely visible, recalling that visceral sensation of pain. He could not help but feel a twinge of fear. In the dream realm, every touch, every strike, every wound felt indistinguishably real, mirroring reality in its entirety. If he could hone his skills within that space, then, as this thought ignited a fervor within him, he instinctively clenched his small hand tightly. In the absence of injury, it implies the freedom to audaciously experiment with perilous forbidden techniques. In the absence of fatigue, it suggests the unreserved indulgence of one's physical strength. If all that is learned within the realm of dreams could be transported back into reality, then he could undoubtedly confine hazardous or stamina-draining training to the dream space, only to be attempted in reality once fully mastered. Those jutsu that were previously constrained by excessive consumption, and those forbidden techniques that necessitated cautious experimentation, would no longer pose obstacles. Due to his origins, his access to jutsu and pathways to strength had been limited. Yet this dream realm would become the wellspring of his advancement. He dashed back to his room, eagerly lying beneath the covers, yearning to enter the dream world. Days swiftly elapsed, and the day promised with Shiro drew near. Yuxiang gazed at the solitary crystal in the starry sky, deliberately left behind. The brightest among the original 50 crystals. It was the one of the highest quality, albeit most were of a grayish-black quality, yet this one shone vividly. Meant for today as self-assessment. This time, he was not there to train. He was there to validate the fruits of his labor. A subtle smile adorned Yuxiang's face, radiating confidence. That night, Yuxiang departed the dream realm early, falling into a contented slumber, a faint smile lingering on his lips, indicative of a pleasant dream. Tomorrow was the day agreed upon with Shiro. He simply could not afford to lose again. The Land of Whirlpools is situated on an island off the eastern coast of the Land of Fire, entirely surrounded by the sea, with the nearest landmass being the territories of the Land of Fire. The Land of Whirlpools engages minimally with the outside world, rendering it almost isolated. This seclusion has fostered a distinct governance system. The Land of Whirlpools operates under a chieftaincy system, with the Uzumaki Clan being the strongest and sole power within it. The chieftain of the Uzumaki Clan is tantamount to the feudal lord of the Land of Whirlpools. Shiro's father is the epicenter of authority in the village of Uzumaki. The chieftain of the Uzumaki Clan. At merely 30 years of age, he stands at the zenith of his life, as a ninja. He has just reached the pinnacle of his capabilities, and as a chieftain, he has attained the peak of power. The residence of Uzumaki Hiroki is located in the northern part of Uzumaki Village, adjacent to the forest. The abode may appear unadorned, lacking ostentatious embellishments, yet within, every corner reflects ingenuity. The house is graced by flowing water, and the verdant trees and blooming flowers manifest the profound heritage of the Uzumaki clan. After lunch, in the rear courtyard of the estate, the gentle sound of water trickling from the mountainside brings a refreshing coolness to the sweltering afternoon, marking it as the coolest spot in the chieftain's residence. The water flows in and out, the bamboo water ladle rhythmically striking, producing crisp sounds that resonate throughout the courtyard. This is where Uzumaki Hiroki deliberates on significant matters. Being a small village, Uzumaki Village does not necessitate a dedicated Hokage building, as in Konoha. The lineage of the chieftain has always been inherited through their family line. In the village, the administrative affairs are primarily handled by Uzumaki Hiroki, who conducts most of his business from home. Behind his residence lies an independent entrance that connects him to the outside world, thus rendering this place a veritable administrative center for the village, akin to the significance of the Hokage building in Kanahagakure. At this moment, Uzumaki Hiroki is alone, kneeling in a tea room situated atop a bamboo structure. On the low table, charcoal burns within a small iron stove, upon which rests a tiny kettle. The stove emits a faint crimson glow, casting flickering shadows upon Hiroki's face, obscuring his expression. He is intently examining a slip of paper inscribed with a single line, occasionally furrowing his brow in deep thought. After a considerable time, the water in the kettle begins to boil, producing a sound that seems to rouse him from his reverie. He casually places the now-read paper onto the glowing charcoal, silently watching as it is gradually consumed by the flames. Once he confirms that the paper has been entirely reduced to ash, Uzumaki Hiroki leisurely picks up the kettle and pours the water into a teapot, cleansing the tea leaves and rinsing the cups. After a series of simple yet unrefined motions, he finally raises a cup of pale yellow tea to his lips, inhales its aroma, and takes a gentle sip. He then speaks, Natsuki, has there been any news from Elder 2 recently? As the leader of his clan, Uzumaki Hiroki has had previous disagreements with the Elder due to differing political views. Lord, as usual, there has been no movement from Elder 2. Natsuki, clad in a green ninja vest, responds respectfully while kneeling behind Hiroki, his head bowed. After a moment of contemplation, Hiroki instructs, please relay this information to Elder 2. After all, he remains an elder and is entitled to know. He adds, furthermore, continue to monitor Elder 2's activities. Do not let your guard down. Natsuki hesitates, appearing as though he wishes to speak but is uncertain. The elder has been in seclusion for many years, and he is perplexed about the need for constant vigilance. You clever one. If you have something to say, then say it. Hiroki remarks with a hint of amusement, amused that the usually earnest Natsuki is now exhibiting cleverness. Encouraged by Hiroki's invitation to speak, Natsuki ventures, I believe Elder 2 is likely aware that the current state of the ninja world is rather unstable. And given his long-term retreat, he probably won't engage in disputes with us in the near future. Observing the clan leader's expression and finding no signs of dissent, he cautiously adds, shouldn't we shift our focus to other more pressing matters? Hiroki, upon hearing Natsuki's words, remains non-committal, his expression inscrutable. At least Natsuki perceives no change, merely listening attentively and nodding slightly in acknowledgement. After a lengthy pause, he finally responds, you make a valid point. The situation in the ninja world is indeed precarious. Dispatch a few ninjas to the Land of Fire to observe the dynamics in Konoha, but ensure they remain undetected. Understood. With the clan leader's approval of his suggestion, Natsuki offers a strained smile. The chief of the Whirlpool clan continued to savor his tea, a rare delicacy in the Land of Whirlpools, where fixed trade routes with the outside world were virtually non-existent, rendering access to such a beverage a considerable challenge for the average household. Xiaoshu remained silent, patiently awaiting the conversation's progression. After 3 pots of tea, the chief, Hiroki Uzumaki, finally set down his cup, as if recalling something significant. He inquired about Shero's peculiar state upon his return, noting her disheveled appearance, which suggested a possible altercation, and her reluctance to speak of it. Hiroki toyed with his teacup, his tone indifferent, yet there was an underlying concern that Xiaoshu could sense, causing a slight tightening in his chest. Master Hiroki, do you recall the boy I mentioned previously, Uzumaki Yuxiang? You mean the boy Shero met 6 months ago? Hiroki mused, a hint of surprise coloring his voice. After all, it had been a while since that incident, and considering the demands of his duties, it was remarkable that he could still remember a boy named Uzumaki Yuxiang, particularly someone who had spent half a year in Shero's company. Xiaoshu then recounted the events leading to this revelation, capturing Hiroki's interest. Oh, it seems Uzumaki Yuxiang is indeed a prodigy among the new generation of our clan. At this moment, Hiroki's usually stern countenance softened slightly, and a smile graced his lips. Astonished that a child of humble beginnings could stand alongside Shero, curiosity about Yuxiang began to stir within him. He understood his own child's innate talents, having amassed numerous honors since birth. If not for her tender age, Shero would already be undertaking missions. Recent clan disputes had consumed Hiroki's attention, causing him to overlook Shero's training. After sipping his tea once more, Hiroki rose from his seat, preparing to survey the village. Just then, he heard Xiaoshu's tentative voice. So, regarding Uzumaki Yuxiang, should I? Hiroki paused, contemplating before instructing, let them be. Shero has her own life to lead. Moreover, it is time she learned chakra refinement techniques. You shall teach her. As he approached the window, gazing at the distant village bustling with life in the summer heat, he observed the rising smoke from cooking fires, an air of tranquility enveloping the scene. Yet, within Hiroki, there was no sense of peace. A storm was brewing, and the ninja world was on the brink of turmoil, though the timing of its outbreak remained uncertain. In response to Hiroki's foreboding remarks, Xiaoshu exhibited no surprise. From his elevated position, he could see the broader picture. Time waits for no one, and the younger generation requires space to grow. With a sigh, Hiroki rested his hand on the window ledge, recalling the brutal scenes from the previous war. As for Uzumaki Yuxiang, let his intentions guide the way. It is rare for Shero to have a companion to share her journey. Without waiting for a response from Natsuki, he departed abruptly. At some point, the figure of the one-legged kneeling Natsuki had vanished, leaving only a gentle breeze stirring through the courtyard, where solitude accompanied the sound of water being poured, and the crisp bamboo resonated softly. In the early morning, before the sun had fully risen, a slight silhouette lay motionless atop the roof, observing the desolate street below. Why has he arrived yet? It is impossible for him to take another route. This is his inevitable passage. gazing at the still, silent door across the way. A flicker of doubt crossed Yuxiang's eyes, only to be swiftly quelled. He endured, he waited. Half a year had passed. Could he not wait just one more morning? As the flow of pedestrians in the street grew denser and noisier, he finally spotted his target, the scar of his past. A hint of bloodlust glimmered in his eyes as his right hand brushed over a hard object concealed within his garment. It was a small gift from Shuru, and he deemed it perfectly apt for today, a tribute to commemorate his humiliating past with a token of rebirth. After today, he would no longer be the Yuxiang of yore. Patiently trailing behind the crowd like a hunter awaiting the moment his prey reveals a flaw, his arms trembled slightly. The anticipation of what was to come made it difficult for him to contain himself. The scythe of death had already aimed its direction. Yet the target ahead remained blissfully unaware. As they ventured further into the distance, the surroundings grew increasingly desolate, and the gap between the two widened. It was fine. Just a little longer, for there were still too many people here. Once they reached a suitable location, Yuxiang recalled the space's assessment of the brown-haired youth. And a feeling of disdain welled up within him. Name, the combat crystal of a certain individual, type, crystal quality, non-completeness, good attribute, records certain trivial battle images. Devoid of practical use, it can only serve as an energy supplement. Usage, 1. Consumption for energy replenishment. Yes or no? Yes. Recommendation to activate the automatic recycling function. Yes or no? Yes. Within the starry expanse, a dim crystal shattered abruptly, and in the depths of a realm beyond Yuxiang's current reach, a gray-black energy pool subtly surged. Energy pool activated. Name, energy pool quality, gray-black progress. 1 attribute, a storage point for the energy released by combat crystals. Usage, 1, for energy use, effectiveness unknown. 2. When the energy pool is full, some transformation seems to occur. 3. Further functions to be explored independently. But he is merely a rudimentary lad. A gentle slice would suffice. Gradually, human presence became increasingly sparse. In the distance, a dark-haired youth wielded a long, tubular object, its head fitted with a sharp blade. As he ventured deeper into the desolate mountains, it seemed he truly wished to find some prey to impress his group of underlings. A wave of disdain washed over Yuxiang as he recalled the space's evaluation of him. Amidst the turmoil of unacknowledged shame and resentment, he perceived himself as nothing more than worthless refuse. The mere thought of being trampled upon by such a wretched group ignited a tempest of anger within Yuxiang, an emotion he could not discern as directed towards their actions or his own ineffectiveness. The recollection of the humiliating past soon to be erased filled him with fervent heat. With a sudden thud, the figure vanished from Yuxiang's sight. Help! I've fallen into a pit. Is anyone there? A voice, laden with tears, echoed from the depths of the chasm nearby. Yuxiang's expression turned peculiar. This was his first encounter with such a scenario, leaving him at a loss for what to do. Should he pull the person up only to slay him afterward? Approaching the edge of the pit, his shadow cast down into the void. He sensed the urgency in the cries. Is anyone there? Please save me. Mommy, I'm scared. The mention of mommy struck Yuxiang like a bolt from the blue. For those 2 words represented his entire existence. They enveloped him in a chilling breeze, sending shivers down his spine. Contemplating the inexplicable events of the day, his gaze fell upon the kunai in his hand, and an irrational fear began to swell within him. Was it truly worth it, this mere bullying among children? With a swift motion, the kunai slipped from his grasp. Was he striving to showcase his strength or to conceal his past humiliations? If he became a powerful individual, would he not merely transform from victim to aggressor? What, then, distinguished him from that individual? What was the true purpose of his pursuit of strength? A flicker of confusion crossed Yuxiang's mind. In his youth, he struggled to comprehend his desires. Was his torment in the dreamscape meant to replicate the suffering he had endured? Certainly not. Gradually lifting the kunai once more, he grasped it tightly and cast one last glance at the pit before turning away. Though he remained uncertain of the ultimate purpose behind his relentless efforts, he recognized that growing stronger was never a misstep. The meaning of his existence could await discovery. Yet formidable strength remained the foundation for achieving any ambition. As for the individual in the pit, let fate determine his survival, for this desolate place bore few witnesses. In a clearing beneath a great tree, a familiar figure practiced diligently. Unlike his usual solitary endeavors, another man accompanied him, a middle-aged ninja clad in a green jounin vest, lean and possessing a cold demeanor. The presence of such a distinguished ninja surprised Yuxiang as he observed the scene beside the young Sorero. This esteemed jounin stood closely by Sorero, attentively monitoring his movements while occasionally pointing out his flaws. Yuxiang felt a pang of envy. When would he ever receive such treatment? Abruptly, a chill breeze swept through, causing him to shiver involuntarily as he glanced toward the jounin, puzzled yet finding nothing amiss. He shook his head in disbelief, dismissing it as mere trickery of the mind. Under the blazing sun, where could such a chill possibly arise? Not far away, Uzumaki Natsuki frowned slightly, sensing that the boy before him was somewhat amiss. Yuxiang waited nearby, even hesitant to speak, for a jonin was not someone he could approach casually. After a considerable time, seeing Sorero engrossed in her practice, Yuxiang finally succumbed to his yearning and stepped forward, his face brightening. "Greetings, esteemed sir," Yuxiang said respectfully as he approached the jonin. Upon closer inspection, he found this jonin's face to be gaunt and somewhat ominous. "I am a friend of Sorero," he continued. Uzumaki Natsuki nodded slightly, maintaining a cold expression that revealed little emotion. "I am Uzumaki Natsuki, Sorero's teacher." A peculiar smile crept across Natsuki's otherwise grim visage, sending a shiver down Yuxiang's spine until he heard that Natsuki was Sorero's mentor. The desire within him eclipsed his trepidation towards this formidable figure. Yuxiang bowed deeply. "Sir Natsuki, I have been observing Sorero from the sidelines. May I join and listen?" Natsuki felt a twinge of displeasure. Such audacity was rather brazen. However, given the arrangements made by Hiroki, he refrained from expressing his irritation. "I know you. You are the son of Uzumaki Yuxiang, aren't you? If you wish to listen, you may." Those who lingered near a future clan leader must possess a reputable lineage. Having been by Sorero's side for so long, Natsuki was well aware of Yuxiang's background, including his heroic father and his own timid nature, which rendered him a target for bullying. As the head of the Umbu, Uzumaki Natsuki's exterior was chilling. Yet he possessed the quintessential warrior's spirit within. A man may be weak, yet to lack any semblance of courage invites scorn. After a prolonged silence, Yuxiang felt an unsettling sensation upon hearing that name once more. Natsuki chose to disregard the boy. His primary task was to instruct Uzumaki Sorero, with everything else being secondary. "Sorero, today I shall begin your lessons in chakra refinement." Upon hearing the term, Yuxiang's eyes sparkled. Since Natsuki had not declined, surely he could listen in as well. The Uzumaki clan operated on a model of familial inheritance, where ninjutsu was passed down through bloodlines, an antiquated and rigid system. Many secrets faded into obscurity due to various mishaps. Yet this preserved the interests of those in power. Yuxiang's mother had discouraged him from engaging with all things ninja, naturally withholding the knowledge of the family's scrolls, making this an invaluable opportunity. Chakra is the essence of a ninja. Without chakra, one cannot wield ninjutsu, and thus cannot be considered a ninja at all. Therefore, this inaugural lesson focused on the nature of chakra. "Sorero, do you know where chakra originates?" I know. Yuxiang hesitated, observing Sorero's lack of desire to respond, while Natsuki's expectant gaze urged him to share his limited understanding. Chakra is a unique energy formed from the body's energy and the spirit's energy. To put it simply, it is not incorrect, yet a more detailed explanation would be preferable. Natsuki observed his unresponsive young master with a hint of helplessness. Although he harbored some discontent towards Uzumaki Yuxiang, having an additional person around for lively company was not unwelcome. To be precise, chakra is constituted from the bodily energy extracted from approximately 130 trillion cells within the human body, along with the spiritual energy cultivated through extensive training and accumulated experience. Natsuki succinctly summarized the fundamental concept of chakra. It suffices to have a basic understanding of such concepts. Many individuals remain oblivious to what chakra truly is, yet still manage to become ninjas. After a considerable time, the coolness of the forest faded, and the sun ascended high in the sky, casting its rays directly upon the two individuals seated on the warm stone, which, though slightly heated, did not affect them in the slightest. Uzumaki Natsuki glanced upwards at the sky, noting that it was nearly noon. Just as he approached with the intention of waking the two, he paused mid-motion, a peculiar expression crossing his somber face. He sensed the fluctuations of chakra within Shero's body. Albeit faint, it flickered like a small candle in the wind, wavering yet steadily growing stronger in a short span of time. A glint of surprise flashed through his eyes. What a prodigy, indeed, to witness such progress in merely half a day. "All right, young master. Let us take a break and head home for a meal," Natsuki called to Uzumaki Shero, who was still contemplating a second attempt, while also rousing Yuxiang. Uzumaki Shero opened his eyes, his gaze dreamy, seemingly still immersed in the sensations he had just experienced. "Teacher, did I just extract chakra?" Shero inquired uncertainly. The energy had been so minuscule, existing for but a fleeting moment before dissipating, leaving him unsure of his achievement. "Indeed, you have just perceived the existence of chakra. Splendid work." Natsuki replied, beaming with pride and generously offering his praise. Ah, Shiro, you have indeed extracted chakra. Yuxiang, awakening with a dazed expression, looked on in astonishment. Quickly tell me how you accomplished this. I felt nothing of the sort. Yuxiang delved into concentration, and in an instant, he sensed the energy Natsuki had described. Yet he found himself incapable of controlling its condensation. It felt as though countless stars in his mind were exerting a gravitational pull, incessantly drawing the energy away. The dream space is undergoing continuous restoration. Please hold on. A faint voice echoed within the vast dream space, yet apart from the individual concealed behind the stars. The others remained oblivious. Simply maintain your focus and engage in diligent training. Once you perceive the energy, gathering it will be straightforward, Natsuki said. Observing the playful banter between the two, he managed to offer Yuxiang a rare smile. Do not be anxious, Yuxiang, with your perceptive abilities. You will soon be able to sense the energy's presence. Natsuki felt a flicker of confusion. Given Yuxiang's acute perception, it should not be an issue. The inherent compatibility between bodily energy and spiritual energy means that once one perceives the energy, simple control over its condensation will yield chakra. Namikaze Natsuki did not anticipate that Yuxiang's inquiry pertained to the insurmountable challenge of competing with the celestial realms for energy. Let us return home for a meal, she suggested. Yuxiang, you need not come this afternoon. Practice the chakra refining technique at home, and we shall resume in the morning. All right, he replied, hastily consuming a bowl of food. Yuxiang eagerly departed the dining area, eager to retreat to his room to refine his chakra. Saro, sensing his determination, resolved not to be outdone. Mom, I'm done eating. I'm going back to my room to sleep, he called out. That child, murmured Namikaze Ayam, casting a reproachful glance at Yuxiang's departing figure. You mustn't lie down immediately after a meal, do you understand? Namikaze Ayam, a woman in her 30s, was not conventionally beautiful but possessed a dignified appearance. Her long-standing engagement with flower arrangements had cultivated her grace, emanating an air of elegance and intellect. She had devoted herself tirelessly to raising Yuxiang. While she understood his aspiration to become a ninja, her heart ached at the thought of him pursuing such a perilous path. As an ordinary person, she had never witnessed the valor of a ninja, and the harrowing memories of the brutal war from over a decade ago haunted her still. The daily sight of corpses being brought into the village, and the scarcity of white chrysanthemums during that grim period weighed heavily on her heart. Ayam lived in constant fear, praying that her husband would not be among the next casualties. The Land of Whirlpools was situated in a remote area, devoid of precious resources, and theoretically should not have been embroiled in warfare. Yet, fate had other designs. Due to their alliance with Konohagakure, the Land of Whirlpools served as a natural barrier for the Mist Village, a barrier they felt compelled to dismantle. Furthermore, with the Mist Village possessing the three tails yet lacking sealing techniques, the Land of Whirlpools became a target of their aggression. Mist Village's forces split their troops, engaging in battle with the Earth Country while daring to divert some of their might to assault the Land of Whirlpools. A skilled warrior does not seek glory, yet this very assumption led the Mist Village to believe they could easily dominate their foes. Soon, they learned the formidable capabilities of the Uzumaki Clan sealing techniques, only retreating after the death of their water shadow. This conflict lasted less than a year, yet the scars it left would take decades to heal. Uzumaki Yuxiang had sustained hidden injuries from the First Shinobi War, leading to his early retirement and persistent ailments until he passed shortly after Yuxiang's birth, leaving behind a plea for Ayam to raise their son well. After tidying the dining table and washing the dishes, Ayam approached Yuxiang's room, feeling a pang of guilt. She intended to engage in a heartfelt conversation with her son, grateful for his generally obedient and understanding nature, though his unwavering desire to become a ninja troubled her. Yuxiang, may I come in? She called, a playful smile gracing her face as she knocked on the door and entered without waiting for a response. Inside, she found Yuxiang seated cross-legged on the tatami mat, his eyes closed, unresponsive to her presence, seemingly lost in thought. Ayam's expression shifted from confusion to a deep concern. Her smile fading as realization dawned upon her. Her breath quickened as her mind engaged in a tumultuous contemplation. She yearned to awaken Yuxiang and question him on the purpose of his training. Wasn't he prohibited from delving into the world of ninjas? Had he truly dedicated the past 6 months to this pursuit? Reflecting on Yuxiang's curiosity and admiration for ninjas, she hesitated. Two conflicting thoughts clashed within her. Should she compel him to remain in the shop, leading a safe yet mundane existence, or should she, in a moment of weakness, allow him to embrace the perilous life he so desired? Caught in this internal struggle, SHBU stood there, lost in thought. The image of Uzumaki Yuxiang flashed before her eyes, a distant memory, yet his voice and visage were vividly etched in her heart. Yuxiang, please tell me. What should I do with your son? Another dawn broke, and the mere prospect of ninja training filled Yuxiang with uncontainable excitement. He arrived early at the designated spot, eagerly greeting the two with a smile. Yuxiang was an inherently sensitive soul, possessing a unique ability to perceive the emotions and gazes of others since childhood. He sensed Natsuki's disdain towards him, but what of it? He was merely a child favored by fate, ultimately just a common boy. To grow stronger, he would endure any scorn, as long as it remained unspoken. He would strive to win Natsuki's approval and seek his guidance. He wished for a future where his mother would not have to toil so tirelessly, engaging in work she detested. Forced to smile for the meager earnings of the flower shop, he understood that life was never easy, if it appeared so. It was only because someone else bore the burden. After both had warmed up, they commenced their training for the day. Sarara continued her struggle against the great tree. For the past 6 months, she had been devoted to physical training, engaging in various exercises and contests of strength against the tree. Though Yuxiang feigned disdain, he secretly envied Sarara's robust physique. What was the use of physical prowess? I wish to learn ninjutsu. Yuxiang observed Sarara with a look of contempt. Yet his body obediently followed Natsuki's instructions for training. An hour later, Sarara was still striking the tree, while Yuxiang, drenched in sweat, stood beside her in a horse stance. Thighs parallel to the ground, arms extended, wearing an expression of defiance. As he fixed his gaze upon Sarara, he noticed a mocking grin on her face, igniting his ire. Are you looking down on me? Yuxiang retorted, inadvertently pointing at Sarara with a distorted hand. A sharp sound echoed as Yuxiang retracted his left hand, which became noticeably more compliant. Natsuki, however, found his disfavor for this boy growing. Even training was fraught with complications. From his observations, Yuxiang's perceptive abilities were indeed prodigious, capable of sensing even the mental probes of a sensory ninja like himself. There was no issue with his perceptive energy. If that was the case, the sole reason he could not refine chakra was due to insufficient energy. It was illogical for one with strong perception to possess weak mental energy. Thus, the only explanation lay in his physical energy, which was reasonable given the boy's frail, monkey-like physique. Thus began the arduous training of honing his body, enduring every form of fatigue. As days passed, Yuxiang's heart grew increasingly resentful. He toiled through grueling training while Shiraro leisurely practiced his punches and learned ninjutsu. The last remnants of gratitude within him were on the verge of vanishing. Each day upon returning home, he would eat and then sleep, awakening only to train again. Were it not for the crystal within the space, and the absence of alternative choices, he would have undoubtedly given up long ago. Name: Vortex Natsuki's Battle Crystal. Type: Crystal Quality. Gold Good Completeness. Fragment Attribute. Records the imagery of real battles, seemingly usable as an energy source, a consumable resource. Usage: 1. A key to unlock training instances. 2. Serves as an energy expenditure. 3. More methods of utilization await your exploration. As he pondered, Yuxiang couldn't help but feel a yearning. If gray iron represented the level of a genin, then gold good must surely equate to at least a jonin. Beside him, Natsuki produced a vine from seemingly nowhere, his expression dark as he struck Yuxiang. The reason for his actions self-evident. Stand properly. If you feel fatigued, then just give up. Yuxiang gritted his teeth and corrected himself, determined not to appear weak in front of him. A flicker of appreciation crossed Vortex Natsuki's eyes. He truly hadn't anticipated Yuxiang's poor foundation in physical techniques. Yet, with such exceptional perception and perseverance, he found himself pondering about his own mentor, perhaps. Bang! Vortex Natsuki delivered a casual blow to the faltering Yuxiang, and upon seeing the pain-laden expression etched across his face, a satisfied smile crept onto his lips. Alas, time was too scarce. The formation of quality timber requires time, and does the next generation of Vortex Village have that time? The ripples of the Second Great War were rising, and it was not far off. After a period, Yuxiang gradually began to acclimatize to all that he despised: the harsh Vortex Natsuki, the seemingly aloof yet occasionally mocking Shiraro, and the torturous physical training that plagued him. Yet, all of it fueled his perseverance. No matter how bitter or exhausting it became, could it truly compare to the struggles within the dreamscape? The intermittent skirmishes with both individuals became the impetus for Yuxiang to persist. This was precisely where he could showcase his strengths, battling by day, forging crystals, and, in the dead of night, entering the dream realm to confront Shiraro, occasionally relishing the solitary training under Master Natsuki, though the process was far from pleasant. The imagery of reality proved to be aptly named. Whatever ninjutsu or physical techniques were employed in reality would manifest within the dreamscape. For instance, Yuxiang was acutely aware that Natsuki would certainly utilize ninjutsu, yet he primarily struck him with vines and pebbles, devoid of any trace of true ninjutsu. This singular aspect transformed Yuxiang into an unwavering combat enthusiast, training with fervor surpassing that of anyone else, though he remained unable to refine chakra, causing him considerable concern. Vortex Natsuki said nothing, and he understood the necessity of diligent training. The boundless resentment within him grew stronger each day, becoming the driving force behind his progress. Vortex Natsuki seemed to sense something but remained indifferent. At present, all he needed to do was toil relentlessly. The direction was correct. And all that was required of him was to expend his sweat, a resource in ample supply for Yuxiang. Enough, it's time to head home. The hour is late. Summer Tree, leaning against a tree and tossing pebbles, observed the two exhausted individuals and decided it was time to intervene. A faint smile graced his gaunt face. Despite the inadequacies of Yuxiang, he possessed an admirable tenacity, never complaining, quick-witted, and rapidly improving in physical skills. With proper guidance, he could become highly valuable. They would return, refuel, and continue their training the following day. As they paused to gather their scattered ninja tools, an abrupt voice shattered the moment. Well, isn't this our young master Shiro? What brings you out here playing ninja games with this yellow-skinned monkey? At that moment, a corpulent figure emerged from the woods, clad in ostentatious attire that bore no resemblance to a ninja, resembling instead a frivolous young nobleman. His chubby face was rather endearing, yet his scowl dampened any joy, as his words dripped with contempt, clearly seeking confrontation. Particularly for Yuxiang, the familiar, piercing taunt darkened his expression. His eyes narrowed, a pang of anger surged within him, and a murderous intent began to brew. The term monkey was a taboo in his heart, a reminder of his past frailty. Had it not been for the mention of Shiro's name, which left him uncertain of their relationship, he would have lunged forward without hesitation. Whether delivering a blow or receiving one, he would not lose, especially with Summer Tree by his side. There was no way he would allow himself to be defeated. Shiro's expression mirrored his discomfort, suggesting their connection was tenuous at best. This realization ignited the pent-up fury within Yuxiang, who swiftly swung his right arm, slicing through the air, leaving a fleeting shadow in his wake. Suddenly, a shadow darted through the air, aimed directly at the rotund figure, glinting with a metallic sheen under the sunlight. It was the shuriken Yuxiang had been training with. A resounding thud echoed as it struck the tree beside the fat man, causing him to flinch, the shuriken embedding itself deeply, trembling slightly, evidence of the force behind it. You dare to call anyone that? The fat man eyed the shuriken lodged in the tree, gulped nervously, and then felt a surge of indignation. His gaze shifting to Yuxiang. A flash of electricity sparked between their eyes, the atmosphere thickening with tension, on the brink of combat. This monkey should remain caged instead of seeking death. A fierce glint emerged in the eyes of Uzumaki Yuxiang, who had come unarmed in his haste. He disdainfully yanked the shuriken free, dismissing his opponent as merely a hairless monkey. In an instant, the two shurikens collided fiercely under the blazing sun. The sound of metal clashing resonating through the forest. Each strike aimed mercilessly at the opponent's body, showing no leniency due to their shared lineage. Who are you? Uzumaki Yuxiang frowned, scrutinizing the sweat-soaked, dirt-caked youth before him, who was clearly repulsed by Yuxiang's odor. You fat fool, today you shall return home on your back. The expression on Yuxiang's face shifted slightly. Although he usually exuded a certain arrogance, he was not one to succumb easily to anger. Joking around was acceptable. But now that kunai were drawn, daring to call him fat ignited a fierce determination within him, and he swung down with all his might. YSH2 felt an unprecedented surge of strength coursing through him. With a resounding clash, the two kunai collided, shattering simultaneously and leaving a gash on YSH's arm. Blood trickled down his sleeve, yet he remained indifferent, discarding the kunai to re-engage in combat. Upon seeing the blood, Sarah's heart tightened, and she instinctively called out to stop the fight, only to be restrained by Natsuki beside her. Let him go, Natsuki urged. Sarah hesitated, casting a questioning glance at her teacher, perplexed as to why he would permit YSH to confront Yuxiang. Natsuki's eyes glimmered with admiration. His observations over the past few days revealed that YSH was not as weak as he had initially believed. He was proving himself to be quite the man. Having endured enough grievances, it would do YSH good to vent his frustrations. As for Yuxiang, that was a problem for his own teacher to grapple with. At that moment, Natsuki felt that sending YSH to Taiji-sensei might not be such a bad idea after all. The tension between the two combatants remained palpable. "You foul monkey. Do you even comprehend who you're up against?" Wysuk taunted. "Fatso, I don't care who you are. I'll beat you up first and ask questions later." YSH retorted, throwing punches at Wysuk's face without holding back, despite their shared lineage. Wysuk, however, showed no fear at their age. Being just a year older brought a significant enhancement in strength that could not be calculated simply as addition. Wysuk took a step back, tilting his head slightly, the force of his movement creating a gust that ruffled his hair. In a fluid motion, he advanced, his sleeve billowing as he aimed a punch at YSH's abdomen. The interplay of retreat and advance was nothing short of graceful, depicting a surprisingly agile figure for a hefty boy. Yet, YSH relied on his agility. He would not be intimidated. He deftly evaded, stepping forward to deliver a swift strike. With a sharp crack, Wysuk winced, instinctively grasping YSH with both arms in a bear-like embrace. A large shadow loomed over him, and seeing no way to evade, YSH desperately darted between Wysuk's legs, his forehead making contact with Wysuk's groin. The bystanders gasped. Natsuki felt a chill run down his spine, instinctively closing his legs. YSH, adept at fighting, had a knack for targeting vulnerable spots. Witnessing Wysuk's complexion shift from pale to crimson as he clutched his legs and howled, Natsuki could only shake his head in bemusement. Silently mourning for the future of the Wysuk clan, hoping their lineage would not end here, for even teachers could not protect their students from such humiliation. YSH, however, felt no pity for Wysuk's plight. Seeing him temporarily incapacitated, he charged forward for another kick. He would not forget the derogatory name this fat boy had called him, monkey. The last person who had used that term had yet to recover from the pit he had fallen into. Wysuk's expression hardened. If his earlier demeanor was merely playful, he was now resolute. Hidden within his sleeve, his fingers twitched with newfound determination. With a soft thud, Yuxiang's attack swept through, transforming Yangjie into a wisp of white smoke. Before Yuxiang could react, a hefty leg emerged from the mist, striking directly at his head. With a resounding bang, the training in the dream realm enhanced his reflexes to an extraordinary degree. He raised his hands in defense, instinctively leaning back. Yet the force of this premeditated strike exceeded all his expectations. Suddenly, a figure was hurled high into the air, leaving Yuxiang dazed as if struck by a boulder. His mind blank. Abruptly, he felt a massive hand grip his ankle tightly, followed by an overwhelming force that sent Yuxiang spinning in a wide arc. "You little rascal, apologize." The rushing wind filled his ears, his blood surging, flooding his head. "You fat fool, I refuse." With the remnants of his consciousness, he directed a fierce kick at that pudgy hand. But what strength could one muster while airborne? It was merely a futile struggle. "You brought this upon yourself, little brat." Yang Jie raised his right hand sharply, preparing to slam Yuxiang back to the ground. Startled, Yuxiang's legs flailed weakly, his right hand rummaging through his weapon pouch. But the shurikens had long been exhausted in previous training, leaving him weaponless. Suddenly, his fingers grazed something, without a second thought. He yanked it out and struck it against Yang Jie's face. To his luck, it connected perfectly with Yang Jie's nose, causing a sharp sting that momentarily weakened his grip. Seizing the opportunity, Yuxiang stepped on the hand and broke free. In midair, he attempted to control his body to absorb the impact. But the speed of his flight was too swift. In the blink of an eye, the great tree loomed closer, and he could only brace his back. Thud. He crashed heavily against a thick branch before plummeting to the ground. The impact jolted through his back, sending waves of pain coursing through his body, eliciting a tortured groan. A coppery taste of blood lingered in his throat, but he suppressed it. He would not show weakness before this rotund adversary. Without a moment's respite, the bear-like figure charged at him once more. He leapt into action, adopting a nimble stance akin to a monkey, relying solely on evasion. Amidst Yangjie's relentless barrage, Yuxiang struggled to endure. Although the fat man's attacks were not as swift nor as powerful as Xiaoyuo's, they bore an unpredictable quality that left Yuxiang on edge. Just a fat fool, and yet Yuxiang mused, self-deprecatingly reflecting on his supposed strength, believing he could withstand Xiaoyuo's onslaught. Little did he realize that it was his familiarity from the rigorous training in the dream realm that allowed him to cope. He was but an ordinary boy. What was there to be proud of? What could he not endure? After all, he was merely a monkey to them. Yet, the memories of countless humiliations and bullying surged within him, igniting a fierce resolve that turned his eyes crimson with rage. With unwavering focus, he gradually began to decipher Yang Jie's patterns, managing to survive the tempest of his attacks. The midday sun beat down relentlessly on the faces of the two individuals, blinding them slightly, while the sweltering heat enveloped the forest like a vast steamer, causing perspiration to bead on their foreheads. Yet, they dared not make a move to wipe away the sweat. Rather, they secretly wished the other would take a moment to relax. Sweat trickled down Yangjia's brow. Salty and stinging, yet he refrained from wiping it away. As the sun began its subtle descent to the west, their shadows shifted from circular to elliptical, indicating it was approximately 1 in the afternoon. Their battle raged on. Yuxiang, hailing from humble beginnings and having honed his endurance through rigorous combat training, found himself in stark contrast to Yangjia, whose ostentatious attire now seemed a cumbersome burden. The sight of Yangjia's flowing robe evoked a chuckle from Yuxiang, dissipating the earlier tension that had clouded his mind. Did Yangjia not want to shed the cumbersome garment? Of course, he yearned to, as the oppressive heat felt as though it would roast him alive. However, as a noble, he had been raised with an unwavering adherence to etiquette and decorum, which forbade him from wandering about in mere undergarments. Eventually, Yangjia could no longer withstand the discomfort, disregarding his mother's teachings in a moment of desperation. Yuxiang, however, refused to allow him such a reprieve. He was determined to thwart Yangjia's desires. Thus unfolded a comical yet poignant scenario of one boy yearning to undress, while another resolutely forbade it. A tale rich with unspoken emotions and rivalries. Here, 1,000 words omitted for the imagination of the readers. Nearby, 2 spectators observed the scene with amusement. At this moment, Yuxiang's right cheek bore the mark of Yangjia's earlier kick, swollen and painful, a testament to the force that had struck him. He felt as though his hands were no longer his own, swollen and weak. While the training had taught him to endure pain, it had not equipped him to fight under such conditions. Meanwhile, Yangjia's ears buzzed, his limbs felt heavy, and his mind was clouded, his heart racing as if it might leap from his chest. "What do you want from me? Is conceding not enough?" Yangjia uttered weakly, feeling utterly spent, unaccustomed to such suffering. "Apologize." Yangjia paused, momentarily disoriented. Had he misheard? What had he done to warrant an apology? It was this impudent boy who had been relentless. "You just called me a monkey." In the next instant, Yangjia's vision darkened. "You just called me fat," he retorted before collapsing heavily to the ground. Observing this, Yuxiang rushed forward, alarmed at the sight of Yangjia's flushed, exhausted face, unsure of how to proceed. He pulled him into the shade of a nearby tree. Just then, Natsuki leaped down from a branch, yawning as he approached. The lengthy bout had bored him to the point of drowsiness, the monotonous cycle of attacks and evasions rendering him weary. Nevertheless, he acknowledged the value of recognizing one's shortcomings and striving for improvement. Yuxiang hastily propped Yangjia's hefty frame against the tree, concerned for his well-being amidst the gathering crowd. "Are you all right? Please don't die here," he implored, his worry evident as he gazed at Yangjia's reddened face. Why sick? In a daze, sensed that someone was speaking to him, yet his strength had completely abandoned him. The prolonged battle had rendered him utterly exhausted, and the depletion of his chakra was the final straw that broke the camel's back. He vaguely recognized the voice as that of the accursed monkey. Waichi inquired of Natsuki beside him. "Lord Natsuki, is he all right?" Natsuki glanced casually and replied nonchalantly. "He is fine, just a bit fatigued and suffering from heat stroke. A good sleep will remedy it." "What ninja has to face such situations?" "It's merely heat exhaustion. We'll take him back for medical attention, and he'll be fit by tomorrow." After speaking, Natsuki hoisted the unconscious Waisuk and addressed YH. "I'll take Waisuk and Sarera back first. You can manage on your own, right?" Without waiting for YH's response, he whisked Sarera away, leaving YH to swallow his words as a gust of wind filled his mouth. Looking in the direction Natsuki had vanished, YH was filled with resentment, pondering why he had even asked if he didn't care for the answer. "Is that fat one's name Waisuk?" A furious roar reverberated across the borders of the Land of Fire, the malice in the tone incapable of inflicting any harm upon the adversary. "What's the matter?" The mist ninja grinned wickedly, flicking his large blade, sending a grotesque mixture of blood and flesh flying, relishing the moment as if playing cat and mouse. He did not hesitate to engage in idle banter. The Whirlpool ninja seethed with rage, glancing at the 2 corpses on the ground and then at his companion, who was pale and unable to speak, his arm gruesomely stripped to the bone from an injury sustained while saving him. Gazing at the imposing figure of the enemy, a wave of despair washed over the Whirlpool ninja. There was but one opponent. How could they, a full team of elite Jainin, be rendered utterly powerless? "Why did you attack us?" He fought to suppress his unease. He needed to discern the mist ninja's intentions. The deaths of his 2 comrades could not be in vain. "Oh?" The mist ninja raised an eyebrow, feigning surprise. "I thought you knew something. It seems there has been a misunderstanding. My apologies." He glanced at the lifeless bodies on the ground and smiled innocently, a smile that sent chills down the spine of the Whirlpool ninja. What could they possibly know? He murmured, a suffocating sense of dread enveloping his heart. At that moment, he felt as if a sinister conspiracy loomed over the land of the Whirlpools. Darkness encroaching as he turned to his companion. Retreat immediately. Instinctively obeying, the Whirlpool ninja clutched his severed arm and began to withdraw. Just as he had rushed to protect his captain when danger had loomed before. Ninja are machines born for the sake of their missions. He had once been willing to sacrifice himself to thwart the enemy's advance. Now, with his arm rendered useless and devoid of combat capability, his only recourse was to retreat under the protection of his captain and relay the intelligence back to the village. Earth release. Earth flow wall. A massive earthen wall erupted from the ground, spiraling upward to encircle the enemies. The sound of ninjutsu colliding behind him echoed, yet Vortex Kaichi, with bloodshot eyes, did not turn back. His heart was solely anchored by the belief that he must relay the intelligence back to his village. The sacrifices of his kin must not be in vain. Hurry, faster. Although the captain excelled in earth-style defense, Kaichi was uncertain how long the captain could endure against such a demonic foe. The only thing he could do now was to elude his pursuers before they caught up. The distant coastline gradually came into view, but he knew he could not simply cross it. Although only one enemy had appeared, countless mist ninjas could be lurking along the shore. His arm was incapacitated, and he doubted he could reach the land of whirlpools. The vast sea lay before him, revealing everything clearly. Venturing out to sea would be akin to courting death. He immediately altered his course. Since the enemy did not wish for him to head towards the land of fire, he would seek aid in the hidden Leaf Village. The terrain on land was conducive to concealing tracks. If he proceeded with caution, he might reach the Leaf Village. As he moved further away, the doubts in Kaichi's heart remained unresolved. Why did the mist ninjas attack them, accompanying a reconnaissance team? He had thought this mission was merely a precautionary measure from the clan leader, but upon landing in the land of fire, a mist ninja had suddenly appeared to ambush them. It seemed they had been followed since the land of whirlpools. With a single strike, a companion was caught off guard and obliterated by that man. The enormous black blade, more akin to a barbed club than a sword, cleaved through his right arm, stripping away flesh and blood before he even had time to utilize the substitution technique. Why did the mist ninjas attack us? A profound sense of unease gripped Kaichi. It had been nearly 20 years since the Mist and Whirlpool ninjas had engaged in battle, the last conflict occurring 2 decades prior. This sudden assault seemed intent on preventing them from reaching the land of fire. Perhaps the thought of the Mist ninjas potentially taking action against the land of whirlpools sent a shiver through him, yearning to return to the land of whirlpools at once. Suddenly, a figure flashed before him, startling Kaichi, who barely had time to raise his left hand with a kunai. Clang! A blade's light flickered, and a faint crimson line appeared on his neck. Such swiftness! This thought consumed his mind, accompanied by the sinister laughter of his adversary, before darkness enveloped him. Boom! Several nearby trees could no longer withstand the tumult, collapsing one after another, their leaves adorned with the blood mist that erupted, creating a striking scene. Shinya, what have you done? Wasn't it agreed that you would leave this one for me? Grumbled a mist ninja who had just caught up. Ishida Shinya, wielding a sharp blade, inhaled the scent of blood deeply, revealing a look of dissatisfaction, and casually replied, the captain went to deal with that earth-style ninja. He never specified who should handle this one. Perhaps your movements were simply too slow. Seeing the look of surprise on his companion's face, he added. But it's merely a matter of dealing with a few Whirlpool ninjas. Next time we venture into the land of the Whirlpools, I'll let you eliminate more of them. TCH. I thought their intelligence department had sought assistance from Konoha, but it seems they were utterly oblivious. It matters not. If they must perish, so be it. A brief delay in their demise is inconsequential. Ishida Shinyu's cold voice broke the silence. As for you, Ryokai, when did you start worrying over such trifles? I merely mentioned it in passing. I wonder why Lord Mizukage suddenly ordered us to eradicate the Whirlpool clan. Who knows? The last war was a distant memory. I hadn't even become a ninja then. Indeed, our duty as ninjas is to execute tasks without questioning the motives of our superiors. It's just us. This is hardly sufficient. A whole gaggle of NEET kids, our umbu are no daycare. Aren't we permitted to seek external assistance? After all, these matters are the captain's concerns. Why should we fret? True enough. On the ground, the head of Uzumaki Kai stared blankly at the two discussing their mission, seemingly filled with resentment and indignation, which Ryokai noticed with dissatisfaction. You're dead, yet you still glare. In the next moment, a sound of bones cracking and shattering filled the air. Their conversation faded into the distance. By the way, Ryokai, is it really advisable to crush the head of a Whirlpool ninja like that? How are we to gather intelligence? Didn't the captain say we needed to understand the deployment of ninjas in the land of the Whirlpools? What is there to fear? Their captain has been slain, after all. He likely knew more than we do. On the ground, amidst a mix of indistinguishable red and white substances. A blood red eye fixed intently on the direction the two had departed, filled with resentment and discontent. Mother, I'm sorry I returned late. Yusho said as he approached Ayam, bowing his head in apology. You still managed to come back, Ayam replied angrily, noticing the injuries on his face and the swelling. Her brow furrowed and her heart tightened, leaving her momentarily speechless. Yusho wondered why Ayam was staring at him. Was there something on his face? Suddenly, Ayam reached out to touch him. Ouch. Yusho winced at the sensitive spot, a chill running through him. It was bad. His mother had seen. His right hand slowly moved toward his back, where a shocking brownish-red stain was concealed within his muddy sleeve. Footsteps approached from the kitchen. A small hand gently pressed down on his head, and a towel was applied to the swelling on his face. Cold and painful, that was his first sensation, instinctively. He wanted to recoil but was firmly held down by Ayam. Stay still, she admonished softly. Hearing his mother's gentle voice eased his mind. Ayam always calmed down quickly. And despite the pain and coldness on his face, he felt he could endure it without moving. Although Ayam was no longer angry, a mistake could not go unpunished. And she pressed the towel with considerable force. Yuxiang felt as though a hard ice block was pressing against his face through the towel. Gradually, the fiery pain in his face subsided, leaving a cooler sensation. Does it still hurt? Yuxiang lowered his head and shook it silently. Observing this, Changpu withdrew the towel, unfolded it, and removed the slightly melted ice block, carelessly tossing it into the nearby trash bin. When she turned back, she saw her son's face marked with patches of white and black, swollen and red, resembling a little clown, evoking both sympathy and amusement. She picked up the recently used towel and wiped it across his face, the cool fabric brushing against his wounds, prompting Yuxiang to cry out in pain. Mom, be gentle, it hurts. Now you understand pain, don't you? Why didn't you think of that earlier? Changpu's words carried a hint of reproach. Aware of his fault, Yuxiang remained silent, obediently sitting still. After cleaning Yuxiang's face, Changpu looked at her son, whose handsome features had re-emerged, and felt a sense of satisfaction. She gazed at his charming visage, gently tousling his hair, her fingertips lightly touching the swollen area on his right cheek, her brow furrowed with concern as she asked, Does it still hurt? It doesn't hurt, Yuxiang quickly replied. Observing her son sitting quietly with his large, innocent eyes, clearly in pain yet too timid to voice it, Changpu finally smiled and ruffled his little head. Yuxiang, the swelling will subside with ice, but some choices, once made, cannot be reversed. Do you understand? Yuxiang lowered his head, silently absorbing Changpu's words. How could he not grasp her meaning? The unwavering determination shining in his youthful eyes was beyond Changpu's comprehension. It was a silent cry for strength and a yearning for growth. If the path of a ninja inevitably involved bloodshed and sacrifice, he was willing to embrace it. Changpu could never fathom the depths of her son's resolve or the desires concealed within his 6-year-old heart. Yuxiang lifted his head, blinking his adorable little eyes, gazing at his mother in confusion. Changpu smiled again. It was at this moment she truly felt her son was just a 6-year-old child. Do you like ninjas? She asked in a different tone. I do, Yuxiang replied softly, glancing at Changpu's gentle expression, slightly hesitant in his answer. But do you like pain? I don't like it. Yet if you wish to become a ninja, you will often get hurt, and it will hurt far more than today, very painfully. Even so, do you still want to be a ninja? Without hesitation, Yuxiang nodded. Then, Yuxiang, could you tell mommy why you want to be a ninja? Changpu continued to inquire. This question caught Yuxiang off guard. He certainly understood the need to grow stronger, to avoid being bullied, to stand tall among others. But how could he express this to his mother? Ah, women can be so troublesome. He nodded vigorously, his eyes darting around. Don't rush. Think slowly. Changpu gently encouraged. Upon hearing her mother's gentle voice, Yuxiang seemed to finally comprehend the reason behind his aspiration to become a ninja. He lifted his small head, widened his adorable eyes, and with an innocent lisp exclaimed, Because Uncle Haotai told me that ninjas are the strongest people. I want to become a ninja to protect my mother from being bullied. Yuxiang gazed up at Changpu, anticipating her affectionate pat on his head, believing that even the most formidable weapon of safeguarding family would surely touch her heart. Changpu listened to the child's tender voice, an inexplicable emotion flooding her heart. A vivid image flashed through her mind. Yashuki, must we not go? Are there not so many people? Why must a mere young chunin go? A beautiful young woman with a worried expression gazed at her man. The man paused in organizing his ninja tools before responding. Some things simply require someone to undertake them. Changpu, I want to listen. I want to listen. Why must you go? Changpu insisted. I promise you, I will return for our family. The man grasped the weeping woman tightly, disregarding her cries and struggles, pulling her into his embrace. For the village, for you. At that moment, the woman's emotional defenses crumbled entirely as she held him fiercely, inhaling his familiar scent. Yuxiang sensed his mother trembling, a shiver creeping down his spine. He fell silent, feeling that the only thing he could do was hold her tightly. Meanwhile, unfortunate Yosuke, overwhelmed by the sweltering heat, was sent back to his opulent residence in the central district of Uzumaki Village. The estate was a lavish spectacle, resplendent and extravagant, embodying the adage, not the best, but the most expensive. This mansion epitomized that sentiment perfectly. Inside the home, in Yosuke's chamber, he lay on his bed, having received treatment from medical ninjas and feeling relatively well. Drowsiness washed over him like a tide, rendering his eyelids heavy. A voluptuous and stunning noblewoman sat by his bedside, a fleeting glint of ruthlessness crossing her otherwise graceful features. Kuretani Naoya, who did this? The icy voice of Uzumaki Aiko echoed in the room. Mother. Yosuke struggled to rise from the bed to explain. Stay put, do not move. Aiko commanded with an undeniable authority, though her eyes betrayed a hint of concern. Yosuke's gaze flickered, hesitant to speak. Kuretani Naoya observed the questioning matriarch and noted Yosuke's pleading expression, letting out a silent sigh. It was a lapse on my part. I failed to notice young Master Yosuke's condition, resulting in his unfortunate heat exhaustion. Yosuke released a sigh of relief, but couldn't help glancing at Kuretani with unease. Aiko furrowed her brow, turning to look at Yosuke, confirming that he bore no visible injuries. The medical ninjas had indeed stated it was merely heat exhaustion. Could it be that her son had simply overindulged in play? Yosuke closed his eyes, feigning sleep, yet the vexing visage of Yuxiang surfaced in his mind, a desire for retribution brewing within him. Beside them, Aiko, visibly calmed yet still seething, could not help but feel the weight of her son's heat stroke. Who could she blame? The sun for its merciless rays? With a swift motion, she hurled the medicine bowl towards Naoya Kurata. The sound echoed sharply. Yosuke flinched, silenced by fear. Unfazed, Naoya lowered his head, allowing the shards to slice into his skin, blood trickling down his face. Even in the face of such direct aggression, his gaze remained unwavering, fierce as a flame, embodying the stoic nature of a warrior who transcends the body's instinctual reactions. I tasked you with safeguarding the young master. Where were you in that duty? Aiko's voice cut through the air. I apologize, madam. It was my oversight, Naoya replied, shouldering the blame entirely. As a retainer, it was an inescapable responsibility to look after the young lord, and he accepted it without question. Yosuke's lips moved, as if to speak on Naoya's behalf. But guilt gripped him. Naoya had just been dismissed, yet now he was expected to bear the consequences. Fear of his mother's wrath silenced him. You may leave now, Aiko said with a detached tone, a stark contrast to her earlier fury. Yes, Naoya responded quietly, rising to depart. Son, rest well. Once you recover. Your sister is eager to see you, Aiko said, a gentle smile brightening her face as she addressed Yosuke. All right, mother, Yosuke replied, relief washing over him as he observed his mother standing up, grateful to have evaded disaster. Yosuke, Aiko called, turning her back to him, her eyes momentarily flickering with an emotion she quickly concealed. You are growing up. There are truths you must come to understand. I will overlook today's incident. But do not cling to unrealistic fantasies. I wish to hear no more of the term ninja. At her words, Yosuke's heart tightened, a tumult of emotions surging within him, sadness, disappointment, perhaps despair. Wasn't this day already predetermined? He did not know. The way he gazed at Aiko was not that of a son looking upon his mother, but rather a subordinate before a superior, his expression marked by detachment, fear, and numbness. In a daze, Yosuke exited the room and wandered into the courtyard. A grand tree swayed gently in the wind, autumn leaves swirling down, carrying away the echoes of laughter that once filled the air. As he meandered through the estate, lost in thought, he seemed to search for something, hope or perhaps answers. Unconsciously, he found himself at the entrance of Naoya's courtyard. Realization dawned upon him. He hesitated no longer, determination flickering within him as though he had already discovered his answer. In the courtyard, a young warrior clad in samurai attire practiced with a wooden sword. Upon noticing Yosuke's arrival, the boy immediately set down his weapon and bowed respectfully. Young master, is your father inside? Yes, he is. I have something to ask him. You may. Proceed as you wish. Though Yosuke spoke nonchalantly, the young samurai paid him no heed, bowing his head and accompanying Yosuke until they reached the innermost chamber of the courtyard, where he finally withdrew respectfully. Now Yakutsuta knelt in the room, engrossed in a book. Upon noticing Yosuke's arrival, he set the book aside and casually remarked, "Young master, what brings you here?" Yosuke surveyed the surroundings, mirroring Kutsuta's demeanor. The room was immaculate, the only prominent feature being a row of bookshelves. It was rare for a samurai to possess a fondness for reading, and ultimately, his gaze settled upon a piece of white gauze. This. Yosuke felt a profound sense of remorse, yet was at a loss for words. It is of no consequence. I have failed in my duties as a samurai. Kutsuta seemed to perceive Yosuke's thoughts, offering a gentle smile of reassurance. Master. Yosuke inhaled deeply, steeling himself, and bowed deeply. Master, I wish to learn ninjutsu. I aspire to become a ninja, to seek freedom. After considerable hesitation, he finally articulated his intent. Are you certain? Your identity dictates your responsibilities. Your safety is intertwined with the lives of others. You cannot lead a life of reckless abandon. Understand that many would covet your position. Power, fame, status, these are innate to you. Yet for others, they are aspirations sought in vain throughout their lives. Kutsuta's words pierced Yosuke's core, as if he discerned the tender vulnerabilities within, revealing the fatigue and the deep-seated entanglements of desire within his heart. Kutsuta had anticipated this day, recognizing that the son of that man, regardless of his usual timidity and fear of his mother, would eventually reach a breaking point. It appeared that day had arrived. Ever since his father's passing, Yosuke felt estranged from his mother, who had undergone a complete transformation from that fateful day. Recollections of his mother's past actions sent tremors through him. He was acutely aware of her aversion to his association with other ninjas, driven by fear. Consequently, he shifted all blame onto Kutsuta, scarcely daring to utter a word in defense of him. He felt sullied, embodying the very image he had once despised. Exhausted, he no longer wished to uphold the fade of nobility. The prestigious lineage and esteemed status paled in comparison to his yearning for the life of a ninja. Or perhaps it was a longing for freedom. He had been shackled by the term noble for far too long, to the point of feeling as though he had lost his own identity. Are you willing to forsake everything you possess, to gamble all in a single desperate act? Since you have sought me out, it suggests you already harbor an answer within. Go forth. I cannot promise much. The journey is yours to navigate, Kutsuta said, his words laden with deeper meaning. Yosuke stumbled out of the courtyard, scarcely recalling how he had departed, his mind echoing with his master's words. Glancing at the garments he wore, he had never before loathed them so intensely. They felt akin to shackles. As he observed the birds soaring freely in the sky, a yearning stirred within him, and he muttered to himself, "But can I truly relinquish everything?" At that moment, within the realm of dreams, Yuxiang closed his eyes and sat cross-legged, embodying the stillness of his surroundings, encircled by celestial stars in an ethereal void. The atmosphere was imbued with profound silence and exquisite clarity. There existed neither air nor gravity, nor any sensory perception, as if a droplet merged into the vast ocean. With Yuxiang being both the water and the myriad stars, the boundless starry expanse calmed the tumult within his heart, while the infinite tranquility sharpened his awareness. It was only in this dreamlike realm that he could so perfectly attune to his own body. A sanctuary discovered after the failure to refine his chakra and recognizing his own shortcomings. Yuxiang immersed himself in self-reflection, sensing the subtle corporeal energy emanating from his 130 trillion cells, alongside the vibrant mental energy swirling deep in his mind. The abundance of physical energy within him, far greater than before, gradually quelled his grievances towards Uzumaki Natsuki, replaced instead by a profound sense of awareness. Were it not for the extensive physical training orchestrated by Natsuki during this period, he would never have been confident enough to refine chakra today. Moreover, during a confrontation with Waisuk, their combined might had even severed Kanai in their clash. He skillfully controlled these two energies, as if they were extensions of his own limbs, having mastered their manipulation through rigorous practice, akin to an inherent instinct. He guided them to intertwine, rotate, and ultimately merge. These energies resembled two unruly children, persistently resisting Yuxiang's intentions, yearning to escape their confines. With gentle patience, he soothed them, coaxing them together, molding them into unity. In the next moment, a pure, distinct energy was birthed within him, an essence vibrant with life. Yuxiang felt the emergence of this energy, faint yet brimming with limitless potential. His focus intensifying. He had previously reached this juncture multiple times. The process leading up to it was not overly difficult. The crucial moment, however, lay in the formation of chakra, where the allure would suddenly intensify, causing it to dissipate if one were not vigilant, as if flowing into the depths of the cosmos. At last, he had arrived at this milestone. Chakra gradually filled him, coalescing like mist or water, spontaneously generating from the first trace of chakra formed. Yuxiang attuned himself to this process, aware that the allure persisted, yet the rate of dissipation was only slightly faster than the pace of condensation. All he needed was to monitor it daily and regulate the flow. Another lengthy wait ensued, and fatigue weighed heavily upon him. He sensed that the chakra he had generated was temporarily sufficient to meet the demands of the dreamscape, allowing him to rest at ease. Drifting into slumber with the joy of having successfully refined chakra. Deep within the stars, in realms beyond his perception, a mirror stood erect in the space, continuously absorbing the chakra from its master. It was a pleasant and inviting morning. Yuxiang, filled with the elation of having refined chakra, hurried towards the back mountain, his heart racing with anticipation to share his joy with the others. However, a curious occurrence unfolded. Today, only Saru was present, while Lord Natsuki seemed to have vanished. Instinctively, Yuxiang looked up, as if anticipating that Natsuki was concealed within the branches of a tree, asleep. Sara, where's Lord Natsuki? Bang, bang. The response came in the form of resonant thuds, rich and powerful, with a distinct rhythm, evoking a unique beauty of cadence. After a while, Sorero seemed to finally catch wind of Yuxiang's words. I don't know. Yuxiang gritted his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead. A cheerful morning had been utterly spoiled. Vortex Sorero, why don't you just perish? Faced with Sorero's indifference, Yuxiang found himself unable to vent his frustration, directing his ire towards the immovable tree before him. As he commenced his training for the day, wrapping his hands in bandages, his strikes resonated with such force that they seemed poised to shatter the tree, striking with fervor. In a moment, a symphony of exhilarating sounds filled the air. A harmonious interplay of highs and lows. Two seemingly tireless youths poured their sweat into the task at hand until the sun ascended and the air grew increasingly warm, heralding the hasty arrival of Vortex Natsuki. Upon hearing the rustling of leaves in the forest, Yuxiang quickly turned, sensing the approach of his teacher, Natsuki. However, he was taken aback to see Natsuki limping toward him. Are you all right, Master Natsuki? Concern for Vortex Natsuki surged within him, prompting Yuxiang to rush forward, eager to assist. I'm fine, Natsuki replied nonchalantly, raising a hand to halt Yuxiang's gesture of support, his gaze directed at Yuxiang filled with unspoken resentment, leaving Yuxiang feeling perplexed. What is wrong with Master Natsuki? Why is he looking at me like that? It's not as if I caused his injury. Nearby, an elderly man, concealed among the foliage, observed the scene with curiosity. What has happened to Natsuki, limping like that? Surely, it wasn't he the young tree who did this. Evidently, the old gentleman had completely forgotten the torment he had inflicted upon his disciple the previous day. Teacher, Sorero, who had been engrossed in his trainings, finally noticed the peculiar situation and hurried over to support Vortex Natsuki. This action brought a look of gratitude to Natsuki's face. It seemed that Sorero was indeed a good disciple. Though few in words, he was considerate, unlike Yuxiang, who seemed to have a penchant for stirring the pot. Natsuki gazed affectionately at Sorero, and for a moment, the scene was one of harmony between master and disciple, blissfully ignoring the resentful glances cast by Vortex Yuxiang from behind. What is the essence of a genius and mental prowess? Can it be consumed? Yuxiang found himself momentarily moved by the atmosphere between the two, overwhelmed by a dual barrage of sentiment, completely forgetting the jubilant purpose for which he had approached. After some time, Yuxiang regained his composure. Now devoid of any trace of joy, as though merely recounting an unrelated event, he spoke in a subdued tone. I have mastered chakra. Continuing his physical training with unbroken focus, he persisted in his movements. You say you have mastered chakra? Natsuki's face lit up with joy. He had been quietly observing Yuxiang's efforts over this period and felt genuinely happy for him. Sorero, upon hearing the news, allowed a faint smile to grace his lips, silently relieved that Yuxiang had finally achieved the mastery of chakra. Yuxiang glanced disdainfully at Shero, who had only responded with a brief acknowledgement and then fell silent. Chakra is merely a trivial matter. I have cultivated it myself, so what is there to boast about? He thought. Very well. Now that both of you have developed your chakra, allow me to introduce the attributes of chakra, which will aid you in choosing your future training paths. Xiaoshu cautiously and slowly seated himself upon a stone. You are already aware that chakra is composed of both spiritual and physical energy, he began, checking to see if they remembered the previous content. The two nodded, prompting him to continue. Now, let me enlighten you about what you may not know. Chakra is divided into 7 attributes: water, fire, earth, wind, lightning, and the dual forces of yin and yang. Curious, Yuxiang raised his hand and inquired, Master Xiaoshu, since the attributes are categorized, what are the distinctions among them? Excellent question, Xiaoshu replied, offering him an approving glance. Indeed, there are differences. For instance, among the 5 elemental attributes, water, fire, earth, wind, and lightning, the lightning attribute boasts the strongest offensive capabilities, while the earth attribute provides the greatest defense. I wish to learn the lightning attribute chakra, Yuxiang exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with excitement. The strongest attack is perfectly suited for me, isn't it? However, the chakra attribute is innate. It cannot be chosen. You are what you are, Xiaoshu clarified. Yuxiang, uncertain, replied, so if I possess earth attribute chakra, does that mean I can only be a turtle? Shero, overhearing this, shot Yuxiang a frosty glare, feeling displeased. Fortunately, Yuxiang remained focused on the lesson, unaware that another confrontation was brewing. Not necessarily. Many high-ranking ninjas can cultivate elemental transformations later in life, allowing them to possess multiple attributes and develop chakra according to their needs, Xiaoshu explained. That's reassuring. I will definitely train in the lightning attribute and become the strongest attacking ninja, Yuxiang declared, setting his sights on his chakra training goals. Master, how can one determine their chakra attribute? He asked. Today, I brought a chakra test paper. Just infuse your chakra into it, Xiaoshu replied, retrieving a piece of paper from his tool pouch and handing it to Yuxiang. Curious, Yuxiang took it and, following his teacher's instructions, infused the delicate chakra he had just refined into the paper. It burned in one half while the other half wrinkled. Master, what is this? Yuxiang asked, astonished by the transformation, his heart racing with excitement. One half signifies lightning, the other fire. Both are attributes with strong offensive capabilities, Xiaoshu informed him. Yuxiang felt a surge of pride and then inquired, do you have another test paper? Let Shero use one as well. Coughing slightly, Xiaoshu glanced at Shero's rather unappealing expression and quickly interrupted. Shero can come back later. Let us continue discussing the attributes of chakra. He then provided a brief overview of the characteristics of various elemental ninjutsu and their training directions, ensuring they understood the paths that lay ahead. Thus, there is no single strongest attribute. Rather, there is only the most suitable attribute. Yuxiang nodded in agreement, while Shero noticed the 2 attributes Xiaoshu had overlooked in his explanation. Teacher, what about the attributes of yin and yang? How should I explain these 2 types of chakra? Xiaoshu paused, seemingly contemplating the best way to articulate his thoughts. Yin and yang can be regarded as the most unique yet most commonplace of attributes. The curiosity of the 2 grew. How could these be considered both unique and commonplace? Yin and yang are not constrained by any other attributes, which makes them unique, yet they exist within every human body, rendering them commonplace. Xiaoshu continued. Yin is composed of spirit, while yang is provided by the physical form. Shero felt a sense of familiarity. Reflecting thoughtfully as a realization dawned upon him. Wasn't this the very composition of chakra? Indeed, you recognize it well. These are the 2 energies that constitute chakra. Xiaoshu added with a smile, observing the 2 young ones. However, they are not merely 2 simple energies. The process is rather intricate, and I am unsure how to explain it fully. Perhaps it suffices for you to acknowledge their existence. Yin release creates something from nothing, while yang release bestows life. Xiaoshu glanced at the nearby thicket, a sea of green devoid of anything extraordinary, yet he smiled knowingly. All right, that will be all for today. As Yuxiang descended the mountain path, he pondered over Xiaoshu's discourse on chakra attributes. The more he reflected, the more powerful he felt the yin and yang release seemed. Yin release creates something from nothing, while yang release bestows life, he silently repeated, believing it to be far more impressive than the mightiest of attacks, the lightning attribute. It was not just men who were fickle, boys were too. He resolved to inquire of Xiaoshu the following day about how to learn yin and yang release. The man who mastered yin and yang release, Vortex Yuxiang. Growing increasingly excited, Yuxiang remained oblivious to the fact that he was gradually veering onto an unfamiliar path. He surveyed his surroundings. Everything felt so fresh, so familiar. In the next moment, his feet slipped from beneath him, plunging into darkness. Not far away, a series of snickers echoed mischievously. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of the village, in the southern part of Vortex Village, stood the residence of the second elder, Vortex Haido. The first elder, Vortex Taiji, and the second elder, Vortex Haido, were cousins of the same generation, having grown up together. and had spent a lifetime bickering over trivial matters. Their disputes revolved around issues such as, why are you the first elder while I am the second elder, when I am clearly older? And why is your son the clan leader instead of mine? Their quarrels were not aimed at achieving a resolution. Perhaps this was simply their way of expressing affection. They had learned together, grown together, and fought for the Vortex clan's cause together until the day their relationship began to fray. Outsiders dismissed their discord, believing that time would mend their rift, just as it had in the past. Yet, a decade and more had passed, and everything remained unchanged. The exterior of the house appeared unremarkable, and upon entering, it remained just as unremarkable. Inside, an elderly gentleman dressed in simple attire sat alone at a chess table, arranging the pieces. In this room, if one were to identify anything of aesthetic merit, it would undoubtedly be the exquisite chess set. The pieces, resplendent and translucent, are far from ordinary. Vortex Kadu, an elderly man of unremarkable attire and appearance, possesses only one striking feature, his eyes. They are orbs that have borne witness to the vicissitudes of time. Their corners etched with wrinkles, the skin sagging, seemingly mundane. Yet, these eyes command the attention of others. They exude wisdom, tranquility, and depth, resembling the unfathomable depths of the ocean at night. Master, I have received word from Hiroki. A young man clad in a tight black outfit suddenly materializes behind Vortex Kadu, kneeling on one leg, bowing his head while presenting a scroll with both hands. Vortex Kadu casually takes the scroll, opening it with a nonchalant demeanor. Is our clan leader still reluctant to meet me? When did we become so estranged? A teasing smile plays upon Vortex Kadu's benevolent face, finding amusement in the situation. The black-clad man kneels respectfully beside him, refraining from any comment, as the matter at hand concerns the master and Hiroki, a topic beyond his purview. This young man, despite his rather unflattering ninja garb, possesses an undeniable allure. His striking features remain intact, a fact that complicates his role as a ninja who must remain inconspicuous. Vortex Tohei, however, does not share this sentiment, believing that one's looks are a mere gift of nature, and he bears his striking appearance with resignation. As Vortex Kadu unrolls the scroll, he scrutinizes its contents, knowing that a message warranting Hiroki's special delivery must be of significant import. Upon reading, Vortex Kadu's previously serene expression transforms into one of gravity. Observing this, Vortex Tohei feels a surge of curiosity. What news could hold such weight? It is known that since the second elder's semi-retirement a decade ago, he has largely relinquished control over village affairs, save for occasionally stirring trouble for Hiroki. Nothing has warranted such a serious demeanor from Kadu until now. With a furrowed brow, Vortex Kadu inspects the message multiple times, deep in contemplation. Noticing Tohei's eager curiosity, he offers a faint smile and tosses the scroll to him. Tohei, kneeling, hastily catches it, yet dares not gaze at the contents, fearing he might glimpse something forbidden. Didn't Ti say you needn't be so solemn? There are no outsiders here. Tohei grins sheepishly, remaining silent, and shifts into a seated position, his eagerness betraying his indifference towards such protocols. Have a look. This is something you ought to know. Vortex Kadu refocuses his attention on the chessboard. Where the game is fraught with peril, each side locked in a fierce standoff. Sensing his master's permission, Tohei relaxes. His curiosity piqued about what significant news could compel Hiroki, who typically evades Kadu like a mouse avoiding a cat, to reach out. However, as he reads, Tohei is taken aback. He had not anticipated the nature of the message. Konoha intends to invade the land of rain. A mere phrase inscribed upon an entire scroll. Yet CHA perceives no waste in this, for the worth of the statement justifies such documentation. Master. CHA's tone carries a hint of dissatisfaction. Uzumaki Kaido gazes vacantly at the chessboard, entranced not by the game itself, but by the tumultuous world of the ninja that lies beneath it, a world where various factions intertwine, collaborate, and constrain one another. Years have swiftly passed, and at last, Uzumaki Kaido breaks the silence. CHA, in your youth, you were renowned alongside Hiroki as a prodigy of our Uzumaki village, with a future bright as the dawn. Yet now, you find yourself entangled by an old fool like me. Do you not find this somewhat regrettable? CHA, taken aback by these words, finds himself at a loss for a response. Regret? Indeed, he harbors a sense of loss within, but how could he voice such sentiments to his esteemed mentor? He remains silent. Haha, it is good to possess a heart of discontent. I, Uzumaki Kaido, share that sentiment. Kaido laughs rather than fuming, scattering the chess pieces across the board, dismissing the chaotic game. Whether it be stability or turmoil, this game is beyond our control. All we can do is strive to the best of our abilities. Over a decade ago, Kaido had a falling out with Uzumaki Taiji due to political disagreements, leading him to retreat to this remote village in despair. Hei, Kaido's disciple, had at that time chosen to support the second elder, thus finding himself embroiled in these shadows. More than 10 years ago, my proposals were met with resistance. I thought I would live in obscurity until my end. Who could have predicted this turn of events? Must we relive the past? Kaido's gaze sharpens as it locks onto Hei, his usually tranquil eyes now betraying a steely intensity. Hei, do you still wish to believe in my vision and support me as you did in the past? At this moment, the old man's eyes brim with hope, tinged with a plea. The figure before Hei is no longer the formidable Uzumaki Kaido of yesteryears, but an elder beseeching to contribute one last effort for the village. I pledge my unwavering loyalty, Hei solemnly replies, the query igniting the embers of his ambition, reminiscent of his youthful vigor. Excellent, excellent. The elder beams with satisfaction, his taut demeanor relaxing at once. Though he has not graced the public eye for over a decade, his noble status remains, yet without Hei's support, his hopes would be scant. First, gauge their opinions, particularly those old fellows who expressed interest years ago. Kaido instructs, urgency evident in his tone. Very well, I shall proceed immediately. I also believe it prudent to reach out to the families of the fallen ninjas from over a decade past. They may better understand our plight. Hei promptly agrees, adding that they must first rally a group of like-minded individuals due to their limited manpower. Handle this matter as you see fit, Kaido replies with a slight nod, continuing their preparations. Furthermore, you should send someone to make contact on that side. If the conditions remain unchanged, I firmly believe they will acquiesce. Vortex Hato spoke these words with great deliberation, as if grappling with his own uncertainty, yet ultimately appearing resolute. If necessary, we can. Yet. This last phrase remained unvoiced, as he fixed his gaze upon Hei, exuding an air of undeniable authority. Hei felt a twinge of trepidation. He was acutely aware of the elder's implications. The notion they had once proposed together had been abandoned due to its far-reaching implications. Hei hesitated. Was it truly necessary to pursue such extremes? He understood that the ramifications of this course of action were far more severe than the prospect of his mentor contending for the title of clan leader against Vortex Hiroki. Vortex Hato discerned the youth's reluctance. Such hesitation was entirely natural. Anyone faced with matters that bore upon the village's future would waver, especially since they were currently the strategists, bearing the weight of the village's destiny. How could they not hesitate? Yet, indecision breeds chaos. What we failed to accomplish over a decade ago, do you believe you can achieve now? Though framed as a question, it bore no semblance of doubt. Vortex Hato was all too aware that even at the zenith of his power, few had been willing to place their trust in him. What hope was there now? Given the audacity of his ideas? If we are convinced that our decision is just, we must persevere, all our endeavors are for the sake of the village. Very well. Hei replied succinctly yet with unwavering conviction. In that moment, the elder's steadfast belief resonated deeply with the young man. Having chosen a path, he resolved to see it through to its conclusion. As Yuxiang stepped into the void, his body plummeted into darkness, his hands flailing through the air in a desperate attempt to grasp something. A sudden force struck him, and he was enveloped in blackness. After a prolonged moment, Yuxiang gradually regained consciousness, shaking his head as he struggled to rise. In a moment of distraction, his foot seemed to tread upon something resembling a tree root, causing him to slip precariously. What is this? He looked down, but the obscurity of his surroundings rendered it impossible to discern the object. Frustrated, he kicked at the thing that had nearly caused his fall. A stick-like object sailed past his line of sight, and in the dim light, he faintly perceived it to be a yellowish bone. Squinting, he examined it closely. It was a leg bone, thick at both ends and slender in the middle. His heart tightened in alarm. This was a human femur. Retreating in haste, he focused his gaze and dimly discerned a skeleton lying on the ground, not far from the entrance of the cave. A sense of fear gripped him. Despite not being inherently timid, this was his first encounter with a corpse. His pride compelled him to stand resolutely in place. For humanity, death is an eternally daunting subject. The true fear lies not in death itself, but in the unknown. The surroundings were pitch black, and the whispering winds that caressed his ears felt like the calls of the departed. Only a faint glimmer of light at the base of the cave provided him with a semblance of security. Is anyone there? He called out, his voice echoing in the cavernous space, a sound that felt vast and desolate. Suppressing his fear, Yuxiang cautiously reached out to explore the area. How could this be? A chasm had suddenly appeared along his usual path, revealing such an expansive subterranean cave. After a while, he circled the underground chamber, gradually familiarizing himself with the environment. Fortunately, the frightening scenarios he had imagined did not unfold. There was only the single skeleton, which remained motionless. A sigh of relief escaped his lips, easing his anxiety. The chamber was circular, encircled by smooth walls, with a singular opening at its center. The walls appeared unnaturally polished, as if not formed by nature. And the exit at the cave's apex loomed at a height of several meters, far beyond Yuxiang's reach. How could my body be so resilient? He pondered. Astonished that he had emerged unscathed from such a fall, he had not even experienced the slightest pain. Glancing back at the lofty exit, he dismissed the notion of attempting to scale it. With walls so smooth, lacking any footholds, he resolved to concentrate chakra at the soles of his feet. What is happening to my chakra? Yuxiang observed the walls with curiosity, sensing an unseen barrier that seemed to absorb his energy. After several futile attempts, he reluctantly abandoned this fruitless endeavor, realizing he had yet to master such techniques. At this juncture, Yuxiang faced two choices. Earlier, while meandering about, he had discovered another passageway within the cave. It likely led deeper underground. Yuxiang gazed into the abyss of the passageway, which loomed before him like a monstrous beast, its gaping maw beckoning him to enter. A sense of unease washed over him. Shaking his head, he resolutely dismissed this option. The darkness concealed unknown dangers. Turning his attention to the skeletal remains, he grimaced. Predecessor, given our shared plight, please do not frighten me. Despite his trepidation, Yuxiang approached the bones, reasoning that a corpse, after all, posed little threat, provided its former owner had not set any traps before passing. He cautiously examined the remains, hoping to uncover some valuable clue. Upon closer inspection, he recognized the familiar garb, a green vest worn by the Uzumaki Clan, identical to that of Naruto. The skeleton lay supine, its hollow eye sockets gazing upwards towards the passage's opening, seemingly yearning for the world beyond. Though he could not ascertain the exact duration of its decay, he surmised it must have been over a month since death had claimed this individual. The green vest appeared unblemished, remarkably intact, and though visibility was poor, it did not seem particularly filthy. In its bony grasp, the corpse clutched a forehead protector tightly. Yuxiang gingerly pried it free, cautious not to trigger any mechanisms or disturbances, and raised it to the light for examination. A twinge of sorrow gripped him. It bore the unmistakable insignia of the Uzumaki Clan, indicating that this was a fallen ninja of his lineage. An inexplicable emotion surged within him. Was it regret, or something else altogether? He could not define it. A sudden impulse compelled him to rise and cease his actions. Perhaps one day, he too would meet a fate similar to that of this predecessor, perishing in some obscure corner of the world. For Yuxiang, who aspired to stand tall within the realm of ninjas, the path was clear. He must either grow stronger or succumb in the pursuit of strength. No other outcome existed. Perhaps this predecessor possessed something of value, the cause of death, intelligence. Yet, Yuxiang felt no desire to continue his search. He silently bowed to the fallen ninja, returning the femur he had previously dislodged to its original place, offering a hint of apology. Predecessor, once I escape, I will bring you home. With unwavering resolve, he turned away, prideful in his Uzumaki heritage, and ventured into the darkness, towards the only place that might harbor hope. Perhaps one day, when faced with a similar crossroads, he would seize every opportunity for survival without hesitation, regardless of the means employed. Yet in this moment, he felt no remorse for his decision. He hoped that when he inevitably fell during his journey, someone would honor him with a bow. The darkness gradually enveloped Yuxiang's form until he was entirely consumed. After a brief interval, a voice echoed through the shadows. What a fool! Though critical, the tone unexpectedly carried a hint of satisfaction. Yuxiang, feeling his way along the wall, advanced cautiously, a burgeoning sense of regret creeping into his heart. He regretted it all. Indeed, as he stepped into the tunnel, it seemed as though all the trappings of the civilized world receded into the distance. Silence, emptiness. Perhaps that predecessor left behind some clues for departure? Perhaps that esteemed figure yearned to escape, to strive for the village in his stead. Yuxiang was engulfed in a whirlwind of thoughts, ultimately reflecting on his own bravado. What was he even pretending to be? Time became an enigma. It felt both fleeting and interminable, rendering Yuxiang unable to discern its passage, only perceiving an overwhelming sense of duration. The unchanging tunnel bore a hint of novelty as his hand grazed a corner of the wall. His heart fluttered with a mix of anticipation and trepidation regarding the unknown. He had refrained from examining the remains of that predecessor, oblivious to what might have confined a ninja to languish in this cavern, awaiting a grim fate. Was it an injury that hampered his mobility, or something else? This lack of clarity only deepened Yuxiang's fear. While he possessed confidence, he did not harbor the arrogance to believe he could surpass an adult ninja. All he could do now was proceed with utmost caution, hoping to uncover a fragment of overlooked evidence. Summoning his courage, Yuxiang took a single step forward, which imbued him with a wholly different sensation. The darkness thickened. Instantly, he retreated, yearning to return to the very darkness that had initially instilled fear within him. That boundless void now seemed to offer solace. Yet, his hopes were dashed. The tunnel had vanished. Yuxiang inhaled deeply, striving to regain his composure and suppress his fear as he pressed onward. He had vowed to become the strongest. How could he abandon that promise? Enveloped in darkness, he began to discern a variation in his surroundings. The sound of wind. Yes, the wind. But then, it faded away. Yuxiang extended his hand, seeking to sense the flow of air. Until now, he had been unaware of its gentle caress, only realizing its absence now that it had disappeared. At this moment, he could not even ascertain whether his body was in motion. How does one perceive their own existence? Through the senses of touch, hearing, taste, and smell. Yet, he was horrified to discover that he was losing these innate faculties. This was the true essence of boundless darkness. He walked on, relentlessly, fearing that the moment he paused, he would lose the resolve to continue. While he claimed to be walking, Yuxiang could not confirm if he truly was. After losing his sense of perception, he could not ascertain whether he was moving at all. He dreaded that if he halted, he might end up like that nameless skeleton, decaying and reeking in this lightless cavern until he faded away, becoming merely a cautionary relic for future wanderers. No. If this disorienting plight was something that predecessor had also faced, how then did he escape and return to his original position? Yuxiang pondered silently. If that predecessor had managed to leave this place, perhaps it signified that he too had a chance to escape, or even further, to break free into the outside world and return to his familiar village and the people he cherished. If one were to contemplate the distinctions between oneself and that esteemed predecessor, what could it be that permits the predecessor to depart from this place while one remains bound? Chakra. Yuxiang felt an exhilarating urge to leap into the air. Indeed, it was chakra. He immediately endeavored to harness the chakra he had only recently cultivated. In this boundless darkness, he sought to attune himself to his own body. Gradually, he became aware of a novel mode of perception, distinct from his previous awareness. The blood coursed through his veins, the heart pulsed within his chest, and his breath trembled through the trachea. Every facet of his being resonated with its own melody. This space mirrored the dreamlike realm he was familiar with, silent, void. If he could quiet his mind, he would swiftly acclimate to this sensation. In the next moment, the fire of chakra ignited within Yuxiang's form. As he concentrated on refining his chakra, he discerned an anomaly. At the surface of his body, an energy coalesced. Whenever his awareness brushed against this force, his control wavered. He strained to perceive it all. His awareness finally pierced through this veil of energy, reaching beyond his corporeal confines, into the external realm, beyond his sensory limits. A familiar energy lingered there, vague yet extraordinarily close. Gradually, it became clearer, taking shape. It was a chain. Yuxiang was astonished to discover a chain binding him. This chain was entirely composed of chakra, its other end tethered to a distant mass of chakra, a searing and potent force. On a secluded path behind the hills of Tidal Village, tranquility reigned. There were no inhabitants nearby, save for an abandoned lumber yard, rendered unsafe due to landslides from torrential rains. After all, the mountains lacked nothing but trees. An eccentric old man lounged in the shade, imbibing alcohol to cool off. This was hardly remarkable, just a drunken elder seeking respite on a midday. What was peculiar, however, was that the old man held a golden chain in his left hand, the other end bound to a slender youth. This youth was Yuxiang, in a place he would ordinarily never venture, desolate and perilous. Yet, in this moment, he had shattered his habitual confines, appearing alongside an old man in this forsaken locale. The chain was tightly fastened around Yuxiang, his eyes tightly shut, his expression placid. The distance between them stretched several meters, and the golden chain, likewise, extended for several meters, curiously taut yet devoid of any apparent weight connecting the two. There was no visible exertion from the old man. He simply held the chain in one hand and a bottle of wine in the other, sipping contentedly, occasionally setting the bottle down to form an enigmatic seal with his right hand. The old sorcerer's illusionary arts proved quite effective. The elder reveled in this leisurely moment, seemingly untroubled by the prospect of the bound youth escaping. The old man appeared to sense something, his bleary gaze drifting toward the boy. Seeing that he remained utterly still, it dawned on him that he had misjudged the situation, prompting him to shake his head and take another swig of alcohol. Aging, indeed. How could anyone perceive the external world so swiftly? Yuxiang sensed a chakra chain binding him, and he extended his perception along the chain. As he traversed its length, he stumbled upon a vibrant mass of chakra. Just as he contemplated probing this energy further, it suddenly surged with a jolt, startling Yuxiang into retracting his perception. For reasons unbeknownst to him, he had an inkling that his probing had disturbed the other party. He waited anxiously, finally exhaling in relief when he sensed no further movements from the chakra mass. At this moment, Yuxiang remained unable to move, and he had surmised the truth. He had not fallen into any cavern, nor encountered any elder or tunnel. It was all a ruse orchestrated by the individual before him. Yet, he dared not extend his perception towards the other, fearing that he might reveal his consciousness had returned. He was entirely in the dark regarding the other's intentions. Was it amusement, a game, or something else entirely? Yuxiang was not inclined to gamble his future on the goodwill of another. Instead, he turned his focus inward, meticulously searching for any means to extricate himself from this predicament. Despite being ensnared by the chain, it was illogical for him to feel utterly devoid of sensation. This could only indicate that the technique employed possessed the capacity to obscure perception. He searched diligently, yet found no anomalies. If there were anything amiss, it was merely the chain itself. Eventually, his perseverance bore fruit. The most elusive truths could not withstand the test of human patience, and he discerned the peculiarities at last. One end of the chakra chain was tethered to the individual while the other was bound to him. Initially, he believed it was merely draped over him. But as he meticulously examined the chain with his perception, he uncovered a startling distinction. The chain did not merely bind him, it was connected to the back of his head. This revelation instilled a deeper fear within Yuxiang. The brain is the most vulnerable part of the human body. Should the other sense something amiss and tug at the chain, his future would be irrevocably altered. The chakra chain penetrated the back of Yuxiang's head, dispersing into finer threads that intertwined with his brain and cervical spine. Was this the locus of my sensory confinement? Initially, the chain had seemed to ensnare him entirely, with an overwhelming chakra presence surrounding him. Thus, he had overlooked the subtle intrusion of this alien chakra within him. Now that he had identified the cause, the question remained, what to do next? Yuxiang attempted to expel this foreign chakra. Many jutsu require chakra as a foundation. Although he was oblivious to the principles governing this technique, he believed that if he could eradicate this foreign energy, everything would revert to normal. He was aware that such an action might draw the individual's attention, yet feeling cornered. He reasoned that whether he tried or not, he faced certain doom, leaving him no choice but to attempt it. In the next moment, Yuxiang found himself questioning his existence. The chakra felt so disparate despite being of the same essence. Yuxiang endeavored to dispel the formidable chakra, far surpassing that of the foreign chakra. Yet, the alien chakra merely swayed slightly, like leaves stirred by the wind, remaining steadfast and unmoved. In contrast, Yuxiang felt a piercing pain throughout his body from this mere motion. The elder gazed at Yuxiang with astonishment. Yuxiang's attempt had inadvertently touched upon the intricacies of the technique, revealing his activity. Indeed, there was someone capable of unraveling the first layer of illusion so swiftly. This elder was none other than Uzumaki Taiji, the esteemed patriarch of the Uzumaki Clan. Upon waking that morning, he found himself increasingly compelled by thought. At his age, one might wonder what pursuits remained. He had traversed the spectrum of life, experiencing both glory and defeat. If he harbored any regrets, it would be concerning his apprentice. Uzumaki Hato had taken on an exceptional student, grasping the essence of his secret arts, while he himself, sigh. The elder could not help but exhale a breath of melancholy when reflecting upon his apprentice, Uzumaki Natsuki. Natsuki was not lacking in ability, yet their compatibility was questionable. Hence, with a flicker of hope, he had followed Natsuki to this location to observe this so-called prodigy of mental prowess. Indeed, a genius. Uzumaki Taiji meticulously scrutinized the boy, whose frail frame and delicate features reminded him of his own youth, exuding a charm that felt like a gift destined for him. However, Uzumaki Taiji was no longer in the throes of impulsivity. He had long surpassed that tumultuous phase of life and had learned from past mistakes. Thus, he devised a modest trial composed of 2 layers of illusion. While not particularly formidable, it would suffice for a child lacking any foundation in illusion techniques. Someone who had only just begun to cultivate chakra. He had not anticipated that Yuxiang had only recently awakened his chakra, after all. Who would dare introduce a child devoid of chakra to the patriarch of the Uzumaki clan, boldly claiming that only they could instruct him? That would be tantamount to courting disaster. The inner layer of illusion created a deceptive perception, manifesting as the cave and the corpse that Yuxiang initially encountered, all woven from Uzumaki Taiji's mental fabric. The illusion was susceptible to unraveling. He had left clues upon the corpse, allowing Yuxiang, once he had glimpsed them, to ascertain the proper course of action. In that dark cave, permeated by a sense of encroachment, lay Uzumaki Taiji's chakra imprint. To put it succinctly, for those who can perceive, the task is not arduous. For those who cannot, even if the direction of the imprint is directly revealed, they would soon find themselves lost once more within the illusion. The outer layer consisted of a perception-blocking technique, symbolized by the chain tethered to the back of Yuxiang's head. Unbeknownst to him, Yuxiang did not follow the trail of the imprint left behind. Instead, he broke through the chakra barrier and directly sensed the external chakra chain. At this juncture, Uzumaki Taiji's trial had effectively concluded. The inner illusion served as the trial itself, while the outer chain merely functioned to obscure perception, enhancing the illusion's efficacy and providing a measure of control over Yuxiang's body to prevent any unintentional harm. However, at this moment, he showed no signs of ceasing. He watched with great interest as Yuxiang repeatedly attempted to dispel the chakra chains binding him. Was his original ninjutsu truly so easily decipherable? Immersed in the ferocity of the internal struggle, Yuxiang, after numerous attempts, finally sensed something peculiar. Despite being chakra, how could it be so resolute? Upon closer examination, he ultimately unraveled the secret of these fine threads. They were not mere threads at all. The strands infiltrating from the back of his head were, in fact, chakra chains. So diminutive that they resembled threads, yet they possessed the ability to form chains, far surpassing the strength of Yuxiang's chakra sphere. Akin to the distinction between a vaporous mass and an iron chain, they were not of the same caliber. Such an unyielding structure explained why he could not disperse them. Astonished, Yuxiang pondered why someone capable of such ninjutsu would specifically target him. Who was that individual? And what were their intentions? If their objective was to eliminate him, they need not have gone to such lengths. Meanwhile, Uzumaki Taiji chuckled quietly to himself. Not particularly adept at illusionary techniques, this was the first time he had so effortlessly employed Jinjutsu against another. Observing Yuxiang's relentless attempts, Taiji did not intervene. It was merely a momentary discomfort. He was confident that with his vigilance, Yuxiang would not be harmed. Surprisingly, Yuxiang's cold sweat continued to accumulate, yet his movements remained steady. Although invisible to the naked eye, Taiji could sense a surge of chakra assaulting his chains. He was taken aback. The willpower of this 6-year-old child exceeded his expectations. Generally, such resilience was expected from seasoned warriors, honed through years of arduous missions. Yet this child was merely 6. Uzumaki Taiji gazed intently at this unassuming boy, feeling an uncanny resemblance, not in appearance, but in spirit. Their inner tenacity mirrored one another. Perhaps he truly could inherit his ninjutsu, Taiji murmured to himself, for the first time acknowledging that Uzumaki Natsuki's words held truth. This child was indeed a prodigy of mental fortitude, whether in his still immature path of ninjutsu, his superior perceptive abilities, or his unwavering will. For the first time, Taiji sensed that his regrets might find fulfillment. Uzumaki Yuxiang. This was the seed capable of inheriting his ninjutsu. With diligent nurturing, this seed would inevitably sprout into a towering tree. Yuxiang once again endeavored to confront the foreign chakra residing within him. Accompanying his efforts, pain surged like a relentless tide. Yuxiang could not vocalize his agony, yet his spirit roared deep within his consciousness. Suffering, endurance, and further suffering. It seemed an interminable cycle, and he had long lost count of how many times he had experienced such torment. Nor did he believe this would be his final encounter with it. He had contemplated alternative methods. He once considered obstructing the passage through which the chakra chains flowed, severing them to prevent connection with the minuscule chakra chains within him. After all, the execution of ninjutsu necessitated the support of chakra, and a root devoid of water could be easily eradicated. However, it became evident that perhaps his reasoning was flawed. He had overestimated his own chakra. In comparison to this foreign chakra's resilience, his own chakra was as insubstantial as mist, utterly incapable of disturbing the chains. This was untenable, Yuxiang mused. The chains were tethered to his body, akin to iron links binding an object. One must ponder whether it is easier to unchain or to sever the links. Once more, he plunged into what appeared to be an endless endeavor. Each successive attempt brought not only pain, but also a depletion of chakra. The sole silver lining was that Yuxiang discovered his chakra, after numerous collapses and reconsolidations, had become exceptionally refined and adept to wield. This revelation propelled him to endure the pain, persistently repeating what seemed an utterly futile endeavor. Another failure. How many times had he faltered? Yuxiang had no time to ponder this question. Pain, failure. Were these not the hallmarks of his existence within the dreamlike space? Yet, in stark contrast to that realm, reality bore the capacity to inflict harm. Just as Yuxiang was on the verge of surrendering to despair, awaiting his fate, suddenly, with another assault, the chains began to yield slightly. A flicker of joy ignited within Yuxiang. He could not discern whether his efforts were bearing fruit or if the ninjutsu was waning, but he dared not relent. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he accelerated the frequency of his strikes. At last, following a particular thrust, the chakra chains were yanked away with a swift whoosh. Just as they completely detached from the back of Yuxiang's head and spine, his vision momentarily darkened, not in the sense of an absence of light, for his eyes had never truly seen the light, but rather, he suddenly found himself unable to perceive the contents of his own body. It was as though he had abruptly lost the ability to sense the things within him. A glimmer of light, a faint halo, materialized before Yuxiang. His world revitalized. The gentle breeze caressed his skin, air whistled past his ears, and the blazing sun enveloped him in warmth, granting him regained dominion over his body. Never before had he felt such profound joy in experiencing these sensations. Humans are creatures who often do not recognize the value of what they possess until it is lost. Was this a return to reality? Yuxiang's heart raced with exhilaration as he prepared to open his eyes, only to halt abruptly. He was acutely aware of the individual who had bound him with chakra chains. Anxiousness gripped Yuxiang, yet he felt utterly powerless. Fearful that even the slightest movement might attract attention, he endeavored to extend his mental energy outward, much as he had when trapped in darkness, seeking to perceive the movements of that individual. Yet, he found himself unable to do so. His perception was beyond his control. Yuxiang sensed that his mental strength remained, but it could only be summoned in the tranquil embrace of darkness. Now, in a state of agitation, he was devoid of that prior sensation. Why was this so? Must he be ensnared in darkness to wield such power? As Yuxiang silently fretted over his uncertain fate, he remained unaware that the esteemed elder of the Uzumaki clan was intently observing him. Uzumaki Taiji felt a stirring within his spirit. Despite having elevated his assessment of Yuxiang on numerous occasions, he now recognized that he had underestimated the youth. In his age group, Yuxiang was indeed unparalleled, even surpassing Sorero. A quiet admiration for Yuxiang blossomed within Taiji. Observing the beads of sweat accumulating on Yuxiang's brow, he could no longer bear the sight, and promptly withdrew the chakra chains. He approached Yuxiang, a smile gracing his face as he regarded his chosen disciple. The heir he had long sought. Strangely, despite having dispelled the jutsu, there was still no response. Taiji scanned the surroundings, anxious that the recent jutsu might have harmed his beloved apprentice. A faint aroma of alcohol wafted toward Yuxiang, growing increasingly potent. Yuxiang's body stiffened, a sense of urgency swelling within him. This was troubling. He hurriedly opened his eyes, only to find an inebriated elder, eyes glazed with stupor, standing before him. Yuxiang forced a sheepish smile, subtly shifting one foot back, his gaze fixated on the drunken elder, ready to flee at the slightest misgiving. Yet, the elder's unwavering gaze bore into Yuxiang, an insatiable yearning emanating from his eyes that sent a shiver down Yuxiang's spine. A chilling thought crossed his mind. Could this old man be the one? Despair flickered in Yuxiang's eyes. He would never submit, despite the likelihood that he could not overpower this enigmatic elder. He was determined to resist with every ounce of strength he possessed. Mother, forgive me, I can no longer care for you. Yuxiang's eyes ignited with fervent resolve. I have pledged to accept you as my disciple. Uzumaki Taiji had already envisioned Yuxiang as his apprentice. Decades of aspirations were on the cusp of realization through this young man, stirring within him a profound excitement. However, being a noble ninja of considerable status, he maintained a facade of nonchalance as he uttered these words. As for the blazing fire within Yuxiang's eyes, Taiji interpreted it as mere enthusiasm and admiration for the esteemed elder. He believed Yuxiang was eager to kneel in reverence. After all, he was Uzumaki Taiji. A crow flew overhead. The atmosphere turned awkward. Yuxiang was perplexed by his intentions, except a disciple. Was this acceptance the same as he understood? The prospect of such a powerful ninja wanting him as an apprentice ignited a yearning within Yuxiang. Yet he remained cautious and inquired, "Who are you?" The atmosphere became so awkward that even the usually thick-skinned Uzumaki Taiji felt uncomfortable. Hadn't Hiroki promised to take him as a disciple? Why was there no mention of it? I am Uzumaki Taiji, the grandfather of Uzumaki Sarada. Hello, Grandpa Taiji. I am Uzumaki Yuxiang. Did Uzumaki Natsuki not tell you to learn from me? To alleviate the tension, Taiji took the initiative to steer the conversation, as he was determined not to let this disciple slip away. No. Yuxiang felt a spark of interest, despite the old man's strong smell of alcohol. The jutsu he wielded was something Yuxiang had never encountered before. Even if it were an illusion technique, it couldn't possibly achieve such an effect, could it? Do you wish to defeat Sarada? Taiji's sharp gaze discerned the connection between the two younger individuals. Yuxiang, however, felt a twinge of embarrassment. Lowering his head at the thought of declaring his intent to surpass the renowned prodigy of the Uzumaki clan in front of his grandfather. I believe you can do it. Really? Yuxiang lifted his gaze to meet the elder's eyes. Taiji perceived a familiar glimmer in the boy's eyes, an ambition to grow stronger. Come, be my disciple, and I will teach you how to become powerful. Taiji extended his right hand toward Yuxiang. But I haven't consulted teacher Natsuki yet. Yuxiang hesitated for a moment before speaking out. Although he had previously misunderstood Uzumaki Natsuki, who had not formally accepted him as a pupil, he was still immensely grateful for the guidance he had received thus far. What kind of question is that? It was Uzumaki Natsuki who recommended you to me. Taiji burst into laughter, confident that Natsuki would not dare voice any objections. I am Natsuki's mentor, and it was he who suggested I take you on as a disciple. He understood that he no longer needed to elaborate. His identity and strength spoke volumes. He sensed the boy's awakening and trusted in it. After a moment of silence, a tender little hand rested upon an aged one. Teacher. At that moment, the two were walking along a mountain path, with Yuxiang wiping the sweat from his brow while listening to Taiji's teachings. You should have thoroughly explored the remains when you first entered the illusion. Otherwise, you wouldn't have taken so long to emerge. Taiji's words carried a hint of guilt, as Yuxiang's speed in breaking through the first layer of the illusion had exceeded his expectations, achieved solely by instinct. I left clues on the remains. If you had discovered the traces left by that ninja, you wouldn't have been trapped in the illusion, stumbling your way out. Hiki. Yuxiang chuckled sheepishly. The world is cruel. If you do not strive for yourself, no one will fight for you. Yuxiang listened attentively, reflecting that had he not had the sudden insight about the differences in chakra, he might still be ensnared within the illusion. The thought of disturbing the remains of his predecessor made him hesitate. Deep down, the proud Tian was unwilling to intrude upon the resting place of the departed. Faced with such a situation again, he found himself at a loss. If one does not wish to be constrained by rules, then Vortex Taiji strode forward. His back turned to Yuxiang, who looked on with curiosity. When one's strength is sufficient to confront all foes, standing tall amidst the clouds, no one can hinder one's desires. As he uttered these words, Vortex Taiji's mind wandered to the image of a certain man, clad in crimson armor, with long flowing hair and eyes that glimmered with an eerie pride. He was haughty and reckless, yet his every action embodied his ninja way. In those days, as the strongest seal master of the Vortex clan, he had the honor of following that esteemed figure into battle, a privilege he cherished and remembered vividly even now. It was a pity for that esteemed individual, Vortex Taiji lamented, for had it not been for the upheaval at that time, perhaps the ninja world would not be so turbulent today. The casual words spoken by Vortex Taiji left a profound imprint on the young heart of Vortex Yuxiang. To grow stronger? Yuxiang felt a surge of excitement within, sensing an unknown door opening before him, leading to an enigmatic journey filled with mysteries. Beneath the summer sun, the figures of an elder and a child traversed the forest path, akin to a flickering candle passing on its flame. The elder unknowingly ignited the young one's understanding, the essence of mentorship, a legacy passed down through generations, never extinguished. I will tell Natsuki when I see him that he shall follow me for training from now on, and need not go to him anymore, Vortex Taiji remarked casually. Master, I wish to. Vortex Yuxiang hesitated, feeling a twinge of guilt. After all, Lord Natsuki had taught him much. I still want to consult Master Natsuki, just to confirm. Upon hearing this, Vortex Taiji had no objections. Rather, he felt pleased that his disciple understood gratitude. Very well, then. You shall return home this afternoon to speak with your family. In the evening, I will take you back to meet them and share the news. Having decided to take Yuxiang as his disciple, it was indeed essential for him to meet the boy's family, especially since he currently had only 2 apprentices. Vortex Yuxiang was destined to inherit his ninjutsu, akin to being his own son. Oh. Vortex Yuxiang was caught off guard, clearly unprepared. What is Lord Natsuki's home like? He pondered, wondering how he would introduce himself. I am Vortex Yuxiang, the best friend of Natsuki. Observing the excitement on Vortex Yuxiang's face, Taiji couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Youth truly was a marvel. Suddenly, Vortex Taiji slowed his pace, deep in thought as he gazed to the right. Following Taiji's line of sight, Vortex Yuxiang looked towards the distant mountains, a flicker of confusion crossing his eyes. Is there something there? At that moment, they were walking along a path halfway up the mountain, with no road to the right. Looking down, it was clear that they were overlooking an abandoned forest. In the distance, the wooden cabin nestled among the mountains could be faintly discerned, with trees flourishing so rapidly that the scars of past deforestation had vanished from sight. Yuxiang, intrigued by this place, had once ventured there and discovered that those quaint little cabins marked the site of a former logging camp. He gazed curiously at the abandoned forest, yet the distance was too great, shrouded in the heavy canopy of trees, rendering everything invisible. Teacher, what do you see? Is there something in that forsaken logging camp? Yuxiang inquired, his eyes fixed on his mentor. Nothing of consequence, merely admiring this long unseen landscape, replied Vortex Taiji. Come now. If we linger too long, your family will grow anxious. Oh. Vortex Taiji said no more, resuming his journey back to the village. Yuxiang followed behind. Oblivious to the subtle shift in his teacher's demeanor, which bore a hint of concern, intertwined with a peculiar sense of relief. That chakra, how could it be there? Sigh. Have you ultimately chosen this path? Vortex Taiji pondered silently. Yuxiang, sensing the unspoken tension, refrained from prying. Casting a long glance back at the desolate logging camp, a wave of curiosity swelling within him. Surely, there was something there that caught his teacher's attention. Having previously visited this forsaken site, Yuxiang knew well that it harbored nothing of value. The cabins were dilapidated, the air thick with moisture. And after such a prolonged absence, anything left inside would likely be rotten beyond recognition. This very knowledge only intensified his intrigue. The teacher and student had agreed upon a time and place to meet later that evening before parting ways. Yuxiang wandered alone through the village, which remained vibrant and serene. Suddenly, a figure barreled past him, colliding with Yuxiang and nearly sending him sprawling. Watch where you're going, kid. The stranger barked. Their tone aggressive as they hurried away without waiting for a response, clearly in a rush. Yuxiang watched the figure retreat. A mix of frustration and indignation welling within him, nearly prompting him to shout in protest. What kind of person are you? You bumped into me. And yet you tell me to be cautious. Mama, I'm home. Is there any food left? I'm starving. Yuxiang exclaimed, clutching his stomach as he dashed into the house. Before he could gather his thoughts, a sharp pain pierced his ear. Do you see what time it is? You remember to come back, do you? You think this place is a hotel, where you can come and go as you please? Changpu appeared seemingly out of nowhere, grabbing Yuxiang by the ear and twisting it. Tell me, where have you been? It's late, and you still aren't home. Have I been too lenient with you lately? Allowing you too much freedom? Ouch, Mama, I'm sorry. Yuxiang, clearly flustered from the earlier collision, had completely lost track of time, forgetting his earlier intentions to please his mother. Mama, today I became a disciple of Grandfather Taiji. Yuxiang proclaimed with pride. Are you saying that you have been accepted as a disciple by Lord Vortex Taiji? With a look of astonishment, Changpu gazed at her son, utterly unprepared for his sudden revelation regarding Lord Uzumaki Taiji. She quickly regained her composure, her eyes narrowing in suspicion as she contemplated Yuxiang, reaching out to pinch his ear. Are you deceiving me? How have I raised you? A child must not tell lies. Noticing her disapproval, Yuxiang hastily covered his ears, but in doing so, he failed to shield his face. Changpu gently grasped his small visage, tugging and shaking it. Is it true? No, it's real. I truly have been taken as a disciple by Lord Uzumaki Taiji, Yuxiang stammered, his features contorted, struggling to articulate through the distortion. The meal stretched on interminably. A rare occasion for mother and son to converse, their dialogue predominantly revolving around Yuxiang's recent training experiences and how he had come to know Taiji. Changpu felt as though she were caught in a dream. How could it be that half a year of training earned her son the attention of Lord Uzumaki Taiji? Surely, it was a commendable achievement, yet her smile lacked brilliance, overshadowed by a tinge of concern. The pressures faced by a disciple of the Grand Elder were far beyond those of an ordinary ninja. With a sigh, she retrieved a sealed box from a nearby cabinet, her fingers delicately gliding over its surface, her expression distant as if lost in thought. Yuxiang recognized the box immediately. He had witnessed his mother take it out countless times. Though she had never mentioned its contents to him, he surmised it contained remnants left by his father. This is something your father left for you. I initially intended to keep it for myself, but now that you have chosen this path, it seems fitting to pass it on. Changpu opened the box, extracting 2 scrolls. Her voice soft yet somber. The path of a ninja is fraught with peril. I do not perceive this as a wise choice, yet you are resolute in your decision. And what can I do? She lingered over the scrolls for a moment before entrusting them to Yuxiang. From now on, you must safeguard these well. The road you have chosen must be traversed, even if it means kneeling in perseverance. Do you understand? In the confines of the room, Yuxiang pondered over the 2 scrolls his mother had just given him, artifacts from his father. Slowly, he unfurled one of them. Did he even know he had a son? Yuxiang's mind drifted. After his father's passing, he had been bullied and looked down upon by other children, harboring deep resentment towards his father for abandoning him and his mother, leaving her in perpetual sorrow. As he examined the 2 scrolls left by Uzumaki Yuxiang, he began to delve into their contents. One of the scrolls was utterly beyond his comprehension, prompting him to set it aside for the moment. The other scroll detailed the fundamentals of ninja techniques, including chakra refinement, the body flicker technique, several C-rank ninjutsu, and 1 B-rank ninjutsu. This aligned with Uzumaki Natsuki's status as a chunin. Yuxiang, however, was not yet at the stage to learn ninjutsu. He was still honing his physical skills. Several lightning and fire techniques brought joy to Yuxiang, as he never expected to possess dual attributes of lightning and fire. He then shifted his focus back to the chakra refining technique he had already mastered. Although he had learned it, the intricate details within the scroll left him astounded. Every process, every step, including the principles of chakra formation and various potential issues, was elaborately detailed, rendering it truly remarkable. The annotations alongside meticulously clarified each step, seemingly eager to ensure that any reader of the scroll would grasp its contents fully. Yuxiang understood for whom the scroll was written. At the end of the scroll, there was a poignant note, akin to a farewell letter, inscribed in dark ink, which weighed heavily on his heart. Son, when you read this, does it mean you have begun your journey as a ninja? If so, that is truly wonderful. I know your mother disapproves of my path as a ninja. She may pose difficulties in your training, but her heart is gentle. With earnest pleading, she may relent. There is so much I wish to convey, yet I find myself at a loss for words. I apologize to both you and your mother. I do not know how old you are now, perhaps 4, 5, or even older. I am uncertain if you will ever read this, or if you will tread the path of a ninja. The road of a ninja is fraught with peril and thorns. Yet choosing this path also leads to magnificence. I have no regrets, and I hope you, having chosen this path, will feel the same. Yuxiang hesitated as he gazed at the grand entrance, contemplating whether to inquire further, yet apprehensive about possibly being mistaken. He had anticipated that the Sorrow household would be extraordinary, but he did not envision it to be so. Yuxiang cast another glance at the opulent estate, feeling both alien and oddly familiar. Was it not the residence of the clan leader? Following Uzumaki Taiji's directions, he arrived here, instructed to seek him before dinner. Initially worried about mislocating the place, he had specifically asked his teacher for a detailed description, and now it seemed he had not erred. Surveying his surroundings, he felt slightly taken aback. For there was only this one house in sight, no other dwelling could be found. After a meticulous search, he confirmed that no small houses were concealed from view. It appeared this was indeed the place. After several confirmations, he finally summoned the courage to approach. No wonder his teacher had said he would know upon arrival. With a peculiar smile, was it not evident upon reaching such a vast estate with only a single house? Are you Uzumaki Yuxiang? An elder, noticing the child at the entrance, stepped forward to inquire softly. Yes, I am Yuxiang. My teacher said to come here to find him. Yuxiang replied timidly, pointing inside. Upon hearing his name, a sense of relief washed over him. It seemed he had not gone astray and would not be turned away. Upon hearing the news, the elderly man smiled deep and considerably. The disciple of the Grand Elder, indeed, that signifies kinship. As Yuxiang wandered through the courtyard, the continuous flow of water nearby, along with the well-placed trees, vibrant flowers, and intriguing rock formations, opened his eyes to an extraordinary sight. These elements were familiar to him from his days in the mountains. He had grown weary of the trees, blossoms, and various stones that surrounded him. Yet, for reasons unbeknownst to him, the artistic arrangement of these commonplace materials evoked a unique aesthetic, imbuing them with an almost lifelike essence. In the distance, Yuxiang caught sight of a training ground filled with various apparatuses, each more impressive than the last, and the mere glance filled him with envy. He had not anticipated that Shiro lived in such an environment. Yuxiang pondered what Shiro must think. With a home so vast and comfortable, why he would choose to train in the mountains instead of here. Is Shiro at home? Where is he? At this hour. He must be preparing for a meal. This thought made Yuxiang somewhat anxious, having lingered outside at his mother's behest and hesitated for a moment. He was dismayed to realize how late it had grown. He glanced at the elderly gentleman, feeling a sense of urgency to prompt him, but hesitated out of politeness. Noticing the elder's leisurely demeanor and feeling lost, he dutifully followed behind. This man, known as Vortex Zongdo, had accompanied Vortex Taiji since the Warring States period. He was genuinely pleased to see the Grand Elder finally take on a disciple. As Yuxiang admired the scenery, the elder observed the child with growing curiosity. Wondering how this seemingly ordinary boy had gained the esteemed recognition of Vortex Taiji, a feat not easily achieved. The more he looked, the more familiar Yuxiang appeared. Could it be? Zongdo scrutinized Yuxiang once more, as if he discerned a hint of the Grand Elder's youthful visage in him. In his younger days, Vortex Taiji had also seemed frail, easily mistaken for someone who could be knocked down with a single punch. Even Zongdo, who now idolized him, had once regarded him with disdain. Many had deemed Vortex Taiji's abilities mediocre, attributing his status solely to his family's influence. It was not until Vortex Taiji approached 30 and ascended to the position of clan leader that discontent simmered beneath the surface among certain clan members. They compared him unfavorably to Vortex Heidu, expressing doubts about his merit. Yet, the illustrious Vortex Heidu unexpectedly receded, voluntarily relinquishing this seemingly attainable position, simply declaring that he was not deserving of it. While many were indignant, none dared to speak against him. The clan leader's faction managed the village's affairs and established its direction, whereas the second elder's faction primarily oversaw the council of elders, ensuring order and monitoring village activities. In instances of significant decisions or conflicting opinions, the elder council would convene. With Vortex Heidu, the only contender of note, remaining silent, there was little recourse for the others. Just as the supporters of the second elder's faction were strategizing on how to persuade Heidu, a congratulatory letter arrived from the distant Konoha. Its content was brief, yet the implications were profound and worthy of contemplation. The individual who emerged was none other than the first Hokage of Konohagakure, Shinja Hashirama, Taiji's sister. As the wife of Shinja Hashirama held such a demeanor that the elders could hardly remain oblivious to the intentions of the village. Whether Taiji's strength was genuinely formidable remained a mystery to many, yet his political acumen was undeniably revealed. In the brief span of just 1 year following his appointment, he adeptly managed the village, orchestrating a delicate balance of interests and compromises that led to a near-complete disappearance of dissenting voices. A year later, Uzumaki Taiji personally took the reins. After engaging with the Land of Sand, he garnered the Wind Country's alliance through the rudimentary sealing techniques of the tailed beasts. This alliance bolstered Konoha's need for allies and reciprocated the support Hashirama had lent during the chieftain's appointment, further solidifying his own standing. Over the course of a decade, Taiji's position as clan leader became increasingly unassailable, and his renown began to spread like the fragrance of a fine wine, matured over time. As the villagers dismissed Heido's words as mere excuses, the nearly 40-year-old brew finally began to release its distinctive aroma. This was the battle that would cement Uzumaki Taiji's fame throughout the village, as well as the moment he chose to resign from his leadership and retreat into the shadows. Zongdo vividly recalled that confrontation. Break this turtle shell. The enemy's jutsu collided with the village's barrier, sending ripples through the golden shield as myriad techniques erupted upon it. It was an unjust battle, with the village at their backs, as numerous ninjas united to maintain the integrity of their defenses. The scene was one of chaos. Anguished cries echoed, blood stained the skies, and an overwhelming sense of dread enveloped the village, while many civilians could faintly perceive the tumult of the battlefield. It was through this very conflict that Uzumaki Taiji's name would resonate throughout the land. Adorned in ancient armor of the Warring States era and draped in golden chains, he darted across the battlefield, rendering the mist ninjas utterly incapable of lasting even a few exchanges against him. In that moment, Uzumaki Zongdo realized that sealing techniques could indeed be wielded as a means of attack. Under the protection of his comrades, none could withstand his chains. Perish. No jutsu could breach his defenses. Any attempt to approach was thwarted by his chains, and even the most formidable taijutsu fell short against him. In mere moments, adversaries were left grievously wounded or ensnared by his chains. Quickly informed the Lord, the enemy is too powerful, we cannot hold. The then Mizukage hovered on the battlefield in the Land of Earth, having dispatched all elite shinobi to that front, leaving the surprise assault team of mist ninjas without anyone capable of countering Uzumaki Taiji. Thus, the name of the Vajra Chain Hand was born. This was the battle that heralded Uzumaki Taiji's rise to prominence, marking the transition of the Mist Ninja's offensive from a surprise attack to a drawn-out struggle. As Uzumaki Yuxiang reminisced about the past, the two had already traversed the courtyard of the estate and arrived at the rear garden, the designated dining area. Please, Master Yuxiang. Yuxiang cast a helpless glance at the elder, confirming that he had no intention of accompanying him inside. Resigned, he stepped forward to push the door open. The wooden door creaked open, drawing the attention of the onlookers towards the young boy. His mind was a blank slate. As Yuxiang pushed the door ajar, the occupants within turned their gazes in response to the sound. Upon discerning the identities of the 6 individuals inside, Yuxiang recognized 3 of them. The unfamiliar couple, presumably Saruo's parents, scrutinized him with stern expressions that radiated authority, their lips sealed and eyes appraising. Lord Natsuki bore an unusual countenance. His aged face was tinged with a hint of crimson, leaving Yuxiang with an inexplicable sense of embarrassment, as if he had somehow erred. He cast a grateful glance at him, reflecting on his desire for teacher Taiji's endorsement. Beside him sat Saruo, who acknowledged Yuxiang with a stoic nod before diverting her attention back to the food before her. This response was quintessentially Saruo. He would award it a perfect score. As for teacher Taiji, he was a source of Yuxiang's exasperation. His face was flushed, unmistakably the result of excessive drinking. With his head bowed almost to the table, he resembled a child, greedily sipping from a cup, leaving no drop of liquor untouched. Was it truly wise to take him as a mentor? Yuxiang felt a wave of awkwardness wash over him until a gentle voice broke the tension. Are you Yuxiang? Come here and sit so that Grandma can have a good look at you. The speaker was Saruo's grandmother, Uzumaki Kana, who sat beside Uzumaki Taiji. Her face alight with warmth as she gestured for Yuxiang to approach. Realizing he had arrived late, Yuxiang hurried forward, noticing that the others had already begun their meal. Why did you arrive just now? Didn't you know everyone was waiting for you to eat? Lord Natsuki suddenly erupted, turning his body to face Yuxiang. His voice calm yet devoid of discernible emotion. Yuxiang's heart raced. What had provoked this unexpected ire from Lord Natsuki? The chieftain and his wife smiled benignly, seemingly not mocking Yuxiang, but rather, in haste, Yuxiang approached Lord Natsuki, intending to take a seat at the vacant spot further down. Suddenly, Taiji, seated on a cushion, kicked at Natsuki, forcing him to vacate his position, his face flushed as he looked towards Yuxiang. Didn't you see my dear disciple has arrived? Move aside. Come, Yuxiang, pour some wine for your teacher. Taiji's face was adorned with a smile, seemingly indifferent to Yuxiang's tardiness, urging him to sit at his right side to refill his cup. Of course, Yuxiang cast a triumphant glance at Lord Natsuki, recalling the lessons of respect for teachers and reverence towards elders. As for Uzumaki Natsuki, who was he to Yuxiang? At that moment, Natsuki watched Yuxiang approach his seat with a face full of humiliation. His heart felt shattered as he glanced at the chieftain and his spouse, hoping they would speak on his behalf after years of dedicated service. Yet, they wore expressions of amusement, as if they were spectators at a play. Natsuki resigned himself to his fate, realizing he could not expect the chieftain to advocate for him. Merely avoiding a kick would suffice, he thought, as he silently rose to take his place beneath Saruo. Just as Yuxiang was about to take a seat beside the swirling vortex of Taiji, a cold voice echoed through the air. It was Sharo, and Natsuki was somewhat surprised to hear his student speak. Could it be that his past teachings had incited Sharo's discontent with the elders' injustices? Concern for Sharo welled within Natsuki. He was acutely aware of his teacher's stubborn nature. He resolved that should Sharo confront the teacher, he would ardently plead for Sharo's defense. Yet, as Natsuki prepared to intervene, he realized that the teacher's humiliation was merely a personal affront, one he had endured before. How could he allow his grievances to taint Sharo's relationship with Taiji? To Natsuki's astonishment, Sharo merely shifted the cushion he was about to sit on, indicating discomfort with the heat. His icy words pierced Natsuki's heart, and in that moment, the entire residence seemed to reject the presence of Vortex Natsuki. Yuxiang, upon hearing Sharo's remarks, offered a grateful smile. Taking a seat and pouring a glass of wine for his teacher, he even remembered to make a playful gesture towards his grandmother, bringing a wider smile to her face, causing her to momentarily forget about the old man's drinking habits. Meanwhile, the clan leader and his wife exchanged bewildered glances. Something was amiss. This thought resonated in the minds of Hiroki and his wife, Kanako, who looked at the two young men with a mix of curiosity and a hint of mischief, her cheeks flushing, whether from the effects of alcohol or some unspoken thoughts. Vortex Yuxiang, with his refined features, had transformed from a previously frail appearance into a more charming and adorable figure due to recent training under Natsuki's guidance. Observing the harmonious interaction between the composed Sharo and the endearing Yuxiang brought a smile to Kanako's lips. Yuxiang's demeanor was quite charming, and she mused that if only he were a girl, it would be perfect. Kanako's worries about Shero's apparent aloofness lingered, as she feared he lacked friends. The atmosphere soon filled with familial inquiries and light-hearted banter, enveloping Yuxiang in warmth. In contrast to the usual quiet of his home shared only with Ayam, the lively chatter of the group was a welcome change. The 6 individuals in the room basked in a moment of camaraderie, while Natsuki, feeling defeated, sat quietly, mechanically stuffing food into his mouth. Suddenly, a voice pierced the cheerful ambience. "I heard. Waisuke has gone missing. Is that true?" This statement cast a chilling breeze through the joyful gathering, plunging the atmosphere into an icy silence. "Hiroki, is it true? Waisuke is missing." Kanako's voice shattered the stillness, her tone now devoid of the warmth seen earlier, as she questioned the clan leader with a sternness that matched her concern. Upon hearing this, Hiroki stiffened, casting a sharp glare at his wife, seemingly reproaching her for broaching such a grave topic. Yet, Kanako remained unfazed, playfully sticking out her tongue and making a silly face. "My dear mother, the village is small. How could he possibly go missing? It is merely that Waisuke has chosen to leave home," Hiroki declared. His words brought a slight easing of the tension in the room. "The portly fellow has run away from home." Yuxiang and Sarah exchanged glances, their minds swirling with confusion. Just then, a thought struck Yuxiang as he glanced at Vortex Taiji, recalling his peculiar behavior that afternoon. The abandoned forest. Yet, Vortex Taiji appeared oblivious to the commotion around him, seemingly unaware of any news regarding the disappearance of Yangjie, as he leisurely sipped his drink, indifferent to the world outside. Yuxiang felt a twinge of disappointment. He did not observe the reaction he had hoped for, and wished to confirm his suspicions that Vortex Yangjie was indeed hiding in the desolate woodland, although he did not glean the answers he sought from Vortex Taiji. His conviction in his theory only solidified. Unsure of the situation and hesitant to speak out, Yuxiang remained quietly by the side, occasionally refilling the teacher's glass. Wasn't Yangjie usually obedient to his father's wishes? Why the sudden decision to leave home? The grandmother's words seemed to commend Yangjie, yet her tone carried a hint of disdain. Perhaps not directed at Yangjie himself, but rather, is he all right? What could be wrong with him? Instead of inquiring whether he had been found, the grandmother assertedly asked how he was. Hiroki felt a pang of guilt at her words. As a close friend of Yangjie's father, he had promptly dispatched people to search for him the moment he went missing. They had indeed located him, but how to handle the situation had become a dilemma. Well, how should I know? Perhaps he simply grew weary of being at home and needed a change of scenery. Hiroki diverted the conversation, offering a casual excuse. After all, Vortex Yangjie came from a distinguished lineage, rivaling that of Sarah's, and with the indulgence of his father, if exhaustion were the issue, it would likely be of an emotional nature. Did Yangjie truly aspire to become a ninja, or was it merely an attempt to escape his father's control? Children change their minds frequently. Who could predict how he would feel in the future? The grandmother nodded, seemingly satisfied with this explanation, wearing a contemplative expression that deterred further inquiry. Observing this, Yuxiang felt an unsettling curiosity. Who exactly was this portly individual? His affairs warranted the attention of even the clan leader. A sense of unease crept into Yuxiang's heart, especially since he had humiliated him so thoroughly. Defeating him in such a manner surely wouldn't sit well with him. After dinner, Sarah accompanied Yuxiang outside. As they strolled through the garden cloaked in darkness, "Sarah, who is that fat man?" Yuxiang nudged Sarah's shoulder, asking in a hushed tone. Sarah responded, surprised and puzzled. "You still don't know?" "Know what?" Yuxiang countered, genuinely unaware. "Yangjie is the grandson of the second elder," Sarah said, casting a sympathetic glance at Yuxiang. Cold sweat broke out on Yuxiang's forehead. He truly had no knowledge of Yangjie's lineage. No wonder Yangjie had the audacity to confront Sarah. So much time has passed since that incident. Surely they will not trouble me again. Besides, I am now the disciple of the Grand Elder. Yuxiang silently reassured himself. Meanwhile, at Waisuke's home, chaos reigned as Aiko found herself powerless to discipline her ineffective servants. A full day had elapsed, and not a single servant had been able to locate Waisuke. His usual haunts and acquaintances now felt unfamiliar to her. The son who once obeyed her every command, so compliant and submissive, how had he dared to vanish? Kurushin, have you still not found Waisuke? Aiko's ample form slumped helplessly to the ground, her back turned to the samurai, surrounded by a scene of utter disarray and debris. Tears streaming down her face. I am sorry, madam. Kurushin Naoya stood behind Aiko, wanting to speak, yet the words remained unvoiced. He recalled the helpless gaze of Waisuke when he first encountered him, a young man who had never faced hardship, yet now struggling alone in desolation. He could perceive the determination within Waisuk's eyes. As a samurai, Karushin was supposed to adhere to the commands of his master. Yet something compelled him to assist Waisuk, an act unfathomable for one who had shed countless blood. Perhaps it was a sense of kinship that stirred within him. A reminder of his own youthful desire to escape the shackles of familial expectations. Regrettably, he had been unable to do so. Waisuk, my concealment of your whereabouts is not born of pity, but of admiration, and admiration for your courage to shatter the chains that bind you. Yet, having made your choice, I implore you to persist and reveal whether the path you have chosen is indeed the correct one. The following day, Yuxiang arrived at the dilapidated, abandoned lumberyard. Resembling his previous visit, overgrown with weeds, yet now it bore the presence of life, an additional figure. A youth clad in a green training garb, slightly plump in stature, was practicing swordsmanship alone, wielding a katana that seemed disproportionate to his frame, striking at the air with fervor. Observing this unfamiliar silhouette, neither gaunt nor truly overweight, Yuxiang recognized it was indeed Uzumaki Waisuk. Why did you run away from home? A youthful voice echoed through the derelict lumberyard, catching Waisuk off guard as he concentrated on his training. His movements halted abruptly, and he turned to see Yuxiang, visibly relieved yet still wary. For their previous encounter had been far from pleasant. How did you know I was here? Does anyone else know? Waisuk inquired anxiously, contemplating a change of location. If his mother discovered his whereabouts, he would have no further opportunity to escape, as she would surely keep a close watch on him. Do not worry. I have not informed anyone else. Yuxiang beamed a broad smile, striving to convey his harmlessness. He lifted the box in his right hand and said, I wager you haven't eaten much since yesterday. Look, this is the bento I brought for you. As Yanji observed the lunchbox in Yuxiang's hand, he couldn't help but swallow hard. Heaven knows how he, a person with an insatiable appetite, has managed to endure these past few days. With a hint of suspicion, Yangjia scrutinized Yuxiang. Not only did he refrain from revealing his own predicament, but he also brought a bento. What does this mean? Isn't this my way of apologizing for my unreasonable behavior towards you last time? I've been regretting it for days, wondering how I could have been so impolite when you were simply looking for Sarah. I'm truly sorry. Yuxiang scratched his head, an air of embarrassment surrounding him. Humph. If your grandfather weren't the second elder, do you think I would want to seek you out? He retorted, maintaining a radiant smile that belied his words. Upon hearing Yuxiang's remark, Yandre gritted his teeth in frustration, yet managed to force a smile. It's all right. I also had my faults in that incident. Let's just pretend it never happened. This bento. Despite his noble status, Yandre felt a deep sense of humiliation. Yet his current circumstances left him unwilling to offend Yuxiang. His gaze fixated on the lunchbox, having suffered through days of meager rations and yearning for something substantial. Upon hearing Yangjie's words, Yuxiang felt a weight lift from his chest, considering this matter resolved. If Yangjie continued to be obstinate, he might just reveal that the esteemed Yangjie was hiding in an abandoned forest, ensuring no one would have it easy. Noticing Yangjie's intense focus on the lunchbox, Yuxiang's heart softened momentarily, realizing that the hefty boy had lost considerable weight in just a few days. Here, take it. I brought it all the way here. It's too heavy for me to carry back. Well, I won't be polite then, Yangjie replied, unable to hold back any longer. That morning, he had eaten burnt fish that was utterly unappetizing, something he wouldn't even glance at under normal circumstances. He snatched the bento from Yuxiang's hands, disregarding dining etiquette, and plopped down on a wooden stump, devouring the food voraciously. Why did you run away from home? Yuxiang inquired, perplexed as he watched Yangjie ravenously devour the bento. Filled with questions, preoccupied with his meal, Yangjie had no time to address Yuxiang's curiosity. It wasn't until he had finished the bento and confirmed that not a single grain of rice remained that he leisurely posed a slightly accusatory question. Why is there no handkerchief? Yuxiang rolled his eyes in exasperation. I didn't see you being so particular while eating. Nonetheless, he retrieved a pack of tissues from his pocket. Here, take it. Use it if you like. If not, then don't. Yandre glanced at the tissues with mild disdain, hesitating for a moment before accepting them, reasoning that having them was better than nothing. He slowly pulled out a sheet, gently wiping the greasy corners of his mouth, casually discarding it, and then nonchalantly stuffed the remaining pack into his pocket. Yuxiang was left speechless. Was this really the same Yangjie who once spoke of the common people? As for Yangjie's behavior, Yuxiang chose to overlook it. After all, a bento had been delivered. Did it really matter if a pack of tissues was included? My mother forbids me from becoming a ninja, so I ran away. A seemingly casual remark encapsulated the reason for his departure from home. Yuxiang looked at Yangjia with confusion, taking a moment to realize he was responding to his earlier question, having initially thought he would remain silent. However, this explanation only deepened Yuxiang's bewilderment. After all, wasn't Yangjia's grandfather the second elder of the village? As the grandson of one of the village's most formidable ninjas, how could he be forbidden from becoming a ninja himself? My mother insists I learn how to become a daimyo, and a daimyo has neither the time nor the need to master ninjutsu. Yangjia, sensing Yuxiang's confusion, elaborated further. Ninjas hold a lowly position, which is why my mother forbids me from learning. Yangjia spoke with a hint of mockery, yet for someone who aspired to be a ninja, it was a bitter form of self-deprecation. A daimyo? Does the village of Whirlpools even have a daimyo? Yuxiang's curiosity only intensified, yet noticing Yangjia's reluctance to explain further, he refrained from probing, realizing their relationship was not one of great intimacy. With a desire to uncover more when his teacher was in a good mood, Yuxiang left, convinced that Yangjia was privy to much knowledge. Once Yuxiang departed, Yangjia picked up the unwieldy greatsword, swinging it through the air with determination, refusing to relent. He recalled the words of Kurita Naoya upon his departure. Words he dared not forget. If you can swing the great sword 1,000 times at full strength within a week, I will assist you. You must understand that the land of whirlpools is surrounded by sea and has little communication with the outside world. You cannot leave here. Witnessing Kurita Naoya's indifferent retreat, Yangjia felt no inclination to escape. He quietly donned the unremarkable training garb and grasped the excessively heavy sword. Yangjia recognized the truth in Naoya's words. Had it not been for his guidance, he would be lost. Moreover, he understood that although Kurita Naoya appeared to obey his mother without question, it was the constraints of a warrior's duty that bound him. Yangjia believed in Naoya's potential strength should he choose to embrace it. For days left, Yangjia silently repeated to himself a deadline set by Kurita Naoya and a personal commitment he had made. He was acutely aware of the reason he could remain here. It was merely because Naoya had intervened against the warriors from his family. Although the purpose behind Naoya's actions remained unclear, Yangjia felt a sense of gratitude. This thought ignited a fervent urgency within him, compelling him to swing the sword with greater intensity. Currently, he could manage only 600 swings in an hour. Would he be able to meet the challenge? To achieve 1,000 swings in an hour meant executing one every 6 seconds. While he was averaging 6 seconds per swing, despite beginning strong after each rest, fatigue soon weighed heavily upon him. What seemed simple, reducing the time per swing by less than half, proved extraordinarily difficult in practice. Yangjia could only lament his lack of rigorous training in the past, allowing himself to become out of shape, but it was too late for regrets, and all he could do now was strive to make amends. Advance, raise the blade. Swing it, retract the blade, retreat. Once more, advance, raise the blade, swing it, retract the blade, retreat. Countless repetitions of these seemingly futile motions, devoid of adversaries or objectives, merely brandishing at the air. Yet, as Yosuke performed these actions, he was imbued with an unwavering seriousness, his body and mind coalescing into each strike, exerting himself fully with every swing, feeling the trajectory of the blade, each cut identical, yet subtly distinct. It was as if an invisible opponent stood before him, engaging in combat. Although karate had not demanded precision in his movements, nor defined the force to be applied, Yosuke dared not lower his standards. Regardless of potential fatigue or deviation in his actions, he held himself to this expectation. Ever since he departed from the comfort and allure of his home, he vowed that every endeavor henceforth would be for himself. Each swing of the blade, naturally, included. Yuhiko and Taiji Uzumaki converged, and after half an hour, he arrived at this new training ground, a stretch of open land by the riverside. For the village of Wozumi, such locations were plentiful, lacking any remarkable features. Shallow waters, towering trees, stones, and weeds. In comparison to the training grounds he had shared with Sarah, this place was chaotic, having not undergone the meticulous organization of the past 6 months. Not to mention, the ground was littered with stones. Suddenly, a shuriken was thrust into the ground before Yuhiko. He glanced at the shuriken, then at his instructor, puzzled. Shouldn't they first familiarize themselves? Was combat imminent? Since you've trained with Natsuki for a while, you should know how to use this, right? Taiji remained his usual self, indulging in drink, perpetually immersed in alcohol. Ready? Let us go. Taiji showed little desire to elaborate, urging him on, and Yuhiko reluctantly bent to retrieve the shuriken. Just as he prepared to engage in battle, he noticed Taiji turning toward the woods, taking another swig of his drink. What are you doing, teacher? Aren't we training? What are you looking at? A familiar voice resonated from behind him. accompanied by a gentle breeze that tousled Yuhiko's hair, startling him. When had they arrived? Instinctively, he thrust backward toward his lower back. In the next instant, a sharp shuriken was poised against his throat, held by a delicate, slender hand, enveloped by another, more robust and aged hand. I don't know how Natsuki has instructed you, but here, you must always keep your focus on my movements, understood? Yuhiko listened to the rigid, cold words, scarcely believing this was his teacher. He nodded slightly, fearful that even a slightest movement might break his skin. Well, that's good to hear. Taiji released his grip, and Yuhiko leapt forward, pivoting to slash with the shuriken. Not bad, not bad. It seems you've entered the zone. Treat every battle as if it were your last. This way, it won't be your last. Though the words were somewhat convoluted, Yuhiko comprehended their essence. Steady your breath, remain composed. Your body is in poor condition. Are you a pig? Again, there is no need. Do not leave the ground. The cold, aged voice of Taiji resonated, followed by a merciless strike. Yuxiang clenched his teeth, twisting in midair, and lunged with a kunai towards the source of the sound, only to miss entirely. An old hand pierced through Yuxiang's defenses, gently pressing down on his shoulder with overwhelming force. In that instant, Yuxiang felt as though a mountain had descended upon him, pinned to the ground. His small face flushed not with shame, but with the exertion of resisting the immense pressure on his shoulder. Finally, as Taiji released his grip, Yuxiang barely had time to catch his breath before a whistling sound pierced the air. Without even a moment to curse, he rolled away, narrowly avoiding a kunai that had struck the spot he had just vacated. Despite the short distance, Taiji chose not to strike directly, first displacing him, creating a commotion before attacking. Initially, the kunai tore through his clothing, then cut into his skin, forcing Yuxiang to remain alert and attentive to the sounds around him. This was falsely dubbed as training his reflexes. How infuriating. Yuxiang had attempted to resist, unable to comprehend the rationale behind such treatment, yet it proved futile. He ultimately succumbed to the oppressive might of Taiji. In the distance, the old man observed Yuxiang's frantic evasion beneath his shadow clone, a satisfied smile gracing his lips as he sipped his drink, nodding in approval. He was quite pleased with Yuxiang's performance. Although Yuxiang remained oblivious to the fact that Taiji's frequency of attacks had gradually increased in accordance with Yuxiang's adaptation, maintaining a high-intensity training regimen without overwhelming him. Although Yuxiang lacked physical strength, he possessed an extraordinary agility, exhibiting an almost instinctive ability to evade attacks, an instinct typically honed through prolonged survival on the battlefield. A trait that Taiji could only attribute to innate talent. After all, the world of ninjas has never been devoid of prodigies, those whose extraordinary gifts defy comprehension. They are the ones who shape the future of the ninja realm. Very well, let us take a break. With Taiji's words, the image of the Whirlpool Taiji dissipated into white smoke. Yuxiang watched his teacher vanish, a wave of discouragement washing over him. Having trained alongside Natsuki for some time, he was no longer the naive child unaware of shadow clones. Since suffering defeat at the hands of Wai Suk, he had diligently immersed himself in the study of ninjutsu during his free moments. Naturally, he was aware of the shadow clone technique, a flawless ninjutsu that perfectly replicated the physical and ninjutsu abilities of the original. Its sole weakness lay in its failure upon sustaining even the slightest harm. Thus, throughout this day's training, he had not executed a single effective attack. Yuxiang collapsed onto the ground, closing his eyes to rest, unconsciously gasping for air. Profoundly aware of his inadequacies, his nose twitched, catching the strong scent of alcohol from afar. He couldn't fathom how the old man could function as a ninja with such a blatant trace of intoxication. Was he not afraid of exposure during missions? Well done. Upon hearing this, Yuxiang felt a surge of joy within and opened his eyes to see his teacher approaching. After enduring a day of rigorous training and receiving harsh criticism, it was indeed a rare delight to hear a word of praise. A smile crept onto Yuxiang's lips as he prepared to rise, only to be firmly held down by Taiji. It's all right, just lie there, he said warmly, leaving Yuxiang both surprised and flattered. He recalled how they had begun the day with a bout of sparring without any prelude, and he wondered if this would become the norm moving forward. Upon hearing Taiji's reassurance, Yuxiang chose not to resist. The relentless battles of the morning had left him utterly exhausted, his muscles ached, and he felt the sting of various wounds across his body. Taiji knelt beside him, hands hovering over his injuries, some inflicted by Taiji's kunai, others from the scrapes and bruises acquired during combat. It was no surprise that his palms and knees bore the marks of contact with the ground. You still have much to learn. These wounds should not have occurred, Taiji remarked, his voice steady. Yuxiang listened intently, watching as a soft blue light emanated from Taiji's hands. A warm chakra enveloped his wounds, and soon enough, he felt a gentle itch as the healing process began. He furrowed his brow, enduring the sensation until, at last, Taiji had treated all of his injuries. Yuxiang rubbed the spots where the wounds had been, feeling no pain now, and wiped away the dried blood, revealing his unblemished skin beneath. Only the torn fabric of his clothing remained to signify the ordeal he had endured. He was astonished that his teacher possessed the skill of medical ninjutsu. With admiration shining in his eyes, Yuxiang regarded Taiji, feeling increasingly fortunate for the impulsive decision he had made to become his disciple. His teacher truly was remarkable, seemingly proficient in every discipline. You need not idolize me too much. Medical ninjutsu is merely a basic skill. In time, you will master it as well, Taiji responded, pleased by Yuxiang's admiration. No matter how exceptional a warrior may be, they require a substantial stage to showcase their prowess, and Taiji had long since stepped away from the spotlight. Since his retirement from the position of elder over a decade ago, he had not engaged in combat, nor had the opportunity to demonstrate his abilities. The village's tasks did not necessitate his involvement. Indeed, if he were called upon, it would signify a dire situation for the village. Though Yuxiang's stage was modest, it still allowed Taiji a chance to exhibit his skills. Throughout the day, Yuxiang had been invigorated by the perception of his own progress, while Taiji felt equally energized. Grateful to be free from mundane interactions and having finally found a promising disciple, he lamented only the lack of time, as there was no room for dissatisfaction. As night descended, the two found themselves by the riverside, where Yuxiang wore a forlorn expression. Teacher, do we truly have to spend the night here? My mother will be worried. Haha, fret not. Before I came, I spoke with your mother. She was overjoyed and even asked me to tell you not to worry about home. In fact, she even brought your change of clothes, Taiji replied with a chuckle. Hearing this, Yuxiang's expression soured further. In the wilderness, far from the comforts of home, he lamented the situation, realizing that his mother had indeed overstepped in her concern. Teacher, the journey of cultivation has already commenced, and you must prepare yourself for arduous struggles. Cast aside any notions of the comfortable life you once led as a child in the whirlpool of summer trees. Very well. Yuxiang wore a pained expression. Even feeling sympathy for Yangjie, now it was his turn to endure hardship. Taiji, a figure of great stature, governed the land of whirlpools with remarkable order, commanding the respect and loyalty of his subordinates. It was evident that Yuxiang harbored some discontent, for he was still a mere child, experiencing his first night away from his mother, a challenge that was unavoidable. He took the initiative to pose a question. Do you know the purpose of a ninja's existence? Or, why do ninjas exist? Taiji feigned mystery, aware that Yuxiang would surely be intrigued by the subject of ninjas. As expected, the young Yuxiang quickly dismissed his earlier gloom and gazed eagerly at his unscrupulous teacher. Is it to protect the village? To ensure world peace? In Yuxiang's young mind, the world he had encountered was exceedingly narrow. His understanding was limited to the notion that ninjas existed for the continuation of their village and the safety of its inhabitants. Perhaps this was merely the perspective that those in power wished the common folk to perceive. However, Taiji's answer took Yuxiang by surprise. No, ninjas are instruments of power. Weapons meant to usurp what belongs to others. They are harbingers of misfortune and sources of calamity. This statement ignited Yuxiang's discontent. His nostrils flaring as he glared at his teacher, though he could not articulate a rebuttal, his small heart brimming with doubt. Taiji, fully aware of Yuxiang's displeasure, chose to disregard it, continuing to expound upon his understanding of the world and the harsh realities he had encountered. The origins of ninjas are shrouded in obscurity. Often traced back to the legendary Sage of Six Paths, their true development began prior to the Warring States period. The prosperity of one group inevitably signifies the decline of another, and the samurai were supplanted by ninjas as the martial force. As instruments wielded by the nobility, ninjas proved to be far more suitable than samurai. They were blunt and ruthless, willing to employ any means to achieve their ends, and possessed a cruel tenacity, prepared to make sacrifices. In contrast to the samurai's adherence to honor, ninjas were undoubtedly the more fitting choice. Consequently, ninjas gradually supplanted samurai as the favored weapon of the aristocracy, leading to the latter's slow exit from the world stage. Yuxiang's young heart was flooded with Taiji's words, which struck him as startlingly unexpected, completely contradicting his previous understanding. Ninjas, samurai. Yuxiang pondered the implications of these statements, remaining silent. Meanwhile, Taiji was lost in his own reflections. The samurai were destined to be cast aside by the world, resisting the march of progress, stubbornly refusing to adapt, and ultimately fading into obscurity, lingering in some forgotten corner. Were ninjas destined to become the next samurai? Taiji did not know the answer to this question, nor did he desire to find out. Samyun, Kurita, and Naoya, these warriors were not to be underestimated, yet they were merely pawns discarded by the tides of time. No matter how strong, they remained but individuals. Taiji believed he would not become one of them. With this thought, Uzumaki Taiji could not help but shake his head and smile wryly, lost in his own musings. Is it the excitement of mentoring a disciple today that has caused such a stir? It seems I truly have grown old. For I can hardly envision the day when the ninjas shall meet their demise, or perhaps I shall depart this world before such a day arrives. Is it worth fretting over the impossible? The night has deepened, and the campfire beside the two has burned low, its embers flickering, casting the last vestiges of warmth and light upon them. The night wind howls, piercingly cold, and even someone as formidable as Uzumaki Taiji cannot escape its chill. As for Uzumaki Yuxiang, he appears to be shivering, curled up towards the dying fire, his face pale, beads of cold sweat adorning his forehead. His expression twisted in fear. In the next moment, Yuxiang awakens from a nightmare, gasping for breath. Ignoring the cold sweat upon his brow as he hastily turns to Uzumaki Taiji, where a faint glow from the fire illuminates a familiar silhouette. Whether it is the warmth of the fire or the presence of Taiji, Yuxiang gradually finds solace, his mind replaying the vivid scene. The night is shrouded in darkness. Heavy clouds loom overhead, and his body sways precariously as the boat rocks violently amid the surging waves. Yes, it is a boat, with torrential rain pouring from the sky. The air thick with humidity, and the cacophony of terrified cries echoing in his ears. A familiar child appears before Yuxiang, perhaps in his early teens. And his visage is strikingly recognized. It is himself. He stands resolutely against the storm, his body swaying with the boat. Gripping it tightly to maintain balance, his demeanor calm and unafraid amidst the chaos. Suddenly, he seems to sense something, his head snapping around to gaze at Yuxiang. Urgency etched on his face, his previous composure replaced by a desperate shout. Though it is but a dream, Yuxiang feels its unsettling authenticity. The surrounding noise drowning out the words being spoken. Yet, he can perceive the urgency in the child's emotions, grasping the meaning he wishes to convey. Danger. Leave the village. In the next instant, a wave of profound fear engulfs Yuxiang. He knows it is merely a dream, yet he is powerless against the onslaught of terror. A suffocating sense of crisis wrapping around him like a whirlpool. There is nowhere to hide, no escape. When the rain ceases and the skies clear, the ship sails steadily with the sea breeze. At last, the youth finds a moment of tranquility to ponder the matter of Uzumaki Yuxiang. He has been in slumber for over 4 years, awakening only to gather energy to repair the system. Until recently, when that little imp discovered the existence of the dream space. Now, he occupies a role akin to that of a system administrator, lacking the authority to perceive the external circumstances of the host. It was only when the red-haired imp began utilizing the system that he gradually received snippets of external information. That hair, that attire, they belong to a ninja. The youth sighs deeply. Indeed, they are from the Uzumaki Clan. The thought of the fate that befell the Uzumaki Clan in the Hokage saga gives him a headache. Having realized that he should have spoken to him before consuming the wisdom crystal last time, he now finds himself in a predicament. Unless the other party approaches him, he feels utterly helpless. Sighing, he increasingly senses the necessity of a discerning skill, as he remains oblivious to the circumstances on the other side. The immediate priority is to expedite the completion of this section of the dungeon and secure the rewards. He has lingered in this novice dungeon for far too long, without even making contact with which he considers a failure. Yuxiang awoke, and Taiji instinctively sensed his unease. He promptly rose to pour a cup of warm water for him. What's wrong? Are you having trouble sleeping? Yuxiang, still shaken, accepted the warm water, breathing heavily as he gazed at teacher Taiji. After a considerable pause, he gradually regained his composure, took a sip of water, and wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. The presence of Taiji provided him with immense reassurance. At least he knew he was safe at that moment. Teacher, I saw myself on a ship, urging me to leave the village quickly. It's dangerous. Although Yuxiang's words were somewhat disjointed, they conveyed his urgent message. He had a nightmare warning of danger in the village and the need to flee. Taiji listened, offering a slight smile, not overly concerned. While Yuxiang caught his breath, he rekindled the campfire with the remaining embers. The flickering flames danced in their eyes, enveloping Yuxiang in warmth, dispelling his chill and gradually alleviating his fear. There's nothing to worry about. I'm here, and no one can harm you. It's just a bad dream. Take a sip of water and relax. This gentle reassurance, though perhaps somewhat presumptuous, was precisely what Yuxiang needed at that moment. Taiji understood that this was likely Yuxiang's first experience living in the wild away from his mother, making his fear quite natural. I know it was a dream. I can feel it was a dream. Yet, I cannot shake off my fear. It was merely a simple scene and a straightforward statement, but I am terrified. An uncontrollable fear. Yuxiang's gaze remained fixed on the fire, his body unconsciously inching closer to its warmth, seeking solace. Yuxiang's words piqued Taiji's concern. If it wasn't merely an illusion, Yuxiang's symptoms seemed rather peculiar, indicating something beyond a mere nightmare. Frowning, he leaned closer to Yuxiang and placed his right hand atop the boy's head. Relax, don't be tense. As a large hand enveloped Yuxiang's small head, warmth radiated from it. And Taiji's familiar voice echoed in Yuxiang's ears, instilling a sense of calm. In the next moment, Yuxiang felt a wave of disorientation. Time seemed to blur. And in an instant, Yuxiang regained consciousness, turning to look at Taiji, who was evidently examining him. He gazed at him with anticipation, hoping for an answer. However, he noticed that teacher Taiji's brow was furrowed even deeper, causing a ripple of unease within Yuxiang. Could it be that something was amiss with the dream space? You mean you dreamt that you were warned about danger in the village and urged to leave quickly? Taiji's words were rather muddled. Anyone else would struggle to grasp his meaning. However, Yuxiang, being a first-hand witness, understood perfectly. He proceeded to recount in detail the experiences he had encountered in his dreams. Danger. Leave the village, murmured Vortex Taiji, lost in contemplation regarding the implications of his thoughts. Ships. The land of the Whirlpool boasted numerous vessels. Yet most were mere small fishing boats that operated in rivers or near the coast. When it came to seafaring ships capable of withstanding turbulent storms, only a few large wooden ships engaged in trade with the Land of Fire could be considered, but even they would falter against a tempest. Suddenly, Taiji recalled a seemingly insignificant piece of intelligence, his mind deep in thought. That old codger. If we are to speak of ships, then this is the only option. Reflecting on the past exploits of that old fellow, he felt a flicker of understanding dawning upon him. Alas, even with this newfound clarity, Vortex Taiji had no intention of taking action. He bore no aversion to the old man's intentions, on the contrary. He deemed them quite plausible. Yet, as the leader of the Vortex Clan, closely aligned with the Leaf Village, severing ties with them was not an option. What would that mean for the likes of Mizuho, who resided within the Leaf, or for the village that had repeatedly offered him assistance, not to mention the first Hokage? Hence, this was a decision he could neither make nor support. He could only choose to feign ignorance for the time being. However, if there were rogue ninjas within the village, the situation would be markedly different. Immediately, Vortex Taiji fixed his gaze upon Yuxiang, scrutinizing him intently, his eyes revealing a glimmer of astonishment, as if he were gazing upon a hidden treasure. If what Yuxiang spoke of were to indeed unfold, could it be some form of bloodline limit he had never encountered? The possibility of such a capability sent shockwaves through Taiji's mind. If his conjecture held true, this could be. As the head of the Vortex Clan, with a long and storied history, he had come to know many secrets of the ninja world. And he was aware of a similar case, an individual whose existence could only be described as that of a sage. Taiji swiftly redirected his focus to the dream itself. Was it truly of any significance? Was he to take seriously the nightmare of a mere 6-year-old child? But what if it were real? If it were indeed the kind of ability he was familiar with, then the future of the Land of the Whirlpool. Vortex Taiji soon burst into laughter. Let us not forget, this was merely an uncertain, possibly existent future, even if it were to come to pass, should the danger described by Yuxiang arrive tomorrow. What then? In that future, at the very least, Yuxiang would still be alive, would he not? Had the Vortex Clan not weathered countless crises throughout its history? As long as a few seeds remained, it would suffice. The glory of the clan would illuminate hope until it sprouted anew, growing into a towering tree. Nevertheless, preparations must be made, just in case. Taiji glanced up at the sky, where a faint glow began to emerge over the distant mountaintops, heralding the dawn. Yuxiang. Yes, from this day forth, I shall officially teach you the techniques of chakra control and ninjutsu. Intensifying your training, you must be mentally prepared. All right. Upon hearing Master Taiji's words, Yuxiang felt an overwhelming joy. He could finally learn ninjutsu after waiting for what seemed like an eternity for this moment. Although it was still early, the dawn had yet to break, and Yuxiang had been startled awake by nightmares during the night, leaving his spirits rather low. He stifled a yawn and glanced at Master Taiji, contemplating returning to sleep if there were no further instructions, especially since the campfire was pleasantly warm. Let us commence our warm-up. This statement caught Yuxiang off guard. Evidently, Master Taiji's notion of mental preparation diverged from his own, as he had not anticipated the training to commence so swiftly. At that moment, The village of Uzumaki was enveloped in a delicate veil of morning light. The sky turning pale, casting its glow amidst the trees, while wispy clouds meandered through the mountain peaks. Leading the way, Uzumaki Taiji navigated the intricate terrain of stones and trees with agility, climbing and leaping with ease. Before long, Yuxiang found himself in an unexpected predicament. He could not see the path ahead. Having grown up playing in the woods, he believed he was quite familiar with the forest, never imagining a day would come when he would lose sight of the way. Although the sky had lightened, the sun struggled to penetrate the dense canopy above. In the midst of the chaos, Uzumaki Taiji would weave through the most challenging spots, and Yuxiang faced considerable difficulties, his palms and arms marked with faint crimson scratches. "Be cautious as you tread, do not rush," the elder remarked with a mischievous grin. He did not hasten Yuxiang unduly, yet he kept a vigilant watch over his actions, adjusting his own pace according to Yuxiang's condition, striving to encourage him to exert himself without exhausting his energy. "I have observed your movements over the past 2 days and noticed that your adaptation to the surrounding environment is somewhat sluggish. You fail to utilize the environment to your advantage," Uzumaki Taiji explained as he led Yuxiang through the training, elucidating its purpose. Yuxiang gritted his teeth, determined to keep pace with his mentor. The exertion was a mere trifle to him, and the explanations provided by Uzumaki Taiji left him pleasantly surprised. Reflecting on the teaching methods of Uzumaki Natsuki, he couldn't help but feel a sense of happiness. Seeing that Yuxiang harbored no complaints, Taiji smiled with satisfaction and continued, "Moreover, when you engage in combat, you exert too much force and lack restraint. If you find yourself on the battlefield in the future, you will inevitably become what you might call a hero." At this, Taiji's tone inadvertently grew heavier, reflecting his concern for Yuxiang. As a veteran who had survived countless battles, his wisdom far surpassed that of Yuxiang. "Isn't it admirable to become a hero? I aspire to be the hero of our village, someone others can look up to." A hero is merely a title bestowed upon those ninjas who sacrifice themselves on the battlefield, Taiji replied nonchalantly. "Take, for instance, your father, Uzumaki Yuxiang. He is a true hero." The mention of his father's name startled Yuxiang, causing him to slip slightly on the morning's damp moss-covered bark. As a ninja, the execution of missions is paramount, and survival follows closely behind, an instinct inherent to humanity. Observing that Yuxiang was unscathed, Taiji continued onward without pausing. Pain serves the purpose of safeguarding individuals from peril. It is an instinctive aspect of humanity. In one regard, the sensation of pain may seem superfluous, yet it instills in a person a sense of fear and caution, prompting them to evade danger and, at times, to surrender. For a ninja, such tendencies are deemed unnecessary. Nevertheless, pain is an inherent human experience. Its existence is meaningful, as the trepidation and reverence it evokes propel one forward, serving as a catalyst for growth. Only by becoming stronger can one evade suffering. In this moment, Uzumaki Taiji halted, confronting Yuxiang directly. "You, however, are different. It is not that you are unaware of pain. Rather, you appear indifferent to it, or perhaps you harbor no fear of it. During yesterday's training, you suffered numerous injuries that could have been alleviated or entirely avoided, yet you disregarded them in pursuit of superior offensive capabilities. This reckless habit is utterly unacceptable," Taiji admonished with a tone of unwavering severity. For a warlord, the willingness of his subordinates to risk their lives is often met with indifference, for human lives are mere statistics to them. However, as an elder of the clan and a teacher, I cannot condone such behavior. To me, every life is invaluable, a vital cornerstone of our village. Yuxiang felt a pang in his heart, his breath quickening as he anxiously glanced at Taiji, only to relax upon noticing his teacher's lack of concern. Taiji remained oblivious to the origins of Yuxiang's reckless habit, engaging in fierce combat without restraint or caution. The daily practice within the realm of dreams fostered an unyielding offensive mindset within him. As he faced no real injuries in that space, fear became a foreign concept. Pain had long since become a familiar companion, hardly worth mentioning. Yet, he had not anticipated that this habit would manifest as a critical flaw in the eyes of his teacher, leaving him with a sense of foreboding. "I understand now. I shall overcome this issue," he resolved earnestly. "That is good to hear." Upon Yuxiang's solemn reply, Taiji turned to lead the way. "I do not assert that this habit is entirely detrimental. At times, when both you and your adversary find yourselves devoid of options, victory may hinge upon who can bear the greater pain. However, if you persist in this manner, disregarding the disparity in strength, you may one day become a hero." a term here that signifies a ninja who sacrifices their life for the tranquility of the village. Yuxiang listened quietly, comprehending that the heroism referenced was not in the literal sense, but rather the selfless sacrifice for the peace of their community. As dawn broke, signaling the conclusion of today's training in familiar combat environments, Taiji instructed, return and rest before commencing your chakra control and ninjutsu practice. Understood. A youthful, melodious voice resonated through the forest, harmonizing with the burgeoning symphony of morning birds and insects, heralding the vibrant commencement of a new day. Teacher, have I not trained sufficiently at this level? Yuxiang inquired, as 3 days had elapsed since the onset of his rigorous training regimen, and he was gradually acclimatizing to its demands. As dawn transitioned into darkness, the once tranquil forest became a battleground, where one had to remain vigilant against Taiji's attacks. Perhaps tomorrow, he mused, if you pass the assessment, you may finally find respite. Observing Yuxiang's excited demeanor, Taiji revealed a rare expression of solemnity before departing. This marked the first occasion in many days that Taiji from the vortex had left. Under the serenade of cicadas, Yuxiang drifted into slumber, skillfully wielding the crimson crystal, a unique artifact forged through daily training with his mentor. It was thanks to this dreamscape that he could swiftly adapt to the rigors of his training. With a casual flick, he activated the Vortex Taiji's battle crystal. Feeling grateful for the formidable dream realm he inhabited, yet simultaneously yearning for more refined abilities. At the very least, conjure the forest for me. This emptiness is disheartening. In an instant, Yuxiang found himself standing within the space, a familiar scene unfolding before him, not the blank void of dreams, but rather, a wave of profound joy surged through his spirit. The familiar forest landscape greeted him. He cast a casual glance around, recognizing nearly every facet, the distant, ethereal mists, the faintly visible peaks, and the gently winding streams below. Some locations eluded his memory, yet a sense of familiarity enveloped him, confirming that this was indeed the forest behind his home. In his elation, Yuxiang failed to notice the thinner crimson haze that had settled in, nor the stealthy shuriken that flew through the night like a serpent poised to strike. Suddenly, a splash of blood illuminated the darkness, jolting Yuxiang from his reverie. It shouldn't be like this. I'm still too young, he lamented, quickly plunging into a fierce chase. Before dawn, when the sky was completely engulfed in darkness, Yuxiang abruptly opened his eyes, a confident smile gracing his lips. His days of training had attuned him to a new biological rhythm. He stood ready to embark on another day of rigorous practice, determined to meet the expectations set before him. After countless pursuits through the dreamscape, he felt assured in his capabilities. 10 minutes later, however, Yuxiang sat trembling on the ground, terror etched across his face, gasping for breath as blood dripped from the shuriken in his right hand. Gazing at the lifeless body before him, he grasped the meaning behind Taiji's words, survive until dawn. It was not a jest, but a literal truth. A gentle breeze rustled the treetops, creating a soft whisper, yet to Yuxiang, the entire dark forest morphed into a monstrous entity ready to consume him. He was oblivious to the number of foes lurking in the shadows, unaware that in an instant, he could meet the same fate as the corpse at his feet, cold and devoid of life. Suddenly, a chill swept over him, causing Yuxiang to shudder, prompting his awakening to the grim reality surrounding him. I must leave this place swiftly. As I depart in a daze, I make sure to erase any trace of my presence. Is this what it feels like to take a life? When the kunai penetrates my opponent's body, rendering him motionless, I suddenly feel an icy chill enveloping me. Although I had long harbored the desire to eliminate that right tie, the enmity I bore towards him was profound. However, the situation is different now. He is merely a stranger, an unfamiliar life extinguished by my hand. For the first time, I truly comprehend the essence of a ninja and why they are often described as cold-blooded killing machines. My heart races violently, blood surges through my veins, and my mind feels utterly overwhelmed. Everything today has transpired so abruptly, leaving me with no mental preparation. Not far behind, witnessing the evidently disoriented actions of Uzumaki Yuxiang, Taiji's heart fills with concern. The first individual had fallen under his illusion, serving to shatter his false sense of security. The subsequent adversaries are a different matter entirely. They are true harbingers of death. If possible, he would prefer not to let him witness bloodshed so soon. Yet given the current circumstances, it is essential to take decisive action. A squad dispatched to the Land of Fire has gone completely missing, with uncertainty looming over whether they were captured by Konoha or met another fate. Uzumaki Taiji observes Yuxiang's clumsy figure. If you truly bear the weight of bloodshed, I believe your potential is sufficient to navigate this crisis. A flicker of determination shines in his eyes, and in the next moment, his figure vanishes. Within the dreamscape, a young boy who had just completed a segment of a dungeon gazes at the violently trembling realm, then shifts his attention to the plight of Uzumaki Yuxiang in reality. Understanding dawns upon him. He grimaces at the skill book in his hand. Absolute. Name. Absolute. Type. Skill quality. Gray iron. Superior attribute. Contains a skill that can be perfectly inherited upon use. Usage. 1. Learning. This is the skill I have painstakingly practiced to mastery, just recently exchanged for with wisdom crystals, and I was poised to learn it when this situation arose. Alas. Must I revisit the arduous task of honing my skills? In the woods, two figures dart swiftly, one leading and the other trailing. The taller silhouette behind is evidently still adjusting to the darkness, stumbling yet managing to keep pace with the agile child ahead. Little brat, just let me eliminate you. Once you're gone, I shall be free, ha ha ha. The laughter of an enemy echoes from behind, causing Yuxiang's heart to skip a beat, quickening his pace. If another such figure emerges, I fear I may not escape. Suddenly, a familiar voice resonates in his ear. Congratulations, you have learned the skill, Absolute. Absolute? What is this? In an instant, a flood of immense memories rushes into his mind, conjuring a series of both strange and familiar scenes. Recovering stamina in a dark tunnel, lurking amidst the perilous jungles. In that moment, he effortlessly grasps the utilization of this skill, conserving life energy to evade external perception. A shadow swiftly darted past Yuxiang, gradually receding into the distance, oblivious to his presence, as if he were a mere inanimate object. In the darkness, the boy's eyes glimmered with a chilling intent to kill. Although the circumstances surrounding these individuals remained unclear, the fact that Teacher Taiji had brought them indicated that they were deemed worthy of elimination. They had pursued me with such fervor, truly believing themselves formidable, if not for the fear of attracting unwanted attention. Since they have come to me willingly, let them serve as stepping stones for my ascent in strength, a means to assess the fruits of my recent training. With a swift movement, he vanished from his position. The transition between hunter and prey often occurs in an instant. Half an hour later, as the sun began to rise and the sky welcomed the light once more, Vortex Taiji stood upon a branch, his expression one of satisfaction as he observed Vortex Yuxiang emerging from the forest. His silent demeanor, eyes laced with murderous intent, tattered clothing, and bloodied kunai spoke volumes. Yuxiang had undergone a necessary metamorphosis into a true ninja. Well done. I did not expect you to eliminate all your targets. Which spares me some trouble, Vortex Taiji remarked, forming hand seals as a golden barrier enveloped the entire mountain forest, vanishing in an instant. Teacher, Yuxiang hesitated, burdened by the gravity of his actions. However, as he settled into a calm state, thoughts of their identities naturally surfaced. These individuals exhibited brutal temperaments and crude combat skills, a curious assortment indeed. Fear not, they were merely former captives. Their deaths are inconsequential. Vortex Taiji replied, revealing an indifference to life itself, without elaborating on their captivity or misdeeds. Very well, as long as they are not my kin. Their demise holds no weight for me. This is the world of ninjas, cold, bloody. All right then, take a moment to relax today. We shall temporarily conclude outdoor training. Tomorrow, no? The day after tomorrow, we shall commence training in ninjutsu. Vortex Taiji scratched his head in resignation, clearly caught off guard by the rapid progress of Vortex Yuxiang. And then there was Yuxiang's dream. The thought stirred a sense of unease within Vortex Taiji. Within the clan leader's residence, Vortex Hiroki was taken aback by the trouble his father had brought home after only a few days' absence. A throbbing pain enveloped his head. Father, you must not lend your support to him merely because of your friendship with Vortex Hato. His words dripped with sarcasm, even tinged with indignation. How could you act in such a manner? Are you unaware of the repercussions this order might have on the village? Vortex Taiji devoured the familiar delicacies of the estate, accompanied by a drink, seemingly unfazed by his son's protests. Father, did you hear me? I do not agree with your actions. The more Vortex Hiroki witnessed his father's indifference, the more his fury intensified. Vortex Taiji inadvertently let out a burp, offering an awkward smile before finally pausing to articulate his reasoning. What? Vortex Hiroki found the situation absurd, his voice trembling with disbelief. Your decision, solely based on a dream of Uzumaki Yuxiang, seems utterly absurd. It is not merely ridiculous, it borders on madness, all over the fanciful notion of a mere 6-year-old child. Taiji remains nonchalant, chewing away with a look of indifference, feeling that the food is somewhat greasy. After taking a swig of alcohol, discomfort lingers. Do you not possess the exquisite tea gifted by the feudal lord of the Land of Fire? Bring it forth for a taste. Uzumaki Hiroki, suppressing his anger yet feeling helpless, finds himself at a loss with respect to his father. He cannot overpower him, nor can he make him heed his words. So he reluctantly retrieves a packet of open tea from the nearby tea cabinet, oblivious to his father's remarks regarding the fine tea. As hot water is poured over the leaves, after 3 pots of tea, Hiroki gradually calms down, recognizing his impulsiveness. Might there be aspects he remains unaware of? Uzumaki Taiji is a formidable figure who has led the Land of Tides onto the stage of the ninja world, revered by countless ninjas as the esteemed clan leader. He steadies his emotions and patiently awaits his father's elucidation. Noticing that Hiroki has finally regained his composure, a flicker of amusement crosses Taiji's eyes. He sets down his teacup and begins to share his conjecture regarding Uzumaki Yuxiang's abilities. Are you familiar with the Sage of the Toads from Myobo-Kuzan? Huh? A hint of confusion glimmers in Uzumaki Hiroki's gaze. Myobo-Kuzan? He seems to have seen it before, a vague recollection stirring within him. What is the Sage of the Toads? In contemporary times, the sage from Myobo-Kuzan remains shrouded in obscurity, yet historical records indicate that they once aided humanity long ago. The sage possesses the extraordinary ability to foresee the future through dreams. This, he surmises, is the essence of Uzumaki Yuxiang's ability, although it has only manifested once, and Taiji has not witnessed it since. The notion of foreseeing the future through dreams, ships, crises, leads him to contemplate Uzumaki Heido's recent resurgence, procuring vessels and contacting former associates, compelling him to direct his thoughts in that particular direction. For him, the peace and stability of the village are paramount. However, the continuation of the family lineage is of utmost importance. After all, it is the Uzumaki clan that gives rise to the village of Uezora, and subsequently, the Land of Tides. For the sake of the family's perpetuation, he would even forsake the village he has painstakingly nurtured, willing to see it destroyed. Over a decade ago, I was prepared to sever all of Uzumaki Heido's endeavors for the sake of the village's security and tranquility, even if I found merit in his words. When it comes to the village's welfare, I had no choice but to act thus. Uzumaki Taiji's words are calm and detached, revealing no regret despite Uzumaki Heido being his lifelong, most treasured companion. Yet, were all those countless life and death struggles not in service of the family's continuation? Family supersedes all. Everything can be sacrificed for it, save for the family itself. He has begun to discern Uzumaki Heido's intentions regarding a peaceful nation removed from the tumult of the ninja world, the Land of Iron. The Land of Iron, a unique nation exempt from the war agendas of the 5 great nations, is a land of samurai. Should a group of non-aggressive sealing ninjas establish residence there, they would likely be welcomed warmly, inciting no attention from the other great powers. Its geographical proximity is also suitable, lying just slightly northwest of the Land of Tides. Not far at all. Listening to his father's narrative, Uzumaki Hiroki gradually transitioned from disbelief to tentative acceptance. The notion of the Toad Sage possessing the ability to foresee the future provided a foundation for Uzumaki Taishi's conjecture, transforming it from mere fanciful thinking into something more substantial. So what should I do now? Upon hearing his son's query, Uzumaki Taishi sensed Hiroki had tacitly acknowledged his actions, which brought him a measure of relief. Firstly, our current hypothesis is predicated on Uzumaki Yuxiang's dreams. However, we only know that the village is in peril. We remain oblivious to the source of this danger and the village's ultimate fate. Thus, we must rely solely on the scant clues at our disposal to draw inferences. Hiroki listened intently, nodding in silence. Given that Uzumaki Yuxiang dreamed of venturing out to sea, it indicated that embarking on a maritime journey was at least a feasible option, perhaps even the sole one, and also the most broadly applicable. In our current ignorance of the threat, taking to the sea seemed the safest course of action. Hiroki silently acknowledged this. He too had contemplated the same. If one were to entertain the direst possibility of the village's total annihilation, at least those who set sail would survive to carry on the Uzumaki lineage. He continued to heed his father's instructions. I trust you are somewhat aware of Uzumaki Heido's recent maneuvers, although you may not fully grasp his intentions. This mention of the old man amidst discussions of the village's crisis puzzled Hiroki. What connection did Uzumaki Heido have to their plight? Uzumaki Taishi's briefly recounted the events of the Elder Council from years past. What? How dare that old fool act in such a manner? This was the first Hiroki had heard of such matters, and he was engulfed in shock and fury. His outrage was twofold. First, at Uzumaki Heido for jeopardizing the safety of their homeland, knowing full well that he, as the leader benefiting most from the alliance with Konohagakure, was effectively declaring war against the chief lineage. Secondly, he felt anger and shame for being oblivious to such critical affairs concerning the very welfare of their nation and the interests of the chief lineage. But are we not engaging in actions akin to those of Uzumaki Hado? Taishi's words were laced with a cold detachment. Hiroki discerned the simmering anger beneath his father's calm facade. He struggled to suppress his own frustration but had to concede that his father was indeed correct. He continued. He intends to establish himself elsewhere. If he cannot captain the great vessel that is the Uzumaki nation, then he sees no harm in seeking a different course. If the ship of the Uzumaki nation is destined to sink, why not abandon it? Hiroki's words were sharp and resonated deeply. Taisha fell silent, harboring profound disdain for his friend's actions that threatened to splinter the Uzumaki nation. Yet, when faced with Uzumaki Hado, who commanded nearly a quarter of their clan's strength, could he truly bring himself to eliminate him? It was not a matter of possibility, but rather one of necessity and worth. Both men were pillars of the Uzumaki clan. Should they conflict, the repercussions would extend far beyond their personal disputes, inevitably entangling countless ninjas and civilians. The crisis at hand is certainly not easier to resolve than the current predicament. Moreover, the future of the Land of Whirlpools remains uncertain. Why bother? For now, let us collaborate with Uzumaki Hado, selecting the most promising individuals from our clan. They currently lack the capacity to contribute in battles on a shinobi level. Should any misfortune befall the Land of Whirlpools, they would represent a glimmer of hope for reconstruction. Additionally, let us allocate half of our trading vessels previously engaged with the Land of Fire to Uzumaki Hado. He will comprehend my intent. If the objective is merely to meet basic living needs and stabilize the market of the Land of Whirlpools, that portion would suffice. Uzumaki Hiroki nodded in agreement. I have contemplated presenting this proposal at the elders' meeting, but perhaps it is best to refrain from doing so. This matter may not be appropriate for us to address. For now, let us proceed in this manner. However, Uzumaki Hiroki expressed a hint of dissatisfaction. If we relinquish this matter entirely to Uzumaki Hado, we will undoubtedly find ourselves subordinate to him in the future. Is it not feasible for us to take the lead in this endeavor? Uzumaki Taiji remained silent for a moment before responding softly. I understand your perspective, yet without Uzumaki Yuxiang's foresight, we would remain oblivious to this situation. His visions indicate that at least some members of our clan may be saved. This suggests that, within our current understanding of the future, only Uzumaki Hado's approach is known to be viable, perhaps the only one. I prefer not to delve too deeply into this matter, lest it alter the outcome. The moment we became aware of this information signifies a shift in the future. The more we probe, the more changes ensue. Our task is to cooperate as much as possible without significant impact. In matters concerning the survival of our clan, we cannot afford to gamble. Thus, Uzumaki Taiji's words remained unspoken, yet their meaning was clear. In the face of the clan's survival, everything is expendable, even their own lives. Furthermore, if the anticipated events do not transpire, the Leaf Village cannot hold us accountable. We are merely allies, and can they truly fault me for inadequate guidance? Very well. I shall instruct Yuxiang to handle this. Indeed, go forth. Meanwhile, within the residence of Uzumaki Hado, if one could even call it a residence, it was more akin to a humble abode. The chess pieces that had once adorned the table were now tucked away. The black sandalwood chess box lay shrouded in a thin layer of dust, untouched for days. Upon the table rested a map of the shinobi world, which Uzumaki Hado scrutinized intently, his finger gliding gently over a distant island nation, the Land of Whirlpools. It is too small, far too small. How could it possibly accommodate the Uzumaki clan? A glimmer of yearning flickered in his astute eyes. A desire for power that had festered during his years of inconspicuousness in the village. He had awaited this opportunity for an extended period. An impatience was beginning to take hold. In contrast to Uzumaki Taiji, who had presided over the Land of Whirlpools for many years with a detached view of power, Uzumaki Hado had nurtured ambition amidst the monotony of the years. Now, having crossed the threshold of 60, with mortality looming close, he was unwilling to depart this world without having made his mark. Had it been the fervent youth of his earlier years, he would have fought fiercely for the future of the Uzumaki clan. Now, he is Uzumaki Hado, striving to realize his own ambitions and carve out a path for himself. When questioned about his reluctance to choose the Land of Fire, he scoffs, noting that the darkness of Konohagakure far surpasses that of Uzumaki Village. With his current capabilities, he could never contend with them. Only the Land of Iron possesses sufficient strength to withstand the pressures from both the Land of Fire and the Land of Water, while also harboring a pressing need for ninjas. Furthermore, the Land of Iron has established peace treaties with various nations, making it an ideal choice. Uzumaki Hado retrieved a detailed map of the land of Uzumaki and continued to refine his plans. The land of Uzumaki resembles an isosceles triangle. To the north lies the land of iron, to the left the land of fire, and the southern edge generally points towards the lands of water and bear. The northern region is dense with forests, sparsely populated and thus conducive for covert operations, yet the coastline is lined with steep cliffs, lacking suitable docking points. Utilizing large-scale terrain ninjutsu would easily alert the barriers to chakra signatures. To the west, the proximity to the land of fire sees an influx of fishermen this season. Even if natural harbors are available, they have long been claimed. Currently, the ships purchased by Uzumaki Hado are stationed there, and to avoid drawing attention, they sporadically venture out to trade with the land of fire while stockpiling supplies. Hado's fingers glided across the map until they settled on the southeastern coast of the islands. Here, he discerned the most suitable location. The lengthy coastline naturally harbors suitable ports. Yet they are all sealed off to guard against the mist ninjas of the land of water, having relocated the fishermen to the west. With a decisive motion, he slammed his palm onto the table, sending dust swirling into the air. Hey, how are things on your end? Any progress? Observing Hei's furrowed brow, Hado sensed trouble. As expected, Hei lamented, the situation is far from ideal. I probed several upper ninjas I am friendly with, and they seem to think I am jesting. This is problematic. Uzumaki Hado lowered his gaze to the map, his thumb and index finger thoughtfully tracing its contours. His expression shrouded in shadows of uncertainty. Given the current pace, realizing his expectations may be unattainable, aside from his old comrades, the established upper ninjas were unlikely to indulge his reckless ambitions. No, even his former allies would inevitably feel a longing for their homeland, reluctant to depart. What use would it be to lead those civilians into turmoil without adequate strength for protection? They would become mere targets, lacking any means of defense, vulnerable to slaughter. Uzumaki Hado seemed to have reached a resolute decision as he lifted his gaze to Hei. Hei, do we have enough supplies to sustain 100 individuals for a journey to the land of iron? Yes, Hei replied. The supplies we previously stockpiled are sufficient for 100 people to reach the land of iron. After all, it is merely a few days' journey, and once we arrive, we can replenish our stocks at any time. Very well, Uzumaki Hado nodded slightly, his eyes glimmering with a flicker of uncertainty. Then you should refrain from contacting other ninjas for the time being. Seek out a group of talented youths discreetly. There is no need to draw excessive attention. Continue to follow up on the supplies. Uzumaki Teppei looked at Hado with confusion. Talented youths? Wasn't it previously stated that we should find families willing to leave together? What purpose does it serve to single out the younger generation's prodigies? It still requires. Teacher, do you mean? Uzumaki Teppei seemed to grasp something, his expression shifting to one of shock. Are you suggesting we forcibly abduct them? How can that be acceptable? Even if we succeeded, how would we ensure those children would cooperate? He gazed intently at Uzumaki Hado, as if seeking a rebuttal from him. A moment of silence ensued before Uzumaki Hado finally spoke, his voice low and melancholic. You should proceed with your tasks, perhaps. His words trailed off. As if drained of all strength, he closed his eyes and leaned back in his chair, halting the conversation. Teacher, this is unacceptable. Teppei felt a surge of anger rise within him, his tone laced with indignation. What had happened to his teacher? Where had the Uzumaki Hado who once stood against the clan leader's faction for the village gone? Though he had endured years of neglect alongside him, he had no regrets. Yet now, his teacher. Seeing Uzumaki Hado close his eyes and refuse to discuss the matter further, Teppei understood he did not wish to continue the topic. However, he could not suppress his dissatisfaction and felt compelled to press on. Just then, Uzumaki Hado abruptly opened his eyes, gesturing for him to cease speaking. His gaze drifted towards the door, revealing a hint of curiosity. A guest has arrived. Tidy up. Upon hearing this, Teppei's heart raced. He quickly set about putting away the maps on the table. Their current activities were a delicate matter, and any leak could spell disaster. Just as he finished storing the maps and returning items to their proper places, a knock echoed from outside. Lord Hado, it is Uzumaki Yuxiang. May I enter? Teppei scanned the surroundings, noting nothing amiss, and thus found no reason to decline. Come in. With a creak, Uzumaki Yuxiang pushed the door open. Teppei stepped aside, inwardly lamenting the drawbacks of their small quarters. In the former estate, one wouldn't even realize guests were arriving until they had passed through several doors. There was no need for such haste. Lord Hado. Uzumaki Yuxiang bowed slightly in respect, yet his gaze inadvertently fell upon a dusty chest box nearby, stirring a sense of intrigue within him. But he had no time to ponder it further. The clan leader, along with the teacher, has sent me to deliver something to you. What is it? Uzumaki Hato inquired curiously, as he had not been in contact with that old coot, Uzumaki Taiji, for quite some time. Ah, it is a few boats. In an instant, Uzumaki Hato was taken aback. What did it mean to send boats at this juncture? Was it assistance or a warning? Teppei was equally startled, both feeling a chill run down their spines. Hato forced a smile to mask his unease, chuckling lightly. What did this imply? Was he being sent away? The patriarch holds Lord Hato in high esteem. How could that possibly be? Uzumaki Yuki hurriedly denied it, puzzled yet unwilling to speculate. The teacher mentioned that the ship would be of use, and that the western coast has stockpiled some supplies, which would likely come in handy. I am merely relaying his exact words, as the teacher believes that Lord Hato will comprehend his intent. Upon hearing this, Uzumaki Hato exchanged a glance with Uzumaki Teppei, both feeling a twinge of unease. The situation seemed to have been unveiled. Yet, what did these two mean? Were they inclined to assist in executing our plan, or were they issuing a veiled warning? Ah, very well then. Just as I have recently developed an interest in negotiating some trade with the Land of Fire, the timing is indeed fortuitous, Uzumaki Hato remarked, reciting his premeditated words. Intending to first send Uzumaki Yuki away to assess the situation. That would be most advantageous. By the way, as he spoke, Uzumaki Yuki furrowed his brow, feeling perplexed but still conveying Uzumaki Taiji's instructions. My teacher stated that he would not involve himself in this matter, nor does he wish for Lord Hato to seek him out. Their unease slightly alleviated, they discerned that their intentions had been laid bare. However, their demeanor suggested a lack of intent to pursue the matter further, even a tacit approval. Uzumaki Teppei exhaled in relief, feeling a sense of fortune, for it appeared that the concerns expressed by teacher Hato could be postponed. Please extend my gratitude to both of them. They have indeed been a tremendous help. I now comprehend their intentions. After Uzumaki Yuki departed, a protracted silence ensued. The two survivors began to recalibrate their previous plans, now with the patriarch's tacit approval, allowing for a broader scope of actions. Following a spirited discussion, they largely revised their strategy, feeling reassured in their forthcoming endeavors. With everything meticulously arranged, Uzumaki Hato suddenly recalled something. How has Yosuke been lately? Is he still diligently practicing? Yosuke has been wholly dedicated to his training of late. To be frank, I did not anticipate him reaching such heights. Haha, after all, he bears his father's blood, inheriting the honor of our lineage. It is never too late for him to become sensible. Uzumaki Hato spoke of his grandson with evident satisfaction, clearly pleased with Yosuke's recent conduct. However, Yosuke has been studying swordsmanship under the samurai Kuroda Naoya, and I worry that he might absorb some misguided philosophies of the samurai. Furthermore, Kuroda is the husband of the lady, which complicates matters. Perhaps I should take over. Huh. Uzumaki Hato scoffed. Do not envision Kuroda Naoya as an altruistic saint. Do you truly believe he is aiding Yosuke out of sheer goodwill? Yosuke has been overly indulged by his mother. Having Kuroda temper his character may prove beneficial. Uzumaki Teppei nodded. Since the teacher has his own considerations, I shall refrain from interference and merely watch over Yosuke. As for how we should navigate matters with Lady Aiko, what shall we do? This posed a dilemma for Uzumaki Teppei, yet it was trivial for Hato. That woman. Previously, out of respect for the feudal lord of the Land of Fire, I allowed her to act recklessly, but now that we are departing, we need not concern ourselves with her any longer. When the time comes, we shall retreat to the Iron Kingdom, allowing her to continue dreaming her grand dreams there. Remarked Uzumaki Hato with a hint of profundity. Very well, I comprehend your intentions. I shall ensure that she remains oblivious, Uzumaki Teppei replied, fully understanding. Oh, by the way, I have come across a piece of information that you, dear teacher, would undoubtedly find intriguing. The Grand Elder has recently taken on a disciple. As he spoke, he briefly recounted the matters concerning Uzumaki Yuxiang and Uzumaki Yush, along with the bits of intelligence he had gathered about the master and disciple. You mean to say that Uzumaki Yush has been accepted as a student by Uzumaki Taiji? Indeed, I was quite astonished when I first learned of this. However, they trained together in the wilderness for 3 days, and it seems clear that Yush is not a casual choice of disciple. Teppei appeared equally perplexed. This old fellow seems to be unwilling to relent. Uzumaki Hato smiled knowingly, well aware of Taiji's ambitions, and felt a sense of joy for his old friend's ability to find a suitable disciple in his twilight years. Could there truly be a student within this village who meets his standards? Hato pondered, curious about the individual capable of satisfying Taiji's expectations. This child is no ordinary one. As a new day dawned, Yush awoke refreshed after a splendid night's sleep. relishing the rare opportunity to rise late. However, his recently established biological clock was once again at risk of being disrupted. Returning to the familiar clearing that had accompanied him for over half a year, he encountered that person, the one who had been his companion throughout this time. After only a few days apart, YSH realized just how much he needed him. "Sorrow, have you missed me during these days of absence?" YSH greeted cheerfully. Upon seeing Sorrow, a radiant smile illuminated YSH's face, which was met with a reciprocal smile from Sorrow. Yet, let there be no misunderstanding, it was not the person he longed for, but rather the vibrant red crystal. That powerful form, and the forceful punches that had allowed YSH to advance in their nightly physical sparring. Having not battled with Sorrow for several days, YSH felt as though he had been deprived, missing out on several opportunities for training within the dreamscape. Particularly, he had recently discovered a new function of that dream realm. Had it not been for the moment, he begrudgingly voiced a complaint about the dreamscape while gripping the red crystal in the starry space. He might have never uncovered this feature. Consequently, he became even more eager to explore the dreamscape's capabilities. For instance, the second function of the crystal as a source of energy consumption. With determination, he resolved to expend the accumulated crystals as energy, yet found himself perplexed as he consumed several without any discernible indication of where the energy was dissipating. He was certain there was utility in this, yet remained ignorant of the direction of the consumption. For the time being, he had no choice but to abandon the inquiry. Moreover, there was a crucial point he had overlooked. After concluding their training in the forest during the previous dream with teacher Taiji, he had a lingering sensation that time seemed to have shortened. Was this the price of utilizing the environmental function, or merely his own illusion? After verification, it has indeed been confirmed that utilizing the environmental construction ability results in a reduced duration of battles. Yuxiang increasingly realizes that he is now utterly dependent on the dream space. Various forms of cultivation can be significantly accelerated within this realm, and it is through the enhancement of his training in the dream space that he has achieved his current accomplishments. Despite the monotony, tedium, and pain associated with the dream space, Yuxiang firmly believes it is something all ninja aspire to attain. However, a recent occurrence has been rather peculiar. At a moment of peril, he was granted an appropriate jutsu absolute. Furthermore, there was that dream he experienced that day, as if a presence dwelled within his mind, constantly observing him. Shaking his head to dispel these unclear thoughts, he refocused on the objective of the day. With deftness, he employed a provocation skill, targeting Vortex Shero, with an effect of minimal probability to incite his opponent, compelling them to abandon their current task and strike at him. Shero, eager for a challenge after several days apart, was also keen to witness Yuxiang's progress. Upon receiving Shero's consent, a glimmer of cunning flashed in Yuxiang's eyes. As a ninja, one must know how to leverage their strengths. The tribulations endured under teacher Taiji over the past few days would be returned to his grandson. With a flick of his right hand, Yuxiang sent a kunai hurtling towards Shero. In response, Shero unleashed a kunai of his own. The two metallic black weapons collided mid-air with a resonant clang, subsequently soaring high and scattering in different directions. This time, Shero, I need not hold back. Yuxiang charged at Shero, his figure a blur. Several shurikens spun gracefully in the air, tracing distinct trajectories as they performed arcs above the forest clearing, their singular intent being to target Shero. Before Shero could react, another 4 shuriken followed suit. The 8 shuriken, with varying force and paths, were launched towards Shero's vicinity, their sole purpose being to compel him to reposition or advance. Not bad. Vortex Natsuki, observing from the sidelines, silently admired Yuxiang's progress. Though his techniques were not overly sophisticated, the improvement he exhibited in just a few days was commendable. Shuriken, what strength do they possess? Shero mused, gauging the trajectories of the 8 shuriken with his peripheral vision, forming a vague understanding as he moved swiftly. A series of collisions ensued. Some were deflected by Shero, while others veered off course as if misfired. Shero, puzzled, suddenly heard Yuxiang's fervent declaration, "Shero, today I shall defeat you." The intensity of his voice was both piercing and grand, leaving Shero momentarily bewildered. Although Shero was uncertain of the situation, Vortex Natsuki, perched on a nearby tree, could only offer a wry smile, helplessly turning to the elderly figure who had just arrived. Yuxiang may be clever, but surely he shouldn't stoop to this level. How exactly have you been instructing him, teacher? Vortex Taiji appeared nonchalant, a smile gracing his face as he regarded Yuxiang, clearly satisfied. Not bad, not bad. What on earth is happening? In a moment of urgency, Shiraro's gaze swept across the surroundings, finally catching a glimmer of insight. a flash of golden light in the sky. Alarm surged within him. With a resounding thud, a four-cornered shuriken arced through the air, embedding itself in Shiraro's body, the steel wires sinking deeply and constricting, drawing forth crimson streams of blood. Clutching his wound, Shiraro's lungs wheezed like a bellows, his condition dire, yet Yuxiang remained unfazed, speaking with intrigue. It seems you have made considerable progress. Your application of the substitution technique is quite adept, though your performance is rather theatrical. In the next heartbeat, a figure plummeted from the sky, yet Yuxiang effortlessly evaded the descent. With a resounding crash, the earth trembled slightly, dust swirling into the air, revealing a wooden post behind him. The substitution technique. Well done, Yuxiang. Shiraro seethed with frustration, brushing his fingers lightly over the junction of his cheekbone and neck, flicking away droplets of vivid red liquid. Haha, my sincerest apologies, but who can blame you for being so weak? Yuxiang, uncharacteristically brazen, unleashed a barrage of taunts at Shiraro, relishing the prospect of inciting his anger, a mischievous grin gracing his lips. The feast he had anticipated for days now seemed merely an appetizer. He had yet to impart the lessons learned from Master Taiji to Shiraro. Yuxiang's eyes gleamed with mischief. Isn't it only natural that debts are repaid by descendants? He had long harbored resentment towards Vortex Taiji's seemingly intentional acts of drawing his blood, though accustomed to pain, who truly relished being harmed for no reason. Shiraro, let us frolic in the grove. With a chuckle, Yuxiang turned and dashed away. Regrettably, the night had not yet arrived. Some endeavors were best pursued under the cover of darkness. As time slipped by, the morning had passed, and the autumn sun shone brilliantly upon the dense forest. Yet, deep within the thicket, a starkly different scene unfolded, shadowy and silent, as if the sunlight outside were reluctant to grace this sanctuary, a paradise for serpents, insects, birds, and beasts. They were the true masters here. Suddenly, two figures darted through the underbrush, intruding without the consent of the forest inhabitants, armed with shuriken and kunai. Yuxiang thrived in the complex and ever-changing terrain, maximizing his concealment while launching stealthy attacks. Shiraro, evidently ill at ease in this environment, particularly in the midst of a chase, scowled as he knocked away the shuriken spiraling towards him. Instinctively, he hurled a kunai in retaliation, only for Yuxiang to nimbly evade, returning empty-handed. Yuxiang glanced back at Shiraro, a sly grin spreading across his face. His eyes roved, surveying the terrain ahead, instantly committing vital information to memory, calculating every branch's potential foothold. In a swift maneuver, Yuxiang momentarily slipped into Shiraro's blind spot, only to re-emerge in the next heartbeat. Shiro harbored no doubt regarding the situation, for such a scene had transpired countless times before. In this realm, where towering trees soared and vines entwined, losing one's perspective was indeed a commonplace occurrence. Moreover, he could sense the presence of Yuxiang still lingering ahead. Yuxiang gazed at Shiro's retreating figure, chuckling mischievously from behind. The shadow clone technique. This was the synergy he had just devised, with the clones serving to conceal the original. Yet something felt amiss. The movements appeared unnaturally rigid. Suddenly, a kunai shot forth with a swift whoosh. There was no pretense. The sound of slicing air surged towards Yuxiang. And in the next instant, Yuxiang's form distorted and vanished before Shiro's eyes. A flicker of realization crossed Shiro's gaze as he murmured, "Could he be behind me?" He abruptly halted, spinning around. To his dismay, there was nothing, only the twisting vines and trees, devoid of Yuxiang's presence. It was as if his essence had evaporated. The forest teemed with avian and terrestrial life, the calls of birds echoing incessantly around him. Yet, within Shiro's heart, there resided a profound stillness, a silence so profound that he could hear the very air gliding through his lungs, the rhythm of his heartbeat resonating in the quietude. How had he achieved this? This question reverberated within the minds of the trio. In contrast to Shiro, the following figures, Natsuki and Taiji, effortlessly discerned the traces inadvertently left by Yuxiang, uncovering his concealed form, grotesquely hidden behind Shiro. Yet, this only deepened their astonishment. They could see the silhouette but felt neither his presence nor the fluctuations of chakra. Unyielding, Natsuki even employed sensory ninjutsu. There was nothing, an empty expanse in that direction. Suddenly, Natsuki's eyes widened, fixated on the grotesque figure sprawled on the ground, still moving, confirming it was alive. A soft exclamation of admiration slipped from Natsuki's lips. "Teacher, when did you develop such an incredible technique for concealing your presence? Truly remarkable." The tone, though admiring, bore an undertone of envy. Unbeknownst to them, Taiji was equally bewildered, pondering, what on earth is happening? When did I develop such a formidable ninjutsu? I was completely unaware. Do you feel the same way? He chuckled. It was no wonder Natsuki thought this way. Who would dare assert that a child could master such an effective technique of concealment? Igniting a tinge of jealousy towards Yuxiang within him. Meanwhile, Taiji accepted the praise with an unchanging demeanor, secretly contemplating, Yuxiang must have relied on eliminating those captives, after all. As for the question of who had created this ninjutsu, in the interest of safeguarding the genius of the Uzumaki clan, he resolved to have a serious discussion with his beloved disciple regarding Yuxiang's apparent lack of foundation to develop ninjutsu. Taiji believed that as long as one could foresee the future, it posed no issue whatsoever. Perhaps he had learned this ninjutsu from witnessing his future self, and now reclaiming it would merely restore it to its rightful owner. Taiji relished the thought inwardly. At this moment, Shiro found himself in a predicament far from easy. As the wild boar gradually approached the trap, the once frail leopard cat revealed its long-honed fangs, eyes glinting with predatory intent. This cannot continue. Action must be taken. Shiro felt cold sweat bead on his forehead, for until now, Yuxiang had not made a single move. Yet, it was precisely this inaction that heightened Shiro's anxiety. The sword, before it is unsheathed, possesses its greatest deterrent power. In a face-to-face confrontation, Shiro was not afraid, yet the encroaching sense of crisis was daunting. One could never ascertain if the lurking adversary had laid traps behind them. Vines, trees, bamboo, these natural elements, when merely processed, could threaten him, gradually sapping his strength and causing him to bleed and falter, ultimately leading to defeat. Every rustle of leaves or whisper of wind kept Shiro on high alert, precisely as Yuxiang intended. With unwavering focus on his surroundings, Shiro quickly found his stamina dwindling. In a sudden burst, he traversed the forest at his utmost speed, contemplating silently. If I cannot find you, then I shall force you to reveal yourself. Just as fish leave ripples in water, the wind stirs the leaves of the trees. Shiro was indeed employing his intellect. A faint smile graced Yuxiang's lips, igniting a fervor for battle within him, even if he had not yet achieved his desired effect. Yet, was it not this very struggle that rendered the encounter intriguing? As anticipated by Shiro, every path taken leaves a trace, however, if one were an inexperienced hunter. Even the most evident signs left by the beasts might not lead to their quarry, and Shiro could hardly be deemed a seasoned hunter. Moreover, Yuxiang was no defenseless prey. Had he arrived? A fleeting gray shape passed by the corner of Shiro's eye, vanishing in an instant, prompting him not to halt and search meticulously. The apparitions were numerous, blatantly signaling him, "These are mere illusions. Beware of my ambush." As Shiro leaped through the woods, his body suspended momentarily, three gray figures suddenly leapt towards him simultaneously. The shurikens in his hand glimmered under the dappled sunlight, momentarily dazzling his eyes. Their breath was identical. Shiro swiftly scanned his surroundings, feeling a hint of panic before regaining composure, a fierce glint flashing in his gaze. If he could not discern the truth, then he would shatter all illusions. With a swift throw, a shuriken soared through the air, shattering one clone. Yet, there were still two remaining. As Shiro witnessed the dissolution of the clone, he mentally recited his thoughts. Shiro sidestepped to evade a blatant attack that seemed to invite him forward, executing a sweeping motion. No. There was only a shuriken hurled from Yuxiang's hand, and Shiro's heart leaped with joy. At last, he had found you, Yuxiang. He released a shuriken of his own, the two projectiles colliding with a resounding thud. Saro stood confidently atop the massive branch, his gaze fixed intently on Yuxiang. With a swift motion, he launched all the shurikens in his hand, then leaped backward, hurtling towards Yuxiang. When had the formidable Saro ever encountered such a humiliating situation? Unexpectedly, a burst of lightning erupted behind him, engulfing Saro in its brilliance. The electric light flickered, rendering him unable to control his body, leaving him momentarily numb. Lightning release, earth walk. Behind him, all were mere clones. Saro turned to glance back, only to see Yuxiang materializing from behind the very tree he had been standing upon. An expression of frustration etched upon his face. Naturally, the shuriken Saro had launched had all missed their mark, and the last trace of his form vanished without a trace. With a thud, a wooden stake appeared in midair, and Saro regarded Yuxiang with a calm demeanor. A commendable strategy, but alas, it still falls short. Within the dense forest, sunlight filtered through the thick canopy of leaves, casting dappled patterns upon the two adversaries who stood opposed on the branch, the shifting light dancing around them. Suddenly, a smile broke across Saro's face, radiant and infectious, prompting Yuxiang to join in the laughter. What were they laughing about? Was it the shared joy of their rival's progress? or a grateful acknowledgement of the strength they found in one another as formidable opponents. Yuxiang, I believe you no longer require my concession this time. Humph. When have I ever needed your leniency? Yuxiang retorted playfully, yet his smile betrayed his true feelings. This simple exchange served as the finest encouragement for him, as it signified that an adversary he had long admired now recognized his own strength. Yet, alongside the joy of such acknowledgement lingered a faint sense of regret, a hesitation to fully embrace the fight. Having tasted the thrill of bloodshed, how could he now settle for such mundane combat? Indeed, it seemed far less exhilarating than the realm of dreams. Sorrow, I suddenly find myself reluctant to continue this fight. Perhaps I shall concede this time. Sorrow, puzzled, could not fathom Yuxiang's sentiments. How peculiar, he mused. Just moments ago you were provoking me. Very well. Let this encounter be a draw. Victory and defeat were clear. Two individuals, yielding the same outcome. Yet this time Yuxiang did not require Sorrow's retreat. Yuxiang stood vacantly in the distance, his gaze fixed upon the kunai in his hand, a surge of inexplicable brutality welling within him, which he stifled. In that moment, he felt an unaccountable urge to unleash his full potential. It was reminiscent of yesterday when the kunai pierced the body of his enemy, akin to the countless times he had torn through Sorrow's flesh within the dream realm. Blood, slaughter, yearning. The prolonged existence on the edge of life and death had instilled within him a craving for excitement, blurring the lines between reality and the figures of his dreams. After a lengthy pause, he finally retracted the kunai, striving to regain his composure. Taiji and the others emerged from the forest in succession. All was well. Yuxiang had skillfully leveraged his advantages. Although the plan was somewhat crude, it remained feasible. Observing Yuxiang, whose murderous intent had not yet dissipated, a flicker of concern crossed Taiji's eyes, yet he chose to remain silent. This was a rite of passage that every ninja must endure. His gaze shifted to the bloodstains on Saruo's body, offering a critique of his strengths and weaknesses while tending to his wounds, the affection and concern in his words unmistakable. Saruo felt a stinging itch at his injury, his brow instinctively furrowing, yet he remained silent, lost in his own thoughts as a wave of urgency washed over him. Although there was no clear victor in this encounter, it was evident that he had been overshadowed by Yuxiang throughout. What could account for Yuxiang's rapid progress in such a short span? What had he experienced? As he observed the loquacious Tajiri whirlpooling around him, administering care, an impulsive thought escaped his lips. Grandfather, I too wish to learn ninjutsu alongside you. Tajiri regarded Saruo with a puzzled expression, wondering what had prompted this sudden declaration. Before Tajiri could respond, Natsuki Whirlpool, with a look of indignation, interjected, feeling slighted as if it implied his teachings were inadequate. Saruo, what is it that you wish to learn? I can teach you myself. Why trouble teacher, Tajiri? Natsuki attempted to reclaim his position as the mentor, even infusing his tone with a hint of pleading. Taken aback, Saruo glanced uncertainly between Natsuki and his grandfather, unsure how to navigate this unexpected situation, having never encountered such a dilemma before. After a moment of contemplation, Tajiri gently declined Saruo's request. You possess a natural talent for physical techniques. Your father is best suited to guide you, as he can provide a training regimen tailored to your needs. Tajiri patiently conveyed his advice, acknowledging that a young person's momentary setbacks are normal, but it is crucial to discern what is truly appropriate for oneself. As for Natsuki's beseeching gaze, he chose to disregard it, suggesting that any concerns should be directed to Hiroki Whirlpool. Meanwhile, in the distance, at the Wysik residence, Naoya Kurata found himself in a state of distress over the current circumstances, pondering what course of action to take. Uncle Kurata, you surely know where my brother is, right? Spoke a petite girl, her voice timid as she gazed up at Naoya, her eyes darting away from his face before mustering the courage to voice her request. Could you take Akina to see her brother? It's been days since I've seen him, and I miss him so much. The adorable girl before him, with her long black hair cascading down, fidgeted nervously, her small fingers intertwining. Faced with such a charming and polite child, Naoya found it difficult to refuse her. He knelt down to meet her gaze, responding kindly. Miss Akina, young Master Wysuk has run away from home, and I am searching for him as well. How could I possibly know where he is? He will return once he tires of his adventures. But, Akina gathered her courage to lift her head and look at Naoya. My brother said Uncle Kurata is very capable and that if anything happens, I should seek your help. And you will surely assist me. As she spoke with excitement, her tiny hands waved animatedly, exuding an undeniable charm. Hearing her words only added to Naoya's frustration, as he realized it was Wysuk's remarks that had prompted her visit. Wysuk, while I am truly delighted by your regard for me, I must confess that I do not wish to be embroiled in such troubles. Miss Akina, what young Master Yosuke mentioned is indeed within my capabilities. Yet I am wholly unaware of young Master Yosuke's whereabouts. Had I known, I would have fetched him long ago. Why would I still be waiting until now? Wouldn't you agree? Kurata continued to patiently persuade her. Is that so? The girl responded with a hint of disappointment upon hearing Kurata and Naoya's words, though she did not wish to dishearten him. With a timid voice, she added, but Akina misses her brother dearly. After so long without seeing him, he must be yearning for Akina as well. Uncle Kurata, my brother said you are the most formidable and the best uncle in the family, capable of anything. I truly wish to see my brother again. Could you assist me in locating him? The girl extended her small hand, grasping Kurata Naoya's, and mustered the courage to look him in the eyes. Observing the girl's adorable demeanor, Kurata Naoya felt as though his heart had been struck by a shuriken, leaving him utterly captivated. How wonderful it would be to have a daughter like her. What use is a son? However, he quickly regained his composure, realizing his inappropriate sentiments. How could he entertain such thoughts? He should resolutely refuse her request. Yet, as he beheld her enchanting eyes, shimmering with innocence, and her pouting lips, he found himself at a loss for words. Ah, Kurata Naoya, what on earth are you doing? Frustration bubbled within him, echoing in the depths of his mind. Yosuke, what kind of trouble have you left me with? Miss Akina, you must promise me to remember what I have said, understood? I understand. Akina merely wishes to check on her brother, and I won't speak of it to anyone else. Miss Akina is a good child. What happens when a good child makes a promise? I understand. A good child always fulfills their promises. Akina is a good child. Akina will be obedient. An elder and a child, one composed and the other innocent, strolled through the desolate forest, the path rugged and lengthy. Yet, the girl felt no weariness, joyfully bounding ahead, her laughter ringing like silver bells. Uncle Kurata, please hurry. What if my brother leaves without us? Kurata Naoya, with a resigned sigh, kept pace with her. After all, Yosuke was the one he had assigned to that location. He had yet to assess his training, so how could he dare to leave? As he recalled that today marked the agreed-upon inspection deadline, anticipation welled within him. Would Yosuke meet his expectations? Watching Akina frolic ahead brought a mix of amusement and exasperation to Kurata Naoya. Today was the designated day for Yosuke's assessment, yet here he was, entangled with Akina, reluctantly sneaking out of the estate with her. He could only hope for a swift return, avoiding detection. Kurata Naoya yearned for a smooth operation so he could conclude this predicament. How a seasoned warrior of his caliber could be ensnared by a mere child like Akina was beyond him, yet, somehow, he found himself entrapped. It must surely be the workings of fate. Kurutani Naoya, feeling justified in his actions, sought excuses for his behavior. The path through the forest became increasingly arduous, and after obtaining Aki's consent, he effortlessly lifted the adorable little girl into his arms, contentedly navigating through the dense thicket. The girl's laughter echoed joyfully, clearly reveling in this unprecedented experience of flitting among the trees. The scent of decaying wood thickened in the air, signaling the approach of the abandoned logging site. Naoya found himself reluctant to reach their destination too swiftly, for it meant that the delightful girl in his embrace would soon part from him. In the distance, he discerned the faint clanging of metal, and concern for Yusuke prompted him to hasten toward the source of the sound. Suddenly, his surroundings brightened, and his line of sight expanded significantly. They had finally arrived at the forsaken forest. Concealed behind the trees, Naoya observed the scene before him. Two youths engaged in combat, one wielding a katana while the other brandished shuriken. The clash of their blades was fierce and intense. Yet, witnessing this, Naoya felt a sense of calm wash over him. It was evident that their skirmish was merely a friendly spar. Even in the event of a genuine confrontation, his presence would ensure the little girl remained unharmed. Aki, upon seeing her brother embroiled in a duel, grew anxious and fidgeted, eager to intervene, fearing for Yusuke's safety. Shoo, it's all right. That's just your brother practicing with a friend. Let us observe quietly and not disturb them. Naoya swiftly covered Aki's mouth, his concern for her safety paramount, as they perched atop a towering tree. Should she tumble, the consequences would be dire. Hearing Naoya's words, Aki settled down, captivated by the unfolding contest. Gradually, a strange light sparkled in her eyes. Excitement, wonder, disbelief. Naoya, too, shared in this admiration, his gaze reflecting appreciation. It appeared that Yusuke had not been idle these past few days, which was splendid news indeed. Inwardly, Naoya marveled at the progress made. having deliberately left Yusuke to fend for himself for a week, offering vague criteria for assessment, all to gauge his resolve. It was evident that Yusuke had matured, capable of self-regulation without external supervision. The path of the strong ultimately relies on oneself. Only one's own efforts can provide unwavering companionship on this journey. Though Naoya had intended not to intrude upon the duel, his presence inadvertently disrupted the engagement. Yusuke, sensing Naoya's arrival, paused. Although he had never encountered Naoya before and was unfamiliar with his aura, he understood the pact between them. The only person expected to arrive at this time was indeed Naoya. However, he sensed another presence accompanying him. Consuming too much of Yusuke's energy was not Yusuke's intention, as it could jeopardize their agreement. Reluctantly, he opted to conclude the bout. Upon seeing Yusuke cease his movements, Naoya too took notice of the figures shrouded in the shadows of the trees, one tall and one small. Upon catching sight of a familiar figure, Yusuke felt a blend of surprise and anticipation. He sheathed his katana and approached the two individuals, while Waihaku's mood was far less favorable. What a pity! Waihaku lamented inwardly. After his exhausting battle with Sarada the previous day, he had neglected to check in on Yusuke. To his astonishment, upon entering the dream realm that night and engaging in another fierce skirmish with Uzumaki Sarada, he stumbled upon a new development. It was not an issue with the environment within the dream realm. He had already experimented with it. By merely concentrating on the desired surroundings before using the red crystal, he could summon them. Having heard that Konoha was the most prosperous place in the ninja world, Waihaku had envisioned himself battling within the village. The outcome, however, was a blank map. This could only indicate that there were many limitations within the dream realm that he had yet to comprehend. Unrelated to the map, he was taken aback by a completely new phenomenon. Uzumaki Sarada's battle crystal had not vanished. Upon closer inspection, it was evident that this was no ordinary battle crystal. Uzumaki Sarada's eternal crystal, battle, type, crystal quality, gray iron, superior attributes, records real combat footage, and appears to serve as a source of energy consumption. After use, it can self-replenish energy. Usage: 1. A key to unlock training subspaces. 2. As an energy source. 3. Further methods of use are left for exploration. It had upgraded to Eternal Crystal. Battle. Waihaku immediately attempted to utilize it. However, an awkward predicament ensued. After several attempts, he sheepishly abandoned his efforts, realizing that the crystal's cooldown period had yet to expire. Noticing that the two combatants had spotted him, Takeda and Naoya felt a twinge of helplessness. He had intended to casually assess Yusuke's training progress, but since he had been discovered, there was little to be done. He descended from the tree with Akina in his arms, casting a glance at Uzumaki Waihaku, who had been the first to notice him, and then at Uzumaki Yusuke, whom he had not seen for a week. Observing the slightly more radiant Uzumaki Yusuke, Takeda smiled with satisfaction. The Yusuke before him had not changed much in appearance from a week prior. He had merely tanned a bit, his features becoming more defined, and his clothing showed signs of significant wear and tear. The most striking transformation, however, lay in the aura he exuded during combat, the precision with which he wielded his katana, the accuracy of his strikes, and the unwavering momentum he displayed in battle. Brother, Akina has come to see you." The melodic voice of the girl echoed through the forest, igniting a pang of envy within Waihaku. This adorable girl was none other than the younger sister of the plump Uzumaki Yusuke. Unbelievable. The dark-haired girl paid no mind to Yusuke's somewhat disheveled appearance and rushed to embrace him, her diminutive stature barely reaching his neck. Her striking black hair caught Waihaku's attention, as such color was rare in Uzumaki Village. Watching the siblings nestled together, Yusuke tenderly stroked his sister's long, dark hair, which made Waihaku feel a twinge of jealousy. "I wish I had such a lovely sister." Yet, the subsequent scene that unfolded caused Waihaku to erupt in laughter. The girl abruptly pushed Yusuke aside, turning to cover her nose with her sleeve, and wrinkled her brow in disdain as she exclaimed, "Brother, it stinks." Yusuke felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. He quickly patted her reluctant little head and changed the subject to alleviate the awkwardness. He bowed respectfully to the middle-aged man clad in samurai attire standing before him. "Hello, sensei." "Indeed," replied Naoya Kurata with a smile. This smile served as encouragement for Yusuke. The upcoming evaluation was uncertain, and perhaps if Kurata was in good spirits, he might lower his expectations. Yusuke then turned to introduce the boy beside him. "This is my teacher, Naoya Kurata." "Hello." YSH promptly approached and bowed in greeting. Kurata nodded slightly in acknowledgement. "This is my younger sister, Akina." She is 3 years old, Waisuk said, pulling the somewhat disdainful girl closer and beaming as he introduced her to YSH. This is YSH Uzumaki, a friend of my brother. Hello, Akina, I am YSH Uzumaki. You can call me brother, he said warmly. Akina elongated her response, seemingly lost in thought, tilting her head and blinking as if remembering something, which struck YSH as utterly adorable. After a moment, she suddenly exclaimed, "Oh, I remember. You are the skinny monkey bad guy my brother talked about." The little girl's expression shifted to one of disdain, evidently influenced by Waisuk's previous words. "You despicable coward who bullies my brother." "Humph, Akina won't call you brother." YSH's smile faltered, and he maintained a facade of cheerfulness while fixing his gaze on Waisuk. Cough, cough. Sensing the malice emanating from somewhere, Waisuk chuckled awkwardly and quickly interrupted Akina. "Well, our previous relationship was not. Haha, you understand." It seemed the girl had formed a rather unfavorable impression of YSH, partly due to Waisuk's earlier portrayal and partly because of their sparring. Though both had relished the bout, to the little girl, it resembled a fight, an act typically reserved for those at odds with one another. "Akina, this is your brother's friend. You should call him brother YSH, all right?" After a gentle conversation, Waisuk finally helped Akina comprehend that they were merely playing, which eased her demeanor slightly, allowing for more normal interactions. She no longer looked at him as an adversary. "Sensei, should we commence the evaluation?" Waisuk sensed he had regained his composure and was the first to suggest proceeding with the assessment. His somewhat anxious expression betrayed his lack of confidence. Without divulging any criteria, he was uncertain of what would qualify as satisfactory, having practiced diligently over the past week. "You needn't worry. You have already passed your evaluation," Naoya Kurata said with a smile. Waisuk was momentarily taken aback, seemingly unable to fathom such an outcome. It is hardly surprising that Waisuk Uzumaki reacted in such a manner. Anyone in his position would likely feel the same. Each day spent in anxious training, fearing that failure in the assessments would result in being dragged back, only to be met with Naoya Tsurutan's direct proclamation of passing. The very notion of symbolism seemed to elude him. Was it not akin to delivering a powerful punch only to have the opponent faint before contact? My insistence on 1,000 sword strikes per hour was merely to provide a target for exertion. In the heat of real combat, such excessive effort is unnecessary, as a few decisive strikes will suffice. Noticing the lingering confusion on Waisuk's face, Naoya elaborated, stating that even a seemingly simple strike in battle requires countless repetitions and practice to achieve the precision of a singular blow. Adequate stamina is merely the foundational requirement. One might even assert that, barring extreme laziness, anyone can attain this level of endurance with sufficient training. What I seek is not your capacity to execute 1,000 sword strikes in an hour, but rather your commitment to approach each strike with utmost sincerity. Naoya offered a smile of approval as he patted Waisuk on the shoulder. After this period of diligent training, the excess weight had largely dissipated, revealing a robust physique beneath his somewhat baggy, tattered garments. Flushed with shyness from Naoya's commendation, Waisuk felt a warmth he had not previously experienced. This was the first time Naoya had treated him with such intimacy. Observing Waisuk's bashfulness, Naoya pondered silently. Withholding a crucial thought, this assessment served another purpose, to test Waisuk's perseverance. The very act of escaping from home demonstrated his courage. Yet Naoya remained apprehensive about whether the pampered Waisuk could endure the rigors and monotony of the path to mastery. Like the sword in a warrior's hand, one must wield their courage to rise and cleave through every thorny obstacle with unwavering resolve. Waisuk Uzumaki now possessed the fundamental qualities necessary for the journey toward strength. Chubby, since you've passed Tsurutani-sensei's assessment, let us continue the battle we just left unfinished. After all, you need not conserve your strength any longer, exclaimed Waishan, who was more delighted than anyone else upon hearing of Waisuk's success, hastily challenging him to a duel. Eager that Waisuk would not slip away before he could engage, he was desperate for the crystallized rewards, exhibiting the fervor of a battle fanatic. Waisuk, somewhat bemused, glanced at Waishan. Was he truly so eager? After all, he had not seen his sister for several days and wished to spend some quality time with Akina. Having just passed the assessment, he barely had time to celebrate before being drawn into conflict. Perhaps he was still vexed by Akina's earlier remarks. "No, fighting is not good. Do not bully my brother," Akina interjected, positioning herself between the two, glaring at Waishan with indignation, her expression suggesting that he was indeed tormenting Waisuk, despite it merely being a friendly sparring match. Very well, we shall not fight." Waishan conceded before the girl, offering Waisuk a knowing look. With a wry smile, Wysek nodded in agreement, which brought a bright smile to Akina's face as she eagerly engaged her long-absent brother in conversation. Brother, why haven't you come home to see Aina? The girl grasped Yosuke's hand, disregarding the scent of sweat that clung to him, as she counted on her fingers. 1, 2, 3, 7. Brother, it has been 8 days since you last spoke to Aina. The girl's expression was one of deep disappointment. Do you dislike Aina now? How could that be? Brother loves Aina the most, Yosuke hastily explained, feeling a pang of guilt, as if he were a most heinous sinner. Then why have you not come to see Aina for so long? And why haven't you returned home? Aina observed the changed demeanor of Yosuke and added, And Mom, if Mom knew Aina had found you, she would surely be happy. Mom has been quite unhappy these past few days. Aina even heard her crying. Mom cried. Yosuke murmured, astonished. Had she really cried? It had been so many days since he had seen her, and he had seemingly broken free from the shackles that bound him, which filled him with immense joy. Finally, he could choose his own path in life. No longer at the mercy of his mother's desires, free from a future he did not wish for. Yet now, learning that his mother wept over his departure left him in a state of shock. His breath caught in his throat as he struggled to fathom the sight of his strong mother in tears. Aina was still young, and likely didn't remember much. The only time she had seen their mother cry was after their father's passing, and she had not shed a tear since. She was a resilient woman, single-handedly supporting their family. Despite any shortcomings Yosuke may have, she remained his mother, leaving him feeling helpless and unsure of how to proceed. Aina, there are reasons for Yosuke's actions. Do not pry into matters concerning him and your mother, Naoya Kurata interjected, shattering the tense silence. In his flustered state, Yosuke seemed to find solace in this statement and nodded in agreement. All right then. With Yosuke's acquiescence, Aina relented and ceased her inquiries. Now, Aina, it's time for us to return. If we linger, Lady Aiko will grow anxious if she does not see you. Naoya Kurata took hold of Aina, preparing to escort her home, as the hour was getting late, and it would be unwise to be discovered lingering. Yosuke, take some time to reflect today and prepare yourself. Tomorrow I shall begin teaching you the way of the sword. Yes, Yosuke nodded slightly, his face still clouded with gloom. Aina, when you return, do not tell Mom that you saw me. Otherwise, I shall not permit you to play with me again, understand? After a moment's hesitation, Aina replied, Oh, Aina understands. I want to say I saw brother. They sealed the promise with a hook of their fingers. Now, hurry home. If you wish to see me again. Yosuke paused, glancing at Naoya Kurata, who nodded in encouragement, and then continued, Just ask Teacher Kurata, understood? Yes, goodbye, brother. Goodbye. Hey, Yosuke, your sister has left. Shall we not waste any more time? Yusuke, noting Yosuke's discontent, took the initiative to divert his attention, provoking him, with the primary aim of seeking another chance to interact with Yosuke today. Why, you mischievous monkey, Yosuke remarked with a bemused smile, gazing at Yuhiko. Not far off, Akina, hearing the laughter from behind, turned to see Yosuke and Yuhiko joyfully engrossed in conversation, their merriment echoing around them. Upon witnessing Yosuke's radiant smile, Akina couldn't help but beam with happiness as well. Uncle Kurata, shall we hasten our return? Is Miss Akina back? Aiko inquired. Standing beneath the shade of a tree in Yosuke's yard, her hand gently caressing the gnarled trunk of the ancient tree, her voice tinged with curiosity. Yes, the young lady has returned, just as Madame anticipated, accompanied by Lord Kurata. Humph, I should have foreseen this. Who else would dare to do so but that fellow? Aiko's voice was laced with fatigue, the weight of a week's anxiety having drained her spirit. Shall I fetch young Master Yosuke? The servant inquired. Will he even be willing to return? Aiko silently lifted her gaze towards the north. Is Akina happy? She appears quite joyful. It has been ages since I have seen her so radiant ever since the young master departed. Is that so? How delightful. It seems he is faring well. Aiko's heart seemed to lighten a fraction as she murmured, speaking as if to someone else yet also to herself. Yosuke had been a caged canary since childhood, sleeping on a bed of soft down and feasting on exquisite delicacies. Yet would he willingly forsake his gilded cage? Send someone to the back mountain to search for him. Aiko paused. Do not disturb him. Return and report to me. Her view was obstructed by the tall courtyard walls, limiting her sight to the vast blue sky and the ever-shifting white clouds above, along with distant black specks of birds soaring freely. My son, is freedom of such paramount importance to you? In the past fortnight, Yuhiko had been thoroughly liberated, under the tutelage of the Vortex Master Taisher. Shobu had scarcely monitored his escapades, merely advising him to exercise caution. Taisho seemed preoccupied with his own affairs, rarely appearing except to occasionally guide Yuhiko and urge him to train. Observing Yuhiko's commendable progress in self-training, Taisho began to visit intermittently, imparting simple ninjutsu techniques and combat wisdom. And thereafter, he would leave Yuhiko to his own devices. This arrangement delighted Yuhiko, who relished the comfort of home-cooked meals and restful sleep, far removed from the wilderness where he would have to fend off mosquitoes. However, after a few days of idleness, Yuhiko soon felt a profound sense of emptiness and solitude. Having defeated Sarera, he found himself without a goal. Before long, Yuhiko resolved to set a new objective for himself, thoroughly unraveling the mysteries of the dream space. Ironically, Yuhiko had possessed the dream space for quite some time, yet he could not recall exactly when he had acquired it. He had been mastering its capabilities for about a month, but had always passively accepted its functions. Even the recently discovered abilities had come about by chance, with no proactive exploration into the essence of the dream space's powers. This is closely related to Yuxiang's unwavering commitment to a clear objective, which has kept him diligently engaged. It was only recently that he realized the myriad mysteries surrounding the realm of dreams, how it originated, its very essence, and the formation of crystallizations. Setting goals and striving towards them has always been Yuxiang's modus operandi, and this instance is no exception. Thus, his life is composed of monotonous and repetitive days. Mornings are spent sparring with Sarah and seeking advice from teacher Natsuki on the application of ninjutsu. Ultimately, Sarah was unable to replace teacher Natsuki, which elicited a sly amusement from Yuxiang, who had not forgotten Natsuki's favoritism towards Sarah during previous training sessions. So, only now do you recognize your worth. Alas, it is too late. At noon, he returns home to bring lunch to Yosuke. The crux of the matter is to engage in a sparring match with him. And Yosuke is far more agreeable than Sarah. Their interactions blossomed into a genuine friendship, characterized by open conversations, especially as their similar backgrounds fostered a deeper understanding of one another. Both have experienced the early loss of their fathers and have mothers who take the helm of their households. Though their journeys differ, they have each fought for the lives they desire through their own efforts, a reality that Sarah, basking in her contented existence, cannot comprehend. From Yuxiang's inquiries about the use and countermeasures of swordsmanship with Yosuke to occasionally attending lessons from teacher Kurata, he remains curious. Although Yuxiang has no immediate plans to practice swordsmanship or become a samurai, he believes that gaining knowledge is inherently beneficial. Unlike Sarah, who enjoys a privileged upbringing allowing her to pursue any interest, Yuxiang must relentlessly absorb everything he can see and hear in his daily life. Is there truly such a thing as useless knowledge? Even the fallen samurai possess qualities worthy of admiration. And Yuxiang harbors a keen interest in the mightiest force of the pre-warring states period, the samurai. After 10 days, Yuxiang had essentially mastered Yosuke's attack patterns and habits. 3 days later, he finally acquired Yosuke's crystallization. Thus, his dream realm now houses 2 eternal crystallizations, Yosuke Uzumaki and Sarah Uzumaki. It is not that he does not wish for more. Rather, he is simply unable to achieve it. For the past half-month, he has attempted to provoke teacher Natsuki daily, the ninja he interacts with most aside from Sarah and Yosuke. However, each time, he finds himself effortlessly subdued, with Natsuki venting his suppressed frustrations towards Sarah onto Yuxiang. Perhaps due to this, the recent interactions between Natsuki and Yuxiang have taken on a subtly warmer tone, not in a personal sense, but in a newfound enthusiasm for Yuxiang's training. It is not that his prior teachings were inadequate. Rather, there is a marked difference between a simple exchange of questions and answers versus a more engaged dialogue. Natsuki has been meticulous in pointing out Yuxiang's shortcomings, imparting superior combat techniques, and even teaching him the application of sensory abilities, thus refining his use of the breath control technique in combat. As for the breath control technique, it was undoubtedly imparted to teacher Natsuki. Otherwise, how could he enhance his own skills? Although he has yet to obtain Natsuki's eternal crystallization, he has amassed a plethora of red crystallizations. Indeed, Yuxiang has now resolved to designate this crimson crystal as the battle crystal. As the name suggests, it possesses combat capabilities or embodies a singular focus on battle. Though he remains unaware of the origins of the dream realm, he has nearly discerned the general mechanism behind the formation of these battle crystals. Each battle crystal exhibits subtle differences, which Yuxiang had previously overlooked, although they predominantly share a red hue. The depth of this red is closely correlated with the inherent strength of the crystal. A more intuitive distinction lies in the nuanced colors within the crystal itself. Shiro and Yosuke's crystals are of a similar shade of red, yet the interior of Yosuke's battle crystal glimmers with faint shades of gray-black. The darkness is inherently muted. And Yuxiang had not noticed it before, while Shiro's crystal contains gray-black with a hint of silvery white. As for Teacher Natsuki, his battle crystal is strikingly vibrant, a blood red that shimmers with golden flecks. Teacher Taiji requires no further mention. His battle crystal is sparse yet exceedingly viscous, reminiscent of blood on the verge of spilling. Curiously, Yuxiang perceives only a faint trace of gold within Taiji's crystal. Could it be that Teacher Taiji is weaker than Teacher Natsuki? Yuxiang ponders this but quickly dismisses the notion, for he has witnessed enough to understand the disparity between the two. Perhaps there exists an undisclosed distinction. Yuxiang has also discerned the difference between battle crystals and eternal crystals, which lies in the fullness of the crystal's interior. For instance, Shiro and Yosuke's eternal crystals are entirely enveloped in a red hue, with a gentle red mist permeating the interior. In contrast, Teacher Taiji's battle crystal exhibits sparse red, yet remains remarkably viscous. With this understanding, Yuxiang has fully grasped the differentiation of these crystals. In terms of strength classification, they range from gray-black, silver-white, to gold. The latter remains uncertain. Currently, it appears that gray-black signifies a low-ranking ninja, silver-white a middle-ranking ninja, and gold an upper-ranking ninja. Thus, Shiro is on the cusp of advancing from a low-ranking to a middle-ranking ninja, while Yosuke remains a low-ranking ninja. Teacher Natsuki stands as an upper-ranking ninja, as does Teacher Taiji, along with the only other instructor he has witnessed in action, Teacher Karada Naoya. The faintly viscous red and the exceptionally radiant gold of his crystal lead him to believe that the dream realm is infallible. Therefore, the seemingly unremarkable Teacher Karada Naoya must indeed possess. This realization deepens Yuxiang's respect for Teacher Karada, akin to that he holds for Teacher Natsuki, which has granted him the privilege of attending his lectures. The distinction between eternal crystals and battle crystals lies in one's mastery over the fundamental strength of the crystal. For instance, while Yosuke and Shiro's eternal crystals may exhibit a diluted red akin to misty blood, they nonetheless fill the crystal completely. In contrast, the battle crystals of Teachers Natsuki, Taiji, and Karada are dense and viscous, yet devoid of substance. Yuxiang speculates that once he comprehends an individual's full capabilities, he can acquire their eternal crystal. Thus, the collection of individual battle crystals represents a process of gathering this crimson essence. Once Yuxiang thoroughly comprehended an individual's strength, the battle crystal transformed into an eternal crystal, embellished with intricate, esoteric patterns of crimson, a revelation he had discovered over the past fortnight. He also unraveled the cooling issue associated with the eternal crystal, although the passage of time remained imperceptible within the dream realm. Yuxiang could ascertain it through the intervals upon entering this ethereal space. 3 days. This was the cooling duration he deduced after numerous trials. While not precise to the minute, it generally approximated 3 days. After utilizing an eternal crystal, he required approximately 3 days for it to cool down, a timeline akin to that of Shiro and Yosuke's eternal crystals. Could it be that all eternal crystals shared this cooling period? Yuxiang suspected such fortune was unlikely. Should he later acquire the eternal crystals of his mentors, Natsuki and Taiji, a 3-day refresh would be exceedingly advantageous. Engaging in combat with Jonin without fear of injury, while being unrestrained in chakra and stamina, would allow him to master their every move. The inhabitants of the dream realm lacked the ability to conceal their strengths or adapt their strategies. Even when fighting using battle crystals, they would only employ the skills utilized in the creation of that crystal. Moreover, there was a crucial matter concerning the acquisition of crystals. Initially, Yuxiang believed that the formation of battle crystals necessitated combat with the original entity. However, he later discovered that merely witnessing the entity sufficed for their creation. To ascertain how Yuxiang knew this, one need only observe the crystal of Takeda Naoya, which materialized simply from witnessing his guidance with Yosuke. This crystal conjured an incarnation of Takeda Naoya, who wielded swordsmanship that was straightforward, fierce, and effective. A single training session proved immensely beneficial, providing Yuxiang with profound insights into swordsmanship, ultimately leading him to acquire a second eternal crystal, Uzumaki Yosuke. It could be presumed that if Yosuke realized that his mentor, Takeda Naoya, had inadvertently aided Yuxiang, he would be left speechless. Yuxiang had known Shiro for 6 months, and through the battle crystals accumulated during this time, he had swiftly attained the capability to match her. Yet, Yosuke had achieved this in a mere fortnight. partly due to his enhanced strength and partly thanks to Takeda Naoya's assistance. Human nature is inherently greedy, and Yuxiang was no exception. Having acquired 2 eternal crystals of the Genin level, he now yearned for a Chunin crystal, and he was unacquainted with any Chunins. What to do? Fear not. For there was still a Jonin present. Yuxiang glanced at Uzumaki Natsuki with a mischievous grin, although he could not defeat him. He could absorb the essence of the battle crystal merely by witnessing it. A few more encounters of being trampled would suffice. After all, he wouldn't sustain real injury. It could merely serve as special training. Thus, Yuxiang abandoned Shiro and Yosuke, covertly selecting Uzumaki Natsuki as his target. Thus it has been decided. The next target for conquest shall be Uzumaki Natsuki. Mother, I am off to train. Alas, Ayam raised her hand as if to call out to you. But upon seeing his exuberant figure departing, she hesitated. In a clearing within the forest, the voice of Uzumaki Yu echoed, "Come on, Natsuki-sensei. Let us engage in combat." He had spent the entire morning persistently urging Natsuki to spar with him, much to the chagrin of Natsuki, who found himself plagued by a headache. Had he perhaps been too lenient with this child recently? Natsuki pondered, feeling worn down. He had no interest in playing ninja games with a mere Genin child. Although both youngsters had made remarkable progress of late, in his eyes, they still appeared rather inexperienced. Then why not train with Sorero? Weren't you all over him before? Why the sudden change? Natsuki inquired. He's too weak. I can't be bothered with him, you retorted dismissively. Natsuki could only shake his head in disbelief. The two were hardly distinguishable in skill, and neither had ever bested Sorero before. How quickly one becomes arrogant after a taste of success. Sorero, listening quietly, maintained a calm demeanor, seemingly unfazed by Yu's brash remarks, yet the tension in his tensed arm betrayed his annoyance. Sensing the shift in atmosphere, Yu quickly lowered his head, sheepishly admitting, "Hey, I was just joking. I thought it would help strengthen my bond with my teacher." 3 seconds later, as Natsuki slowly drew a kunai to rest against Yu's throat, the latter's eyes widened in alarm, filled with regret. He had been so close, just a fraction away from breaking free. Natsuki, on the other hand, mused inwardly about how narrowly he had avoided being outmaneuvered. Yu had improved by several seconds since yesterday. It seemed the binding technique was no longer sufficient to contain him. Was he truly going to have to engage this impudent child in combat soon? He found the prospect rather undignified. Natsuki vividly recalled the fervor with which Yu had clung to him before he had even triumphed over Sorero. If you were a girl, perhaps he would consider it. However, casting another glance at the lanky Uzumaki Yu, he dismissed the thought. No. He needed to devise a way to send him on his way. Time rewound to 3 seconds prior, just as Natsuki prepared to utter a word of agreement. Yu was already on high alert, having suffered greatly at the hands of Natsuki's illusions before. Yet, a Jonin is indeed a Jonin. In the fleeting moment their eyes locked, Yu felt a wave of disorientation wash over him. Realizing the danger, he hastily summoned his chakra to dispel the illusion. Tree binding technique. Alas, it was too late. Even had he been fully prepared, the potency of Natsuki's chakra was beyond what Yu could withstand. All he could do was attempt to disrupt the flow of his own chakra in a bid to counter the genjutsu. In an instant, Yu was ensnared within Natsuki's illusionary realm, bound by a colossal tree, its massive branches coiling around him. Rather than futilely struggle, Yu deftly executed a technique he had not even known he possessed. Breath concealment technique. Indeed, it was the breath concealment technique. He had never anticipated that his perception of chakra would exponentially increase while practicing the breath-holding technique. Akin to the state he experienced during his assessment on the first day with Uzumaki Taiji, when he was sealed. Not only was he acutely aware of the external world, but he also had heightened self-awareness. Furthermore, the breath-holding technique possessed a remarkable effect. Any inadvertently leaked chakra would flow back into his body. With a surge of determination, Yuxiang vigorously mobilized his chakra, directing it forcefully toward the dreamscape within him. The use of the breath-holding technique allowed him to retract the chakra that had leaked outside, which constituted an increase. By stuffing the chakra into the dreamscape, which seemed to have an affinity for absorption, there was a decrease. This interplay of increase and decrease caused his internal chakra to fluctuate violently, bringing with it a wave of discomfort. He had no choice. If it were possible, he would prefer not to resort to such measures, but the illusion cast by Uzumaki Natsuki was too potent. Conventional methods of dispelling illusions could not interfere with Natsuki-sensei's techniques. He was left with this rudimentary solution he had devised himself. As Yuxiang opened his eyes, a surge of elation coursed through him. For he did not feel the chilling touch of the kunai this time, and everything seemed to progress more swiftly than before. However, upon surveying his surroundings, confusion enveloped him. There was no one in sight. Had he been trapped in the illusion for too long, causing them to leave in impatience? No. Just as he recognized something amiss and attempted to break the illusion once more, he opened his eyes to find himself face to face with Uzumaki Natsuki, whose visage could frighten a child, brandishing a kunai that radiated an icy aura, heralding yet another failure. On the mountainside behind the village of Uchiha in the afternoon, 3 individuals sought refuge from the heat beneath the shade of a tree by a stream. Yuxiang incessantly spun several skewers of grilled fish of varying sizes. Yet he appeared to be in a trance, lost in contemplation about what had just transpired. Illusion? Binding technique? Hadn't he already dispelled the binding technique? Logically, if he could break it within the dreamscape, there was no reason he could not do so in reality, unless he had yet to witness the techniques employed by Natsuki-sensei. The capabilities of the dreamscape were limited. It could only reflect the jutsu Yuxiang had encountered. Since he had not witnessed that technique in the dreamscape, it indicated that it was a newly acquired jutsu in reality. As these thoughts crossed his mind, Yuxiang felt a surge of satisfaction, instantly dismissing his recent failure. If he continued along this path, he would eventually exhaust Natsuki-sensei's resources. He chuckled inwardly, his delight manifesting as a mischievous grin on his face. Drawing the attention of his 2 companions, Sarada and Natsuki exchanged glances, their eyes conveying a shared sentiment. What was wrong with Yuxiang? How could he be so jubilant after a loss? It wasn't until the grilled fish in his hand began to emit a faint burnt aroma that Yuxiang snapped back to reality, returning from the depths of his mind. He eagerly offered the grilled fish to Uzumaki Natsuki, saying, "Sensei, this is your grilled fish. Thank you for your guidance earlier." His obsequious demeanor elicited laughter from the 2, who would not soon forget Yuxiang's earlier arrogance, particularly Sarada, who, while remaining silent, felt a gnawing resentment in her heart. Xiaoshu, with a bewildered expression, accepted the grilled fish, pondering how she had just employed 2 illusions. How could it have been so easily perceived? As Xiaoshu took the fish, Yuxiang handed the plumpest remaining piece to Sha Luo. "Sha Luo, don't be shy. Eat more. You've slimmed down recently." "Slimmed down?" Sha Luo took the grilled fish, instinctively glancing at her own figure. I haven't slimmed down at all." Xiaoshu, perplexed, sensed Yuxiang's disappointment at not being able to engage in a spar today, feeling somewhat guilty as her student yearned to learn while she was being so difficult. However, Sha Luo was accustomed to Yuxiang's capriciousness. As she savored a bite of the grilled fish, the slight char was not a flaw but rather enhanced the flavor, complemented by the salt the trio carried. This simple grilled fish elicited compliments from all 3. Once Yuxiang had consumed half of his fish and felt somewhat satiated, he posed a question. "Teacher, was that a double illusion just now?" You know about double illusions?" Xiaoshu replied, somewhat astonished. As a lower-ranking ninja, Yuxiang had little opportunity to encounter illusions, let alone a double illusion. Noticing her astonishment, Yuxiang felt a sense of pride. Hee. I was once trapped in a cave illusion by teacher Tai Ji using a double illusion. It was only later that the teacher explained it to me. "Oh, was it that dark cave?" Yuxiang's words piqued the interest of the Uzumaki Xiaoshu. "Hey, how do you know about it? Could it be? Oh right. You are also a disciple of teacher Tai Ji. Did he use it on you as well?" Yuxiang thought it reasonable, considering that Uzumaki Xiaoshu was also Taiji's student and must have experienced that dark cave. Of course, when the teacher first developed this ninja technique, I assisted in refining it. Really? I didn't expect teacher Xiaoshu to be so formidable, capable of developing ninja techniques. Yuxiang showered her with praise, leaving Sha Luo somewhat speechless. However, the subject of their conversation relished the compliments, feigning modesty as she responded, "Oh, it was merely assisting from the side. It's nothing extraordinary." Afterward, Uzumaki Xiaoshu seemingly casually inquired, "By the way, what stage were you at when trapped in the dark cave? Did you?" That experience truly terrified me. Teacher, you are remarkable to have developed such a powerful illusion. I almost couldn't escape, if it weren't for my good fortune. I would have been trapped forever." Yuxiang lamented while shaking his head, causing Uzumaki Xiaoshu's eyes to widen in disbelief. "Escaped? How is that possible? I distinctly remember being brought in by the teacher as a test subject, fully aware of my entrapment in the illusion. And the teacher even guided me on how to navigate it. Yet, I still became lost in the darkness, unable to perceive the chakra markers the teacher mentioned. The teacher must have diminished the difficulty of this technique afterward. It must be so. Natsuki could hardly accept this outcome. It is important to note that he had already ascended to the rank of Chunin years ago, and had even begun to learn some rudimentary genjutsu. Yet here he was, unable to escape the illusion of that dark cavern. Yuxiang, a mere genin, no, at that time, Yuxiang had only just begun to refine his chakra. Merely a physically stronger commoner. How could this be possible? Vortex Natsuki glanced at the diligently focused Yuxiang, then at the roasted fish in his hand, and suddenly found it difficult to swallow. It was no wonder that for the past half-month, Teacher Taiji had not sought him out for the trouble caused by his reckless introduction of disciples. It turned out, he had already been looked down upon by the teacher for his inability to master ninjutsu, and now, with the emergence of an extraordinarily gifted junior, it seemed his fall from grace was inevitable. Natsuki's heart was heavy with unspoken sorrow, his demeanor lost in thought. Ah, teacher. You have yet to tell me what genjutsu you employed after the tree-binding technique so that I may comprehend where I faltered. Amidst this distraction, Yuxiang finally remembered the question he had intended to ask. Hearing his student's inquiry, Vortex Natsuki managed to lift his spirits slightly from his despair, weakly responding. The technique is called Illusory Realm. Illusory Realm. Yuxiang's eyes glimmered with confusion, as if he had heard the term before. Natsuki, lacking the enthusiasm to elaborate, merely remarked. This technique was conceived by the teacher long ago. It is but a simple illusion, akin in effect to the illusion. This place is not. Perceiving Natsuki's lack of interest, the bewildered Yuxiang prudently withdrew, no longer prattling, yet secretly delighted. He was one step closer to mastering another ninjutsu. In truth, Yuxiang held little hope of acquiring Vortex Natsuki's eternal crystal. His youth did not equate to Navet. How could a seasoned jonin like Natsuki be so easily understood by someone like Yuxiang? Just moments ago, a simple genjutsu had ensnared Yuxiang for several days. One illusion. And then a kunai poised against him. What a farcical situation. Even though Yuxiang eventually became immune to Natsuki's illusions, the latter's prowess was far beyond what Yuxiang could contend with. Why would Natsuki need to showcase his strength in various forms to Yuxiang? It should be understood that a ninja's strength encompasses the ninjutsu, taijutsu, and genjutsu they employ in daily practice. If all these aspects are discerned by an adversary, then death is not far behind. The so-called trump card refers to abilities known only to oneself. Only young genin like Yangjia and Shero would be so easily understood in terms of their capabilities. However, one must always have a goal. Otherwise, how does one attain progress? Regardless of the difficulty, it matters not. What is essential is to relish the pursuit rather than fixate on the outcome. In light of this, was it not overly optimistic for Yuxiang to believe that acquiring the eternal crystal would be so arduous? Contemplating this, Yuxiang's gaze fell upon the fish he had just caught. A kunai embedded in its body. The fish, clinging to life, struggled desperately against the icy blade, its instinct for survival driving it to exert its final ounce of strength. Blood mingling with water as it dripped to the ground. A pure and innocent smile graced Yuxiang's face as he murmured to himself. Then, isn't it simply a matter of eliminating it? In the forest, the cheerful laughter of several individuals resonated, creating a harmonious atmosphere, where no one would concern themselves with the happiness of the fish they consumed, would they? Just as Yuxiang was ambitiously plotting to acquire an eternal crystal of upper ninja caliber, progress on the other side of the village was equally promising. Within the humble abode of Uzumaki Hado, a gentle and magnetically charming voice emerged, instantly uplifting one's spirits. Rest assured, Master, everything is meticulously prepared. The only aspect yet to be arranged is the personnel. This statement was somewhat peculiar. The objective of this plan was indeed the people. So how could it be deemed nearly complete without them? The elder found it amusing. He was the architect of the plan, after all. And surely he was aware of its potential outcome. He dismissed it as childish mischief. Ha ha, you little rascal, it seems things are looking up. Uzumaki Hado was in exceptionally high spirits today. He picked up the long dusty sandalwood chest box and gently wiped it with a blue silk cloth, removing the layers of dust. As he opened it, a subtle fragrance of sandalwood wafted through the air. Hee, it appears that nothing escapes your keen perception, Master. Can you guess how many of our anticipated targets we have successfully courted? Uzumaki cheeping, noticing Hado's jovial demeanor, playfully created suspense. Hado paused, his gaze shifting from the chessboard to cheeping, his eyes reflecting wisdom akin to the depths of the ocean, a benevolent smile gracing his face. He remained silent, simply smiling kindly, yet cheeping felt a chill run down his spine at Hado's demeanor and quickly spoke earnestly. Since the elder granted us permission, our actions have become significantly more convenient. However, the situation with the upper ninjas has not seen much improvement. They are likely awaiting your declaration. Uzumaki Hato listened quietly. It was only natural that the situation with the upper ninjas was not optimistic. Those capable of achieving such a rank were not easily swayed by a few words from Cheaping. Even his former subordinates would likely not take it seriously without Hato's endorsement. It wasn't a matter of misunderstanding. Rather, it was an act of feigned ignorance. If he hadn't yet made an appearance, rushing to take the lead would only invite trouble. Having addressed the bad news, Cheaping proceeded to share the good. As for our primary objective, talented Genin seeds, we have essentially met our expected targets. Upon hearing this, Hato felt a stir of excitement. Observing Cheaping's proud smile, he suspected the number would not be small. Are you certain? We need to secure the consent of their families for the migration. Since Uzumaki Taiji has shown us favor, we cannot be too harsh. At the very least, their families must accompany them. Of course, Master, you know you can trust me. I am fully aware of the necessary steps. Master, you would never guess what ultimately persuaded them. What else could it be? Money, ninjutsu, peace. Upon hearing the good news, Hato paid little mind to his apprentice's whimsical nature. After all, they had navigated through many years together. Oh, as expected of you, Master. You guessed it right. Teppei Uzumaki feigned surprise, a performance that was utterly contrived. The elder remained unmoved, casually stating, there is no need to mention money. As for ninjutsu, it has been passed down through generations in the Uzumaki village. Those civilian ninjas either seek out a good teacher or dedicate their lives to the village in exchange for powerful techniques. And peace? It is well known that the Land of Iron is the only nation in the ninja world untouched by war. How could they not yearn for it? Upon hearing this, Teppei sighed as well. It is a pity that so few jonin have truly expressed a willingness to accompany us. Uzumaki Hato scoffed. Were it not for Taiji's tacit approval of our actions, I believe even those civilians would be reluctant to join us. Not to mention those jonin who benefit from the village's decaying system. Without this, how would they maintain their leadership? How would they compel other ninjas to serve them? As for the newly appointed jonin, it goes without saying, after struggling for half a lifetime to rise. Hearing his teacher's candid and disdainful remarks about the other elders in the village, Teppei fell silent. He yearned to retort that his beloved Uzumaki village was not like that. That it was not so dark, but rather a place of happiness and light. Yet, tragically, he found himself at a loss for words. As a direct beneficiary of the village's system, Teppei understood the rot of Uzumaki village more keenly than others. After a moment of silence, Teppei spoke. Teacher, could we perhaps delay our departure for a few days? We might be able to take more people with us if we present the idea at the elders' meeting. You still hold out hope for those old fossils. How navi. The disdain and contempt in his teacher's tone were palpable, and it was clear to whom it was directed. By the way, it is about time we summoned Yosuke back. Doesn't he have a fondness for ninjutsu? He would likely be willing to return. Teppei was not deterred by Uzumaki Hato's words. He would manage Yosuke's situation. But he felt a profound unease if he did not strive earnestly for their cause. In a public sense, he wished for more individuals to escape this vortex. On a personal level, the greater the number who departed, the stronger their position would be. What if one of the elders were willing to support us? Currently, the Grand Elder's stance is one of tacit approval, and it seems unlikely he will take action. We possess roughly a quarter of the village's strength. Even if everyone opposed us, as long as neither the Grand Elder nor the clan leader voiced dissent, it would not affect us. However, if we could successfully persuade even one elder, our strength would significantly increase. Persuade. Uzumaki Hato hesitated, pondering what grounds he had to convince them. The group of individuals already inclined to support them had diverse needs, and he happened to possess what they sought. His subordinates were willing to believe in them due to their trust in him, but what about the others? Would he have to rely on a baseless conjecture to sway them? He did not even know how Uzumaki Taiji's attitude had come to be. With this thought, Hato could not help but shake his head, intending to decline. Upon perceiving the unfavorable turn of events, Chhe hastily remarked, in any case, we shall be well prepared. Even if they do not acquiesce, we can simply take our people and depart without any risk. However, should someone be swayed, then we. Having followed Hato for over a decade, Chhe possessed an intimate understanding of his mentor, recognizing that his sole desire at present revolved around this matter. If he could take additional people with him, it would significantly aid Hato's plans, and this was the only prospect that could truly move him. Indeed, Chhe's insight into his mentor proved accurate. Hato was visibly intrigued by the proposition. An endeavor with boundless profit and no risk. Why not pursue it? More importantly, as Hato gazed upon his earnest disciple, he reflected that Chhe was his only apprentice. What other course of action remained? Thus, he smiled and replied, "It has been over a decade since we last engaged in battle. Does it truly matter if we delay a few more days? Since you have already spoken, let us proceed." "Excellent. I shall make arrangements immediately and first confer with the clan leader." He, witnessing his mentor relent, was filled with joy as he promptly left to attend to matters. Hato, watching his departing figure, could not help but exhale a sigh. In the afternoon, within the clan leader's residence, the elder and the Uzumaki clan leader received a rare visitor, Uzumaki Ch. As the sole disciple and confidant of the second elder, Ch's allegiance naturally opposed that of the elder and his faction, rendering his visit indeed a rarity. Typically, he would not dare to approach uninvited, fearing misinterpretation from his mentor. Today, however, he had come for no other reason than to discuss the matter they had tacitly agreed upon. "Hiroki, have you considered the issue I mentioned?" Ch inquired, referring to his hope that the clan leader could offer support during the upcoming elder meeting, requiring only a lack of strong opposition. Given the gravity of the situation, Uzumaki Hiroki dared not make a unilateral decision and thus turned his gaze toward Uzumaki Taiji, who was seated nearby. "Father." As Hiroki began, he faltered, for he observed Taiji had consumed yet another gourd of wine during their brief conversation. Responding to his son's call with bleary eyes, Taiji merely glanced at him before returning to his solitary indulgence, appearing almost foolish. Yet Taiji was far from foolish. Hiroki understood his implications. It was inappropriate for Taiji to intervene in such matters. Should disaster strike, the village might blame Hiroki, attributing the calamity to his youthful naivety, and deem it a momentary error. Ultimately, he could retreat into seclusion and, at worst, resign from the position of clan leader. But what of it? Without a clan leader, the elder would still remain, and their family status would remain unassailable. Taiji could govern for a few more years. After all, he was still young enough to endure it. Realizing he was once again destined to bear the brunt of the blame, Hiroki could only chuckle bitterly within. What could he do about having such a father? I reiterate, we shall not concern ourselves with this matter. We are unaware and bear no responsibility. Even at the elder meeting, we shall maintain this stance. Hiroki took a sip of tea, the meaning of which was abundantly clear. Very well. Uzumaki Tepe harbored no discontent towards Hiroki. They possessed no reason to seek assistance from themselves, and the outcome was indeed the most favorable they had anticipated. The subsequent matters would be theirs to bear. Grateful for the elder's commitment, they vowed to exert their utmost to avoid causing any inconvenience. Uzumaki Tepe, facing the elderly man sprawled on the ground, intoxicated from drink, seized a steaming cup of tea and, without hesitation, drank it in one swift motion, revealing his exhilaration. After Tepe departed, Hiroki expressed his grievances to his father. "Father, was it truly necessary for us to become entangled in this matter to such an extent? Could he refrain from expressing his discontent?" They had previously agreed to feign ignorance, believing that if trouble arose, it would not come knocking at their door. Yet now, it appeared as though they were openly endorsing the situation. At that moment, Uzumaki Taiji's eyes were wide awake, devoid of any sign of inebriation. It was evident that he had merely pretended. If he were genuinely indifferent, he could have simply secluded himself in his chamber with a drink. Clearly, he was invested in the matter, yet wished to avoid leaving any incriminating evidence. Little tree. Our land of waves has languished in comfort for far too long. Most of those who recall the events of yesteryear belong to the older generation. Today, us youth have known only peace for an extended period. Uzumaki Hiroki, momentarily disregarding his father's somewhat embarrassing address, was perplexed by the mention of events from over a decade ago as he sat on the ground, absorbing his father's counsel. The victory of that war seemed to have blinded some, who, in their self-importance, believed they were formidable, comfortably leaning against the great tree of Konoha, complacently neglecting their own advancement. As he spoke, Uzumaki Taiji, still seated, took another hearty swig of his drink, his eyes drifting into a haze. The current state of the Whirlpool Village was no longer what it once was. Decay and class barriers hindered the progress of the youth, internally complacent and externally unambitious. The vitality of the water was dwindling. The currents could no longer flow. How could this still be called the Whirlpool Village? Uzumaki Taiji gently lifted his cup of tea, bringing it to his nose for a whiff. His aged hands, steady as steel, caused not a ripple in the liquid, which lay still as a stagnant pool, reflecting the visage of an old man, resigned, sorrowful. Slowly, he tipped the cup, allowing the tea to cascade into the tray, producing a soft sound as the liquid flowed, releasing a faint wisp of steam. I do not favor this water. It is far too stagnant. Water, living water, is preferable. strolling through the flower garden of the estate. The weather was splendid. The autumn sun cast a warm glow upon the two. Father, I have yet to inquire about my young junior disciple. Is he truly as talented as Summer Tree claims? Hiroki thought of the boy he had previously recommended to his father, feeling mischievous, wishing to unsettle Uzumaki's Summer Tree. Indeed. Quite impressive, quite remarkable. Observing his father's demeanor, which seemed genuine, Hiroki was taken aback. He had spoken whimsically, yet perhaps the boy truly was a prodigy. Curiosity piqued. He eagerly pressed, "Is that so? How so? What remarkable talents does he possess? Aside from the uncertain foresight ability, does he have any other exceptional traits?" Vortex Taiji nodded in satisfaction, acknowledging the brilliance of his observation. Indeed, Vortex Natsuki may possess limited strength. Yet his discerning eye for talent has proven invaluable during his years in the Umbu. By the way, it has been quite some time since I last saw Natsuki. I should invite him over for dinner next time, as I wish to commend him properly. Upon hearing Taiji's words, Hiroki silently scoffed, thinking, isn't he just avoiding you? It's no wonder we haven't seen him. Unexpectedly, he has stumbled upon a treasure. Although it frustrates me that Natsuki has eluded an encounter. I find solace in knowing that the son of my comrade is receiving his father's recognition. This Vortex Yusho increasingly resembles me. I wonder who his father is. Is it truly as wonderful as his father claims? At that moment, Vortex Hiroki felt a twinge of jealousy, as he was aware that even he had seldom received such praise from his father, who often remarked that Hiroki bore little resemblance to him. There was also a sense of helplessness. With his father's words, where did that place Vortex Yushiki? Hard work and perseverance are fundamental. But his true gift lies in his keen sensitivity to chakra. His perception indeed aligns with Natsuki's assertions. More critically, Vortex Taiji halted, observing the frail sapling swaying in the autumn breeze, steadfast in its stance. His capacity for learning is truly remarkable. Can you fathom? In merely 3 days, just 3 days. As he spoke, Taiji gestured with 3 fingers. He mastered the skills of climbing trees and treading water, and even more impressively, within just 3 days. He could endure for half an hour against my concealed weaponry. The pace of his progress is astonishing. His future is boundless. Hiroki, upon hearing this, was taken aback. His father was nearly a shadow-level warrior, even if not particularly adept with concealed weapons. To have trained for merely 3 days and be able to withstand for half an hour under his father's tutelage speaks volumes of Vortex Yusho's innate talent. Alas, he is somewhat physically disadvantaged from birth. As Taiji spoke, he couldn't help but mock his own greed, realizing that perfection is a rarity. He then chuckled, finding peace in the thought, what does it matter if his health is not optimal? Our Vortex clan has the means to compensate for it. Besides, I was not so different in my youth. As long as it does not hinder the transmission of ninjutsu, all is well. As he continued speaking, an aged hand gently rested upon the sapling, and a surge of life-infused chakra enveloped it, as if ushering in spring. The sapling's withered leaves gradually transformed into vibrant green, while the dead leaves fell away, and its roots twisted and expanded, causing the trunk to thicken. Vortex Hiroki's eyes sparkled with wonder at this display. Taiji's technique, though merely a manipulation of yang release, hinted at the potential for wood release, a feat that never ceased to amaze him, no matter how many times he witnessed it. The more extraordinary his son became, the more he worried about the dreams he spoke of. A rare hint of concern crossed Taiji's flushed face as he gazed at his son. I wish for him to journey alongside Hado. Father, upon hearing this, Uzumaki Hiroki was astonished. He understood that his father had waited for decades to find a disciple who could meet his expectations. What if the village truly collapses? Then we still have a glimmer of hope, Uzumaki Yudo. Hence, I wish to set him free. At least the land of iron is safer than this. But what of your ninjutsu legacy? Hiroki exerted his last effort, aware that for Uzumaki Taiji, the greatest regret was the absence of a successor for the sealing techniques he had developed. After a long silence, Uzumaki Taiji lowered his hands and gazed at the resilient tree, capable of withstanding storms. With a bitter tone, he remarked, I shall entrust it to Uzumaki Hado. How much he learns depends on him. If it is that lad Yudo, I have faith that he will succeed. As he thought of his prodigious disciple, Taiji repeatedly reassured himself, he can do it. He certainly can, for there is no alternative. It was merely a pity about my ninjutsu. After all this time, I wonder how much Yudo can absorb. Upon hearing his father's words, Uzumaki Hiroki felt somewhat embarrassed, as he, like Natsuki, belonged to those who aspired to learn yet lacked sufficient talent. Despite immersing himself in ninjutsu for years, he had made no progress, ultimately having to concede his inadequacy. Hiroki chuckled awkwardly. Father, it is late autumn. The weather is pleasant and cool. Uzumaki Taiji extended his hand to feel the warmth of nature, experiencing the warmth of the sun and the gentle chill of the autumn breeze. Autumn had lingered for quite some time. Winter was surely not far off. With an odd glance at him, he turned and left, leaving Hiroki alone in the desolate autumn wind. However, I detest winter. It is too cold. And I am getting older. It is simply unbearable. Let us return indoors. Across the distant sea, within an exceptionally grand and solemn building, a fierce debate concerning the safety of the Land of the Whirlpool unfolded unbeknownst to the public. Bang! A pair of strong yet somewhat juvenile hands slammed forcefully on the table before him. Father, how can we do this? They clearly. The speaker was a robust 15-year-old boy with dark skin, resembling the adult across from him, unmistakably his father. The middle-aged man opposite him exuded an imposing presence, his eyes reflecting an undeniable resolve. Though reluctant to explain, he felt obliged as a father. Why is this so? Are you not aware? The boy was momentarily speechless. He certainly understood that for the village's advancement and survival in the ninja world, they had no choice but to proceed this way. Yet, his conscience incessantly urged him. For these were lives at stake. But those civilians are innocent. What crime have they committed to deserve such a fate? The middle-aged man rose and approached the window, casting a large shadow as the slanting evening sun was blocked by his figure, appearing exceptionally tall and aloof in the boy's eyes. The meat you consume daily. Are not they also innocent? Why do you continue to eat? This is not the same. They are humans, living beings. The youth could not accept his father's cold-blooded words, and passionately retorted, what difference does it make? Is it not a living being? The middle-aged man turned his head, gazing at his son, who had grown to his chest, shattering the facade of virtue within him. It was merely a tasteless kindness. How many innocent civilians have suffered in the ninja world? Or rather, being born in this realm is itself a sin. This is an inherent, unforgivable transgression. Their guilt is intertwined with their weakness, where the strong feast and the weak can only submit to be devoured. He abruptly turned, grasping his son's shoulder, pulling him close, and pointing towards the village, he stated, if we cannot grow stronger, if we cannot maintain our status among the 5 great shinobi countries, we will become the next Land of Whirlpools, the village of Uzumaki. What looms before us is that very fate. Feeling the pressure of his father's grip, the dark-skinned youth understood yet still yearned to struggle. The boiling blood within him rendered him unable to remain passive. But even if we do not engage, we are still one of the 5 great nations of the ninja world. There is no possibility of wavering. The Mist Ninja had already declared that even if we abstain, they would proceed. Their fate is already sealed, and we would miss an opportunity to grow stronger. The middle-aged man's voice echoed softly. And do you remember your cousin who just passed away? Barubi. The boy silently mouthed that name, suddenly silenced by his father's mention of his cousin. Reflecting on his elder brother, his mentor, the scales within his heart began to tip. He did not wish to witness such tragedy again. At that moment, his father's words provided him with an irrefutable reason. Moreover, you know who the new Jinchuriki is. Do you wish to face that situation? The youth stumbled out of the building, the last conversation with his father resonating in his mind. The sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan can effectively suppress the tailed beast rampage. It would be utilized on your sworn brother. Yes, this operation you shall partake in as well. Do not show weakness. As the future Hokage, you must present only your strength and iron will to the common folk. All right. Turning back, he beheld the grand edifice, the remnants of the sunset growing cold, losing the warmth of the day, and in his eyes, there loomed a single, immense word, cloud. That morning, filled with enthusiasm to challenge Uzumaki Natsuki again, Yuxiang was met with disappointment. Gazing at the empty space, he couldn't help but sigh, lamenting that he had fully adapted to the effects of the illusion technique. Eager to experiment with his teacher, he would have to wait until tomorrow. Little did he know that Uzumaki Natsuki had fled from his relentless combat fervor, taking Sorero with him to avoid him. Not only tomorrow, but for the foreseeable future, it would be difficult to encounter Natsuki again. Unable to fulfill his desire, Yuxiang commenced training alone. During this time, under the guidance of Uzumaki Natsuki and Uzumaki Taiji, Yuxiang had developed a commendable training routine. Just as teacher Taiji had said, all talk of genius is mere deception. Only hard work will not betray you. Yuxiang, having embraced this notion, began to align his standards with those of Shero, striving to maintain an unwavering dedication to training reminiscent of Shero's relentless daily practice. Setting aside all else, it was evident that Shero had flourished under his watchful gaze. What a farce it was to call him a genius. All he observed was the sweat squandered in abundance. Gazing at the towering tree, Yuxiang could only manage a wry smile, realizing he had arrived too late once again. Shiro and the others had already departed, and it had been an eternity since he last saw Teacher Taiji. Relying on him was futile. Old friend, it seems you are my only companion now. Yuxiang struck the sturdy tree with a vigorous series of blows, the leaves rustling in the breeze as if offering a greeting. After an intense flurry of exertion, Yuxiang marveled quietly at the resilience of this unknown tree. It was so robust that it hardly resembled wood. One might as well mistake it for stone. Was Tia peculiar? Before he and Shiro became ninjas, it was understandable, but now, as two lower-ranked ninjas, they could not even contend with a mere tree. Regardless of its size, wood was still wood. It could not possibly transform into stone. Suddenly, a realization struck Yuxiang, and he gazed upward, a radiant smile illuminating his face. Yuxiang, I knew you would be here. Teacher, you finally arrived. The visitor was none other than Uzumaki Taiji, his presence unmistakable by the intoxicating scent of alcohol he carried. Taiji leaped gracefully from the air, landing softly without a whisper of sound, evoking a twinge of envy in Yuxiang. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Yuxiang could hardly contain his curiosity. Teacher, how did you leap from such a height without producing a sound? He gestured animatedly to the spot where he had stood moments before, delighted to see his disciple, especially one who had remained diligent in training. Taiji replied, that was the application of wind release chakra. By enveloping your body with it, you can reduce air resistance, allowing for silent movement. Ah, so it is the application of wind release chakra. How impressive. Unfortunately, I possess only lightning release. Yuxiang lamented, his frustration palpable. Observing Yuxiang's troubled expression, Taiji couldn't help but smile, a mixture of joy and bittersweetness, as he affectionately ruffled the boy's vibrant red hair, lost in thought. Having decided to let him leave with Haitu, he realized their time together was limited, which was indeed a pity. Yuxiang found it peculiar that his teacher had grown so affectionate, considering how strict he had been with his training. He shook his head in discomfort. Teacher. Haha. It's all right. It's all right. Noticing Yuxiang's unease, Taiji withdrew his hand. Since the question had been posed, he would take this opportunity to elaborate on chakra attributes, making the most of their limited time. Do not underestimate lightning release chakra. It possesses the highest offensive power among the 5 major attributes, with speed only second to wind release. Upon hearing this, Yuxiang remained dejected. Teacher, why do some individuals possess multiple chakra attributes while others have so few? I only have lightning and fire, and to master the other 3 natures, I must undergo further elemental training. With a shake of his head and a sigh, he lamented, merely imagining it is exhausting. Beside him, Taiji found this amusing and playfully smacked him on the head, chiding, you little rascal, do you not realize how many envy your innate affinity for both lightning and fire? These are indeed the most formidable of elemental transformations. Upon hearing this, Yuxiang could only manage an awkward smile, refraining from further comment. Taiji pondered for a moment before continuing. Regarding your query about the inherent differences in chakra affinities, allow me to articulate my thoughts on the matter. I believe there are 2 primary points to consider. Firstly, the formation of a genius's chakra affinity is largely influenced by heredity. Take you, for instance, you possess a natural dual affinity for lightning and fire, which implies that either your father or an ancestor was proficient in this chakra transformation, or at the very least, frequently utilized it, allowing it to accumulate over generations. Upon hearing his teacher's words, Yuxiang contemplated the scrolls left by his father, all of which indeed bore the attributes of lightning and fire. He had thought his father was so exceptional that he could foresee his chakra affinity, but it turned out to be merely the ninjutsu he regularly practiced. Secondly, the second point serves as a supplement to the first. Why do they employ these particular ninjutsu? A common example is the majority of mist ninjas, or rather, an overwhelming proportion of them, are born with a natural water affinity. Do you know why this is? Yuxiang tentatively inquired. Could it be that their ancestors frequently practiced water techniques? Precisely. This is quite evident. The land of water is surrounded by water on all sides, making water transformation the most direct and effective ninjutsu there. Generations of ninjas utilizing water techniques would etch the memory of water transformation into their very being, passing it down through their bloodline, even if one is not born with a water affinity. Ninjas from the land of water would still cultivate their water transformation skills for the sake of enhancing their power, leading to the natural formation of advantageous innate attributes over generations. Similarly, earth ninjas excel in earth transformation, and cloud ninjas in lightning transformation. It is all interconnected. Yuxiang nodded, signifying his understanding, yet soon, A new question arose. But our land of whirlpools is also surrounded by water. Why have I not heard of many excelling in water transformation? Taiji nodded approvingly, recognizing that this inquiry stemmed from thoughtful consideration rather than mere passive listening. This leads me to my additional point. The frequent use and cultivation of a specific ninjutsu by ninjas is predicated on their advantages. There are various forms of advantages. Environmental factors play a role, but a more crucial element is inheritance. Inheritance. Yuxiang repeated this term, seemingly grasping its significance, yet still slightly puzzled. Taiji continued, in truth, the ninjutsu that lower-tier ninjas begin to learn is not solely determined by their innate attributes, but rather by the ninjutsu accessible to them. In the land of water, the most prevalent technique is water transformation, easily acquired by common ninjas. In contrast, our land of whirlpools predominantly practices sealing techniques. To illustrate further, let us consider the Uchiha clan of the Land of Fire. The Land of Fire has not explicitly stated any particular ninjutsu as being especially advantageous, resulting in a lack of mainstream ninjutsu within Konoha. However, the members of the Uchiha clan predominantly excel in lightning and fire techniques. Why is this the case? The Uchiha are generally characterized by their aggressive and combative nature. Thus, it is only natural that the most powerful offensive techniques, namely lightning and fire, are most commonly practiced and passed down through generations. The newborn Uchiha ninja are innately attuned to these elemental affinities. In the ninjutsu they encounter most readily are the lightning and fire techniques, resulting in the current prevalence of these abilities. Conversely, we can apply this logic to our own Uzumaki clan. Our temperaments are gentle, and we harbor a dislike for conflict. Coupled with our innate vitality, we tend to favor sealing and barrier techniques, which emphasize self-defense over aggression. The most renowned and widely practiced ninjutsu among our clan is the sealing technique known as the adamantine sealing formation, which perfectly aligns with our dispositions and attributes. It possesses limited offensive capabilities yet excels in restriction. Moreover, it requires robust life force to sustain it. Upon hearing this, Yuxiang began to grasp the origins of chakra attributes. Uzumaki Taiji's explanations were both profound and accessible, imbuing him with a sense of enlightenment. Ah, I understand now. It is good that you comprehend, Taiji replied. However, you need not obsess over the issue of chakra attributes at this moment. What you truly require now is to accumulate knowledge. When you ascend to the rank of CH Nin or J Nin, that will be the time for you to choose your path of training. Currently, your position is low, and your vision is limited. Even if you were to determine your future path, without a solid foundation, it is all too easy for it to collapse. Hearing Uzumaki Taiji's words, Yuxiang pondered silently. Considering that if he stood low and could not see far, there was still someone above him. He could not help but cast his gaze upon his teacher, flattering him with, "Teacher, if I cannot see clearly, can you? After all, Natsuki-sensei has been fervently extolling your greatness, urging me to seek your guidance. Don't you think?" At that moment, Uzumaki Taiji chuckled, sensing the hidden meaning behind Yuxiang's words. "You little trickster, do you truly believe that Uzumaki Natsuki is capable of such flattery? I find that hard to believe. It has been nearly 20 years since I took Natsuki as my pupil. Surely I am familiar with his character. He is a quintessential blockhead, utterly oblivious. Were it not for his status as my disciple, he would never have been entrusted with command over the Umbu. Fortunately, our village seldom requires the Umbu, and in the years that have passed, little has gone awry." Taiji continued to scrutinize Yuxiang, causing him to feel somewhat uneasy, as if he had made an overly audacious request. After a prolonged silence, he finally heard his teacher sigh. Uzumaki Taiji realized that his words might indeed be counterproductive, yet he felt pressed for time. If he did not speak now, would Yuxiang truly find his desired path in the future? Are you certain you wish to hear this? Perhaps my advice will lead you astray. Upon hearing his teacher's willingness to share, Yuxiang was filled with eagerness, having spent the past fortnight devoid of direct guidance. In this time of uncertainty regarding his future path, he had even sought to challenge teacher Natsuki. "I wish to listen," he declared. Vortex Taiji sighed gently. "Since you wish to hear, I shall share with you." The two ascended to a nearby boulder, leaping gracefully to its summit, where a gentle breeze caressed their hair, heralding the commencement of a conversation that would shape Yuxiang's future trajectory. To determine one's developmental direction, it is paramount to understand one's own characteristics. "Yuxiang, do you know what your strengths are?" "Strengths?" Yuxiang pondered inwardly. Could it be the realm of dreams? Now, what I am about to say is merely a suggestion. The journey of life is long, and we cannot foresee the changes and opportunities that lie ahead. Thus, we cannot allow my current conjectures to dictate your future. Do you comprehend? Yes, I understand. In my view, your most significant asset is your adaptability in learning and your profound ability to think critically. Furthermore, your perceptive nature and adept chakra control are noteworthy traits. Feeling a touch of embarrassment at his teacher's praise, Yuxiang realized that his learning capacity was, in fact, a product of rigorous practice in the dream realm. Observers might have thought he mastered skills in a day, unaware of the lengthy, uninhibited training he had undergone in his dreams. As for his keen perception and chakra control, he accepted those attributes without reservation. My decision to take you as a disciple stems from these characteristics, which align splendidly with my ninjutsu teachings. Yuxiang's eyes sparkled at the mention of ninjutsu, particularly the coveted technique of diamond sealing, which he had longed to learn from his teacher. Among all ninjutsu, he felt an inexplicable connection to this particular art, as if it were fated to resonate with him. Ninjutsu? Diamond sealing? I wish to learn. I wish to learn. Taiji smiled broadly, delighted that Yuxiang was eager to study his signature technique. Even if Yuxiang had been hesitant, Taiji would have compelled him to learn, as it was essential to his ninjutsu repertoire. Haha, you are not yet ready to learn. Though this technique is commonly practiced within the village, and most elite ninjas possess some knowledge of it, it is not easily mastered. Taiji affectionately ruffled Yuxiang's hair. You must wait until you reach the Chunin level before you can even begin to approach this sealing technique. Currently, it is still too distant for you. Without sufficient chakra control and a certain level of yang release, you could easily injure yourself. We shall revisit this in due time. Naturally, Yuxiang was discontent with this response. He did not wish to wait too long. It was a rare occasion for his teacher to speak, and who knew when the next opportunity would arise. Teacher, did you not say my chakra control was exceptional? How can it still not suffice? Yuxiang playfully ignored the requirement for yang release. Well, I must concede that your chakra control is adequate. However, you have yet to delve into the realm of sealing techniques, rendering you entirely ignorant of them. It would indeed be quite challenging to embark on the study of such an advanced sealing art at this stage. Moreover, your chakra reserves are insufficient to execute this ninjutsu. Upon hearing the teacher's refusal, Yuxiang's eyes sparkled with excitement. The difficulty only indicated that mastery was not impossible. As for the inadequacy of chakra, this posed no dilemma for him within his dream space. The true advantage of possessing a dream space lies not merely in the accumulation of battle experience each night, but in the boundless chakra at his disposal, unyielding to fatigue or fear of danger, ideal for practicing perilous high-level ninjutsu. Regarding the issue of insufficient chakra to perform this ninjutsu in reality, the Uzumaki clan would inform you that chakra quantity has never been a concern for them. Just a year or so more, and the limitations of chakra would no longer trouble him. Teacher, please, just tell me, Yuxiang implored. After all, it's not like I can learn it right now, is it? I promise I won't put myself in danger. I'm quite afraid of dying. Upon hearing Yuxiang's plea, Uzumaki Taiji was far from convinced. He recalled how his own spouse would feign innocence when trying to sneak a drink, claiming, I'm just asking, just for a taste. I won't drink, truly. The outcome, as everyone knew, was predictable. Taiji was about to decline but was taken aback by Yuxiang's pitiable demeanor. After a moment of contemplation, he inquired, Yuxiang, in your dreams. Yuxiang's heart raced uncontrollably at this unexpected question. This was his greatest secret. How could the teacher have discovered it? Should he reveal the existence of the dream space? Uzumaki Taiji raised an eyebrow and smiled, seemingly having confirmed something, and chose not to press further. All right. Since you wish to learn, I shall teach you. Today, I will divulge whatever you wish to know. Upon hearing the teacher's words, Yuxiang's panic transformed into uncontainable joy. He had often heard of Taiji's exploits from teacher Xiaoshu. He was indeed a true powerhouse. In that instant, an audacious thought arose in his mind, one he had never dared to entertain before, though he quickly buried it deep within. Really? Teacher, you truly intend to teach me the diamond-locking ninjutsu? Uzumaki Taiji appeared in good spirits, disregarding Yuxiang's skepticism. Of course. When have I, Uzumaki Taiji, ever gone back on my word? Now, allow me to demonstrate. He gestured for Yuxiang to follow. They traversed through a dense forest, arriving at a secluded glade devoid of any trace of human activity. The diamond locking technique is classified as an A-rank sealing art. Although it is merely A-rank, I assure you its potential far exceeds that of S-rank ninjutsu. Diamond locking is a sealing technique meticulously crafted by our Uzumaki ancestors, characterized not only by its chakra requirements, but also by the necessity of ample life force, or In other words, the support of Yang release chakra. At this point, Uzumaki Taiji finally came to a halt. "Allow me to demonstrate the prowess of this ninjutsu," he declared, suddenly extending 8 formidable chakra chains from his back, swirling them in the air with an imposing presence. This technique is known as the adamantine sealing. Its fundamental application involves binding, entangling, and sealing, enhanced by the power of Yang release. This sealing jutsu is particularly effective against large combat weapons such as tailed beasts. Tailed beasts. This was a term that Yuxiang had never encountered before, sparking his curiosity. However, having finally secured his teacher's consent to learn this ninjutsu, he refrained from interrupting Taiji. Previously, we discussed that the hallmark of sealing techniques lies in their limited offensive capabilities. Even with the adamantine sealing, which is relatively potent among sealing jutsu, its offensive power is commendable yet, when compared to other ninjutsu, it is arduous to master and demands considerable chakra. Moreover, in combat against other ninjas, it faces numerous constraints. Its effects are too conspicuous, failing to achieve the element of surprise, and its attack speed is quite cumbersome. Nevertheless, none of these drawbacks diminish its intrinsic value. Uzumaki Taiji smiled and inquired of Yuxiang, "Do you know why this ninjutsu requires the chakra chains to emerge from the back?" Yuxiang furrowed his brow, pondering for a moment, recalling Taiji's earlier explanation of the technique. He had a sudden realization. Is it because the chakra required for this jutsu is so substantial that it can only be adequately supplied from the back? Although Yuxiang was uncertain about the accuracy of his reasoning, he instinctively felt he was correct. Indeed, Uzumaki Taiji responded with an approving smile. Precisely. The primary pathways for chakra flow in the human body are aligned along the spine. This is where the 8 major chakra points converge. From the opening door at the head, the resting door, down to the life door, wound door, dew door, and seam door at the chest, culminating at the surprise door in the coccyx, and finally the death door near the heart. With pride, Uzumaki Taiji gazed at Yuxiang and declared, "These 8 gates are coveted yet unattainable by all ninjas, as no ninja can withstand the side effects of opening them. To my knowledge, aside from our Uzumaki clan, who can judiciously manipulate the chakra surges from the 8 gates through sealing techniques, I have not heard of any other ninja capable of utilizing them." Yuxiang's eyes sparkled with excitement. "So, our Uzumaki clan is truly formidable?" Taiji replied without hesitation, "Indeed. The sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan are unparalleled across the ninja continent. Even among our own clan, utilizing the adamantine sealing is quite taxing. The bloodline we have inherited through generations contains the chakra attributes of sealing, rendering this technique nearly impossible for anyone outside our clan to wield proficiently. However, the greatest flaw of this ninjutsu is equally apparent." Upon hearing this, Yuxiang inquired tentatively, "Could such a powerful jutsu truly have weaknesses? Is it the limitation you mentioned regarding its effectiveness against other ninjas?" "Indeed," Taiji affirmed, "as I mentioned earlier, this technique is only truly effective against colossal tailed beasts or summoned creatures. Its utility diminishes significantly when facing other ninjas." Yuxiang could not help but interject, likening it to using a chain to swat a fly. Taiji nodded in agreement, affirming that what he was about to discuss was the crux of the day, his greatest achievement in life, Vajra sealing. Vajra sealing? Yuxiang found himself somewhat perplexed. He categorized this ninjutsu into 3 realms. The first realm involves the normal application of this technique, which is within the reach of the average ninja from the Uzumaki clan. The second stage of Vajra sealing transcends the capabilities of ordinary individuals. They lack the requisite chakra control to mitigate the damage to the body's meridians, and they are devoid of the innate talent to master and refine it further. Due to the limitations of this technique in combat, I have minimized its scope. Minimized? Yuxiang mused quietly. Isn't ninjutsu supposed to become stronger the larger it is? Why would it be reduced? At that moment, the elderly man's face radiated a pride and elation that Yuxiang had never witnessed before. Could this truly be the same Taiji-sensei who often stumbled about inebriation? Yuxiang silently scoffed as he observed the man, fervently addressing him. Indeed, it is a minimization, a subtraction. Ordinary people believe that ninjutsu is better the larger and stronger it is, never contemplating the notion of compressing it. Yet who is Uzumaki Taiji, if not a being incomparable to those mundane mortals? As Taiji's excitement crescendoed, Yuxiang shared in the exhilaration, albeit with a tinge of awkwardness, elated at the prospect of learning such powerful ninjutsu, yet guilty for being one of those ordinary beings. Soon, I completed the minimization of the back Vajra sealing. It is quite simple, merely enhancing the sealing of the 8 chakra points on the back, which can be mastered swiftly through repeated practice. However, What purpose does this serve? It merely reduces the chakra consumption of this sealing technique, retaining the same clumsiness and apparent flaws, and even diminishing the effectiveness of the sealing itself. Uzumaki Yuxiang listened intently, his mood not much better than that of the fervently enthusiastic Uzumaki Taiji. If his teacher could articulate this, there must have been a significant and valuable transformation. Given the inconvenience of the back, why not relocate the chains to a more favorable position? I soon identified an appropriate location in my hand. With that, Uzumaki Taiji abruptly extended his left hand, pulling back his sleeve to reveal a sight that sent chills through Yuxiang's scalp and face, compelling him to suppress the urge to recoil. There lay a grotesquely twisted hand, marred by a long scar that twisted and knotted from the inner elbow to the palm. A ghastly sight tinged with a bluish hue reminiscent of tree bark. During my initial experiment with this half-finished ninjutsu, my preparations had been insufficient, and I failed to contain the surging chakra. I had thought I was doomed. Fortunately, my medical ninjutsu was commendable, and coupled with the robust vitality inherent in practitioners of yang release, I was fortunate enough to salvage my hand. The venerable Tajiri Uzumaki continued to recount the events surrounding his development of this ninjutsu. The terrifying incidents, when narrated by the elder, seemed light and airy, as if he bore them no concern, which swiftly quelled Yuxiang's wandering thoughts. This scar was deliberately left as a reminder for myself to exercise utmost caution. Now, I impart it to you as a cautionary tale. The mastery of ninjutsu is far from simple. Even if you feel confident, it is wise to remain vigilant, he advised. The elder's earnest teachings were etched into Yuxiang's heart. Observing the 8 golden chains swirling behind his master, he felt a sense of awe. Previously, he had only witnessed the power of this ninjutsu, but now he sensed something deeper, the immense effort exerted by their ancestors to develop this sealing technique suited for the Uzumaki clan. Seeing his disciple lost in contemplation brought Tajiri great joy. His intention in sharing these insights was to caution the young man against youthful arrogance and the perils of overestimating one's talents. Not everyone is as fortunate as I, he reminded. Yuxiang, pay attention. What follows is the essence of my ninjutsu, the culmination of years of painstaking thought. Watch closely. Yuxiang snapped back to attention as the 8 golden chains suddenly pierced back into Tajiri's body. In an instant, 2 golden chains emerged from the palms of Tajiri's hands. A palpable sensation of chakra, indeed, it was the diamond lock. Tajiri skillfully manipulated these delicate chains, allowing them to dance with agility as he moved his hands amidst the forest. Yuxiang, conjure a great fireball, Tajiri commanded, leaping back to create distance. Yuxiang hesitated, wondering if he was to perform the technique himself. Upon seeing his master nod, he complied, executing this fundamental fire technique. As he summoned the immense fireball before him, it surged forth toward Tajiri, radiating heat so intense that the distant leaves withered, turning from green to desiccated yellow before igniting spontaneously. Faced with this formidable fireball technique, Tajiri couldn't help but express his admiration. Yuxiang's speed had noticeably improved since their last meeting. With a casual flick of his wrist, the golden chains extended at his command, deftly intercepting the oncoming fireball. In an astonishing display, the chains cleaved the fireball in 2, extinguishing it swiftly with the wind's assistance. Yuxiang stood in stunned silence, realizing the technique's potential. Not far away, Tajiri's voice rang out again. Yuxiang, unleash another great fireball. This command filled Yuxiang with exhilaration. He now understood that his master was demonstrating the application of his ninjutsu. Without delay, he once again summoned a great fireball. Fire release, great fireball technique. At that moment, several golden chains inexplicably emerged from the palm of Uzumaki Taiji. With a swift motion, 5 golden chains ensnared the great fireball technique unleashed by Yuxiang. Taiji flicked his right hand upward, causing the chains to bend gracefully, launching the fireball high into the sky. From a distance, it appeared as a blazing orb shooting straight up, only to explode magnificently in midair. Yuxiang found himself at a loss for words, utterly awestruck. Yuxiang, it's not over yet. Let us try a lightning release. Lightning release, false darkness. A bolt of lightning erupted from Yuxiang, hurtling directly towards Uzumaki Taiji. In response, the chains in Taiji's hands transformed once again. Observing from afar, Yuxiang saw the chains shoot forth from the joints of Taiji's 5 fingers, spiraling around his hands. Taiji's hands seemed to swell, now resembling 2 hands crafted from intertwining golden chains. Near his palms, the chains moved like 5 agile serpents, twisting and undulating. Before Yuxiang's lightning could reach him, Taiji executed a body flicker technique, advancing swiftly to seize the lightning in his grasp. A flicker of electric light emerged from the golden chains, illuminating Yuxiang's face. pulsating erratically before quickly fading away. Watching the golden chains that had just extinguished the lightning release, false darkness, Yuxiang swallowed hard, his heart numbed. The thought of soon mastering this technique made his mouth water as he envisioned himself growing stronger and dominating the entire village. Hiki. Yuxiang swiftly recalled what his teacher had said about the third stage of the diamond lock. Teacher, what about the third stage? Show me quickly. His eagerness was palpable. Having witnessed the immense power of the second stage, he could hardly fathom what the third stage would entail. Alas. Uzumaki Taiji gazed thoughtfully at the golden chains in his hands, letting out a sigh before releasing the technique. The general effects of the second stage are what you just observed, but it is not limited to that. The diamond lock is a powerful sealing technique, countering all chakra-based entities and techniques, making it a natural nemesis of chakra itself. It even poses a threat to those skilled in physical combat. The development of this technique was partly aimed at compensating for my inherent deficiencies in physical prowess. Innate shortcomings must be addressed through acquired skills. Yuxiang, puzzled, inquired, Teacher, does this technique also counter physical combat? Isn't it just a sealing technique? How can it inhibit physical abilities? Haha, you're not aware of this, are you? Do you remember how this technique affected you during your assessment? Taiji smirked, challenging Yuxiang to recall. Yuxiang pondered deeply, and suddenly, a light bulb went off in his mind as understanding dawned upon him. I see. As long as the chains make contact with the opponent during combat, they can seal the opponent's chakra. Without the support of chakra, even the mightiest of physical fighters would find it difficult to contend with this technique. Uzumaki Taiji nodded. Indeed, the diamond lock inherently possesses a sealing effect. Any contact with the opponent will inevitably yield some influence. In battle, as long as the chains can ensnare the adversary, we may wield them at will. These chains boast both offensive and defensive capabilities, effectively countering both ninjutsu and taijutsu, rendering them a remarkably versatile technique. Glancing at the scar on his hand, Uzumaki Taiji sighed again. Regrettably, it merely stops here. In its second phase, it can only be classified as an S-rank ninjutsu. Although it can inflict severe harm upon lower-ranked or even equal-level ninjas, it falls short against truly formidable opponents. Having traversed the ninja world for many years, Uzumaki Taiji has encountered countless powerful techniques. The prowess of Senju Hashirama, whom he knows best, is far beyond what Uzumaki Taiji can aspire to. And he has not even had the chance to witness Hashirama's true strength. For those mighty individuals, this improved second phase of the diamond lock is merely an intricately designed novelty. One's chakra can counter 3 times the force at most. To withstand 10 times would classify it as a powerful ninjutsu. Yet, the true titans of the ninja world can summon forces far exceeding 1,000 times. The second phase of the diamond lock excels in its minimal consumption and appropriate power. However, therein lies its flaw. The amount of chakra it can manipulate is too limited. Despite all efforts to expand the chakra pathways in his arms, the human body has its limits, and the arms themselves can only extend so far. Does the Uzumaki clan lack chakra? Every member of the Uzumaki clan would undoubtedly scoff at such a question. Uzumaki Taiji stood on a branch with his back to Yuxiang, the gentle breeze causing his garments to flutter. He continued, Yuxiang, the chakra that can be mobilized by the arms is finite. Thus, the purpose of developing the second phase of the diamond lock was to confront humans, losing its effectiveness against large-scale combat machines. I have yet to perfect the third phase of the diamond lock. It remains merely a theoretical concept at this stage. Since the issue lies in insufficient chakra, could I not simply expand the chakra pathway? In facing this dilemma, I once contemplated utilizing the 361 chakra points within the human body as channels, employing sealing techniques as vessels for the chakra, allowing it to flow out through the points, and then using sealing techniques to maintain it at the surface of the body. In doing so, we could achieve the effects of both the first and second phases concurrently, possessing their advantages. Currently, in the second phase, I can only manifest 5 chains from one hand, and they cannot persist for long. However, in the third phase, we could generate an unlimited number of chains, enabling a single individual to rival an entire nation. Uzumaki Taiji's expression turned serious as he fixed his gaze upon Yuxiang. I have swiftly succeeded in the first step. But alas, the second step remains elusive. Sealing techniques inherently restrain chakra, akin to the dichotomy of water and fire, making it difficult for them to coexist. Ultimately, I find myself trapped at this juncture, unable to advance. The elder suddenly ceased his discourse, and Yuxiang fell silent as well. At this moment, the voice of Uzumaki Taiji suddenly turned melancholic. Yuxiang, I have grown old and may never be able to complete this final step in my lifetime. You must remember, when you possess the strength one day, to perfect it. The elder turned and crouched down, his large hands resting on Yuxiang's shoulders. The two pairs of eyes, one old and one young, met at the same level. Gradually, Yuxiang seemed to sense his teacher's emotions, the urgency and yearning, the sorrow of helplessness. When that day comes, you shall use this ninjutsu to make your name known throughout the ninja world. There is no need to reveal its origin. I only wish for you to astonish and instill fear in all who witness it. Is that acceptable? In that moment, the elder's voice quivered with pleading, tinged with regret for not having completed his masterpiece. Suddenly, Uzumaki Yuxiang smiled, his small, innocent eyes reflecting understanding. Teacher, on that day, the entire ninja world will be awestruck by your ninjutsu. Uzumaki Taiji also smiled. For him, that was sufficient. As noon passed, the two casually found a river, caught a few fish, and roasted them over an open flame. The flickering firelight danced upon them, and Uzumaki Taiji contentedly savored the fish. Meanwhile, Yuxiang's mind was clearly elsewhere, furrowing his brow as he contemplated the Vajra sealing technique his teacher had just imparted. Teacher, while the Vajra sealing technique does not require hand seals, it is exceedingly challenging, isn't it? I must construct sealing techniques within my body, yet I have no foundational knowledge of sealing arts. How am I to learn? Seeing Yuxiang's troubled expression, Taiji chuckled. It is not as simple as you think. If it were easy to learn, this ninjutsu would not be a standard technique for our Uzumaki clan's elite. Noticing the fire for roasting fish dwindling, Taiji tossed a few dry twigs into the flames and reassured him, it's perfectly normal not to grasp it now. In a couple of days, I will provide you with methods to study the foundational sealing techniques and several commonly used seals. I have mentioned that one must at least possess the skill level of a NEET to learn this Vajra sealing technique. I understand. I will strive to master the fundamentals of the sealing arts as swiftly as possible. Yuxiang's heart brimmed with determination, channeling his frustration into the roasted fish, devouring a substantial piece in one bite. He had hoped that his dream space would allow him to quickly master this A-rank ninjutsu, but now it seemed quite challenging. Not only was he unsure how to learn it, but he also struggled to comprehend how to construct a stable and lasting sealing mark within his body using chakra. No wonder his teacher had said he was not ready to learn. Seeing Yuxiang submit and acknowledge his shortcomings, Uzumaki Taiji expressed satisfaction. Very well. I have introduced you to the Vajra sealing technique today. Do you have any questions? Upon hearing his teacher's inquiry, Yuxiang desired to identify any points of confusion, but regrettably, he realized there was nothing he truly understood. He merely grasped the effects, while the means of realization remained elusive, leading him to sheepishly smile. Teacher, I do not fully comprehend the intricacies of this technique. Could you possibly elucidate it for me in detail in a couple of days? Particularly the method of executing the sealing technique and how to channel chakra into the sealing marks. I am utterly at a loss. Haha. It is quite normal to feel uncertain. You have already proven yourself to be quite the genius. If you could grasp this ninjutsu with mere casual listening, what would be the purpose for us ordinary folk? Taiji chuckled, his words tinged with self-deprecation, leaving Yuxiang slightly flushed with embarrassment. All right, enough of this. This technique is still beyond your grasp for now. I will document it for you in a few days. Do you have any other questions at the moment? Do not hesitate. Speak freely, for I may not always be available. Upon hearing his teacher's words, Yuxiang's heart began to race with fervor as he could no longer contain a thought that had been brewing within him all morning. He moistened his parched lips and gauged his teacher's mood. Noticing this, Winding Taiji raised an eyebrow, contemplating whether the boy truly had something he felt shy about expressing. Teacher, could you perhaps demonstrate your abilities for me? Winding Taiji looked at him quizzically. Abilities? Did I not just show you the diamond locking technique? Then it dawned on him. The abilities he referred to could possibly encompass. Are you speaking of all abilities? Seeing that Winding Taiji did not immediately dismiss his request, Yuxiang's heart leaped with hope. He nodded vigorously, his eyes sparkling with anticipation, surpassing even the excitement he felt when receiving pocket money from Changpu. Is this of great significance to you? Taiji had discerned that Yuxiang had been holding on to this thought all morning. But what use would merely observing serve? Very important. Yuxiang affirmed with a determined nod. Useful? Indeed, useful. If anyone else dared to make such a request, Taiji would likely consider them a fool, perhaps even chastise them. However, this was Winding Yuxiang, his destined disciple. Winding Taiji lowered his head, lost in contemplation, before breaking into a self-amused smile. If he were to perish alongside the ship of the Land of Whirlpools, then Yuxiang would serve as his testament in this world. Very well. Let him witness the true prowess of a formidable warrior. Time flew by, and the afternoon was spent in a whirlwind of excitement and astonishment for Yuxiang. He had never imagined that he could master such a multitude of skills: taijutsu, genjutsu, elemental ninjutsu, sealing techniques, and medical ninjutsu, all through sheer effort. The duel between the two shadow clones was executed with perfect precision, showcasing techniques without causing harm to one another. Even the genjutsu was demonstrated one by one for Yuxiang to observe. This overwhelming display left him breathless, and he could hardly retain the names of the ninjutsu his teacher had mentioned, as his mind was filled with vibrant images of dazzling light effects. Once the demonstration concluded, Whining Taidi led Yuxiang back to the village and took his leave first. After unleashing so many ninjutsu, his weary old bones could no longer endure. As soon as Uzumaki Taiji set Yuxiang down and departed, Yuxiang immediately sprinted home with the utmost speed he had ever mustered. In truth, had Taiji not brought him back to the village, he would have gone straight to bed, for the late hour was not conducive to a leisurely stroll. Mother, I am back. In the flower shop, Shangpu was tending to the potted plants when a sudden gust of wind swept through, and before she could react, Yuxiang had entered the shop, greeting her before hastily retreating to his room. Noticing the flushed state of Yuxiang's face, Shangpu quickly stopped him. Yuxiang, why is your face so red? Are you running a fever? Let me take a look. Yuxiang, however, was not in the mood to explain. It's nothing. I just ran back and got a bit hot. Mother, I'm going to my room now. You needn't call me for dinner tonight, as I already ate this afternoon. With that, he darted through the flower shop and into his room, where his eyes sparkled with excitement. He did not even bother to spread out his blanket, simply grabbing a pillow and preparing to sleep, confident that his robust health would see him through a night without proper bedding. In a mysterious black space adorned with stars, a youth appeared out of thin air, anxiously searching his surroundings. This boy was, of course, Uzumaki Yuxiang, and what he sought was all too clear: the Uzumaki Taiji's eternal crystal. Soon, Yuxiang discovered his most significant achievement of the day among the scant few crystals, carefully cradling it in his hands and admiring it with rapt attention. This was not to be compared with the eternal crystals of the likes of Uzumaki Waikai or Uzumaki Shero, who were merely lowly ninjas. Based on Yuxiang's understanding of the strength hierarchy, coupled with the prowess he witnessed from Uzumaki Taiji earlier that afternoon, he seemed to have surmised Taiji's true power. It was the highest title among ninjas, the Shadow. The crystal shimmered brilliantly, its interior resembling blood in both color and viscosity, with a transparent void at its center glimmering with golden light. Yuxiang could hardly put it down, continuously polishing and observing it. Suddenly, a jolt of unease surged within him. Something felt amiss. What could be wrong? Yuxiang scrutinized the crystal in his hand. The patterns. Yuxiang finally realized where the discrepancy lay. He was accustomed to using battle crystals, which he could employ every 3 days, thus he had not paid much attention to this one, especially in his current state of excitement. This battle crystal, originating from Uzumaki Taiji, bore no patterns, indicating that it was merely a battle crystal and not an eternal crystal. Sighing, Yuxiang felt a profound emptiness wash over him as he gazed at the battle crystal, which was nearly full yet still lacked a minuscule amount. How could he not feel void? How could he not feel regret? He knew full well that his teacher was not always so accommodating. Observing the battle crystal's nearly complete state, Yuxiang believed that his teacher had not intentionally concealed any jutsu. Rather, it was likely that Taiji himself was unaware of certain techniques, perhaps having forgotten or deeming them unworthy of demonstration. It made little sense. If Taiji did not wish to showcase them to Yuxiang, he could have simply refused. Why waste an entire afternoon? Upon leaving, Yuxiang had also noticed Taiji's fatigue. This was no mere pretense, and there was certainly no need for it. Yuxiang could not ascertain whether the formation of this eternal crystal required all of a person's abilities or merely the majority, or perhaps just the principal skills. If it demanded everything, it would be exceedingly unreasonable. The myriad of jutsu a person can learn throughout their lifetime is immeasurable, and certain jutsu, lacking in potency, may be learned yet scarcely utilized. Alas, how vexing. Yuxiang, in his frustration, scratched his head and tossed and turned on the tatami mat, unable to find slumber. Who knew what jutsu teacher Taiji had failed to showcase? Not to mention, he could hardly recall what techniques the Whirlpool Taiji had demonstrated that afternoon. Mom, can we eat dinner now? I'm famished. Ultimately, Yuxiang could not conquer his gloomy mood, and his growling stomach summoned him. Seeing that Yuxiang's complexion had returned to normal, Shangpu felt relieved, but still harbored some concern. She gently touched his forehead and, Upon confirming he was fine, remarked with a hint of puzzlement. You said you weren't hungry this afternoon, yet here you are, ravenous. Despite her bewilderment, how could she deny her son food when he was hungry? She proceeded to heat up several dishes, saying, Fortunately, I cooked extra today. Otherwise, you would have had nothing to eat. Changpu watched with satisfaction as her son devoured his meal, occasionally reminding him to take it slow. It wasn't merely a matter of cooking too much. It was her concern for him not going hungry. As night descended, Yuxiang, beset by gloom and anxiety, ultimately succumbed to the encroaching drowsiness. His mind still preoccupied with thoughts of the dream realm. Unbeknownst to him, during this period of vexation regarding the dream space, subtle changes were occurring in the dream realm, which had incessantly absorbed Yuxiang's chakra, gradually diminished its intake, shrinking until it was no more. The cessation of chakra absorption by the dream realm signified something profound. Deep within the stars, in a realm beyond Yuxiang's reach, near the body of the adult Yuxiang, which was once riddled with cracks, an unprecedented surge of blue energy quietly manifested beside him. This blue energy nurtured his fractured form, facilitating a rapid healing process, eventually leading to a disdain for Yuxiang's purple energy, ceasing to absorb his chakra altogether. Before long, the blue energy vanished, leaving behind a flawless adult Yuxiang. In the dream realm, Yuxiang sat motionless within the stellar expanse, unusually refraining from his usual training, merely sitting on the ground, his gaze fixed ahead. In the darkness of the starry space, his eyes gleamed with a wolf-like intensity, radiating a longing that even suppressed the red glow of the battle crystal. He fixated intently on the unusually vibrant red battle crystal not far ahead, unconsciously swallowing hard. No, this won't do. The teacher's crystal has reached an extraordinary state. Just a fraction shy of completion, merely a breath away. After much struggle, Yuxiang ultimately relinquished the notion of utilizing this crystal. Although the abilities previously acquired would be automatically recorded, the uncertainty of when he could fully restore them loomed large. It was unclear when he would next acquire such a formidable battle crystal. If he were to use it now, the next time he fought alongside Teacher Taishi, he would merely be reduced to using shurikens, which would be disheartening. Thus, he decided against it. Even if he were to use the crystal now, he would only have a fleeting hour to learn something, likely resulting in nothing but a beating. It would be wiser to become stronger on his own before returning to learn anew. In an instant, Yuxiang felt a wave of exhaustion wash over him, and with great effort, he cast the crystal far away. Despite his resolution to avert his gaze, his eyes betrayed him, glancing furtively at the crystal. It felt unjust to have a sumptuous feast before him, yet be unable to partake. He sensed something peculiar. It seemed as though the starry space had expanded. Previously, regardless of how confined the surrounding area felt, the crystal could only rotate and float within a 2-meter radius around him. Now, however, Yuxiang observed the battle crystal he had thrown more than 2 meters away and immediately rose to explore. Every nuance of change in the dreamlike space warranted his attention. 1 minute later, he stood facing the depths of the starry space, which had indeed enlarged. Remarkably, a mysterious path had appeared. The area of the starry space had increased from a sphere with a radius of less than 2 meters to one of 3 meters. Although it may seem modest, an increase of just over a meter, this was a radius, meaning it had expanded significantly in all directions. Moreover, as Yuxiang gazed at the inexplicably emerged path, he realized it wasn't that a genuine road had materialized. Rather, an invisible wall now bore a hole. And he stood at the threshold, hesitating to make a move. He felt an insatiable curiosity about this transformation, coupled with an inexplicable yearning for the depths of the starry space, as if a voice were calling out to him. Ultimately, he ventured down this unknown path. To his surprise, he had expected it to stretch endlessly, yet it turned out to be merely a short distance of about 10 meters. Perhaps it was an illusion. But he genuinely felt as though he had taken only a few simple steps. However, upon glancing back, he found the crystal he had left in the starry space was now entirely out of sight. In this new spherical space, also with a radius of 3 meters, he could almost believe it was his own starry space if not for the absence of the battle crystal. It was identical in size and filled with countless stars. The only difference was the presence of a large, semi-transparent mirror floating within this starry realm, though it could just as easily be described as a floating surface of water. Yuxiang approached the upright mirror slowly. The mirror had no frame, no support, and even the surface was devoid of color. He used the term mirror simply because he had no other means to describe this enigmatic object. The starry space remained as tranquil as ever, no wind, no sound. Nothing to disturb Yuxiang's state of mind. yet his heart felt tumultuously unsettled. He faintly sensed that the origin of the dreamscape that had long bewildered him might finally be unveiled today, lifting the veil of its mystery. He raised his hand and slowly reached towards the obsidian mirror, instinctively believing that this action would be beneficial. Much like when he first encountered the battle crystal and intuitively understood how to unleash its power. Just as his fingertip grazed the mirror's surface, a ripple arose, undulating across the confined water surface. Gradually, the darkness receded, revealing an image that became increasingly distinct before him. Fire, a ferocious blaze like none he had ever imagined for cooking. Why was it referred to as culinary? Perhaps because, amidst the flames, an enormous pink pig luxuriated in the fiery embrace. This was a cooking technique that Yuxiang often employed. At that moment, a languid voice startled him. Yuxiang, aren't you quite adept at grilling meat? What a pity you can't assist me. Otherwise, the likelihood of passing this exam would increase significantly. But it doesn't matter. I'll manage to get through in the end. Was that voice calling to him? Yuxiang was taken aback. Glancing towards the source of the voice, a slender figure seated upon a refuse bin turned away from him, whose right hand was deftly rotating a skewer. The left hand rested casually on his leg. The scene was crowded, and a mere glance revealed at least 100 figures, with dozens more roasting pigs on nearby fires. It was only now that Yuxiang noticed this individual's presence. The voice, that silhouette, evoked a sense of familiarity within him, as if a vague suspicion began to form in Yuxiang's mind, compelling him to see the boy's face. The mirror, seemingly attuned to his thoughts, rapidly zoomed in, bypassing the boy's body and laid bare his visage. Clad in a white shirt, adorned with black-framed glasses and short black hair, he exuded an air of refinement, a subtle smile gracing his lips. He appeared to be in his early teens, yet his features unmistakably mirrored Yuxiang's own future visage. He was the boy who had haunted Yuxiang's nightmares. Despite his burgeoning suspicions, Yuxiang was still astonished. Who are you? Oh, I remember now. I seem to have neglected to introduce myself. The boy's smile brightened, a hint of enigmatic significance lurking behind his glasses. I am Peng Yu. Why? Who are you? Yuxiang's mind brimmed with questions about the dreamscape and this self-proclaimed Peng Yu. His hands unconsciously reached toward Peng Yu, causing the mirror to ripple once more. Yet he was unable to cross through. Don't bother trying. You cannot come over, Peng Yu stated. Then how did you get across? Yuxiang queried, filled with curiosity but eventually lowering his hands. I know you have many questions, but the existence of this passage is time-sensitive. If we linger any longer, we may not have the chance to discuss what truly matters. Now, you need only to listen to me. First and foremost, you must trust me. I harbor no ill intentions, Peng Yu said, adjusting his glasses with a feigned air of mystery. Secondly, and this is of utmost importance, the Kingdom of Vortex will face annihilation in the future. Therefore, I urge you to leave this place at once, immediately, without delay. Annihilation, Yuxiang exclaimed in shock. Unlike their previous inexplicable and fleeting conversation, he was now fully convinced that this was no dream. There was indeed someone before him, articulating the grim reality that the village was destined for ruin. How can this be? Why do you say the village will be destroyed? How do you know? Sighing, the man who called himself Peng Yu ran a hand through his hair, anticipating the ensuing complications. Don't concern yourself with how I know. What matters is that I do. Let me assure you, had we not shared the same body, your demise would have left me unharmed, and I would have had no reason to engage with you. Share a body. The weight of this revelation struck Yuxiang profoundly. This meant that the man before him had been within him all along. Did this imply that the dreamlike realm was also his creation? I cannot tell you precisely when the Kingdom of Vortex will collapse, but I can assure you it will not endure much longer. As he spoke, Peng Yu began counting on his fingers. 1, 2, 3, 4, extending 4 fingers. I can definitively inform you that in the future I know of, only 4 members of the Vortex clan remain with any fighting spirit. As for how many others still live, I regret to say I only know of those 4. A wave of intense unease and skepticism washed over Yuxiang. He placed his hands upon the surface of the mirror, shaking it vigorously, causing ripples to form. His face pressed against the glass. You are deceiving me, aren't you? The mirror, responding to Yuxiang's thoughts, drew closer to Peng Yu, creating a slender barrier between them as their eyes locked. Yuxiang found it unfathomable. If what Peng Yu claimed was true, what would become of him? What of his mother, Shiro, Yangjie, his teacher, and sister Haruko, along with Uncle Kuda and the other villagers? Would their fates mirror the impending doom of the Kingdom of Vortex? Doubt and fury contorted Yuxiang's expression. His face flushed and veins pulsing on his forehead. In stark contrast, Peng Yu maintained an air of nonchalance, tending to the grill while their confrontation unfolded. "I am not lying to you. I have no need to deceive you. Do you recall the sudden appearance of, the breath-containing technique in your mind? Trust me, I am on your side. If you perish, I too shall suffer. There is no incentive for me to mislead you." The breath-containing technique? Yuxiang certainly remembered, having inexplicably awoken with newfound knowledge. Perhaps this was indeed a gift from the boy who mirrored his own visage. Yet, this did not compel him to place his faith in Peng Yu. Despite the multitude of questions swirling in his mind, laden with distrust and skepticism, one truth resonated within him. He believed Peng Yu's assertion that his own demise would spell doom for them both. When Yuxiang struggled to cultivate a sense of calm, though he remained skeptical, he was unwilling to gamble with the lives of everyone he cherished. Peng Yu was momentarily taken aback, pondering the meaning of the words before him. Yet, he quickly grasped the situation, realizing that there was no need for him to elaborate further. A satisfied smile emerged as he replied, "Well, I also do not know." "What? How can you know nothing? Then how do you know that the land of the vortex will?" Yuxiang hesitated, struggling to utter those two words. This place, where he had spent his entire childhood, was now tainted by the indifferent attitude of the man before him, igniting a flare of anger within him. "Haha. I am just as helpless. Not knowing simply means I do not know." Peng Yu muttered to himself, "If I knew, I would have said so sooner." This isn't something the anime has revealed, is it? Indeed, Peng Yu was a proud traveler from Earth, hailing from the 21st century. The title of traveler was one of great significance and reverence, often bestowed upon those who found themselves in mysterious and extraordinary realms. Typically tasked with the noble duty of saving worlds from calamity, rescuing the innocent from peril, and vanquishing dragons that sought to abduct princesses. However, there existed those who succumbed to darkness, responding immediately to the call of demons, leading the forces of disaster, wreaking havoc upon worlds reduced to ashes. As for Peng Yu, just as he was contemplating his future path, reality dealt him a crushing blow. It was a humiliation to the ranks of travelers. He had neither reincarnated upon the corpse of a recently deceased individual nor awakened to find himself embodying the spirit and memories of the original owner, along with his beautiful wife. Instead, he encountered a fiercely resistant soul, Yuxiang from the Vortex Clan, who was determined to fight to the bitter end. Yuxiang likely had no recollection of their last encounter, as it had transpired 6 years prior. Yes, you heard correctly. Yuxiang was just over 6 years old. Having been born 6 years ago, a grown man, having traversed through the storms of time and space, found himself unable to overcome an infant. Despite the fragility of his newly acquired soul, this predicament was largely attributed to the exceptional talents of the Vortex Clan, whose very essence made even an infant's soul formidable. Or perhaps it was simply a reflection of Peng Yu's inadequacy, a notion he was loath to accept. As a distinguished traveler, how could he be deemed inferior? That was an impossible assertion. Surely, his fellow travelers would agree. Thus, the present scenario unfolded. Peng Yu, having retreated, took refuge within the depths of Yuxiang's soul, relying on the system inherent to his arrival to survive the novice dungeon. Siphoning Yuxiang's chakra daily while pilfering his azure wisdom crystals to extend his time in this realm, until now. Only yesterday, through the acquisition of the wisdom crystal from Vortex Taiji, he managed to restore his own soul. In essence, the Yuxiang before him was once his mortal adversary. As a proud and illustrious traveler, he found himself compelled to feign joviality, coaxing Yuxiang to leave the village, for his spirit resided within Yuxiang. Suddenly, the mirror connecting the two of them began to tremble violently, gradually dimming. Startled by the sudden change, Yuxiang instinctively released his grip and called out to Peng Yu. "Quickly tell me, when will danger strike? I truly cannot recall. Please believe me." As he spoke, the mirror darkened, and Yuxiang, filled with reluctance, remained perplexed, besieged by a multitude of questions. He incessantly struck the mirror, creating ripples, yet the scene he yearned for failed to materialize. After a prolonged struggle, he relinquished this futile endeavor, collapsing onto the ground, his mind consumed by the enigmatic name, Peng Yu. "Peng Yu, what are you doing? Hurry up with the roasting. If you delay, we shall fail the exam." The speaker was a bright young lad clad in green, with spiky black hair. He was also busy roasting a large pig. Noticing that Peng Yu was lost in his own musings, neglecting the pig which was on the verge of burning. "Understood. Fret not. Everything is within my control." Hearing his companion's reminder, Peng Yu promptly flashed a broad smile and turned the massive pink roast pig, then lowered his head to murmur to himself, "Yuxiang, you must trust me. I swear I am still single and do not wish to perish alongside you." As night deepened, the world fell into silence. Save for the howling autumn winds, Yuxiang stood on the rooftop of his home, gazing at the sky where the sharp crescent moon was about to set. Surrounded by a myriad of stars, his heart was heavy with irritation and despair. He wished to confide in someone, but found himself utterly alone in that moment. Unconsciously, his gaze drifted to the elusive mountains in the north. If he must trouble someone at this hour, he could only think of him. Soon, Yuxiang traversed the village and arrived at the back mountain. The darkness enveloped him, stars retreating from sight. Yet in this pitch-black night, Yuxiang felt at ease, seamlessly blending into the forest. Since mastering the hiding breath technique, he had increasingly recognized its remarkable utility. While in this state, although he could not project his chakra outward to walk on trees or water, the martial skills honed as a ninja, along with the enhancement of chakra on his physical movements, remained unchanged. More importantly, his chakra sensitivity had intensified after prolonged use and adaptation. He could now perceive the life fluctuations emitted by trees and creatures. Within a certain distance, he could even traverse the forest with closed eyes, rendering the darkness inconsequential. At this hour, Kai was undoubtedly still asleep. Lacking a bed, he lay against the wall in a relatively intact abandoned wooden cabin, likely having spent his time in this manner. When Yuxiang stood before Kai, who was sleeping soundly, he showed no sign of awakening. "Get up, you lazybones." Upon Yuxiang's shout, Kai jolted awake, groggy and bewildered. Hearing the commotion, he grasped his katana tightly, resting his right hand on the hilt, and whispered, "Who's there?" "It's me, Yuxiang." Yuxiang did not anticipate Kai's reaction to be so extreme, feeling somewhat embarrassed. "What brings you here?" Kai finally recognized his voice and complained, "Why are you here so early?" Yawning, I rose to stoke the nearby fire, its flickering light illuminating the two of us, casting elongated shadows amidst the forest. Sleep eluded me, and I found myself lost in a dream. Oh, the struggle to slumber. Upon hearing Yuxiang's unabashed confession, Yangjia echoed it with a hint of sarcasm, then seized a nearby katana, sweeping it toward Yuxiang. "If you can't sleep, go train. Why come to bother me?" The gust of wind from the blade made the flames dance, prompting Yuxiang to flinch as the sword, along with its sheath, narrowly swept past his face. "Aren't we here to train together?" Yuxiang chuckled awkwardly, understanding Yangjia's reaction. Who could blame him for being startled in the dead of night? Especially with Yuxiang's sudden whisper, devoid of any prior noise or presence. "How do you manage to be so silent?" The childish temper flared and faded quickly, as Yangjia soon dismissed the earlier disruption to his dreams, redirecting his focus to Yuxiang's technique of breath concealment. Having spent much time together, the two shared an easy camaraderie, devoid of many formalities. When Yuxiang previously inquired about swordsmanship, Yangjia had answered candidly. Lacking confidence in his own abilities compared to the prodigious talents around him, such as Yuxiang and Shero, Yangjia did, however, possess a measure of self-assurance regarding his vigilance. While silence might not be particularly challenging, failing to sense someone's presence until they were right before him was another matter entirely. "Would you like to learn?" "I can teach you," Yuxiang promptly offered, acknowledging the inappropriateness of his early intrusion as an apology. "How could I refuse? Since you are so earnest in your offer, I shall begrudgingly accept your teachings," he replied with a playful grin. As dawn broke, the sky lightened, and the two casually caught a few fish beasts, roasting their catch over the fire while tending to their morning routines. Sitting on opposite sides of the hearth, Yuxiang endeavored to elucidate the principles and techniques of breath concealment clearly and concisely. This technique was relatively simple, akin to stepping on trees or wading through water. It was merely the application of chakra. With careful contemplation and several practice sessions, one could master it in no time. It merely involved retracting the vital energy emanating from one's body, a task not difficult for ninjas with ample chakra manipulation experience. The crux lay in the distinct thought process required. To draw chakra inward was akin to shedding one's armor, leaving the body utterly exposed to adversaries, a profoundly reckless act. Moreover, doing so would render many chakra-dependent techniques unusable. Having listened attentively just once, Yangjia appeared contemplative, closing his eyes to begin his attempts. Within mere minutes, his breath fluctuated, intensifying and then diminishing until it ultimately faded. Although the fluctuations of his chakra remained perceptible, it was evident that Yangjia had begun to grasp the technique. Indeed, few from the Whirlpool clan could be deemed lacking in talent. During this time, Yuxiang remained quietly supportive, teaching in silence, partaking in their meal. Far removed from his usual talkative and energetic self. "Yuxiang, look, I feel as though I am on the brink of mastering what you have taught me." With great enthusiasm, Wysuk boasted to YH, initially oblivious to the significance of his newfound skill. However, after a simple trial, despite not having fully mastered it, he had already begun to grasp the enchantment of this technique. Learning such a straightforward yet practical skill brought him immense joy, and he couldn't help but daydream about its applications in combat reconnaissance. "Oh, that's splendid," YH replied lethargically, still mired in the events of the previous day, lacking any interest. It was then that Wysuk noticed something was amiss with YH. "What's wrong? You look like you haven't eaten enough. By the way, what brings you here so early?" With a sigh, YH finally raised his head, a look of deep concern etched on his face. "Wysuk, tell me. If our country, the Land of Whirlpools, were to perish, where would we go?" At this, Wysuk nearly burst into laughter. "Huh, you're quite the joker. How could that possibly happen?" Having grown up around the power dynamics of his village, though not directly involved, he had absorbed enough through daily interactions to understand the ninja world. In his mind, while the Land of Whirlpools might be small, it was certainly not a place that any force could trample upon with impunity, hence his amusement at YH's words. Seeing Wysuk's reaction, YH's expression darkened. He had sought out Wysuk as a confidant, hoping to find some solace, only to be met with laughter. Silently, he set aside his skewer of grilled meat and withdrew a shuriken, its blade glinting in the firelight, aimed pointedly at Wysuk's eyes. Though no words were spoken, the message was unmistakable. "You better stop laughing." Despite YH's fierce glare, Wysuk could not contain his mirth, covering his mouth with both hands as he shook uncontrollably with laughter. "Stop it. If you keep laughing, I'll take you home." YH resorted to his trump card, knowing well that this was Wysuk's greatest fear. As someone who was equally restricted by his mother from training, YH believed he understood Wysuk's psyche well enough. Once those words escaped, he was certain Wysuk would cease his laughter. However, even with the ultimate threat, Wysuk remained unfazed, continuing to revel in his amusement. YH, feeling helpless, lowered his shuriken. Could he really drag him back home? "Honestly, I truly don't understand why you think that way." Wysuk managed to calm himself slightly. Yet his words still carried a playful tone. "Why would other nations want to attack us? The Land of Whirlpools is mountainous and impoverished, with nothing of value." YH was at a loss for how to respond. He couldn't very well admit that a person named Peng Yu had informed him of such things. Setting aside the oddity of the name, how would he explain where this individual resided? "What if I said, you entered my dream, and I took you to see him? I'm just curious, will you speak or not?" YH urged impatiently. "Konoha, if something were to happen, Konoha would be our best option." Wysuk remained unaware of his grandfather's hidden intentions. To him, Konoha stood as the strongest and closest ally, particularly given its profound ties to the Uzumaki Clan. "Konoha? Why do you say that?" In the Land of Fire, Konoha is undoubtedly well known to Yuxiang. As the most formidable ninja village in the shinobi world, it is a place every ninja aspires to reach. However, his understanding of the relationship between Konoha and the Uzumaki Clan is rather limited. "Konoha and our clan share a profound bond. Did you not know?" he continued. "The wife of the first Hokage is none other than Lady Uzumaki Mido of the Uzumaki Clan. She is the sister of Lord Taijima. When we meet, we refer to her as grandmother." Yoji, displaying a look of astonishment akin to witnessing a monster, seemed incredulous that he, a disciple of Lord Taijima of the Uzumaki Clan, was unaware of such matters concerning his own teacher. "Is that true?" Yuxiang exclaimed, genuinely surprised. He truly lacked knowledge about the connection between the Uzumaki Clan and Konoha, having grown up without anyone to share such information with him. Perhaps those around him simply did not know, at most discussing the major nations and ninja villages within the shinobi world. As for Sarah, with his calm demeanor and unperturbed nature, he would certainly not approach Yuxiang to proclaim, "Yuxiang, did you know that my great-aunt is the wife of the first Hokage? Isn't that impressive?" Sarah was not that type of person, and naturally, Natsuki would not share such information either, as it did not pertain to him. Thus, Yuxiang remained oblivious. Yoji, however, became increasingly intrigued and began to elaborate. "I am not entirely sure why, but Konoha and the Uzumaki village have always maintained a cordial relationship. Recently, a lady named Kushina Uzumaki was brought to Konoha, exhibiting an air of mystery about her. I first heard about her from my grandfather." "Oh, I see now. So, tell me, if something were to happen in our Uzumaki country, would Konoha come to our aid?" Yuxiang inquired with hopeful anticipation. Unable to fathom the scene described by Peng Yu in his dream space, only 4 individuals remaining alive. "That is undoubtedly the case," Yoji replied with firm conviction. "Setting aside our strong ties with Konoha, which have persisted through generations. The fact that Lady Mito is still alive means she would certainly intervene if trouble arose. After all, the current clan leader is her nephew. Oh, I understand now. Yuxiang finally breathed a sigh of relief. He had never truly believed the words of that man, Peng Yu. After all, how could he trust that Uzumaki country, a vast nation, would face annihilation based on vague assertions? Such proclamations were difficult to accept. Despite this, a sense of unease lingered within him. The flickering flames cast shadows across the young man's face, reflecting his fluctuating emotions. Yoji lay on the ground, gazing at the azure sky while toying with a beautiful stone in his hand. He inhaled deeply, savoring the morning's moisture mingled with the earthy scents of leaves and flowers. Though the aroma was far from pleasant, even somewhat peculiar, inexplicably, Yoji found himself drawn to it. It embodied the essence of freedom, something he could not experience at home. For the sake of freedom, he had sacrificed much. He had become darker, thinner, and bore marks left by countless insects. If this was the price of freedom, he was willing to pay. Yuxiang, glancing over, noticed that Yoji had been holding on to the small stone for quite some time and curiously asked, "Yoji, what is that you have in your hand? I noticed you've been holding it for a while." He snatched the stone from his hand. There had been an overwhelming number of events in recent days, many of which he dared not share with others, even though Waisuk had just offered him some comfort. Anxiety remained an unrelenting shadow that would not vanish in an instant. He needed to engage in an activity to divert his attention, and combat seemed an excellent choice. The sounds produced by clashing blades were the most melodious of notes. Yet, Waisuk displayed no anger upon seeing YSH take the stone. He simply shrugged and said nonchalantly, "It's just an ordinary stone, albeit a rather attractive one. If you like it, take it. I find it rather unremarkable. What use is this worthless stone? Keep it for yourself," YSH replied, feeling deflated by Waisuk's indifference. He had not truly desired the stone. He would have handed it over to Waisuk without a second thought. Waisuk, unfazed, scooped up the stone and continued to toy with it, his calm demeanor making YSH feel increasingly reminiscent of Shero. Approaching closer, YSH nudged him playfully, asking, "What use do you have for that stone? You've been holding it for a while now." To his surprise, Waisuk sighed dejectedly. "My sister gifted me a bouquet a few days ago as a birthday present." Upon hearing this, YSH felt a twinge of displeasure. That chubby fool. How could he not mention his birthday? Waisuk continued to lament, "My birthday is in spring. It has long since passed. What birthday are we even discussing?" YSH found this puzzling. Then why did your sister suddenly mention a birthday gift? Could she have forgotten? The image of that adorable girl surfaced in his mind. She hardly seemed the type to forget her brother's birthday. Perhaps she simply never remembered it. Waisuk speculated. "She knows my birthday is in April. She said it was a belated gift." YSH was at a loss for words. If she hadn't forgotten, that was even stranger. How could she mention a gift for a birthday that had passed months ago? He regarded Waisuk with a mixture of regret and sympathy. Such a charming girl, yet so perplexing. Waisuk, however, remained oblivious to YSH's gaze, continuing his lamentation, which meant YSH's desire to listen to music would remain unfulfilled for the moment. "My sister may appear obedient and sensible in front of others, but she's quite clever. As her birthday approaches, she casually picks a couple of wildflowers for me, claiming they're a birthday present, just to remind me not to forget her own birthday." YSH was utterly speechless. It seemed that it wasn't the girl who had lost her wits, but rather Waisuk with his peculiar reasoning and utterly unprecedented situation. He disdainfully glanced at the colorful stone. "So, you're giving her this? I wouldn't want it either. Living in the mountains all day. What else is there apart from this worthless wood? I can't possibly gift her wood." He had to search by the river for some pretty stones, after all. Akina adored keeping fish, and these would serve as lovely decorations. Suddenly struck by inspiration, YSH exclaimed, "Why not carve a wooden statue for her? She has surely never seen one before." As Yanja's eyes sparkled with excitement, he thought, "This is wonderful. Aki will surely appreciate this." However, his spirits quickly dampened as he lamented, "But I have never done this before. I doubt I can execute it well." Yuxiang smiled gently and continued to provide suggestions. "Well, you need to practice splitting anyway. What does it matter if you're splitting air? The real challenge lies in carving a likeness. Why not prepare 2 gifts? If your carving turns out well, you can present her with the wooden figure. If it doesn't, you can give her some stones. That way, it's a perfect plan." This proposal was quite pragmatic, and Yangjia felt invigorated, eagerly surveying the vast expanse of trees around him. Most of the timber left by the lumberyard had succumbed to the rain and mold, yet a portion of quality wood was still preserved, and perfectly suitable for use. He decided to practice on these fresh stumps. Without further ado, the two sprang into action. The choice of wood was inconsequential. After all, it was merely practice. They casually selected a robust tree, cleaving it in two with a single stroke of the blade, without the need for removing the roots, which would serve as a stable base for the wooden figure. With a katana in hand, Yangjie began to chop with an air of seriousness, while Yuxiang, intrigued, offered guidance from the sidelines. To refine the wooden figure, they even devised a makeshift plane. After half a day's toil, they had reduced several massive trees into manageable chunks. Once dried in the sun for a few days, Yangjie wouldn't have to search for firewood any longer. Before them stood an oddly shaped wooden figure, broad in the middle and with a disproportionately large head. Yuxiang, what do you think? It looks quite good, doesn't it? Yangjie exclaimed, nodding with satisfaction. Though somewhat rudimentary, it appeared commendable, revealing his latent talent. Yes, it's decided then. Yuxiang regarded the wooden figure with a peculiar expression. Glancing back at the enthusiastic Yangjie, hesitant to voice his concerns yet ultimately refraining from dampening his spirits. Yangjie, your talent seems quite impressive. However, just to be safe, I suggest you prepare some colorful stones as a backup. If, by chance, the wooden figure is ruined, it would be troublesome, Yuxiang cautiously proposed. Wishing to avoid a situation where the figure was deemed too unsightly to be accepted, Yangjie nodded in agreement. That makes sense. I'll head to the seaside shortly to see if I can find some beautiful stones, and perhaps catch a few fish to grill as well. As he mentioned grilling fish, an involuntary gulp escaped him, not from hunger but from revulsion. After more than half a month of consuming grilled food daily, he found it utterly nauseating, yet there was little alternative in this place. Are you feeling unwell? Yuxiang inquired tentatively, fully aware of the reason. Since Yangjie had left home, he had been eating grilled meat almost every day. Of course, Yangjie replied impatiently. By the way, it's been ages since you last brought me something to eat. He gazed at Yuxiang with hopeful eyes. Initially, he was fine with the grilled meat, especially since Yuxiang would occasionally bring him food to appease him during their confrontations. However, now that Yuxiang no longer needed to seek him out, having obtained the eternal crystal, the incentive to bring him food had diminished. Yuxiang glanced at him sympathetically. All right then. I'll make sure to bring you something next time. It is difficult for him to envision what Waisuk's former life was like. The pallor of his skin and his robust physique suggest a life of indulgence. Moreover, being the grandson of the second elder places him among the elite of the village, akin to nobility. YSH cannot fathom the resolute determination Waisuk must have summoned to abandon it all. If he were to find himself in such an environment, he too would struggle to imagine relinquishing everything for the sake of a ninja's path. Consider Waisuk, once someone who would disdain even a hint of sweat, now perpetually accompanied by perspiration, living amidst insects, fish, birds, and beasts, his tattered clothing smeared with soot, a true visage of a hunter. This brings YSH to reflect upon his mother, who forbade him from training, were it not for her. Waisuk would not have felt compelled to leave home and transform into this figure. By the way, Waisuk, how is your relationship with your mother now? YSH inquires, curiosity evident in his gaze. Well, it's manageable, Waisuk replies. How is it manageable? She hasn't searched for you or reached out. Has she still not found you? Or have you been forsaken? Noticing Waisuk's indifference to discussing his mother, YSH's curiosity deepens, driven by their shared experiences. My mother knows I am here. Last time, Akino was discovered when she returned. Waisuk turns his back to YSH, resuming his work with the sword, concealing his emotions within the labor. Discovered? Then how? YSH scans the surroundings, but sees no unusual individuals watching over Waisuk. She tacitly allowed me to train, yet she did not give her consent. Then you could return home. Yes, I suppose so. Why not go back? Wouldn't it be more comfortable? Silence ensues, a prolonged silence. Just when YSH assumes Waisuk is reluctant to respond, he suddenly utters, I don't know how to face her. He adds, I also don't know if I can maintain my resolve after returning. YSH comprehends. Though he has never met Waisuk's mother, it is evident she is not easy to deal with. His sparse words suggest he is reluctant to concede. Waisuk likely fears that returning to that warm home would diminish his fighting spirit. Dreams are the most fragile of constructs, susceptible to the erosion of comfort, ease. In time, one step back means a loss of one's edge. YSH smiles and says, since she doesn't oppose your training, that's a positive development. Regardless, I must take my leave. I still have not trained much today. All right. As YSH departs, Waisuk gradually halts his actions, scrutinizing the rudimentary wooden statue, its large head and stout waist, plump, and entirely unlike Akina. Moreover, its height is remarkably tall, resembling that of an adult, making it hard to see how it could be his sister. Wysuk raised his sword high, poised to strike down upon the grotesquely hideous wooden statue before him. Yet, he hesitated, unable to bring himself to deliver the blow. It dawned on him that the figure he had labored over for the better part of the day resembled no one else. Large and unsightly, if it was not Akina, then it certainly could not be Wysuk. Who else could it possibly represent? Despite its extreme ugliness, Wysuk found himself unable to destroy the statue. His sword suspended in midair. With a final clang, he sheathed the sword, casting one last lingering glance at the statue before turning away. The statue remained fixed in place, observing his retreating figure until he vanished completely. Hey, do you think my appearance today is acceptable? Am I not disgraceful? Hey replied respectfully. You still resemble the same esteemed figure from years past, unchanged in any regard. Ha ha ha, oh you. Uzumaki Kaido adjusted his garments before the mirror. It had been over a decade since he had participated in the Elder Council, which meant he had been absent from the political sphere of the Land of the Whirlpools for just as long. Even a person of Kaido's noble stature could not help but pay heed to his appearance, as this would be his final performance in the Land of the Whirlpools. Regardless of the outcome, he aspired to make a flawless exit befitting his status as the second elder of the Whirlpool Village. He wished for no imperfections to mar this moment. Have you called for Wysuk? It was my oversight. I forgot to bring young Master Wysuk back. Hey responded with a hint of shame, acknowledging that as a seasoned ninja, such a blunder was inexcusable. You really should not have. Kaido paused his grooming to scrutinize his reflection in the mirror, ultimately breaking into a satisfied smile. It seems you were quite excited today. Indeed. The thought of departing tonight to forge our own world in a new place exhilarates me. Haha, well said. It is indeed our world. Uzumaki Kaido led the way towards the wooden door, where the bright sun awaited them. And have you sent someone to fetch Wysuk? Hey hurriedly followed. Naturally. I entrusted Kurata with the task. He would not disregard the words of his teacher. Good. The sunlight bathed Kaido, his resplendent white robe appearing radiant and brilliant. The warmth of the sun is delightful. Let us go. We must not keep them waiting impatiently. Meanwhile, within a solemn wooden edifice, a gathering of elderly individuals engaged in fervent discussions. This was the conference hall of the Land of the Whirlpools, designated for the Elder Council meetings. Why hasn't he, the second elder, arrived yet? What time do you think it is? Spoke an elderly woman, her features gaunt and sharp. Her words laced with a biting provocation. If he has not shown up in so many years, perhaps he ought to remain absent. Why, now that he is old? Does he suddenly remember he is still the second elder of the Uzumaki clan? Dear Nanao, it is not even 4 o'clock yet. Why the rush? Besides, the Grand Elder has yet to arrive as well, replied Elder Kenichi, an unremarkable man both in appearance and demeanor, characterized by his gentle and courteous nature. Humph. Only you would be so accommodating. As the esteemed Kenichi began to speak, even the acerbic Elder Zenai could not afford to disregard him. For Kenichi had always been a person of peace, a neutral party with no conflicting interests. Zenai fell silent, but Kenta, who was listening nearby, could not contain his indignation. As the strongest shield under the second elder and a former close comrade, Kenta was eager for the upcoming meeting, ready to engage wholeheartedly. Old hag, I was wondering when you would finally meet your end. I've been waiting for ages. You. Zenai's fury ignited, but upon seeing it was Kenta of the Uzumaki clan, she quickly stifled her words. She could not afford to offend him. Laughter erupted among the elders present. Even Kenichi couldn't help but chuckle at the remark. Kenta had always been known for his brash demeanor, speaking impulsively and exhibiting a violent nature. It was only natural for him to chastise Zenai for speaking ill of the second elder. Amidst the commotion, a deep and chilling voice resonated. Enough. The clan leaders have arrived. Everyone turned their gaze toward the entrance, where the esteemed elder of the Uzumaki clan, the second elder, and the clan leader appeared. As they took their seats and confirmed the attendance, the last to enter, Uzumaki Natsuki, turned to close the door with a resounding thud. Inaugurating now. I declare the elder meeting officially commenced. Boomed Uzumaki Hiroki. Yes, came the unified response, and a barrier enveloped the meeting room, sealing it off from the outside world. While the plans of Uzumaki Hado were set in motion, Kurita Naoya had also heeded the request of Uzumaki Teppei to retrieve Yosuke from the abandoned lumberyard. The second elder did have subordinates, albeit few in number, but persuading Yosuke, being the grandson of Hado, was preferable to coercion. Naoya was the perfect choice for this task, capable of convincing Yosuke without inciting misunderstandings. As he walked through Uzumaki Village, Naoya was filled with myriad emotions, commanded to protect his beloved son. He had accompanied her into this strange, isolated nation, convinced that his days of battle were over. Little did he know that after years of mundane existence, he would find new purpose in Uzumaki Yuxiang. He hoped that by aiding Yusuke, he could extricate himself from the burdensome role of a vassal, though called a retainer. He was treated as a mere servant. Thus, he audaciously defied his master's wishes, assisting Yosuke in escaping the grasp of Lady Aiko, though she was technically his master. In the end, it was Yosuke who held his loyalty. At last, he glimpsed the light of hope. Despite some deviations from the plan, the first step had commenced. After tonight, he would be free from the whirlpool of the Uzumaki nation. Strolling through the village, he surveyed familiar sights that he had grown to loathe over the years. Only now, as he neared departure, did he find them somewhat endearing. The air was filled with joyous chatter and laughter. The relationships among the villagers appeared harmonious and affectionate. Were it not for his son and the desire to liberate his family from the fate of servitude, enjoying a peaceful retirement in this place might have been a delightful choice. Alas, there is no room for what-ifs. I am but a failed warrior, surviving solely under the protection of the Land of Fire. However, my son shall not endure such a fate. Let the family's cursed destiny end with me. Kurata Naoya surveyed his surroundings, etching the scene deeply into his heart. Where could Yosuke be? A casual glance revealed the desolate logging site was devoid of life, save for a formless wooden statue and a ground strewn with timber fragments. The grotesque statue captured Kurata's attention. Upon closer inspection, he discerned not the statue itself, but the essence of swordsmanship it conveyed. The sword marks were clean and precise, devoid of any hesitance or lingering traces. He nodded in approval. Indeed, his training had progressed significantly during this period. Yet, where had Yosuke gone? Ah, Elder Second. Have you been cooped up in your little shack for so long that you've lost your wits to utter such absurdities? The scathing remarks came from Elder Zenai. Unfazed by the arrival of the Grand Elder, emboldened by the presence of so many, undeterred by the reckless Kina Uzumaki, the subordinates of Hato had already received prior warning and refrained from making hasty appearances, while Uzumaki Kin's countenance shifted dramatically. As a member of the village's neutral faction, he valued harmony above all, seeking to offend no one. In his eyes, any disruption to the village's tranquility was unwelcome, especially something as divisive as Hato's proposal. Elder Zenai, let us not be so hasty in our words. Perhaps Elder Second has merely missed our company and intended it as a jest, Elder Kin implored, desperately attempting to smooth over the tension. Though his reasoning was flimsy, as long as no one openly clashed, it would be dismissed as unheard. Isn't that right, Elder Second? Uzumaki Kin shot him a pleading glance, hoping for a timely change of heart, yet even he doubted the persuasiveness of his own words. Some statements, once uttered, rendered the situation irretrievable. Indeed, Hato first nodded appreciatively at Kin's goodwill, then surveyed the assembly, continuing, I understand that many of you do not support my idea. But ask yourself sincerely, do you truly believe this cannot happen? Oh, Uzumaki Kin could only shake his head in resignation, glancing at the silent clan leader and Grand Elder, now placing his hopes solely on the latter. Kurata Naoya hastened back towards the village, weaving through the forest, the trees swiftly receding from his view. This is bad, outsiders. Ninja are approaching. He recalled his earlier discovery, tracing the remnants left by Yosuke Uzumaki, hastening eastward in search. What he found were the marks of a katana. Deep cuts embedded within the trees, traces of ninjutsu, and blood. Miss Ninja. Yosuke must have been captured. A profound sense of guilt enveloped Kurata Naoya. Had he not been so sluggish, this could have been avoided. Yet, had he not failed to locate Yosuke, he would not have discovered the impending threat of the Miss Ninja. Was it not said that the Land of Whirlpools had not engaged in battle for over a decade? How then could the Miss Ninjas suddenly launch an assault? This must be reported immediately. At this moment, Katsurata Naoya could hardly focus on the capture of Yosuke. Although it could be deemed his own responsibility, the impending arrival of the Mist Ninjas was of far greater significance. If the Uzumaki clan were to fall, it was likely he would not escape unscathed either. The stealthy approach at this juncture could only bode ill. It seemed the ninja world was on the brink of turmoil once more. As he traversed the forest, the dappled sunlight cast interplay of light and shadow across his face, revealing a faint smile. In light of the Mist Ninja invasion, the first thought that crossed Katsurata Naoya's mind was of Uzumaki Hato. He navigated through the village toward a small dwelling in the south. There was no one there. How could it be empty? The wooden door of the small house swung open, revealing a cramped space devoid of life. Where's the clan leader? The elder will suffice. I have exceedingly important news to convey. The voice belonged to Uzumaki S2, an elder under Uzumaki Taiji. Alas, Katsurata Naoya sighed, casting a glance at him. He had no need to deceive himself. The elder meeting is being held there, is it not? What matter brings you here? The clan leader is unavailable. As the elder meeting is currently in session, regardless of urgency, you must wait until it concludes. The speaker was Uzumaki Masaki, the deputy captain of the Umbu police force. Serving under Captain Uzumaki Taiki, who was presently engaged in the meeting, leaving Masaki to oversee the security detail. I possess crucial information of utmost importance. Katsurata Naoya exerted his final efforts, aware that this Uzumaki clansman was at least AJ Nin, bolstered by 2 teams of ninjas. He had no confidence in breaching their defenses. That is not possible. My duty is to ensure the orderly conduct of the elder meeting. All matters must await its conclusion. Katsurata Naoya surveyed the group. Regardless of his entreaties, they remained unyielding. He hesitated, contemplating his next move. No. He approached Uzumaki Masaki and whispered, I have discovered traces of the mist ninjas in the eastern woods. Mist ninjas? Uzumaki Masaki gasped. If this were indeed the case, they must immediately inform the elders within, as all those of standing in the village were present there. Should any calamity unfold, those outside would be powerless to intervene. He hesitated, glancing at the grand door. Then at the anxious expression of Katsurata Naoya, he appeared earnest. It would merely interrupt the meeting. Surely that is permissible. However, a nearby ninja leaned in, whispering something in Uzumaki Masaki's ear. As he listened, his expression remained impassive while glancing at Katsurata Naoya. A sense of unease gripped Katsurata Naoya as he observed the impending decision for release. What evidence do you have of the mist ninja's presence? With lingering trepidation, Katsurata Naoya replied. I discovered signs of a battle between Uzumaki Yuxiang and the mist ninjas in the eastern mountains, amidst the remnants of 1,000 tomes and the traces left by water ninjutsu. A flicker of hope crossed the visage of Uzumaki Masaki upon hearing the name of Uzumaki Waikai. He exchanged a knowing glance with a nearby ninja. Aware that Waikai must have sought out the second elder, having been lost for quite some time. Who could forget that Waikai had fled home, citing some absurd excuse of mist ninjas? Thus, Uzumaki Masaki restored his stern demeanor, casting a fierce glare at Karuta Naoya, reminding all present that the Elder Council was in session and disturbances would not be tolerated. Naoya, with a heavy heart, glanced at the young ninja, feeling a sense of urgency. However, as an outsider in the Uzumaki village, he held little sway, and without concrete evidence of the mist ninja's presence, he felt powerless. These self-serving Uzumaki clansmen. If I were to claim that it was Uzumaki Sarera they had not seen, I wonder how they would react. Anxiously pacing outside the conference room, Naoya steadied his grip on his katana, casting a wary glance at the assembly of ninjas. What to do? There were far too many of them. He was fraught with worry. Waikai, you must not come to harm. On the edge of a cliff in the northeastern expanse of the Land of Waves, 2 massive ships lay silently anchored, devoid of any markings. The precipice loomed dozens of meters high, a sheer drop that only a ninja could hope to scale. The waves crashed against the cliff, sending up cascades of foam. Yet no matter how tumultuous the sea, it could not reach the summit of the cliff. A heavy slap resounded against the silence. Speak. What is your name? Silence enveloped the scene, punctuated only by the sound of blood dripping onto the stones below. Suigawa Pufferfish. Observing the boy's lack of response, felt a surge of excitement. Having been a ninja for over a decade, he had interrogated countless foes. Yet this young one remained unexpectedly resolute. Uzumaki Waikai knelt on the ground, his hands bound and suspended from a branch, his body limp and reliant solely on the rope that held him. Despite facing a squad of lower-ranked ninjas, he had managed to take one down during their skirmish, a remarkable feat, indeed. Suigawa glanced at the bloodied katana on the ground, a weapon left by one of his subordinates. This mere boy, possessing such strength and indomitable will, intrigued him further. The thrill of tormenting a genius was his greatest pleasure. As for the fallen subordinate, he was merely a low-ranking ninja. His demise was a testament to his own inadequacy. Isn't that right? Haha. Suigawa crouched before Waikai, plunging a kunai into the boy's thigh. A low groan escaped Waikai's throat, yet he remained silent, refusing to speak. Come now. It's just a matter of sharing your name. Speak, and I shall release you from this discomfort. The seductive tone of Suigawa's voice echoed in Waikai's ears. Yet, Waikai remained steadfast, clenching his jaw. He understood that this was merely a ruse. The moment he divulged his name, they would delve deeper, extracting every detail about his family, stripping him bare, step by step. You are compelled to divulge everything you know, and when you have laid it all bare, devoid of value, that is when you confront the specter of death. Yet, he is not ready to perish. If only he could wait until Yuxiang or the teacher discovers his absence, then perhaps there would be hope. However, can he endure until that moment? The relentless little imp before him renders the Shigwamp Mountain's pufferfish spirit somewhat bored. Observing his tattered garments, the only item of worth appears to be a common tanto, which likely holds no valuable intelligence. Nevertheless, it matters little, for he has an appointment with Yunrin tonight, and for now, it serves merely to pass the time. You too. Do you not mourn for your fallen comrades? Come, indulge yourselves, just don't kill him. I have yet to fully enjoy this. Yes, my lord. The two subordinate ninjas, grinning wickedly, advanced. Had they not been swift in their retreat moments earlier, they would have met a grim fate themselves. Second elder, all we hear are your speculations. Do you possess any evidence? Vortex Shanghui surveyed the room before suddenly laughing. Otherwise, one might think you've grown weary of living in the Whirlpool Village and are seeking new prospects. ISNT that so, everyone? The crowd erupted in a cacophony of voices. Indeed, given the current circumstances, Vortex Hado could hardly produce any persuasive evidence to substantiate his theories. It was merely conjecture born of thin air. As it stands, it appears he has grown weary of the perpetual second-class existence and is desperate for survival. What do you mean? Does Lord Hado intend to deceive you deliberately? He claims it's for the village, and that must hold true. This was uttered by Vortex Kinta, the staunch loyalist of the Second Elder. However, from his standpoint, his words bore little weight. Second Elder, you assert that a portion of our kin should settle in the Land of Iron. I am not targeting you, yet your claims lack foundation. Even the typically neutral and affable Vortex Kenichi rose in opposition, indicating how others, aside from Vortex Hado's followers, might perceive the situation. Vortex Cheeping felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. It seemed the situation aligned precisely with the teacher's predictions. Convening this elder council was indeed a futile endeavor. It appears he has been overly naive, clinging to hope for a village as decayed as Whirlpool. Vortex Cheeping cast an apologetic glance at his teacher. Had it not been for his own obstinacy, they would likely have already settled down in the Land of Iron. To his surprise, Vortex Hado remained unfazed by the unfolding scene, casting a cold glance at the most agitated among them, including Vortex Jinai and Vortex Shanji, before suddenly addressing Vortex Yushu. Yushu, I recall that Konoha had previously intended to instigate war against the Land of Rain, correct? Vortex Yushu, taken aback, wondered why he was suddenly implicated. Realizing the delicacy of the matter, he glanced at Vortex Taiji for guidance. Seeing no objection, he cautiously replied, Indeed. We did receive a confidential missive from Lord Mizuho confirming as much. Upon receiving a precise response from Uzumaki Yuki, Uzumaki Kaido smiled contentedly and addressed the elders, who were somewhat taken aback by the news. You have all heard it. Should Konoha provoke war, the Cloud Shinobi will undoubtedly lose their composure. The Second Great Ninja War is on the brink of eruption. Who among you dares to claim that my words will not materialize? The assembly pondered deeply. Yet some obstinate members disregarded Uzumaki Kaido's rationale entirely. Uzumaki Mana, unfazed by the potentiality of the situation, interjected, Elder, if we follow your reasoning, is there even a need to establish a village or a nation? We might as well flee directly to Konoha. If we are to abandon our home at the slightest disturbance, what then becomes of the blood we have shed and the heroes we have sacrificed for the Land of Whirlpools? She stood abruptly, her hands gripping the table, leaning forward with an intensity that demanded attention. If that is the case, what becomes of our Uzumaki Clan's ninjas? Have we labored tirelessly to cultivate our skills merely to be defenseless when the time of reckoning arrives? Following her, Uzumaki Shoji echoed her sentiments. Indeed, if we were to relocate to the Land of Iron, would we be elders or mere commoners? Precisely. In the Land of Iron, we would still retain our current status. An elderly ninja, frail and leaning on a cane with hair as white as snow, spoke up, Uzumaki Yuki, the oldest elder of the village and a figure from the generation of Uzumaki Kaido's forebears. Even amidst the assembly, he commanded respect. Indeed, others murmured in agreement. Recognizing Yuki's authority, Uzumaki Shoji seized the moment, knowing that Yuki's presence, as the oldest elder, carried significant weight. Yuki understood the virtue of patience, often remaining silent. But now his emergence served as a substantial counter to Uzumaki Kaido's perspective. Let alone the Land of Iron, I would not even consider going to Konoha. Who knows what fate awaits us there? He rapped his cane against the floor, urging others to lend him their ears. Elder, let us not forget that the Land of Water was struck with fear by us a decade ago. Even if they were to return, with Konoha's backing, we are assuredly in no peril. As long as Konoha requires the Nine Tails as a weapon, they will not turn a blind eye. Without the continuous supply of Jinchuriki from our Uzumaki clan, how can they hope to contain the Nine Tails? In that moment, the assembly seemed to find a more compelling basis to refute Uzumaki Kaido's assertions. Indeed, apart from our Uzumaki clan, who possesses the sealing techniques capable of restraining the Nine Tails, the dissenting voices grew louder, and the tide appeared to have turned. Vortex Taiji and Vortex Hiroki exchanged a glance, their eyes reflecting a sense of regret, yet predominantly a feeling of relief, for the losses incurred were not substantial. Most of those whom Vortex Hado could escort away were not immediate combat-ready ninjas. With a few years of diligent training, supported by the resources of the Hidden Leaf, they would soon be capable of producing a new batch of ninjas. Suddenly, the barrier flickered, eliciting a trace of confusion in Vortex Hiroki's gaze. What was happening? The debating parties in the arena remained oblivious to this occurrence, save for the two who had been observing silently. Xiaoshu, what is going on? Vortex Xiaoshu promptly closed his eyes to sense the situation. After a brief moment, he leaned close to Vortex Hiroki and, with an unusual expression, whispered, "It appears that Kurata Naoya has clashed with Vortex Masaki, who is on guard duty. Should I go and dismiss him?" Vortex Hiroki had little familiarity with Kurata Naoya, and although he found the situation peculiar, he had no desire to meet him, considering him merely a retainer. Yes, instruct Masaki to send him away. Do not disrupt the elders' meeting. Just as Vortex Xiaoshu was about to step out to handle the situation, Vortex Taiji, who had remained silent until now, interjected. Wait, since the current circumstances seem hopeless, let us invite him in. Perhaps there is something of significance at hand. Initially reluctant to involve himself, the mention of Kurata Naoya prompted Vortex Taiji to speak up. Despite their few encounters and lack of direct confrontation, Vortex Taiji sensed the man's formidable presence. Basic respect for a strong individual is essential, regardless of their identity. Very well. Noting Vortex Hiroki's lack of opposition, Xiaoshu nodded in understanding, knowing that even if Hiroki had disagreed, he would still proceed. Vortex Xiaoshu's unusual actions caught the attention of several individuals. What is happening? One elder inquired of the others nearby. I am uncertain, came the reply. While most elders were unaware of the unfolding events, some who had not participated in the debate were informed of the situation. It seems someone has attacked the barrier, and the Grand Elder has instructed Elder Xiaoshu to address it. Oh, I see. As Vortex Xiaoshu directed the 4 members of the barrier team to dismantle the barrier, the crowd understood. Who dares to disturb the elders' meeting? Among those present, only Vortex Xiaoshu possessed the ability to sense individuals beyond the barrier, thus no one answered the query. As the door slowly opened, they soon discerned the identity of the assailant. Although most had never encountered this warrior retainer, some recognized him. Kurata Naoya. Kurata Naoya? Who is that? An elder inquired. Vortex Shiji scoffed. Who else could it be? Just the dog trained by our second elder, barking incessantly. Oh. The assembly cast peculiar glances at Vortex Hado, realizing that both master and servant enjoyed stirring trouble. The commotion was significant enough that Vortex Hado also took notice. And upon seeing Kurata Naoya approaching, a wave of unease washed over both men. At this hour, could it be that Waisuke had encountered some trouble? As the grand doors swung open, Naoya Kutsutani was the first to relinquish his katana. Meanwhile, Makoto Uzumaki, feeling a tinge of shame, addressed Natsuki Uzumaki. Minister, it is my fault. I failed to stop him. Natsuki waved his hand dismissively, signaling him to step back. It is of no consequence. Allow me to handle this. What is the matter? Do you comprehend the gravity of disrupting the Elder Council at such a time? Naoya, undeterred by fear, was now resolute. His ability to breach the barrier indicated his preparedness. He lamented not having made a decisive choice sooner. I have discovered traces of the Mist Ninja in the northern woodlands. Waikai may have been captured. The assembly of ninjas fell into an eerie silence upon hearing this revelation. What? Before Natsuki could respond, Kaido Uzumaki, who had been observant, was startled by the news. What has transpired? What has happened to Waikai? My lord, I apologize. It is my fault. What exactly is going on? As Kaido sensed the evasion of the subject, his anxiety surged, compelling him to exclaim, What has happened to Waikai? Waikai? Waikai may have been taken by the Mist Ninja, Naoya murmured, his gaze lowered. I found traces of a katana and signs of a battle involving water techniques in the eastern woodlands, along with bloodstains. The katana was given to Waikai, and I am certain of it. As for the water techniques, Waikai has never trained in them. Upon uttering this, Kaido shut his eyes. Envisioning the dire consequences of Waikai's potential capture by the Mist Ninja, his mind reeled, and he found it difficult to control his own body. In the next moment, he whirled around and rushed toward Natsuki, seizing his collar with aged hands and shaking him vigorously. Natsuki Uzumaki, what in the world is going on? Is there not a sensing barrier in the village? How is it that the Mist Ninja could approach undetected? You, as the head of the Umbu. What are you even doing? Gripped tightly by Kaido, Natsuki felt a mix of shame and breathlessness, his face alternating between crimson and pallid as he momentarily lost his composure. Taiji Uzumaki seized Kaido's hand, urging him to calm down. You must remain composed. Venting your anger now is futile. We need to strategize on how to rectify this. Regarding the sensing barrier, Taiji glanced at Natsuki, whose face was flushed with embarrassment. Due to the prolonged absence of conflict, the number of ninjas required to maintain the barrier continuously for 24 hours is substantial. 5 years ago, after deliberation, we decided to only activate it during the night. Hence, deliberation? What deliberation? How is it that I, the second elder of the Uzumaki clan, was not informed? This is an internal matter of the Umbu, thus. Natsuki finally found his voice, but his words only exacerbated Kaido's fury. Umbu, what work do you accomplish on a daily basis? You excel only in shirking responsibilities. I see clearly now that the fate of the village rests solely in your hands. Kaido slammed his fist on the table, producing a resounding noise. What purpose do we have for the Elder Council then? You. Natsuki was left momentarily speechless by the force of Kaido's words. Second Elder. Your remarks are excessive. We too did not wish for Waikai to be captured. At last, Uzumaki Hiroki spoke, for Uzumaki Kaido's words were too abrasive, scolding anyone within earshot. Lord Taiji, I believe we should prioritize preparing for the Mist Ninjas. We cannot ascertain the veracity of this news. Nor do we know the extent of their forces. Seeing their fruitless bickering, Uzumaki Taiki could no longer bear it. Is this truly the time for debate? The enemy has already breached our gates. Indeed, we must send someone immediately to search for Yosuke. Upon hearing this, Uzumaki Kaido quickly grasped the situation, holding on to a glimmer of hope that perhaps it was all just a misunderstanding. Natsuki, you must promptly organize a reconnaissance team to assess the enemy's movements. Furthermore, summon the barrier brigade. We must ensure that the conflict does not reach the village. Understood. Taiki, take a group and scour the eastern area for any signs of the enemy, and check the cliffs to the north. Yes, exercise caution. Our primary objective is to ascertain information. Avoid engaging with the enemy, and if you encounter Yosuke, strive to bring him back. Understood. Once all matters were systematically delegated, Uzumaki Taiji finally found a moment to converse with Kaido. Kaido, with our village's limited manpower, let us venture forth together. With our combined strength, even the Mizukage would find it challenging to detain us. However, upon hearing these words, Uzumaki Kaido displayed no signs of elation. After a brief moment of contemplation, he regained his composure, for he was a seasoned ninja who had witnessed the harsh realities of life and death. It was precisely because Yosuke was his only grandson that he felt such trepidation. Turning his head away, he closed his eyes and grasped the broken wooden handle beside him. No, we both understand that if Yosuke has fallen into the hands of the Mist Ninjas, his fate is likely grim. Uzumaki Taiji fell silent, for indeed, the notorious reputation of the Mist Ninjas had been etched into their memories through the blood of countless kin. The suggestion to search for Yosuke stemmed merely from a desire to preserve hope for his old friend. Hey. Yes, Sensei. Gather them together. If all else fails, they may very well be our salvation. The tide of danger approaches the Land of Whirlpools. Sensei. Uzumaki Natsuki was taken aback by her teacher's words. Organizing the evacuation meant placing Yosuke's safety entirely in their hands. One could even argue that. Go. Hearing his teacher's resolute response, Uzumaki Hey, though reluctant, complied. Yosuke. Uzumaki Kaido staggered out of the conference room, the setting sun casting the last remnants of light across the sky. A sudden sound erupted beside Uzumaki Taiji, and upon closer inspection, he noticed the wooden handle that had just fallen from Kaido's side, now marred by a handprint. As Uzumaki Taiji surveyed the elders, rendered helpless and bewildered by the news of the impending invasion, an indescribable feeling welled within him: despair, guilt. This was the Land of Whirlpools that I have painstakingly built. This is what our Uzumaki clan has relied upon as its foundation, the elders. In the inky darkness of a night devoid of any luminous glow, the stars have retreated from the sky. A young boy with dark skin anxiously scans the horizon from aboard a ship. His father had instructed that all matters should be dictated by the Mist Ninjas, allowing them to take the lead while providing support from the sidelines with the plan to retreat upon acquiring the sealing technique. Yet after a day of waiting, impatience gnawed at him. Did not the Mist Ninjas claim that they would act under the cover of night? Where are the movements? Where is the plan? Ultimately, unable to endure the protracted waiting, the boy, known as AI, the son of the third Reikage, dismounts the ship with his subordinates and heads directly for the cliff. Meanwhile, the situation for Jin Uzumaki is dire. He clings to life with only a rope tied to his wrist for support, his head drooping in exhaustion, utterly motionless, with only the faint rise and fall of his chest attesting to his survival. Hey, look at him, he is about to kick the bucket. One of the Mist Ninja subordinates mocks. Why are you so careless? Didn't the adults say you were supposed to live? They point and laugh at Jin, whose body is marred with wounds. One of the kind-hearted Mist Ninjas had cauterized the gash on his thigh with fire, leaving a charred patch that at least prevented further bleeding. A sharp pain seizes him anew. Jin feels as though his body is no longer his own. Overwhelmed by weakness and agony, the myriad wounds on him itching unbearably. Though the injuries are not severe, the sheer number of them is overwhelming. Blood accumulates gradually, sapping his strength. Was it you who severed my companion's hand? His voice is cold and devoid of emotion, tinged with resentment, not for his fallen comrade, but for the precariousness of his own existence. His thigh is pierced by a shuriken, seared by fire, extinguishing any hope of escape, while a cruel Mist Ninja has mercilessly slashed his wrist, leaving only a thin strip of flesh connecting it. Fortunately, the elevated arm and the binding rope mitigate the risk of excessive blood loss. But is this how his life is destined to conclude? Even if he were rescued, what use would a one-armed man be? A mere burden. Jin raises his head slightly, his vengeful gaze piercing through his blood-soaked hair. The loss of blood renders his vision hazy, the world around him growing indistinct. Yet he catches sight of the two subordinates wielding bloody shurikens, their faces twisted in cruel delight, along with the figure of Tun Sujetsu, who watches with keen interest from the background. He refuses to succumb to death so readily. His life is still replete with aspirations and dreams. Just as he had begun to grasp freedom, must he perish like an insignificant insect upon this nameless cliff? A surge of fury and an intense will to survive ignite within him. The angrier he becomes, the more he resolves to maintain his composure. I need only await the right opportunity. Oh, you dare glare at me? Another searing pain strikes him. Jin slowly lowers his head, closing his eyes to conserve his energy. The multitude of wounds has dulled his awareness of physical pain. He knows that he has but one chance. He must preserve his strength. Two lower-ranked ninjas erupted into laughter. Ha ha, look, he bowed his head. Is he afraid? Waisuk paid them no mind, seemingly inciting their ire. Suddenly, one of the lower ninjas delivered a vicious kick to Waisuk's abdomen. With a grunt, Waisuk felt his stomach convulse, a wave of excruciating pain washing over him. Speak up, are you afraid? Seeing no response from Waisuk, the ninja unleashed several more kicks upon him, a sinister smile spreading across his face, until a fellow ninja pulled him back, saying, enough. The master ordered to leave him some breath. The aggressor then stomped down hard on Waisuk's charred thigh, grinding his foot back and forth until blood oozed from the already carbonized skin, finally releasing his foot in satisfaction. Throughout this ordeal, Waisuk remained silent, only occasionally betraying his agony through involuntary muscle reactions. His breaths grew increasingly shallow, the sporadic rise and fall of his chest the only testament to his indomitable spirit. All of this was witnessed by a dark-skinned boy who had just arrived on the scene. The Mist Ninja's Aya's breath quickened as he watched the brutal and cold-blooded Mist Ninjas tormenting a child. He had been told of their savagery from a young age, but had never witnessed it until now. Despite the bleakness of the night, the flickering campfire illuminated the injured boy before him. Clad in tattered and loose-fitting samurai attire, the dirt-stained garments spoke of neglect over many days. However, what ignited Aya's fury was the multitude of wounds covering the boy's body. Such brutality might be acceptable against an enemy ninja, but this was merely an ordinary warrior of the Uzumaki Clan, a mere child, utterly unaware of the world's cruelty. He had initially been able to tolerate the plan to attack the Land of Whirlpools to seize the sealing techniques and depart, all for the greater strength of the Cloud Ninjas. Yet, the assault on the innocent Land of Whirlpools had already unsettled him, and now witnessing the torment inflicted by Suigetsu on an unrelated civilian, he could no longer contain his rising anger. What is the meaning of this? A step forward, addressing Suigetsu with cold disdain. Turning to glance at the young Cloud Ninja, Suigetsu scoffed, a lower ninja from the Land of Whirlpools? I'm merely interrogating him for information. What? Can your cloud ninjas dictate terms to us? Why must you torment him so? He is just a civilian warrior, A retorted. With newfound interest, Suigetsu turned back. Whether it is useful or not is not for you to decide. He is my captive, and this is our mist ninja camp. After a moment of silence, it clenched his fists. You have been questioning him for quite some time now. Have you gleaned anything? Nothing, Suigetsu replied dismissively. This brat is exceptionally stubborn. I haven't extracted a thing from him. Suppressing his fury, A declared, I want to take him with me. Ha ha ha. On what grounds? Suigetsu responded with a nonchalant demeanor, relishing the sight of the furious young boy before him. In the next instant, a kunai appeared in the hand of the enraged youth, his cold gaze locked onto the mist ninja's superior. The Watermelon Mountain's pufferfish glanced disdainfully at the kunai in his hand and scoffed. What? Do you wish to kill me? Go ahead, if I die. You may do as you please. Ultimately, the youth could not bring himself to strike, acutely aware of the overwhelming aura of lethal intent emanating from his opponent. Although both were of the elite shinobi rank, there existed a distinction between special Jonin and elite Jonin. With a swift motion, a kunai severed the ropes binding Waikai, who collapsed to the ground, motionless. I will take him with me, the youth declared. No, the Watermelon Mountain's pufferfish retorted, a sneer gracing his lips as he hoisted his weapon, bound in white bandages, and unleashed his murderous aura. I knew that the lethal intent directed solely at him was no jest, yet as the heir to the next generation of Reikage, he could not bear the thought of retreat. He had not anticipated his adversary's unyielding stance, disregarding their prior agreement in favor of confronting him over a mere civilian. Tension escalated as both parties stood on edge, the atmosphere thickening to the point of suffocation, with conflict imminent. Although A had but a handful of ninjas, each was an elite guardian from Kumogakure, and the Watermelon Mountain's pufferfish had no shortage of fighters prepared for battle. Just then, a voice pierced the air. Sir. He appears to be dead. This utterance instantly captured the attention of both sides, particularly A, who, having felt the opponent's unwavering resolve, now regretted his earlier impetuosity. Nearly losing his footing, the Watermelon Mountain's pufferfish cast a glance, sensing no life within the boy, and nodded slightly. Indeed, he is dead. Then let us behead him. His words betrayed a complete disregard for the child's fate, treating the interrogation of information as mere amusement. Now that the boy was deceased, he declared, give him to me. He is not one of your mist ninjas and possesses no valuable intelligence. Moreover, we shall obliterate the Land of Whirlpool this night. Let us at least leave him an intact corpse. A approached the Watermelon Mountain's pufferfish, speaking earnestly. Upon hearing his words, the previously softened atmosphere grew tense once more. Hey! One of the Kumogakure ninjas interjected, unable to restrain himself, reminding him that confronting such an elite Jonin was unwise. The mission takes precedence. Surprisingly, it was the Watermelon Mountain's pufferfish who first relinquished the massive weapon draped in white bandages from his shoulder, resting a hand on the hilt. Though he spoke not a word, the message was clear. He was unwilling to instigate conflict over a corpse. As the tension eased, both sides lowered their guard. A step forward, lifting the lifeless child with one hand. His limbs hung limply as it drew him closer for inspection. The boy's face was marred with blood and grime, obscuring his features, yet his height and proportions revealed he was no more than 6 or 7 years old. Such a tender age, yet possessing an indomitable spirit, marked him as a worthy opponent. Despite being born in enemy territory, this truth remained unchanged. Iman approached the precipice with admiration, extending his hand as if to cast it down, but suddenly hesitated, a hint of confusion flickering in his gaze as he scrutinized the lifeless form before him. The pufferfish spirit of Shigua Mountain abruptly turned its attention toward him, narrowing its eyes slightly. Its hand gripping the weapon moved idly, yet it made no further motion, instead watching with keen interest how he would choose to proceed. When Eugen's previously tranquil heart abruptly quickened, then surged uncontrollably with fervor. The night wind whistled past his ears, carrying a breath of warmth intertwined with whispers that plunged him into despair. Little ghost, you are not dead yet. Hurry, you all must hurry. A thunderous roar resonated in everyone's ears as a group of ninjas hastened to bring the previously designated target to this location. What is happening? Wasn't it agreed that we would gather at the dock? Why have we suddenly come here? No, my son has not returned. He is a true genius. You will surely need him. I beg you, please find him. Amidst the chaos and doubt, all of this surged toward Eugen in an instant, the pressure crashing down upon him like waves in the deep sea, leaving him scarcely a moment to breathe. At that moment, he lost the handsome demeanor and ease he once possessed, Confronted with the unexpected, his heart was laden with guilt and unease. If it were not for his own recklessness. Then now, to avoid inciting too much panic, the elders had even forbidden the announcement of an enemy assault to prevent any hindrance to their actions. When Yujin could only strive to gather the seeds they had previously selected, ensuring that their plans could proceed smoothly should the worst come to pass. In the midst of the uproar, a middle-ranking ninja from the barrier team swiftly approached. Lord 1. Lord Natsuki has instructed me to inform you that enemies have appeared to the north and have commenced their attack on the barrier, while none have been detected in the west. Furthermore, there has been no trace of young Master Yujin, nor any fluctuations in his chakra. Having delivered the message, the ninja hurried away, exhibiting no semblance of mourning for the deceased youth, a consequence of the overwhelming number of lives lost. They had grown numb to the deaths, feeling that devoting attention to a mere genin was a waste of effort. After all, in the face of death, all were equal. No one cared whether the fallen was the grandson of the second elder, except for him. When Hato stood in a daze at the forefront of the crowd, gazing blankly at the agitated throng, devoid of joy or sorrow, merely observing the unfolding chaos with a detached calm. With a heart full of guilt, when Yujin approached, lowering his head, unable to meet his teacher's gaze. Master, even upon hearing the news of Yujin's demise, there was no flicker of change in Hato's eyes, which remained flat, lifeless, akin to the profound depths of the ocean, as he surveyed the scene before him. When Hato realized that nothing held significance anymore, with Yujin's death, all of his plans and grand aspirations had lost their meaning, hope extinguished. Hearing his disciple's voice, the teacher slowly turned to face him, placing his right hand on his shoulder with a firm grip. When Yujin, I entrust all of this to you. Tsuchi Teppei abruptly lifted his head and called out, Teacher. At that moment, the significance of such a statement was unmistakable. Tsuchi Teppei longed to express himself. Yet upon meeting the teacher's gaze, his throat felt constricted, rendering him speechless. A myriad of emotions coalesced around the word teacher. Once you have made the necessary arrangements, proceed to evacuate the residents, guiding them toward the western shore, away from the perilous epicenter. The capacity of the vessels is limited. You may take along a few valuable clan members, but do not waver when it truly matters. Inform someone. Perhaps let Nakami Haruya relay the message to her. Ensure Akina's safety. She is my only bloodline. Finally, wait for the opportune moment and set sail immediately when the time is right. They will not have the resources to pursue us, understood? Tsuchi Kaido instructed, his tone devoid of any emotional fluctuation, as though every word uttered bore no personal weight. Tsuchi Teppei clenched his teeth and nodded vigorously. I understand. At that moment, Tsuchi Kaido was left with but a final flicker of thought, the inherent duty of every member of the Tsuchi clan. Water style, water dragon bullet technique. A cerulean water dragon spiraled forth from the body of the watermelon mountain pufferfish demon, twisting in midair as it surged toward the golden barrier before it. With a resounding crash, water splashed everywhere, and the barrier trembled slightly, sending ripples across its surface before settling once more. Not bad. The watermelon mountain pufferfish demon exclaimed, grinning with exhilaration. The mist and cloud shinobi arrived at their destination, Whirlpool Village, only to find themselves thwarted by an expansive hemispherical golden barrier that kept them at bay. It seemed that only the Tsuchi clan possessed the prowess to conjure a barrier of such magnitude enveloping the entire village. AI observed this spectacle with a sense of reverence. The immense barrier maintained such formidable defensive strength, truly emblematic of the Tsuchi clan. Regrettably, it would vanish from the ninja world by nightfall, he chuckled. Devoid of any sentiment of loss, merely brimming with excitement. Water style, great waterfall technique. A torrent of staggering volume erupted from the horizon. The island nation of Tsuchi abundant in water resources, providing an advantage for the mist shinobi's water techniques. Like a river redirected, a waterfall cascaded from the sky, striking the golden barrier with unparalleled force, yet the barrier remained steadfast above Whirlpool Village. The ground lay in disarray, as the waters swept away the earth beneath. Water techniques are not renowned for their offensive power, but rather for their unparalleled impact, creating attacks that are hard to counter. With few powerful ninjutsu existing before the rank of Jonin, even for the watermelon mountain pufferfish demon, the great waterfall technique stood as one of his most formidable water techniques. AI, witnessing the effects of this water ninjutsu, heightened his vigilance toward him. Lightning style, Hellstab four-finger piercing. Not to be outdone, he unleashed his most prized ninjutsu, lightning style, Hellstab four-finger piercing. This technique was still beyond AI's complete mastery. He could at best execute the four-finger piercing, but any further advancement eluded his grasp, as he struggled to condense the lightning chakra effectively. Inexperience is of little consequence, for the objective is an immovable and unyielding colossal barrier. A flash of lightning surged from the ground as 4 fingers crackled with energy, striking the golden barrier with tremendous force. The impact and destruction wrought by the lightning release caused the barrier to distort, the once tranquil mirror surface now warped and concave. Increase the chakra output. Hold steady, was the command. Within the barrier, a cadre of ninjas from the barrier unit fought desperately to maintain its stability. The assault had been so abrupt that they scarcely had time to react. The village lay just behind us. We must hold our ground. The elder would soon arrive with reinforcements, but until then, we must ensure that the enemy does not breach our territory. The mention of the elder seemed to invigorate the ninjas. Despite the formidable onslaught they faced, they persevered. The very purpose of the protective barrier was not merely defense. For instance, in the Hidden Leaf Village, their barrier served only as a means of detection, alerting them to the presence of intruding ninjas rather than repelling them outright. The name of this barrier technique was the Tidal Barrier. It was impressive that this technique could withstand A-rank ninjutsu, as most barrier techniques known in the ninja world provided only limited protection. The barrier technique employed by the Tidal Village was unique in its capability to defend an entire village. As the force from the 4-finger strike dissipated, AI released the lightning technique, leaping backward and out of the barrier's range. The barrier surged suddenly, swiftly restoring itself, its oscillations calming almost immediately. Remarkable, AI mused, gazing at the sturdy barrier with a sense of fervor. Not bad at all, Cloud Ninja, remarked Suigetsu, stepping forward. But that's all? You still couldn't break through. AI felt a twinge of regret. His hell stab was not yet perfected. With just one less finger, reaching the 3-finger penetration would have rendered it capable of shattering the barrier. Why don't we combine our efforts for a joint attack? If we fail to breach it at once, it will likely deplete a significant amount of our chakra, AI suggested to Suigetsu. Though he harbored a distaste for Suigetsu, he recognized that a ninja's duty was to complete the mission, and cooperation was essential for success. To his surprise, Suigetsu chuckled. Leave the next part to me. He stepped forward alone, brandishing his large sword and striking the barrier. A slight ripple, almost imperceptible, arose before swiftly vanishing. The young ninja from the Cloud Village watched Suigetsu's actions with bewilderment. Is that it? A mere strike like that, devoid of impact, can achieve nothing. Yet gradually, as the white bandages adorning the sword began to slide off with its movement, he truly beheld the weapon's true nature for the first time. It was consuming the barrier. Indeed, it was feeding. This sword possessed a life of its own. Despite the slow consumption of the barrier by the great sword, AI felt as though it bore a certain disdain for the enchantment, intermittently biting and often refusing to take a bite, deeming it unpalatable. Yet, under the control of Suigetsu's pufferfish, it continued to absorb the chakra from the barrier. AI instinctively took a couple of steps forward to gain a clearer view. This sword. Observing AI's astonishment, Suigetsu could not help but smile with pride. This great sword is called Samahada. Upon closer inspection, AI found it even more peculiar. He had never encountered a sword with a mouth before, its enormous, vicious blade incessantly gnawing at the barrier. Impressive, isn't it? This sword possesses the ability to dismantle barriers, specially forged for this operation. Our forging techniques in the Mist Village are unparalleled. If one were to solely consider Suigetsu's seemingly honest demeanor, they would never suspect he was capable of deceit. However, for a ninja, intelligence is akin to his second life. How could he casually disclose his abilities? If not for AI's observation, he would have preferred to keep the name of his great sword a secret. Suddenly, a ninja from the barrier team expressed his unease. The others turned to him, inquiring, "What's the matter?" He replied, "I sense that the chakra of the barrier is continuously depleting, and we need to replenish it incessantly." "Oh, what's the big deal? The enemy must be persistently assaulting the barrier," they casually responded, assuming it was merely a routine occurrence. Yet, this ninja insisted on his perspective. No, if it were an attack, the chakra of the barrier would dissipate rapidly. But now, unable to articulate his feelings adequately, a voice emerged from the crowd. It feels as though the barrier has developed a hole, and chakra is leaking out. The ninja immediately nodded in agreement. Precisely, that is the sensation. The leader of the barrier team, Uzumaki Yuxiang, upon hearing this, sensed something was amiss. If it were an enemy attack, both sides would have limited chakra reserves, with only a slight increase in the consumption on their part. However, if the enemy had discovered a weakness in the barrier, it would lead to a continuous loss of chakra. Yuxiang's mind raced with this realization, and his expression shifted dramatically, immediately informed the elder of the situation. Understood. A lower-ranking ninja from the communications team dashed away from the barrier team's encampment, sprinting toward the village. Watching the ninja depart, Huiyi silently urged, "Elder, please hurry. Without the outer ninjas to coordinate the defense, we cannot hold out much longer." In the elder's conference room, the atmosphere was starkly different from the bustling scene of the afternoon. It now felt rather desolate. Natsuki had instructed him to assist Sarada and the others, while Hiroki busied himself with the evacuation of civilians. Elder Taiki led the police force and the barrier team to form a defensive line. Should the barrier shatter, the police would serve as the first line of defense. Hato was absent due to matters concerning Yukai, while Teppei was engaged in organizing personnel for a timely evacuation. It was not that Uzumaki Teppei was overly pessimistic. The developments were unfolding precisely as Uzumaki Hato had anticipated. Their arrival, shrouded in mist, could not merely be a casual visit to an old neighbor of decades past. The urgency of the situation compelled me to be succinct. The peril confronting our Uzumaki clan is exceedingly grave. It is possible, Uzumaki Taiji surveyed the elders, each lost in their own thoughts, that by tomorrow, the name of the Land of Waves may very well cease to exist. Upon utterance of these words, the atmosphere in the conference room grew even more solemn. The elders' breaths became labored, their eyes darting about, unable to meet Taiji's gaze. The reconnaissance team had ventured out to ascertain the enemy's condition and returned with intelligence indicating that the Cloud and Mist Alliance boasted approximately 20 elite shinobi, alongside over 50 mid-tier and low-tier shinobi. What transpired with the reconnaissance team? The intelligence was hardly precise. Was it 20 or 30 elite shinobi? Such discrepancies could mean the difference between life and death. And where was Natsuki? At such a critical juncture, he was nowhere to be found. As the head of the Umbu, his absence was baffling. Uzumaki Jinai, frustrated, exclaimed that although she was typically subordinate to Taiji, the present circumstances led her to lash out at her own kin. With no intelligence prepared, how could they possibly engage in battle? They were as good as dead. The gravity of her words caused everyone to momentarily pause. Rendered speechless, they could hardly blame the deceased for their shortcomings. Taiji felt a deep sense of regret. Had he resolved earlier to teach them the art of concealment, perhaps the outcome would have differed. At least a few more lives might have been spared. I ordered Natsuki to retreat with Sarera, the elder declared, leaving the assembly unsure of how to respond. They could only manage awkward smiles. As the strongest in the village began contemplating an escape, their confidence in victory dwindled. They remained silent, hesitant to voice their dissent against Taiji's esteemed authority, though internally they harbored doubts. Taiji, what is your plan? Surely there must be a strategy to confront this peril. We cannot simply sit idly by and await our demise, spoke Elder Yuki, the most senior among them. He had long since come to terms with the inevitability of death. It was merely a part of existence. Elder, please. Issue your commands, came the chorus of voices, including that of Uzumaki Kenichi, who spoke despite his lower status and age. Although he was the youngest and had risen from humble beginnings, he could no longer bear the sight of his comrades paralyzed by fear. Standing in his elevated position, Taiji surveyed the assembly once more, sighed deeply, and said, I have sent a plea for assistance to Lord Mido. Help from Konoha shall arrive swiftly. Yet before the elders could bask in relief, he doused their hopes with cold reality. However, it will take at least 5 days for Konoha to reach us, as they must traverse land and sea. 5 days. The elders exchanged glances, pondering whether they could endure such a period. Just moments ago, the barrier team relayed alarming news. The enemy appeared to have discovered a weakness in the barrier, and its integrity could not be maintained for much longer. They were in dire need of reinforcements. How could this be? Wasn't the battle over a decade ago fought until the very end? Elder Hiron asked with astonishment. As a senior elder from a generation past, he had merely been an ordinary ninja at that time, focused solely on survival, and thus remained largely uninformed about the circumstances. Vortex Taiji cast a fleeting glance in his direction, offering no explanation. Instead, it was Elder Yuki, who had been fully engaged, that succinctly elaborated. That was the main force of the Land of Water clashing with the Land of Earth. The pressure we faced here was minimal. Moreover, Elder Yuki glanced at the Grand Elder. At that time, we not only had troops maneuvering outside but also Vortex Taiji. There was even more troubling news. Our reconnaissance team had reported that the Cloud Ninja were involved in this operation. The Cloud Ninja. The revelation elicited gasps from the assembly, for they were no ordinary adversaries. As a cascade of grim tidings continued to unfold, the already timid elders grew increasingly apprehensive. Elder Shuji, In particular, frequently cast wary glances toward the exit, contemplating a hasty retreat. Amidst the clamor, Vortex Taiji's calm yet authoritative voice resonated. Vortex Tepe has prepared a vessel at the western dock. I have spoken with them. The elders can withdraw to the Land of Iron, ensuring the safety of the ships. He continued, once this tumult subsides, the Vortex Clan shall rise once more. Upon hearing this, the elders felt a surge of relief. To avoid combat was indeed the most favorable outcome. Yet, Vortex Hiron could not restrain himself and interjected. What about the enemy? The enemy. I shall confront them, replied Taiji with unwavering determination. Gasps of disbelief rippled through the assembly. None had anticipated Taiji's resolute choice, and many felt a pang of shame for their earlier misgivings. They had assumed the Grand Elder would lead the retreat, leaving them to cover his exit. Taiji, why do you not join us in our departure? The Vortex Clan requires your presence, Elder Yuki implored, leaning on his staff and gazing earnestly at Taiji. Previously, I was the one who opposed the suggestion for Hado to leave. Allow me to bear the consequences of that decision. The assembly felt a wave of guilt wash over them. It was a collective decision made in unison then, yet now, after a moment of contemplation, Elder Yuki declared, in that case, I shall remain as well to fend off the enemy. After all, my time is limited. Elder Yuki, you are advanced in years. Such a task should be entrusted to us younger ones, Vortex Hiron replied with a warm smile. Vortex Taiji silently nodded, turning to depart without casting another glance at his once familiar comrades. Disappointment and disdain were palpable in his demeanor. In this vast assembly of elders, only the young Vortex Hiron stood ready to rise to the occasion. An uncomfortable silence enveloped the room until Elder Shuji, unable to bear the tension, spoke up. We carry the hopes of our village for a brighter future in the Land of Iron. This is our mission, is it not? Wordlessly, the elders departed, shrouded in silence. Hado, what brings you here? Vortex Taiji and the others, arriving at the barrier team, were taken aback to find Vortex Hado, Vortex Taiki, and Vortex Masaki engaged in discussion. Hearing the voice of Taiji, he looked up and smiled. This is Kyocho Village. If I don't come here, where else can I go? Hado you. Uzumaki Taiji found himself at a loss for words. After all, he had long since departed from the sphere of influence of Kyocho Village. And even in leaving, he felt unable to voice his thoughts. Uzumaki Hado seemed to grasp what he was about to say and did not allow him to continue. Glancing at Uzumaki Kenichi, what about the other elders? What arrangements have been made? Uzumaki Taiji replied coolly, I instructed them to retreat to the Iron Country. Hado frowned. Why such an arrangement? Every bit of strength is crucial at this moment. Uzumaki Taiji scoffed. Those pampered elders have no combat power. Their ability to ensure the safety of the children reaching the Iron Country is already a waste of resources. A sigh escaped Uzumaki Hado, who remained silent, clearly aware of the elders' shortcomings. This statement, however, made Uzumaki Kenichi blush with embarrassment. As the group entered the headquarters of the Barrier Division, Uzumaki Taiji inquired of Uzumaki Masaki. I received your plea for help. What is the current situation? Uzumaki Masaki frowned. It is dire. I suspect the Mist Ninjas have discovered the barrier's weaknesses, and our chakra is continuously depleting. We've already changed shifts once, and if this continues, before the enemy even breaches our defenses, our chakra will be exhausted. Suddenly, Uzumaki Taiki interjected, how about I send my subordinates to take over? Although we are the police force, we have some understanding of the barrier. That won't do. If the barrier collapses, we will still need you to establish a defense line. The group fell silent, remembering the last lesson that had allowed the Mist Ninjas to gain an advantage. Relying on the barrier to await aid from Konoha or for the Mist Ninjas to retreat was now impossible, especially without the Rock Ninjas to hold them back. Uzumaki Hado sighed. The ninja world is advancing, while we remain mired in the glories of the past, unable to extricate ourselves. The Uzumaki clan has truly decayed. Masaki, hold on a bit longer. Once Uzumaki Tepe has organized the evacuation, lead the Barrier Division personnel to leave. Uzumaki Taiji sighed. Fortunately, their target is our Uzumaki clan, and they have not harmed the innocent citizens outside. I have sent Uzumaki Hiroki to organize the evacuation of the civilians. Taiki, please assist him. As for the barrier, we can wait a little longer. Elder, the external enemy's attacks are relentless. At this rate, we cannot hold out much longer, Uzumaki Masaki said anxiously. Uzumaki Taiji suddenly smiled. Hado, would you dare to accompany me outside to have a word with them? Uzumaki Hado replied with a grin, haha, what is there to fear? The two joined hands and walked toward the barrier, their past grievances dissipating into oblivion, as everything became irrelevant in the face of the Uzumaki clan's critical situation. Kanako, are you truly not leaving? The speaker was Uzumaki Hiroki, earnestly persuading his wife to depart with him. Shiro is still young. He needs you. He should have been organizing the villagers' evacuation at that moment, but his wife's reluctance compelled him to abandon his duties. If Uzumaki Taiji were to find out, he would surely be infuriated. Kanako nodded stubbornly, disregarding her husband's good intentions, and gently gazed at him. Saro has grown up, and he has not Suki and Aoto to care for him. He no longer needs me. Wherever you are, I shall remain. Kanako's hand caressed the face of Hiroki Uzumaki. You may go. Do not worry about home. Saro has already set off. Hiroki Uzumaki gripped his wife's hand tightly, casting a deep glance at her before turning away. Unwilling to look back, he feared that a glance over his shoulder would prevent him from moving forward, leading him instead to choose escape. As she watched Hiroki's departing figure, tears that she had held back surged forth, for she understood that this farewell might well be eternal. After a prolonged moment, the sound of footsteps echoed. Drawing closer to Kanako, upon hearing them, she joyfully lifted her head, hoping the newcomer was Hiroki. Yet, disappointment washed over her as she realized the visitor was not Hiroki, but her mother-in-law, Kana Uzumaki. Mother, what brings you here? If I hadn't come, I wouldn't have witnessed your pitiful state, Kana remarked, observing Kanako's swollen, tear-stained eyes with a mix of affection and frustration. Get up and come with me. Where are we going? Kanako asked, puzzled. The men at home have gone off to battle. We cannot allow them to have any worries. A golden spherical barrier enveloped the entire village, hovering in the night sky. Its golden glow starkly visible against the pitch-black backdrop devoid of moonlight, utterly unmissable. Initially, only a few noticed, but as the booming sounds and the barrier's tremors became evident, the villagers of Urami village could no longer remain calm. What is happening? What is going on? Look, the barrier in the sky. Is it a drill? Impossible. There hasn't been a war in over a decade. Could it be today? Panic and confusion spread among the villagers, intensifying as they received no answers. Everyone run. Enemies are coming. Do not fear. The ninjas will protect us. Stop lying. Has any elder spoken up until now? No. Nothing at all. Just as despair threatened to engulf them, a voice, aged yet resonant, rang out. I am Kana Uzumaki, the wife of the elder of the Uzumaki clan. Everyone, heed my command and immediately retreat to the south. The newcomers were indeed Kana Uzumaki and Kanako Uzumaki. Upon encountering the ninjas dispatched by Hiroki to evacuate the civilians, they seamlessly assumed control. I shall repeat. Everyone, retreat to the south without panic and do not carry any belongings. Rest assured, the Uzumaki clan will not abandon a single soul. It's Lady Kana and Lady Kanako. We are saved. A voice in the crowd recognized the two esteemed women, eliciting a chorus of astonished exclamations. Do not be overly anxious, everyone. The esteemed elder is organizing the defensive line on the periphery, striving to buy time for your evacuation. Rest assured, all shall be well. Grandmother, let us leave these belongings behind for now. We shall return for them later. Little one, stay close to your mother. Do not wander off. The appearance of the two ladies immediately instilled hope of salvation among the villagers as they navigated through every corner of the village, endeavoring to evacuate everyone before the initial wave of attack. The retreat of the villagers proceeded smoothly, while another battlefield was on the verge of erupting. Should circumstances become untenable, we shall retreat to the barrier. At the very least, we can hold our ground for a while longer. Uzumaki Masaki stood beside the barrier, forming seals with his hands as he addressed the two elders. The two exchanged a knowing smile, assuring him not to worry, for they were seasoned veterans. Their demise would not be in vain. Uzumaki Masaki remained silent, understanding all too well that while exiting was feasible, re-entry was far less certain. Once the others were prepared, the barrier team would withdraw, allowing the two elders to retreat within the village. Very well, they nodded in agreement. A door appeared within the golden barrier, modest in size, just wide enough for two to pass side by side. The two turned and resolutely surged forth from the barrier. The night was devoid of light, and the golden barrier cast a luminous path upon the ground, a golden avenue leading to glory. Their shadows stretched long behind them, evoking a sense of solitude and desolation. The two figures raced through the darkness. Of course, they could not charge directly past the enemy. That would be tantamount to presenting themselves as live targets. Taiji, shall we adhere to our usual strategy? Indeed, I shall take the lead while you provide cover. Shortly thereafter, they spotted the allied forces of the cloud from a distance. And Uzumaki Taiji felt a pang of unease. The situation was far graver than they had anticipated. With such a multitude of foes, it appeared their intentions were far from trivial. The combined enemy forces likely numbered over 80 shinobi, and Taiji sensed approximately 30 chakra fluctuations at the elite level. The number of elite shinobi within Uzumaki Village barely surpassed 20, with some lacking combat prowess or the will to fight. The sole piece of good news was that the Uzumaki clan enjoyed a geographical advantage. Within the village, there were plenty of mid-tier fighters, which could somewhat bridge the gap in high-level combatants. A sensory ninja from the cloud quietly conveyed something to AI, who, after listening, cast a glance into the distance and then at Suigakuzen's pufferfish ghost. Seeing no reaction, he quietly withdrew, distancing himself from the mist shinobi forces. Uzumaki Taiji and Uzumaki Hado advanced stealthily from a flanking position, and upon observing the movements of the cloud shinobi, Taiji's heart stirred. Could they have been discovered? The cloud shinobi were indeed on the move. Yet, seeing the mist shinobi remain oblivious brought him a sense of relief. It seemed both enemy factions were preoccupied with their own agendas, which boded well for them. As the two approached, nearing the point of emerging from the forest and unable to maintain their concealment any longer, Uzumaki Taiji swiftly executed his signature sealing technique, the Vajra lock technique. Golden chains enveloped Uzumaki Taiji as he descended from the heavens, catching the mist shinobi off guard. Behind the mist shinobi, there lay a squad of chunin, led by a jonin captain accompanied by 3 chunin. Among them were 2 elite jonin, akin to shadow-level adversaries. It was dire. They were foes. By the time the mist shinobi squad discerned the 2 figures trailing them, they had already infiltrated deep within the mist forces. Several golden chains danced ominously in the night, disregarding the futile resistance of the numerous chunin and genin. With the protection of their own indomitable barrier and the cover provided by Uzumaki Hado, they had no need to heed these powerless defiance. Ha ha, meet your demise, accursed mist shinobi, Uzumaki Taiji boasted, exuding a brazen demeanor that starkly contrasted his usual guise of a harmless inebriate. He was mindful of conserving his strength, considering he was already in his 60s. Uzumaki Hado, on the other hand, had entirely lost his usual air of sagacity and calm. Though he professed the need for composure, his heart seethed with indignation. The mere thought of his grandson perishing at the hands of these men ignited a burning desire for vengeance within him. Damn it! Today your Uzumaki clan is destined to perish here. A mist chunin bellowed, leaping forward. Water release, water barrier. An impressive water barrier rose before him. However, with a swift whip of his hand, the water wall shattered, and the chunin who attempted to obstruct Uzumaki Taiji's assault met his end on the spot. Trash! You useless fool! Without a flicker of compassion or fear for their fallen comrade, the mist shinobi charged recklessly forward. Everyone, maintain distance if he can't reach us. We are safe. Water release, water dragon bullet. Lightning release, earth walk. Behold my 1,000 books. In an instant, the battlefield became a tempest of ninjutsu and shuriken. As the 2 adversaries navigated effortlessly, evading most attacks, those that could not be dodged were thwarted by Uzumaki Taiji's formidable golden chains, rendered powerless, shattering upon impact. Uzumaki Hado formed a hand seal, unleashing a wave of psychic energy that enveloped several mist shinobi before him. Opportunity. The 2 demonstrated an uncanny synergy, without a word. As the mist shinobi momentarily faltered, Uzumaki Taiji swept his right hand, extending 5 golden chains that surged forth, targeting the multitude of ninjas who mistakenly believed they had evaded his range. Watch out, be cautious. Unprepared, and just as they escaped the grasp of the illusion, Uzumaki Taiji's chain struck. A few ninjas, unable to evade, were swept aside, their bones cracking and blood spilling as they collapsed to the ground, convulsing. It was a brutal sweep, strike and injure, capture and kill, with the cover and finishing blows provided by Uzumaki Hado's illusions in mere moments. Blood stained the ground as 3 genin from the sub-squads met their untimely demise. Old man, stop bullying the children. Come and play with me. Several elite mist shinobi closed in, their faces contorted with malice. Among them, a robust mist shinobi lunged forward, seeking to leverage his youthful vigor against his foes, with the others providing cover. Ninjutsu, shower of 1,000 leaves. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. Amidst the onslaught of numerous mist shinobi, Uzumaki Taiji merely chuckled, leisurely forming seals, while the golden chains remained coiled around his hands, creating an incongruous yet striking image. In, Cho, Shun. Just as 3 seals were completed, the Mist Ninja felt an ominous shift. This was not. At the moment when the rain-like downpour of 1,000 blades fell, his seals were perfectly timed. Water release, great waterfall technique. A massive whirlpool surged behind Taiji and his companion, roaring forth, propelled by the water style that the Mist Ninja excelled in. The 1,000 blades penetrated deeply into the water technique. These slender blades could pierce steel plates 5 millimeters thick, yet they had no effect on the great waterfall technique, which collided forcefully with the preceding water dragon bullet technique. Water splashed everywhere, momentarily obscuring vision with mist, slowing the offensive as the Mist Ninjas maintained their distance. Something was amiss. A Mist Ninja realized the anomaly and shouted, for the water spray could not generate such dense fog. Taiji chuckled. Only now do you realize? Perhaps it is too late. Water release, hidden mist technique. How arrogant to employ water techniques before us, the Mist Ninjas scoffed. Silent killing technique. Who could outplay a Mist Ninja? They were masters of water release. Be cautious, we must eliminate them swiftly. Lord Sugimiyama cannot wait any longer. Thud, thud. A blood-red, bloodied figure suddenly appeared before the Mist Ninjas. It was Chiron, the very Mist Ninja who had boasted and charged ahead, bamboo under Chiron. Now, he would never witness Taiji's martial prowess, for he had perished at the hands of Keido's illusion technique. In the dense fog, a mere exchange of glances led to his head being effortlessly severed by Keido, as simple as plucking a fruit from a tree. From within the mist, Keido's voice echoed ominously, Mist Ninja, is your strength merely this feeble? The feast of slaughter begins. The two clearly had no need for the Mist Ninja's silent killing techniques. With the abundant chakra of the Uzumaki clan, creating a few water clones to create a stir was child's play. When Mist Ninjas acted alone, they fell victim to illusions and kanai, striving to minimize sound. When they banded together, they were met with a sweeping assault of the diamond block technique, ensuring that a few unfortunate souls would not evade the onslaught. In an instant, anguish cries filled the thick fog, causing the nearby cloud ninjas to grow restless. Shouldn't we assist? If the Mist Ninjas are wiped out, we too will face dire consequences, AI suggested. Do not fret. The Mist Ninjas are merely exhausting their stamina. Look, the Lord Sugimiyama and the pufferfish ghost remain unperturbed. Why should we be anxious? Following AI's gaze, they noticed the Mist Ninja commander exuding calmness, surrounded by the elite ninjas they had seen earlier in the day. Thus, the whales within the fog belonged to. AI glanced disdainfully at the group of elite ninjas, merely a few elite ninjas alongside a small squad of Mist Ninja Neen. How ruthless the Mist Ninjas truly were. The Cloud Ninjas were aghast, witnessing the indifferent demeanor of the Mist Ninjas. Sacrificing the lives of their villages Neen to wear down the enemy's stamina while gathering intelligence was unfathomable to him. Cold-blooded, brutal, merciless. Such was the essence of the Mist Ninjas. Esteemed leader, should we not commence our actions? It would be difficult to provide an account to the village if too many lives are lost, spoke Kawahara Ryosuke, the captain of the Mist Shinobi's Umbu. Yet, the manner in which he expressed his concern seemed to trivialize the lives of those valiantly fighting the mist. His sole worry appeared to be the implications of excessive casualties. What is there to fear? Our mission is to eradicate as many members of the Uzumaki clan as possible. Being a renowned clan, how can we validate the peril of our task if there are not numerous fatalities? Another individual, Ishida Shinya, the ruthless and combative captain of the Mist's Umbu, remarked with ill intent. At this moment, the forces of the mist far outnumbered those of the cloud. With 2 Umbu squads comprising 8 elite shinobi and 10 mid-ranking shinobi squads, each led by an elite, Suka Sanhepa, disregarding his subordinate's words, surveyed the golden barrier, noting that it remained unchanged compared to before. However, he was acutely aware, as he continuously directed the absorption of chakra from the barrier through Samahata, that the barrier was nearing its limits. Although the rate of chakra transfer had not significantly altered since the onset, it had become sporadic, indicating that the Uzumaki ninjas were on the brink of collapse. No more waiting, Suka Sanhepa decisively compelled Samahata to absorb the barrier's chakra, ignoring its reluctance and resistance. Just hold on a little longer. I will procure some delectable chakra for you shortly. After some coaxing and persuasion, he finally subdued Samahata. The chakra of the barrier was loathed by Samahata, an unexpected reaction, considering that as a derivative of the 3 tails, it could effortlessly handle even the most volatile chakra of tailed beasts. Suka Sanhepa was taken aback that Samahata found the chakra from the Uzumaki clan's barrier difficult to absorb, instilling a profound sense of caution within him. A sentiment he had never encountered before. On the other side of the barrier, as Suka Sanhepa had surmised, The members of the barrier team had reached a state of utter exhaustion. Where are the replacements? Hurry, we need reinforcements. A mid-ranking shinobi, pallid and drenched in sweat, implored. Uzumaki Mitoi, standing nearby, responded, "There are no backup teams. We have all rotated twice already." The fact that even Uzumaki Mitoi, the leader of the barrier team, had to personally engage in the fray illustrated the dire shortage of manpower. The members of the barrier team were primarily mid-ranking shinobi, with the exception of their captain. Uzumaki Mitoi, who was not particularly distinguished in strength but had a commendable grasp of sealing techniques. Thus, they capitalized on their abundant chakra to contribute to the barrier team. However, as members of the Uzumaki Clan, few were devoid of chakra, one could unequivocally state, none. This meant that the barrier team consisted of individuals who were relatively weak and had chosen to join, along with some who lacked ambition and remained there to live out their days. Having not engaged in significant operations for over a decade, the barrier team, aside from occasionally sending some members to maintain the barrier during elder meetings, had never faced such intense and prolonged demands. Uzumaki Mitoi lamented his negligence in training, vowing inwardly, "Once this crisis is averted, I shall rigorously train them to the point of exhaustion." Communications team, what is the status in the village? Please report. He called out. Where is the communications team? Master Naruki, I shall confirm once more at once. A green-clad shunin, drenched in sweat, shouted back to Naruki, rushing out the door while pressing the communicator atop his head. Hello, can you hear me? Can you hear me? What is the current situation? Have the villagers retreated to safety? Hello, are you receiving? Oh, all right, I understand. Master, Lady Kanako has indicated that it is nearly time. We are to withdraw to the southern residential area to establish a second line of defense. The clan leader will lead the other elite shinobi to intercept the enemy at the center of the northern village. Understood. Have you heard? Communication team? Notify the barrier teams in other directions, instructing them to lift the barriers in 30 seconds and retreat to regroup at the southern residential area. Yes, Master. The tune-in of the communication team promptly activated the wireless device, reaching out to the barrier team stationed in the other three directions. Barrier technique, vortex barrier. The vast range of this technique enveloped the entire village, naturally beyond the capacity of any single barrier team to manage. In fact, Vortex Village routinely maintained 8 barrier teams, each consisting of 4 chunin. This barrier technique was executed by 16 chunin simultaneously, alternating in pairs, ensuring the technique could function over an extended period. At this moment, Vortex Naruki was stationed at the northern barrier team, the closest to the enemy, adapting swiftly to the unfolding situation. Master, a chunin tugged at Naruki's sleeve. Wasn't Lord Taiji instructing us to retreat to the western shore alongside Elder Tetsuhira? It was well known that the barrier teams were comprised of those deemed mediocre, and thus they harbored little fighting spirit. Upon hearing this chunin's remark, the others perked up their ears, clearly aware that Naruki's decision would directly influence their fates. Retreating to the western shore, they could protect a single boat, yet safeguarding an entire village seemed a daunting task. Heading south to protect the civilians, their own fates remained uncertain. Silence reigned for several tense seconds, hearts racing. After a lengthy hesitation, Naruki inhaled deeply and raised his gaze, declaring, Elder. With the first elder and the second elder outside engaging the enemy, and the clan leader fortifying our defenses within the village, even Lady Kanako does not shy away. Can we truly turn our backs? After a moment's silence, the chunin who had just reminded Naruki lowered his head in shame. Yet seemingly wishing to conceal his cowardice, he turned and bellowed, Withdraw to the southern residential area to establish a defense and protect the civilians. Did you all hear that? The crowd exchanged glances, bewildered, engulfed in an extended silence until, unexpectedly, someone among them burst into laughter, quickly stifling it, realizing the abruptness of their behavior. In the next moment, Naruki could no longer contain himself and began to laugh, a sound that seemed to spread contagiously. Laughter echoed above the barrier team's encampment, an oddly striking sound amidst the enveloping darkness of Vortex Village. The gathered individuals lifted their gazes towards Naruki, their spirits rekindled, and they shouted with fervor, We heard you. A profound sense of ambition ignited within their hearts, the fiery blood of the Vortex clan surging anew. 30 seconds had passed, the barriers were lifted. The golden barrier shattered above the Whirlpool Village, scattering specks of golden light that illuminated the entire village, guiding the members of the barrier team towards the direction of the southern residential area. Once, we were ordinary, timid, and powerless. Now we no longer flee. The people at the West Dock naturally witnessed the barrier's demise, their hearts tightening in unison, for they understood what the shattering of the barrier signified. Uchiha Teppei lowered his head, choosing not to observe the unfolding events. He was acutely aware of his mentor's predicament and longed to abandon everything to fight valiantly, to spill blood in defense of the village. Yet, he knew, he could not. The final instructions of his mentor remained etched in his heart, to carry these seeds of hope far and wide, to sow them. For this was the true significance of Uchiha Keido's sacrifice. It was not a matter of unwillingness, but of inability. The flourishing and legacy of the Uchiha clan were missions bequeathed by countless ancestors and could not be severed. Turning towards the grand vessel, he refrained from casting another glance at the village, fearing that a single look might compel him to overturn his decision. Are you prepared? Lord Teppei, everything is ready. Uchiha Teppei closed his eyes and spoke with indifference. All right, raise the sails and lift the anchor. We shall set sail as soon as the final rearguard arrives. Are we truly leaving? Uchiha Zine murmured softly. The elders had already boarded the grand ship, urging for departure. Yet, as the moment of departure approached, an inexplicable emotion stirred within the hearts of the crowd. Why, when on the verge of escaping the peril of the Whirlpool Village, did they feel this discontent? After a brief silence, Elder Uchiha Yuki, troubled, stepped forward. No, I cannot simply stand by and watch. With that, he made to disembark. But Uchiha Shoji quickly grasped his arm. Elder Yuki, you are over 80. What would it do to go? Besides, the village still has the great elder and the second elder. Do we really need to be in such a hurry? Indeed, Uchiha Zenai murmured softly, seemingly attempting to mask her guilt. I am already 84. I can hardly recall the days when I fought alongside the great elder for the Uchiha clan. Now, his son is battling fiercely while I flee. I feel deeply ashamed before the great elder. The others nodded in tacit agreement, knowing that the great elder referred to Uchiha Taiji, the previous leader. Anyway, I have only a few years left. Let me offer my final strength to this land for which I have fought all my life. With that, he strode away with determination. And the others found themselves without justification to stop him. However, their current inaction only deepened their disdain. Oh, Elder Yuki, why must you be so resolute? At your age, why push yourself so? They murmured in agreement. Uchiha Shoji, sensing their despondence, spoke to justify their actions. Indeed, Elder Shoji is correct. Elder Yuki is merely being troublesome. In that moment, a cacophony of voices arose in response, only to swiftly retreat back into silence. A wave of guilt and unease washed over the crowd, akin to the darkness looming above the village of Guchao, enveloping them with no refuge in sight. They were acutely aware of their predicament. They knew everything. In the current state of Guchao, every ounce of effort was invaluable, yet they instinctively sought to evade the confrontation. A prolonged state of complacency had dulled their fervor and made them forget how to fight for their village. Silently, they exchanged glances before retreating into the ship's cabin. Venturing back to the village did not guarantee their safety, yet staying behind ensured their lives were spared. Or so they thought. The barrier had been breached. The onlookers outside the village beheld the unfolding scene, and the pufferfish demon of Watermelon Mountain erupted in maniacal laughter. At last, it has been broken. Now the village is utterly exposed before us. The pufferfish demon hoisted the shark skin over his shoulder and surveyed the mist ninja squad. Kawahara Ryosuke. Shortly you will lead that group of Chunin to eliminate the red-haired Uzumaki clan. Everyone, including the civilians. Ishida Shinya. Take your subordinates and together we shall slay those two old men. The gaze of the crowd shifted toward the thick fog, where Ishida Shinya revealed a cruel smile. His right hand caressing his sword, barely able to contain the anticipation of tasting the blood of the strong. I understand. Hearing his subordinates call, AI withdrew his gaze from the barrier and declared, set off immediately. We must secure the sealing technique before the mist ninja and then retreat without incurring unnecessary losses. Yuji, keep a close watch on the Jinin. This operation will not be as effortless as we anticipate. As the two teams intersected in silence, the pufferfish demon and AI shared a peculiar glance in midair, leaving AI perplexed by the mist ninja's lack of obstruction or dissent. Observing the pufferfish demon, who boldly bore the burdens of resistance, AI felt a twinge of suspicion. What was the true motive of the mist ninja? Ishida Shinya was the first to advance, forming hand seals as a powerful gust of wind began to swirl. Wind release, great breakthrough. The dense fog was dispelled by the wind technique, revealing the mist ninja squad and the two Uzumaki, Taiji, and his companion. Upon seeing the skilled mist ninja finally approach, the two exchanged wary glances, their vigilance heightened. Kawahara Ryosuke, anyone who can still move, come with me. The chunin of the mist ninja began to emerge from the thick fog. The pufferfish demon mentally counted the losses, estimating that roughly half of the chunin and 3 jonin had been lost. Not bad. Some useless ones had been weeded out. His gaze fixated on the 2 figures standing resolutely amidst the fog, dismissing the corpses of a dozen fallen mist ninja that lay strewn across the ground. The wind dissipated the mist, but the wind release, great breakthrough, could not entirely dispel the mist technique. Under Uzumaki Taiji's control, the chakra-laden fog began to rise again, engulfing their figures once more. The pufferfish demon smirked disdainfully. Such tricks might suffice against the inept, but were futile against him. Unaware of the true potency of the mist ninja's water release, Ishida Shinya, deal with it. Understood. With that, Ishida Shinya rapidly formed hand seals. Fire release, great fireball technique. Wind release, great breakthrough. A colossal fireball shot forth into the dense mist, closely followed by the great breakthrough. In an instant, the wind fanned the flames, causing the fireball to swell, hurtling towards the fog with overwhelming force. While it is true that water release can counter fire release, this is only in situations of relative parity. Observing this, Uzumaki Taiji remained unfazed, casting a glance at Ishida Shinya, who demonstrated remarkable proficiency in the combined ninjutsu. Taiji thought to himself that he would deal with him first. Uzumaki Hado appeared to be an amused spectator, aware that the young mist ninjas likely had never heard of the legendary diamond chain technique. As the enormous fireball approached, the white mist began to dissipate, however. Before Suigashin Fuguki could revel in his anticipated victory, a golden chain swept through the air. What is that? Suigashin Fuguki, though he perceived the golden chain, could hardly believe it. The massive windfire fusion technique was so easily neutralized. The fireball, composed of both fire and wind releases, was cleaved in two, scattering heat and evaporating the surrounding mist. Uzumaki Taiji chuckled, forming seals to manipulate the emergence of the mist. The fire release did not affect the core of the mist, and soon both he and his companion vanished within its depths. It was not that Uzumaki Taiji was hesitant to initiate an offensive, rather, it was a matter of efficiency. The expenditure of chakra for water release, mist concealment technique was incomparable to that of the Great Fireball and Great Breakthrough, despite being classified as C-rank ninjutsu. The chakra consumed by mist concealment was significantly less than that of the Great Fireball and Great Breakthrough. Moreover, with the mist ninjas in greater numbers, every bit of chakra conservation mattered. If they could draw the mist ninjas into battle, it would be even better. Although they might not discern sound, they could sense ninjutsu. The old man is truly shameless. As the mist thickened once more, this action incited the ire of Suigashin Fuguki, who recognized that the enemy wished to fight within the mist concealment, undoubtedly to their advantage. He had not forgotten the fallen mist ninjas. The blood on the ground had yet to dry. What is happening? Why is there no movement for so long? Uzumaki Taiji curiously gazed toward the direction of the 4 chakra clusters. Their inaction and reluctance to engage was perplexing. This is not good. Uzumaki Hado sensed the immense chakra mobilized by Suigashin Fuguki, and the sheer magnitude left him alarmed. Water release, great waterfall technique. In an instant, a terrifying waterfall surged from beneath the feet of the mist ninjas, charging towards the fog, a deluge intent on engulfing it entirely. Suigashin Fuguki laughed maniacally atop the waterfall. Old man, the chakra absorbed from your village shall be returned to you now. With a resounding boom, the sound echoed across the skies of Whirlpool Village. Once the noise subsided, the previously solid ground had transformed into a lake. At the center of a square expanse of land, a barrier woven from chains unraveled, revealing 2 individuals completely unscathed. Not even their garments bore moisture, save for the bloodstains left from their earlier skirmish with the mist ninjas. The golden chains naturally twisted and swayed, some inadvertently touching the water's surface, creating ripples as if a multitude of serpents coiled protectively around the 2 individuals. Mist Ninja, who are you? I am the pufferfish demon of Suigakuzen, one of the 7 mist ninjas, he proclaimed arrogantly. I have come to escort you on your journey. Vortex Taiji paid no heed to his bravado. Those who exhibited such arrogance were often more susceptible to divulging information. He quickly pressed on. What is the purpose of your mist ninja clan? Why do you intend to attack the land of the vortex without cause? Haha, I'm not afraid to tell you. My orders are to eliminate the Vortex clan and acquire the sealing techniques, Suigakuzen's pufferfish demon replied, indifferent to how much information he was revealing. Killing the opponent would eliminate any concern over leaks. If he were to perish, what did it matter to him? Sealing techniques. Vortex Taiji was momentarily taken aback, realizing that the calamity stemmed from the Vortex clan's own sealing arts. Are you not afraid of provoking a counterattack from Konoha? He couldn't help but inquire. By the time those who know are dead, there will be no one left to trouble us. Moreover, your Vortex clan has become too close with the Senju, which does not align with the interests of the Mist Ninja, he remarked, not waiting for Vortex Taiji's response, lost in his own musings. Heh. It seems the members of your Vortex clan are indeed formidable. Suigakuzen's pufferfish demon assessed the two elderly men, who were on the brink of their demise. You two old fellows are quite strong, even surpassing a stubborn little warrior I randomly captured during the day. Little warrior. Upon hearing this, Vortex Hado's breath quickened, his gaze fixated on Suigakuzen's pufferfish demon, his concealed hands trembling with tension. Who else could it be but Waisuk? The mere thought of that possibility made Vortex Hado hesitate to pursue the matter further, fearing the enemy might take advantage of his inquisition. A subtle glance exchanged with Vortex Taiji sufficed for them to comprehend each other's intentions. Feigning curiosity, Vortex Taiji inquired, Little warrior, does our Vortex clan have a child worthy of your commendation? While his words carried a hint of flattery, they were fundamentally truthful. The somewhat portly Mist Ninja before them, devoid of cunning and strategy, was nonetheless formidable enough to deserve the title of Shadow. Vortex Taiji's inquiry seemed inconspicuous, and Suigakuzen's pufferfish demon responded nonchalantly, dismissing the little warrior as merely a ragged child, incapable of utilizing ninjutsu. Little did he know that this tattered figure was the grandchild of this formidable warrior. Hee. That red-haired little boy must belong to your Vortex clan, right? He grinned widely, revealing his pearly teeth, his face alight with a cruel and gleeful smirk. Oh, he looks so wretched that you probably don't recognize him. He endured an entire day under the punishments of my beloved subordinates, without uttering a single word, truly commendable. What happened to that child? Vortex Hado's voice quivered with desperation and pleading. Upon hearing news of his grandson Waisuk, he could no longer contain himself. Ignoring the disapproving gaze of Uzumaki Taiji, he suddenly spoke up. At that moment, Suigawa's pufferfish demon was still lost in the ecstasy brought on by his own punishment and had not noticed the underlying message in Uzumaki Hado's voice. However, Ishida Shin was instantly filled with wariness. Witnessing the old man's agitation, he wondered if Suigawa's pufferfish demon continued, shaking his head and sighing. What a pity. My subordinate was careless and ended up dead. I hadn't even had my fill yet. That was my grandson, my only grandson, came Uzumaki Hado's voice, drifting over the water's surface. Warren paused for a moment, only later realizing what had just been said. He was referring to that ragged little samurai as his grandson. Suigawa's pufferfish demon looked at the old man with a hint of regret, but not for having killed Waisuk. Rather, he lamented not having had the chance to torment him in front of Uzumaki Hado. Warren immediately focused his attention on this elderly figure. With his grandson murdered, who could predict what actions he might undertake? It was only now that Suigawa's pufferfish demon noticed that this seemingly ordinary old man bore a resemblance to the stubborn little boy. The only notable difference was the depth of the old man's eyes, akin to an endless ocean. Upon gazing into those eyes, he felt as though he had returned to his home in the Land of Water, a place that was cold yet carried a hint of warmth, drawing him in unwittingly. Clang. It was not until the sharp barbs of the J-key blade pierced his palm that he jolted awake, channeling chakra through the blade to dispel the illusion. Upon opening his eyes, he was met with a torrent of golden chains. In the heart of the village, Uzumaki Hiroki, responsible for the defense, was the first to confront the Cloud Ninja forces. Cloud Ninja, state your purpose, he demanded, his face grave as he still entertained a glimmer of hope for negotiation. Unlike the Warren, they held a long-standing enmity. However, they had never been entangled with the Cloud Ninja, thus maintaining a shred of hope for a final effort. AI slightly turned his head in guilt, acknowledging his inadequacy as a ninja. We, the Cloud Ninja, require your sealing techniques. The Eight Tails Jinchuriki has perished, and we need to refine our seals. If you could provide us with. Before he could finish, Uzumaki Hiroki interrupted. You know that is impossible. Had it merely been a matter of simple sealing techniques, he might have agreed. For there had been precedents. His father had once taught the monks of the Sand Country basic sealing arts in exchange for the friendship between Konoha and the Sand Ninja. However, that was a rudimentary and incomplete form. If it were only that, Uzumaki Hiroki believed his father would have consented. Yet, since the Cloud Ninja had gone to great lengths to traverse the sea to reach here, they could not possibly covet such a simplistic secret. They, the Cloud Ninja, were not without similar techniques. From his words, it was clear they sought all the secrets, which was simply out of the question. Even the Senju of Konohagakure, their relatives and allies, would not dare to demand all of their sealing technique scrolls, let alone the hostile Cloud Ninjas. Secret techniques are the foundation of a ninja clan's existence. Coveting the secrets of a clan is tantamount to declaring oneself a mortal enemy. In addition, Uzumaki Hiroki assumed a stance, his powerful hands positioned before his chest, exuding an aura of authority without a hint of anger. His intent was unmistakable. AI did not feel anger at his demeanor, as it was indeed Cloud Ninja Village that had acted disrespectfully first. However, in this world, many things defy reason, only interests remain. AI resolutely replied, "That is all." The two stood in confrontation within the silent and desolate Uzumaki Village, a palpable tension rising between them. The night, which should have been tranquil and comfortable, was disrupted by the arrival of an adversary, awakening their long-dormant fighting spirit. There was no point in further dialogue. If one lost, they would return to Cloud Ninja Village. Uzumaki Hiroki did not articulate what would happen if he won, yet AI discerned his meaning through his unwavering gaze. Unless one were to step over his lifeless body, there was no further course of action to consider. Apologies. This unexpected remark from Uzumaki Hiroki left him somewhat astonished. Who enters a confrontation with the intent to kill while offering apologies, unless they are unhinged? Those two words signified the Cloud Ninja stance. And the atmosphere between both parties instantly tightened, poised for the declaration of war. Uzumaki Village remained motionless, hesitant as the weaker side, while the Cloud Ninja troops collectively turned to AI, awaiting their leader's command. The Cloud Ninja had not anticipated that a mere ninja village from a small eastern island could possess such formidable ninjas. Hence they brought a modest force for elite Jonin to ensure AI's safety, and 6 Jonin each leading a team of Chunin. In total, this amounted to 10 elite Jonin and 18 Chunin. This arrangement seemed somewhat frivolous, as the third Reikage evidently treated this mission as a trial. Bringing along 6 squads of Chunin, AI surveyed the tense Uzumaki clan forces before him, feeling a pang of frustration. He had not anticipated encountering such formidable resistance during this operation. The Uzumaki clan's leader, 5 elite Jonin, and 32 Chunin clad in green vests gathered, appearing to form the village's Chunin contingent. In terms of strength, Cloud Ninja held the advantage. 1 elite Jonin could typically contend with 3 Chunin. Thus, with 5 additional elite Jonin, they could theoretically face 15 Chunin from the Uzumaki clan. However, combat is rarely as straightforward as mere arithmetic. The disparity in strength between ninja ranks cannot be calculated through simple multiplication or division. Moreover, the Cloud Ninja were not like the Mist Ninjas, who regarded their ninjas as expendable. If faced with the Uzumaki clan, AI feared that his own subordinates would be severely depleted. They were all promising talents from the village, chosen for this trial to hone their skills. Looking at his subordinates, AI had initially thought this mission would be a straightforward endeavor. Now it felt as though he bore the weight of 18 burdens. He sighed and addressed Uzumaki Hiroki, "I am the commander of the Cloud Ninja's operation. We will duel one-on-one. If I am defeated, I pledge to withdraw from Uzumaki Village and cease all hostilities against your clan." Upon hearing this, Uzumaki Hiroki was somewhat taken aback. The youth before him was willing to relinquish his own advantages. If I emerge victorious, then... A flicker of temptation crossed Uzumaki Hiroki's mind as he glanced at his subordinates behind him. For elite J Nin and over 30 CH Nin, a formidable sight. Yet they were merely members of the barrier unit who had just retreated. They were already depleted of chakra, and since they were not a combat unit, their fighting capabilities were predictable. Nevertheless, he shook his head in refusal. The sealing technique is a closely guarded secret of the Uzumaki clan. I cannot make this decision alone. AI, upon hearing this, felt a surge of irritation. He had already made concessions, yet he thought of his own subordinates, a band of genin. I only require the portion regarding the tailed beast sealing. Would that suffice? Do not claim you are incapable of deciding even this, Uzumaki Hiroki. Very well, Hiroki acquiesced. Recognizing the urgency of the situation, he lacked confidence in allowing Uzumaki Village to face 2 formidable foes alone. If he could exchange the sealing technique for their non-involvement, he was willing to bear the responsibility. Upon hearing his agreement, AI finally exhaled in relief, even though he was the one taking the initiative. He signaled to his subordinates, who understood and retreated 50 meters, the barrier unit members also easing their tension as they followed suit. They had almost spoken up to support the clan leader's agreement. "You Nin youth, what is your name?" AI inquired. "Hiroki." A glimmer of recognition flashed in Uzumaki Hiroki's eyes. AI? The name of the third Reikage. He maintained a composed exterior while calculating internally. "A commendable name. I shall ensure you understand never to underestimate an adult ninja." As he spoke, Uzumaki Hiroki formed hand seals, and a fearsome stone dragon erupted from the ground, surging down the deserted street with unparalleled momentum. Earth release. Stone dragon. Seeing this, AI scoffed. Lightning release. Heavy burst flow. His entire being radiated with strands of lightning as he struck forward, delivering a punch that obliterated the stone dragon in a single blow. Its head crushed under the relentless flash of lightning. Uzumaki Clan leader, are you growing senile? Do you not know that lightning counters earth? Or do you presume I, a Yunin, lack mastery over lightning? A light chuckle escaped Uzumaki Hiroki's lips, unfazed by AI's insolence. In that case, you should also be aware that those of Uzumaki Village are certainly not devoid of sealing techniques. Sealing Earth Spear. As Uzumaki Hiroki executed his hand seals, a golden chakra armor enveloped him, reminiscent of a resplendent golden suit of armor, exuding majesty and valor. Youngster, I am indeed aware that lightning counters earth, but let us see if your lightning can breach my armor. AI, embodying the quintessential Yunin, was characterized by his impulsive and volatile nature. Faced with the provocation of his adversary, he could not afford to concede, especially not to an earth technique. Body technique, lightning release armor. A suit of electric armor instantly adorned him, complementing the earth release that enveloped Uzumaki Hiroki. In the next moment, AI vanished from sight, reappearing before Uzumaki Hiroki, delivering a direct punch. In the midst of the tumult, Vortex Hiroki found himself ill-prepared to mount any effective counterattack. He was aware of the swiftness of lightning release, yet he did not anticipate the astonishing speed at which this young boy wielded it. Truly, he was the son of the third Reikage. Nevertheless, Hiroki remained composed, undeterred by the imminent threat of attack. As he gathered chakra in his right fist, he unleashed a formidable blow aimed at his opponent's head. In a flash of lightning, the figure of AI vanished before his eyes. A tremendous force struck Hiroki from behind, causing him to sway momentarily before he turned to confront the Cloud Ninja with an air of nonchalance. In an instant, arcs of lightning flickered around him. Though he was unable to execute an immediate and effective retaliation, his seasoned experience allowed him to predict AI's striking positions, opting to endure the brunt of the assault on a less vulnerable area using his sealing earth spear technique. Despite the apparent disadvantage Hiroki faced on the battlefield, the observing members of the barrier team showed no signs of concern, instead appearing to relish the spectacle unfolding before them. After a considerable pause, the lightning ceased, revealing a panting AI, while our esteemed Vortex Hiroki gazed at the boy with an unperturbed demeanor, seriously remarking, "So, have you come to realize that lightning release does not counter earth release?" Impressive, AI mused as he scrutinized the now pockmarked golden armor adorning Hiroki. Before he could revel in this revelation, a sheen began to flow over the armor, restoring it to its original state. This discovery prompted AI to question whether his years of ninja training had been fundamentally flawed. Who had ever claimed that lightning release countered earth release? Was this individual not employing earth release? AI felt a twinge of confusion. If it were indeed earth release, it should not have withstood his lightning release taijutsu for so long, unless he was not utilizing earth release at all. Meanwhile, Vortex Kanako and Vortex Kana had already begun the evacuation of the residents of Whirlpool Village. However, the vastness of the village made a swift and complete evacuation improbable, with some residents inadvertently left behind. That night, for various reasons, they had not joined the main exodus, whether out of fear of the outside world, trust in their ninja protectors, or simply due to not hearing the commotion outside. All of this was now beyond reproach. The only sentiment lingering in their hearts was regret. "Mom, I'm scared." A child's voice trembled in the darkness. "Don't be afraid. Please, spare us," came a desperate plea. "I will fight back." The ninja merely cast a fleeting glance at their hair, and in an instant, blood mist erupted, silencing the cries and struggles. The mist ninja had been indoctrinated into a heartless education. There were no excessive emotional fluctuations, no sadistic pleasure in brutality, no joy in the slaughter of the weak, only the numbing existence of a killing machine. Confirm, repeat. Their minds echoed a singular command: eradicate all members of the red-haired Vortex clan, everyone including the civilians. That night, countless scenarios replayed over Whirlpool Village, blood staining the long streets. In the darkness, Kawaha Ryosuke stood atop the high eaves, basking in the gentle breeze, savoring the moment of triumph amidst the wails, blood, and death. "Captain Kawahara." Suddenly, a jarring voice pierced the air beside Kawahara Ryosuke. He turned with a look of surprise towards the newcomer, and upon recognizing Kawahara Ryo, he slightly reined in his demeanor and averted his gaze forward. "What is it?" Positioned at a vantage point, surveying the scene, he discerned no apparent issues and dismissed the distant relative's concerns as unlikely to yield any valuable insights. hence his somewhat brusque attitude. Kawahara Captain, look. The newcomer gestured with a finger towards a distant, opulent estate, speaking in an ingratiating tone. I believe that place might harbor some crucial intelligence. If not, Kawahara Ryo offered a servile smile. I could take my team to assist you in investigating. Kawahara Ryosuke squinted at the lavish residence, which, despite its extravagant appearance, revealed nothing of substance. After a moment's contemplation, he grasped the underlying intent, furrowing his brow in irritation. You. In an instant, Kawahara Ryo seemed to be struck by an unsettling realization, his scalp prickling as he regretted his own avarice. Had he truly been so foolish as to invite trouble upon himself? Initially, he merely wished to see if he could procure something of worth, hoping that, as kin, Kawahara Ryosuke might extend a favor and allow him to bring a small team to seek out some advantage. Little did he know. After a brief pause, Kawahara Ryosuke waved his hand dismissively, uttering a simple, go. It was then that Kawahara Ryo felt a wave of relief wash over him, hastily retreating from the presence of his superior. Once he had distanced himself from the man, he dared to glare at his retreating figure, inwardly seething. He is merely a few years my senior. What is he pretending for? Bah! Inside the magnificent estate, Uzumaki Aiko stood motionless in the courtyard, gazing blankly at a grand tree, her fingertips delicately tracing the fissured bark. Unaccountably, 2 lines of tears carved their way down her cheeks. The departure and rebellion of Uzumaki Yuxiang had not only fulfilled her yearning for freedom, but had also tormented the heart of this mother. The anguish and worry consumed her day and night. In a mere fortnight, the toll had rendered Uzumaki Aiko both physically and emotionally diminished. Yet she still exuded a beauty befitting a princess of the Fire Nation. In a fleeting moment, the kneeling Kurata Naoya felt a stirring in his heart. How could the mother, Uzumaki Aiko, not be beautiful, blessed with a lovely daughter? It was merely the accumulation of long-standing lethargy and a harsh demeanor that obscured her inherent grace. Or perhaps, since her husband's passing, her beauty had lost its significance. Now, with the death of Uzumaki Yuxiang, Kurata Naoya bowed his head in guilt, unable to meet the gaze of his mistress. Madam, everyone has already evacuated. We can no longer afford to wait. Evacuate? Where can I go? Uzumaki Aiko murmured softly to herself. Madam, we could still journey to the Iron Country. Where in the rebuilt Yuzu village, we might establish a new home. A home? Without Yusuke, is there still a home? Uzumaki Aiko pondered. Isn't Miss Akina still there? Kurata Naoya urged gently. Following his words, Uzumaki Aiko instinctively glanced at Akina, who stood at a distance gazing in this direction. She was his daughter, adorable and sensible. However, as Aiko beheld Akina's raven hair, his gaze averted from her crystalline eyes. Black hair. Black hair. Why must it be black? The Uzumaki clan is inherently red-haired. Black hair merely signifies a dilution of her Uzumaki bloodline. Despite the fact that the blood of both her parents flows within her, she did not inherit the clan's characteristic traits. That dark hair evoked memories of his late husband, whose hair had ceased to be the vibrant red Aiko cherished. Noticing Aiko's silence, Kurata Naoya felt an unsettling premonition. She approached the small boy clad in samurai attire, her son, whose name she did not even know. But that seemed inconsequential now. Gently stroking Akina's hair, Akina contentedly squinted her eyes against her hand, and with an air of authority, Naoya addressed the child. Little one, I command you to protect my daughter henceforth. Though the child was young and did not fully grasp the gravity of the situation, he sensed the oppressive atmosphere and instinctively knelt on one knee, performing a samurai salute as he earnestly responded to his mistress. Yes, I shall diligently protect Miss Akina. The child's gaze fell upon Akina, who resembled a satisfied little kitten. Naoya slightly parted her lips, hesitating before ultimately releasing a futile sigh. Let us depart. You cannot carry so many with you. Taking me along would only lead us to ruin. As she spoke, her face softened with a loving gaze directed at Akina, a look that reminded Naoya of the blissful Aiko from days gone by. Do not venture to the Iron Country. I do not wish for Akina to be ensnared in the world of ninjas. Take her to the Land of Fire, although I have angered my father. I trust he will treat my daughter well. Go. With a gentle utterance of those 2 words, Uzumaki Aiko turned and stepped into the darkness, while Naoya watched as her figure clad in white was gradually engulfed by the shadows. Around them, the sounds of wailing and cries for help began to rise. Naoya knelt on the ground, bowing in the direction of her departing mistress, before turning to embrace her child as they left. In the distance, Kawahara Ryo, leading the group, caught sight of the swiftly retreating figures, vaguely discernible as an old man and 2 children. Just as he contemplated pursuing, he was abruptly pulled back by a subordinate. "Captain, look." The voice brimmed with excitement. Kawahara Ryo turned to see a slender figure in white appearing before him, though he could not see her face. That frail silhouette captivated his soul. At that moment, Kawahara Ryo was torn between two choices: the rapidly departing individuals, likely an enemy force given their speed, or the leisurely moving woman. After a brief struggle, he focused on the quickly vanishing figures, thinking that if he pursued them and eliminated them, he might still be able to find the owner of that enchanting silhouette. At this moment, one of the subordinates appeared to discern the captain's distress, and a simple utterance instantaneously unraveled his dilemma. "Captain, their hair is not red." "Not red." Chuan Yuanliang echoed this phrase, comprehending his subordinate's implication. Since they did not belong to the crimson-haired Whirlpool clan, there was no necessity for slaughter. Haha, quite intriguing. Chuan Yuanliang patted his shoulder with vigor. "Well done, keen observation. When we capture the enemy's crucial hostage, I shall remember your merit." A chorus of laughter erupted, resonating with Chuan Yuanliang's amusement. "Where is she? Where is she?" Chuan Yuanliang groped his way through the darkness, fully aware of her presence, yet feigning ignorance, incessantly conversing as if he truly could not locate her. It was not until the figure stepped into a resplendent chamber that Chuan Yuanliang chuckled softly. "Hee, you've even chosen a room. Are you in such a hurry?" His subordinates exchanged glances, their eyes glinting with mischief as they chuckled quietly. Inside, a woman clad in simple garments sat upon a blood-red bed, delicately cradling a tattered green vest, her gaze lowered as she caressed it gently. Before her, a candle flickered softly, its light wavering gently. A faint wisp of smoke wafted through the air, curling gracefully. Witnessing this scene, Chuan Yuanliang grew even more exhilarated, stepping into the room with his three subordinates. Before he could utter a word, the woman slowly lifted her head, frowning as she regarded the uninvited guests, clearly displeased. In a mere glance, the four were instantly captivated by the exquisite sight illuminated by the candlelight, unable to extricate themselves from its allure. The woman furrowed her brow at them momentarily, then broke into a gentle smile, addressing the green vest. "You see, we have unwelcome visitors, but I am not afraid. I know you will drive them away, won't you?" That smile, that beauty, like fleeting fireworks on the horizon, though enchanting, far too ephemeral. In an instant, a magnificent blossom of fireworks erupted at the center of the Whirlpool Village. The beauty of the fireworks turned cold in an eye blink. Boom! A tremendous explosion resonated throughout the Whirlpool Village, instantly capturing everyone's attention. What happened? In the depths of the northern mountains surrounding the village, Xian Chao was jolted awake by the deafening sound, inadvertently tumbling down from beside a massive stone. Ouch! Ignoring the pain in his backside, he swiftly ascended to the top of a towering tree, casting his gaze towards the village. The entire Whirlpool Village came into clear view, flames rising from its center. What is going on? Panic gripped him. If something had befallen the village, what of his mother? He hurried toward the village, only to stumble over branches repeatedly before recalling that it was night, promptly employing the technique of breath concealment. The life force of the surrounding trees surged into his mind. Although he could not sense any lifeless entities, traversing the forest was manageable, surrounded by trees and various creatures. "Mother, you must be safe." In the depths of his heart, Uzumaki Yuxiang felt an anxious urgency, estimating that the site of the explosion was still distant from the residential area, and thus he could only offer himself a measure of comfort. To the north of the village lay a newly formed lake, upon which four figures stood resolutely. Uzumaki Taiji, Uzumaki Heidu, the watermelon mountain pufferfish demon, and one other, Ishida Shinya. As the elite captain of the Mist Ninja Zumbu, years of arduous training had greatly honed his will, allowing him to awaken from Uzumaki Heidu's illusion in a timely manner. Yet, judging by his severely mangled left arm, even if he had narrowly escaped calamity, his condition was far from favorable. The wounds on his left arm were conspicuous, and his adversaries would not grant him the luxury of time to tend to his injuries. Moreover, the watermelon mountain pufferfish demon seemed disinclined to afford him an opportunity for healing, as blood dripped from his left arm, staining the lake with its vivid crimson hue. Mingling with the water, where one could faintly discern the bodies of his three subordinates, struck down by golden chains. The distance between him and the watermelon mountain pufferfish demon was palpable, with the latter casting a glance of seething resentment that subtly narrated the events that had just transpired. While both parties engaged in verbal sparring, Uzumaki Taiji had silently and stealthily let the chains flow from behind him, drifting along with the water's current towards his opponent. The number of chains under Uzumaki Taiji's control was limited, compelling him to extend them as far as possible, encircling the mist ninja like a tightly woven net. He deliberately dulled the chain's luster, rendering them opaque, and with the application of his breath-concealing technique, the mist ninja remained oblivious to any disturbance. Their minds were wholly captivated by Uzumaki Heido's words. Suddenly, at the moment Uzumaki Heido unleashed his illusion, a long-prepared net began to retract. Apart from the Watermelon Mountain pufferfish demon, who had been roused by the Jiao skin, and Ishida Shinya, who remained vigilant, the other 3 jonin fell deep into the illusion, ensnared and helpless. Perhaps they might have realized something amiss in the next fleeting moment, but alas, they were denied the opportunity to prove their awareness. The only exit was an opening above, where the net had not yet been gathered. The Watermelon Mountain pufferfish demon swiftly departed, with Ishida Shinya closely trailing behind. In a mere exchange of glances, the Watermelon Mountain pufferfish demon instinctively tightened his grip on the Jiao skin and swept it behind him. This peculiar chain was indeed treacherous. He had no seals to counter it. In truth, the speed of the chains at this distance was already quite slow. The diamond lock technique was not renowned for its speed, and even as the two departed in succession, it would not pose a problem. Unfortunately, the Watermelon Mountain pufferfish demon did not share this sentiment. Any hint of potential danger to himself was unacceptable. If not a few more perish, how can we prove the peril of our mission? This was Ishida Shinya's own ironic retort. The sudden assault from a companion caught him off guard, leaving him unable to mount an effective defense in midair, and he instinctively braced with his left hand. He barely managed to channel a modicum of chakra. With a sharp hiss, the barbs of the Jiao skin cruelly stripped away a layer of flesh, and the tremendous impact shattered him, leaving only sinew and blood intact. The upheaval in the village, naturally, drew the attention of the 4, or rather, it was impossible to ignore. First, a tremor resonated through the ground, followed by the lake's violent turbulence, and a flash of fire erupted above the village of Vortex. Then came a thunderous roar. Vortex Taichi, keenly sensing the situation, cast a worried glance at Vortex Heido, his home. Heido, perhaps you should retreat for now. I alone am sufficient to confront them. Yet, Vortex Heido displayed no discernible change in expression, seemingly unconcerned for his granddaughter's safety. He nonchalantly surveyed the adversaries and chuckled softly, "Are you truly confident in facing them alone?" Vortex Taichi offered a sheepish smile, acknowledging the arrogance in his words. Despite having just vanquished 3 formidable opponents and severely injuring one, the imposing figure of Suigetsu Hashigaki loomed large, instilling a sense of pressure within him. Observing the serrated, voracious blade in Hashigaki's grasp, a flicker of gravity crossed his eyes. "I must depend on you. I fear I may be outmatched on my own." Reluctantly, he admitted that the weapon posed a significant counter to his combat style. His diamond lock technique could suppress chakra, yet this peculiar blade was even more exaggerated, capable of devouring chakra itself. It was only when the blade shattered his diamond lock and began to consume it that he comprehended the vulnerabilities the barrier team had mentioned. No wonder this young mist ninja possessed an abundance of chakra, surpassing his own. Vortex Taichi scrutinized the 2 adversaries, particularly the ninja with a severed left arm. The loss of his arm rendered him incapable of forming seals, effectively having his strength, and it was evident that the 2 bore mutual resentment due to recent events, forced to collaborate solely for the sake of their mission. If handled properly, Suigetsu Hashigaki would likely refrain from intervening. Taichi felt confident in dispatching him, yet he glanced toward his old friend. Would he endure long enough for me to eliminate the foe? Vortex Heido imperceptibly nodded, recognizing this as the swiftest solution, utilizing a king to crush the opponent's pawn. Yet, he pondered whether his pawn could withstand the enemy's king. Though Suigetsu Hashigaki wielded a blade that completely countered illusions, placing Taichi at a disadvantage, Vortex Heido possessed his own hidden abilities. Following a brief stir, the fierce battle among the 4 resumed. The situation in the village appeared dire. Although Heido feigned indifference, could he truly disregard his granddaughter's fate? It was merely a matter of prioritizing the Vortex clan's destiny above his own. "Suigetsu Hashigaki, you shall pay for my granddaughter's life." Vortex Heido unleashed a frenzied assault on his opponent, his eyes ablaze with fury, as the pin-up rage surged forth. He knew full well that illusions would be ineffective against him, yet he relentlessly applied them to his adversary. The once elegant and artistic illusions were now wielded with the brutal force of Vortex Kintaro's taijutsu. Vortex Taichi recognized that Heido was merely putting on a show, yet he was still taken aback by his desperate efforts and promptly joined in to assist. "Die!" he shouted, unleashing the diamond lock, spear. 5 chains shot forth, straight as arrows, hurtling towards Suigetsu Hashigaki. Boom, boom, boom. The surface of the water erupted with explosive sounds, and the intensity of the attacks escalated. Although the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost possessed the power of the shark skin and was immune to illusions while being able to withstand the diamond seal, it did not imply that illusions had no effect on him. Moments of distraction were still evident as the chakra of his shark skin surged within him, continuously attempting to dispel the illusions. However, this did not signify that the illusions were rendered entirely ineffective in the fleeting moments between the fluctuations of chakra. The illusions could still seize control of his mind as chakra. The resilience of the shark skin did not guarantee the invulnerability of his flesh. In the midst of relentless assaults from two equally matched opponents, the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost found himself in perilous situations, forcing him to divert his gaze towards his companion, fervently signaling Ishida Shinya for assistance. Meanwhile, Ishida Shinya was being kept at bay by Uzumaki Taishur, who used ninjutsu and chains to drive him away, seemingly dismissing him entirely. He, of course, relished the respite, hastily tending to the wound on his left arm. As calmness settled, resentment towards the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost intensified within him. Pain and regret surged through his thoughts. Was his future as a ninja destined to end here? The more he pondered, the deeper the hatred grew for the man responsible for this chaos. Watching his figure evade the enemies, a flicker of satisfaction ignited within him. When faced with his plea for cooperation, the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost remained oblivious until he finally erupted in anger. Ishida Shinya, what are you doing? Hurry and help me. Only then did Ishida leisurely produce his 1,000 hands, tossing a few from a distance, casting a couple of water release techniques with a nonchalant demeanor. Uzumaki Taishur exchanged glances with his companion, both aware that the awaited opportunity had finally arrived. They deliberately separated their opponents, with Uzumaki Taishur wildly swinging his chains. The diamond seal net descended upon the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost, enveloping him in golden nets. This method of detaching the diamond seal was particularly unwise, since its inception. It had been relegated to obscurity. It lacked the elemental damage of ninjutsu and the enhancement of the sealing chakra within. Even its binding capability was somewhat inadequate. At best, it was merely a robust net that would soon dissipate. However, that was inconsequential, as the objective this time was not to inflict harm. When Uzumaki Taishur and his companion observed the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost evading in the expected direction, a smile graced their lips, revealing the long-concealed fangs. With Ishida Shinya as their target, illusion technique, Dark Walk. On this already shadowy night, a wave of suffocating darkness surged towards the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost. Enveloping him in a shroud of despair, darkness descended. He remained unflustered, calmly mobilizing the chakra of his shark skin. Swish. It was futile. A sense of alarm struck him as he leapt from his position. Boom. The sound of water exploding marked where he had once stood. What was happening? The Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost continuously shifted his position, attempting to use the chakra of his shark skin to dispel the illusion, yet it remained ineffective. Of course, it was ineffective. The illusion technique, Dark Walk, was a specialized illusion learned by Uzumaki Kaido from the Hidden Leaf Village. Rather than being mere illusion, it can be more accurately described as a unique boundary technique. A vast shroud of darkness envelopes the area, consuming all light within its confines, compelling all actions to rely solely on perception. Even the radiance emitted by fire techniques is instantly devoured. This technique does not exert control over the chakra within the enemy's body, thus traditional methods of dispelling illusions cannot be employed. However, this ninjutsu possesses a critical vulnerability. The caster must also sustain the illusion within the boundary, affecting both allies and adversaries equally, and the area of the boundary is exceedingly limited, merely 20 meters in radius. The technique of dark movement does not inherently possess the functions of a boundary, lacking the ability to restrain foes, and is therefore classified as an illusion. Consequently, at this moment, Uzumaki Hado finds himself constrained within a confined space as he pursues the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost. Within a pitch-black cube measuring 20 by 20 by 20, he must rely on his perception of the external world to track the ghost's movements. He too is blind to the surrounding objects, relying entirely on his senses. What does 20 meters signify? For a ninja, even a single technique typically has an attack range of several meters. Thus, the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost could easily unleash a water technique that would likely strike Uzumaki Hado. Hado essentially maintains this ninjutsu in close quarters with the ghost. To avoid arousing suspicion, he has dispatched a shadow clone to another location to execute a technique, creating an illusion of a coordinated assault. He dares not land a genuine blow, fearing the ghost might sense something amiss, yet he cannot afford to hold back either, terrified of raising doubts. He can only hope that the environment they previously established will conceal their intentions for a while longer. Relying on the ghost's inherently suspicious and cold-blooded nature to overlook the potential dangers faced by his external companions. Old drunkard, if you're a man, hurry up. One of his clones moves in sync with the boundary, wielding a whip upon the water's surface. Water release. Water whip. This technique bears some resemblance to the diamond lock. Yet it remains only superficial. He is uncertain how long he can deceive this demon, who has long been accustomed to assassination within the fog. 1 minute? 2 minutes? He does not know. This is a race against time, a perilous dance upon the edge of a blade. A single misstep, and Uzumaki Hado would be left to confront the shark of this mist ninja, the watermelon mountain puffer ghost, alone. Taiji, my life rests in your hands. Hurry, faster. The thought of his companion's life resting upon his shoulders renders him incapable of maintaining composure. Concerned, yet compelled to trust his ally. Are not all ninjas thus? Their bonds tether them, bearing the wishes of their comrades as they forge ahead. Even Uzumaki Taiji, accustomed to the cycles of life and death, cannot face the mortality of his companions with equanimity, even if it seems likely they might perish together this very night. The illusion of dark movement does not mute sound. Therefore, he must act swiftly while minimizing noise to avoid attracting the watermelon mountain puffer ghost's attention. Consequently, the notion of launching a remote assault, characterized by its gradual effects and significant noise, was promptly discarded by him. Bound by chains and adorned in golden armor, he found his hands firmly restrained by the adamantine seal, which also safeguarded vital areas such as his heart and neck. He dared not underestimate any adversary, even this half-damaged mist ninja before him. This was the wisdom that had allowed him to survive in the ninja world until now. He had once imparted to Yuxiang the importance of restraint in battle, advising against excessive ferocity lest one unwittingly become the hero of the village. Except in moments of unavoidable confrontation, where one must fight with a heart resigned to death, timidity would only hasten demise. Now is that moment, fighting with the heart of a hero. Vortex Taiji's martial arts could be considered a self-proclaimed school of ninja techniques, integrating both offense and defense through the chains. When outnumbered, one could maintain a distance to avoid injury. However, in this one-on-one encounter, he feared not the opponent's disability. Utilizing the body flicker technique, he surged forward, a long white wave parting to connect the two combatants. What is happening? Why the sudden attack against me? Ishida Shinya was bewildered by this abrupt turn of events. What a vengeance! What of the promised fierce battle? Could there still be a shred of trust between individuals? The captain of Suka Mountain. Ugh. By the time Ishida sensed the anomaly, it was too late to cry for help. His voice was choked in his throat by Vortex Taiji. Or rather, he was overwhelmed by a flurry of attacks, leaving no time to breathe, let alone speak. By the lakeside, Vortex Yuxiang witnessed a striking scene. A figure clad in golden armor unleashed a rapid onslaught with golden fists, each punch resembling a meteor shower. Golden rays streaking through the night towards his opponent. Yuxiang could distinctly perceive the rhythm of those meteors, imbued with an otherworldly beauty. The clash of blades and meteors produced a crisp sound akin to metal colliding, yet Yuxiang understood that it was not metal, but the golden chains of his master. Vortex Taiji. Within the village of Vortex, only Taiji could execute such an extraordinary adamantine seal. Vortex Taiji completely commanded the tempo of the assault, and thus Yuxiang felt no concern for his mentor. Instead, he pondered the identities of these individuals. The manner in which his master attacked did not resemble mere practice. The scene resembled a landscape ravaged by meteor impacts, a muddy pathway shaped by the relentless flow of water, suddenly appearing craters and lakes, accompanied by the unknown sounds of explosions and flames from the village. He firmly believed that such devastation could not stem from training alone. Consequently, the man with the injured arm was indeed the enemy. Vortex Yuxiang's gaze sharpened, fixated upon him. Ishida Shinya, present at the scene, remained oblivious to the fact that he was steadily stepping into the death trap intricately woven for him by Vortex Taiji. From a distance, Yuxiang observed clearly. Despite both combatants in motion, the chains surrounding Taiji continually advanced toward Ishida's back. His vision was filled with golden chains, and amidst Taiji's imposing attacks, he was incapable of focusing on any minor details. Yet, battles are often determined by such nuances. As the swirling vortex of Taiji found himself panting for breath, he hastily surveyed the circumstances shrouded in darkness. Noticing no significant changes, he finally exhaled in relief and cast a long-awaited smile at Ishida Shinya. However, the meaning behind that smile eluded him, especially as the onslaught unexpectedly halted. With a swift tug of his right hand, he drew the chains closer, only to feel an overwhelming force surging from behind him, awakening him to the precariousness of his situation. Alas, he had not anticipated the chains forming a net. His chance of escape dwindled. In a desperate bid, he summoned his chakra to break free from the bindings. Regrettably, once prey is ensnared within a web, their fate is no longer theirs to dictate. Instinctively, he raised the knife in his hand, striving to resist and flee. Yet, Taiji deftly maneuvered the chains to deflect the feeble weapon, the blade whirling past him to the left, while his right hand seized Ishida Shinya's head with a vice-like grip. An overwhelming sense of death enveloped him, as his heart raced with anxiety and dread, prompting him to scream in frantic despair. No, Sadly, Taiji had no time to heed his words. In the next heartbeat, a burst of crimson and ivory liquid erupted above the lake's surface, staining him with its vivid hues. The fluid cascaded down his face, glistening in the golden light, bestowing upon him an aura of valor intermingled with a hint of menace. Only upon vanquishing his foe did Taiji feel the weariness seep into his limbs, a wave of fatigue washing over him. A reminder that he was not a taijutsu ninja, and that age had begun to take its toll. A subtle pang of pain emanated from his left rib, and instinctively, he touched the wound, finding it slick with blood. He glanced at the knife that had plunged into the lake, astonished that he had sustained injury whilst incapacitating his opponent. Truly, age was catching up with him. Covering the wound with his left hand, he summoned the green light that illuminated the night and turned to the two still entangled in combat. The injury was not grave, merely a scratch from the deflected knife. However, he found the Watermelon Mountain pufferfish demon unexpectedly ignorant of the chaos unfolding around him. It was perplexing. Could he truly be oblivious to the slaughter of his subordinates? That seemed implausible. Suddenly, Taiji sensed a presence behind him and spun around, incredulous at the notion that anyone could appear so stealthily. Instinctively, he directed the chains to strike. The Vitra sealing technique, spear surged forth, imbued with the lingering malevolence of battle. The paralyzed Yuhiko could only watch in horror as the chains hurtled toward him, his body trembling in fear, unable to move. The immobilization technique of a shadow-level warrior was beyond the capacity of a mere genin to counter. He could only witness the impending doom. Just as the chains were about to collide with Yuhiko in that perilous moment, they abruptly halted, revealing the sweat-drenched visage of the swirling vortex Taiji, emanating a sense of exasperation. What are you doing here? Shouldn't you have retreated? I don't know, Yuhiko stammered, his voice quaking and his complexion paling as he gazed at his mentor, still shaken by the earlier encounter. He had come perilously close to death. Yet, he wished only to greet his teacher and inquire about the state of the village. What had transpired to provoke such turmoil? Vortex Taiji gazed at his disciple with a pained expression, casting a glance towards the distant, shifting black barrier. With no one else around, his own journey to the dock seemed perilous. You must maintain the state of the concealment technique and flee towards the rear mountains. Run as far as you can and do not emerge until the village has regained its tranquility in a few days. After a moment's contemplation, Taiji felt uneasy. What if, in a few days, the enemy occupied Whirlpool Village and refused to leave? He immediately declared, "No, do not return, run away. If you can find a boat, that would be ideal. Head to the Land of Fire to seek out Vortex Mizuhito. And above all, avoid heading towards the cliffs north of the rear mountains." He added this final note, giving a firm push to Yuxiang's shoulder. Without waiting for a response, he swiftly turned and departed. Acutely aware that he had already squandered too much time, if this continued, Vortex Hado would be in dire straits. "Teacher, Yuxiang attempted to voice his concerns, his right hand weakly flailing in the air in a futile attempt to grasp Taiji, but all was in vain. Watching his mentor's retreating figure, Yuxiang's heart brimmed with countless doubts and confusions. What had befallen the village? Who were those mysterious adversaries that had emerged? Yet, the image that loomed largest in his mind was that of the golden chains, and the lethal gaze that had rendered him immobile. After experiencing fear, as calmness returned, a fervent fire ignited within him, an unquenchable desire for battle surging forth as he beheld Vortex Taiji clad in his golden chain armor. This was the essence of true strength, truly deserving of the name, the Diamond Chain Hand. Vortex Clan leader, what troubles you? Do you dare to be distracted in the midst of battle? A punch crackled through the night, trailing a long arc of lightning as it struck Vortex Hiroki's chest with a thunderous boom. The collision of earth and thunder erupted, sending him hurtling away. Lightning release, heavy explosion stream. AI immediately halted his movements, frowning as he assessed the results of his strike. A mere glance revealed that his attack lacked sufficient power to penetrate his opponent's armor. Vortex Hiroki deftly twisted his body, adjusting his trajectory in the air while remaining vigilant against AI's impending assault. With this single exchange, he recognized that the might of the heavy explosion stream was inadequate. Their clan's lightning release body technique had long been heralded as the strongest shield, a title conferred by those enemies who had found themselves powerless against it. Yet today, he encountered an earth-release defensive technique that matched its potency. Sealing Earth Spear. The name sounded incongruous, and it was unclear if it truly belonged to the Earth Release. From its title, it appeared to be a fusion of sealing techniques and Earth Release, Earth Spear. Following the recent explosion, Vortex Hiroki had been somewhat distracted, occasionally glancing at his subordinates. Were it not for the robustness of his protective technique, he would have surely faltered. Observing AI, who showed no intention of attacking, Hiroki sensed a resolve in him. Taking a deep breath, he turned to approach his subordinates. The Cloud Ninja forces were perplexed, and AI was left speechless. In his 15 years of experience, he had never encountered such a situation. Turning his back to the enemy, leaving himself wide open. Was this a sign of contempt? Did he truly believe he could not breach his defenses? Nevertheless, AI halted his movements, his sharp gaze fixed intently upon the tall figure before him. In that silhouette, he discerned the likeness of his father, towering and possessing a silent charisma that commanded the room without uttering a word. He was acutely aware of the concerns that plagued his adversary. Such a substantial explosion was likely the handiwork of the Mist Ninjas. Yet, he found himself pondering the significance of that location. Was it truly of such importance? The detonating charms expended could easily fill a whole crate. With his arms crossed over his chest, AI gazed from a distance at his opponent. Curiosity piqued regarding what Uzumaki Hiroki intended. He could see the man engaged in a fervent debate with his subordinates, who occasionally glanced back at AI before resuming their heated discussions. What could this mean? Ultimately, the argument was quelled by Uzumaki Hiroki's resolute demeanor, and the Mist Ninja forces cast a lingering look at AI before departing en masse, leaving not a soul behind. What sort of maneuver is this? Although he knew he shouldn't ask, curiosity compelled AI to voice his thoughts. Do your subordinates truly trust me so implicitly? Uzumaki Hiroki offered no verbal response, merely smiling confidently, his earthen armor radiating anew. You are not that kind of person. Though no answer was provided, AI sensed the response within. An unsettling feeling of being scrutinized mingled with an inexplicable sense of trust and recognition, softening his gaze towards his opponent. Even the mightiest of ninjas must concede to the weight of numbers. He alone could stand against the Cloud Ninja forces, his stature as a clan leader unmistakably evident. Uzumaki Clan leader, you are a competent chief. Thank you. Hiroki reveled in this compliment, for it was the highest praise he could receive after living in the shadow of his father for so long. However, I do not believe you are a qualified ninja. You are too soft-hearted. While this is not inherently wrong for a ninja, it does raise concerns for the future leader of a village. Uzumaki Hiroki admonished him. Yet AI showed no signs of anger, calmly retorting, Aren't you the same? A moment of surprise ensued, followed by shared laughter as they exchanged knowing smiles, each sensing a kindred spirit in the vast world of ninjas. Encountering someone with a similar temperament was rare, despite their age difference of over a decade. They inexplicably understood each other's thoughts. AI appreciated Hiroki's choices, recognizing that he would have made similar decisions in his place. It was a pity their meeting occurred on the battlefield. In another setting, they might have forged a friendship that transcended age. Alas, as adversaries, their positions were intrinsically opposed. Do you know where the Mist Ninjas have gone? Amidst the ebb and flow of battle, Uzumaki Hiroki found time to inquire about the whereabouts of the Mist Ninjas. AI felt a twinge of annoyance at Hiroki's lack of focus during combat, interpreting it as a sign of disdain for his abilities. Yet, in the interest of easing his opponent's mind for the forthcoming clash, he replied, A squad of elite ninjas and their leader are engaged in battle with 2 elders outside the village. The others have entered the village, and I am unaware of their current location. Thank you. Naruto Hiroki habitually uttered a word of thanks, yet an increasing sense of unease enveloped his heart. There should be no issues on his father's end, and he had arranged for Jiraku and others to target the Mist Ninja. Surely, everything would be fine? The fierce battle between Uzumaki Taiji and AI continued, although he held a deep admiration for the young man. The turmoil within the village and the unseen Mist Ninja rendered him unable to patiently engage in a leisurely exchange. Perhaps, waiting for his opponent's stamina to wane would allow him to subdue him with minimal harm, thus sparing AI from excessive injury. It was not that he had developed a fondness for this youth in such a short span of half a day, nor did he wish to inflict harm upon him. Rather, his predominant concern lay in the potential severity of AI's injuries and the possibility that his subordinates might abandon the village against previous agreements. He trusted that AI Being a novice in the world, would not resort to such actions, yet he could not be certain about his own men. While AI had previously harbored concerns about their skirmish endangering the lower-ranked ninjas, now that his subordinates had departed, he was left relying solely on the opponent's integrity. Naruto Hiroki's gaze remained fixed on AI, enveloped in lightning, his dark skin, and the distinctive lightning release techniques that accompanied his name, AI. He believed that AI possessed sufficient authority to command respect from his subordinates, for his very name alone held great weight. It appears I must hasten my pace. Naruto Hiroki mused inwardly. In stark contrast to the composed Naruto Hiroki, AI found himself in a precarious position. If his earlier suspicions regarding the opponent's use of a bloodline limit had been mere conjecture, he was now almost certain of its existence. Where could earth techniques fail to penetrate lightning, especially when both parties wielded ninjutsu of comparable caliber? The memory of his futile attempts with lightning release, recurrent burst filled AI with frustration. If even the lightning techniques that countered earth could not penetrate, the efficacy of his other jutsu seemed dismal. After all, judging by the opponent's performance, it was evident that the bloodline limit was formed through the amalgamation of earth techniques with other elemental transformations. Lightning release did possess a degree of counteraction. Yet the inability to breach his opponent's earth techniques did not denote ineffectiveness. It merely showcased that this over 40-year-old clan leader from the Uzumaki clan was indeed formidable. His seasoned experience allowed him to predict AI's attack trajectory even when he could not capture his fleeting form, demonstrating that one should never underestimate those who hold positions of leadership. The mere leader of a small foreign nation could anticipate his movements while failing to keep pace, a feat not to be taken lightly. Meanwhile, Suigetsu from the Watermelon Mountain felt an unsettling shift. Since the onset of the dark curtain, the outside sounds had grown eerily silent. Save for the relentless crack of whips striking the water's surface, something was amiss. The rhythm of the attacks had diminished significantly, leaving him devoid of any pressure. Squinting his eyes, he resolved to abandon sight and focused all his attention on his ears. Suddenly, the sounds of the wind brushing against his earlobes and the splashing of water flooded his mind. Listen closely, and listen again. A sound of splashing, concealed beneath the noise, was discerned by his keen senses. Suddenly, his eyes widened as he turned towards the source of the sound. He was certain there were two individuals. He held great confidence in his ears, for one must master this essential skill of assassination to ascend to the rank of a Mist Ninja. He secretly calculated the angles in his mind. Just as he intended to eliminate the two sources of sound in one swift motion, the darkness vanished. A dim light flooded his vision. Two individuals? The Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost immediately realized the incongruity. How could there be two? At that moment, he recalled the subordinate he had subconsciously overlooked, Ishida Shinya, and a sense of foreboding began to materialize within him. The blood on Uzumaki Taiji's face attested to his recent battle, a Mist Ninja's blood. The Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost rasped, Ishida Shinya is dead? His tone bore a hint of uncertainty mixed with a touch of joy. This was the outcome he desired. A half-disabled subordinate, harboring resentment, was dead. Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost. It seems you are now all alone. If you do not surrender, you will spare me some trouble, spoke Uzumaki Taiji. Though he did not expect his words to have any effect. If a mere statement could compel an adversary to surrender, then why would wars persist? Both sides would assess their numbers and the weaker would capitulate, leading to peace. However, he hoped to provoke his opponent. But a cripple, dead is dead. Do you truly think I would simply walk to my demise? As anticipated, the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost swung his sword, the shark's skin, onto his shoulder, defiantly gazing at the two. Who lives and who dies remains to be seen. Allow me to demonstrate the secrets of water release. With a sudden flourish, he hurled the shark's skin upwards, the blade spiraling gracefully. A fleeting shadow danced in the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost's hand. A glimmer of joy sparkled in Uzumaki Heidu's eyes. With the shark's skin relinquished, he could now unleash his illusion techniques. His gaze fixed on the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost. He had never forgotten the blood feud of Waikai. No one knew how he managed to suppress the murderous intent within him as he stood so close to the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost, concealing his true emotions. The desire for vengeance was not due to a lack of will but rather a necessity to prioritize the future of the Uzumaki clan over personal vendetta. In the eyes of a clan member, each individual was a disposable asset for the continuation of the family. Some were simply more useful than others. And Waikai was no exception. Blood surged within him, and he could no longer contain his impulse to advance. But something felt amiss. Leave. Uzumaki Taiji yanked him back. Frantically retreating from the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost, oblivious to the glimmer of regret in the shark-like eyes that smiled with arrogance. Water release. Thousand mechanisms of the shark bite erupted as the tranquil water's surface suddenly burst forth with countless tiny bubbles, each one exploding upon reaching the surface, sending droplets of water flying. As countless bubbles ceaselessly erupted on the water's surface, the entire lake appeared to be boiling as if subjected to a fierce conflagration, churning and rolling as if a prehistoric leviathan were stirring beneath. In the next moment, the gracefully arched body of the shark's skin descended, while the watermelon mountain pufferfish observed intently ahead. Extending his right hand, he deftly caught it, tilting his head slightly as he murmured in a barely audible tone, "These two old fellows are remarkably swift. Why don't they come up and give it a try? They might just succeed in slaying me." With a flick of his right hand holding the shark's skin, he pointed towards the distant duo. "Go forth, my little darling." At the command, it seemed the long-suppressed behemoth could no longer restrain itself, revealing its formidable fangs. The water erupted, and a colossal wave, reminiscent of a great waterfall technique, began to rise. Though it appeared slow, this wave was surging towards the two individuals with astounding speed. The ripples on the surface were merely the tip of the iceberg, while the turbulent waters below had already locked onto their targets. Uzumaki Hado's eyes betrayed a flicker of panic. As a master of illusion, he was ill-suited to confront such grand ninjutsu. At this moment, he could only place his hopes in his old friend. Yet, Uzumaki Taiji did not disappoint him. In the briefest moment of hesitation, merely a fleeting thought, he had already prepared himself, suddenly turning to face the towering wave. He had yet to realize the profundity of the oncoming torrent until he confronted it directly. Hidden within the water were countless sharks, propelled forward by the wave, which in turn surged towards its target. Rubbing his left rib with his right thumb, he incanted, "Hi, Su, Yu, Shun, Wei," the supreme barrier of the adamantine seals. With both hands striking the water's surface, black patterns radiated outward. In an instant, a golden light erupted from the depths, and a golden wall ascended from the lake bed, with the two standing atop it like a dam halting the deluge. The force of the water was suddenly brought to a halt. The sound of relentless impacts echoed as the sharks with their gaping maws crashed against the wall formed by chains, shattering upon impact, only to sink to the lake's bottom, restored to their original form by the continuous supply of water-style chakra from the shark's skin. This gateway of golden chains remained steadfast. Yet the chains gradually diminished under relentless gnawing, dimming, and revealing cracks. Uzumaki Taiji stood atop the waves, observing the unfolding scene below with clarity. The sealing chains effectively restrained chakra, but only upon contact with the ninjutsu could this be realized. The sharks below, though employing the same technique, operated on separate chakra networks. One shark succumbed to the sealing effects and shattered, yet others persisted. As long as the watermelon mountain pufferfish continuously supplied chakra, the technique would remain unbroken. Gazing towards the distant wave, where the watermelon mountain pufferfish met Uzumaki Taiji's gaze, one term encapsulated the essence of that shark in his mind: human-tailed beast. Having lived in the same era as the first Hokage, he had once had the fortune to assist in capturing tailed beasts. Yet, even those formidable creatures were hardly more than this. Suddenly, Hado Uzumaki called out to his old comrade. The swirling vortex of the sea, Hado, gazed at him, his lips quivering slightly, eventually uttering just a few terse words. "What is it?" Without turning back, Vortex Taiji responded, "You should leave. You are also a relative of the child. It is already quite unfair to have kept you here for so long." Upon hearing this, Vortex Hado stepped forward abruptly. His back arched, and fervently addressed the one maintaining the summoning technique with both hands pressed against the wall. "If I depart, how will you manage alone against your adversary?" In the distance, the Watermelon Mountain's pufferfish demon beamed a radiant smile, which, under the golden light, appeared grotesquely terrifying. Even with his chakra consumption far exceeding that of Vortex Taiji, his chakra remained abundant. And what of Vortex Taiji? Hada found it difficult to look at him. He gazed at the familiar structure behind him, ablaze with fire and stained with blood, and he could comprehend the reason behind Taiji's gradually graying hair. "Trust me. I can handle him. If all else fails, I still have that, right?" The words were spoken with an air of nonchalance, a carefree attitude that disregarded the value of life itself. "Humph, you think you are the hero?" Vortex Hado scoffed, turning to gaze back at the village. Understanding that Taiji's words were indeed accurate, he could no longer play a significant role here. On one side of the wall stood the merciless, brutal humanoid-tailed beast, while on the other lay the enemy forces with their unknown capabilities. Their fates remained shrouded in uncertainty. Sensing Vortex Hado's aura gradually fading, Taiji could not help but sigh in relief, a spark of exhilaration igniting within his eyes. The opponent before him was an exceptionally rare strength. While he could not be compared to the likes of Senju Hashirama or Uchiha Madara, he was not significantly inferior to other shadows. He had to concede that his adversary was indeed stronger. As a ninja, the Watermelon Mountain's pufferfish demon had nearly reached a flawless realm. Not that his power was insurmountable, but rather, his strength was so well balanced that few weaknesses remained. In battle, the sole reason for survival, while ensuring the opponent's demise, does not rely solely on one's strength, but rather on how well one conceals their weaknesses. As a shadow-level expert, the Watermelon Mountain's pufferfish demon undoubtedly achieved this. His physical prowess was formidable, and he was unperturbed by Jinjutsu. His vast chakra augmented his water release, allowing him to disregard the elemental disadvantages posed by the 5 nature transformations. Lacking innate talent, he relied solely on diligence and the gradual accumulation of skill. The Vortex Clan's offensive secret techniques were scarce, and with limited natural gifts, he merely refined the innate affinities of water and earth to the point of transformation. His ninjutsu was hardly powerful, merely passable, while his jinjutsu was known but not mastered. As for taijutsu, he was frail in childhood, even among J-nin. His physical skills were only average, leading him to decline Sarada's request for guidance. It was only at nearly 40 that he developed his own ninjutsu. The diamond sealing technique, second form, embarking on an irrevocable path of sealing arts. This man before him wielded water release that effectively countered his sealing techniques. He could seal fire release, seal lightning release, as powerful offensive ninjutsu often proved structurally unstable and susceptible to influence. The art of earth manipulation is but a trivial matter. At least it provides a means of obstruction, for he remains corporeal. Yet, the winds are capricious, and the waters ever-changing, making it difficult to restrain or influence them at any given moment. Uzumaki Taiji's keen gaze fixated intently on the Watermelon Mountain's pufferfish demon. As the once cool blood within him began to simmer with an ardent desire for battle that had long lain dormant, now surging forth in a vibrant display of enthusiasm. He considered himself fortunate to have emerged in the same era as Lord Uchiha Madara, having assumed the mantle of clan leader at 28, relinquishing it to Uzumaki Hiroki at 42, and now, at the age of 63, he reflects on 2 decades spent as the esteemed elder, a life devoid of excitement that had gradually eroded his once lofty ambitions. Even if he had painstakingly crafted his own unique style of the diamond sealing flow, what of it? It merely amounted to a solitary existence on a small island, akin to a frog in a well, entertaining himself. Watermelon Mountain's pufferfish demon. Uzumaki Taiji whispered this name to himself. This was a master of shadow-level prowess. Perhaps never again would he encounter such a worthy adversary. He required a grand and resounding battle to conclude his ninja career and chronicle his past. Do not be overly arrogant. It shall be I, Uzumaki Taiji, who brings an end to your life. As these words escaped his lips, Uzumaki Taiji withdrew his hands from the imposing wall of the diamond sealing technique, and a radiant cascade of golden light began to fluctuate, exhibiting signs of instability and collapse, yet he paid it no heed. With his hair bristling in fury, he gazed forward, raising his palms high, muscles tensing, as his right hand descended with the force of a mountain's might. If he could not halt the enemy's water techniques, then he would suppress them, preventing the continuation of their ninjutsu. Diamond sealing. Spear. One hand struck against the wall, shattering the dim, broken chains that constituted it. Diamond sealing. Spear. Another blow followed, and beams of golden light pierced forth. Thunderous shouts resonated above the glimmering gold, accompanied by the hissing noise of the chains being tugged. The sealing wall grew increasingly unstable, relying solely on its inherent structure to avoid collapse, as each of Uzumaki Taiji's strikes shattered the dim chains. The shimmering golden spears, twisting and contorting, shot forth, aimed directly at the Watermelon Mountain's pufferfish demon. He hastily commanded the sharks to encircle the chained spears. Yet the ferocity of their advance was beyond what mere water techniques could thwart. Any sharks that were pierced or grazed by the spears disintegrated under the impact, erupting in a cascade of water droplets that danced upon the lake's surface, thick mist swirling in the breeze, illuminated brilliantly by the golden light. This marked the commencement of a grand spectacle. Uzumaki Taiji's demeanor grew increasingly animated, wholly disregarding the crumbling wall of technique and the sharks that twisted through it. Defense be damned. What I seek is offense, offense, and more offense. In this moment, Uzumaki Taiji was no longer the cautious 63-year-old elder that Uzumaki Haitu had admonished. He was transported back to the fervent days of his youth at 42, recklessly battling on the battlefield, into the ambitious years at 28 when he had just ascended to the role of clan leader of the Uzumaki. In the realm of the watermelon mountains and the pufferfish spirits, grant this old man a moment longer to revel in the thrill before sending him on his way. Amidst the ebb and flow of offense and defense, it seemed both intentional and unintentional as Uzumaki Hiroki swung his arm, leaving an open gap in his armor. A vulnerable spot on his right flank that had yet to be fortified, exposing itself to AI's keen eyes. With a flash of lightning illuminating the night in Whirlpool Village, the tempestuous youth remained steadfast in his belief in his own vision and judgment. The electric brilliance flickered, and the outcome was all but inevitable. Uzumaki Hiroki swung his right arm, muscles taut, his palm bracing against the lightning release, yet as he attempted to seize his opponent, AI effortlessly evaded his grasp. Regrettably, he failed to secure his target. Hiroki observed AI's agile form in the distance, realizing that deceiving him would not be as simple as anticipated. With an uncertain target, it was indeed challenging to discern his opponent's intentions. Yet, having inadvertently provided a flaw, AI's movements became more susceptible to capture. Though he was not as easily fooled as other youths of his age, AI regarded Hiroki with a disdainful expression. He was not as reckless as he appeared. In truth, he understood his opponent's strategy, but he found himself in an awkward position, not commanding the field as it seemed, but rather being led by his adversary. To an average onlooker, it might appear that this was a prodigious genius, managing to dominate even the venerable leader of the Uzumaki clan. Yet AI was acutely aware that this scenario was orchestrated by his opponent. Currently, his attacks could not penetrate Hiroki's armor, and with his speed lacking, he resolved to forego retaliation and conserve his chakra. Thus, he foolishly engaged in fruitless efforts until the considerable drain on his chakra left him fatigued and enlightened to the true intent of his opponent. Faced with a youth over 20 years his junior, AI found it disconcerting that his adversary resorted to such a protracted strategy. The mere thought incited a silent curse within him. Cunning and sly creature. The preceding attack was less an act of deception and more a matter of opportunism. Unable to breach his opponent's defenses or evade their prowess, AI pondered what might occur if his adversary chose to reveal a weakness. If bait had been laid, more must follow. Otherwise, how might the prey be ensnared? Uzumaki Hiroki initiated another round of enticement, his movements laden with gaps so conspicuous that AI could hardly contain the turbulence within. Was this not a blatant display of contempt? Come on, I've laid bare my defenses. Surely you are a man. The starkly exposed vulnerability stirred AI's resolve, yet he was no fool. Aware that his opponent's boldness signified a complete mastery over his own speed, he understood that Hiroki was confident in his ability to thwart any assault. AI's previous impetuousness had relied upon the backing of his subordinates. Given the necessity of maintaining their arrangement, how could Hiroki dare to truly extinguish his life? Lightning release, for finger-piercing hand. If I were to claim that I possess a jutsu capable of piercing my opponent in a single strike, it would solely be this, the most formidable lightning release technique. At present, I am unable to fully master the strongest shield, the lightning release body technique, as its chakra consumption is excessively taxing. Once I discerned that my adversary exhibited no intent to counterattack, I ceased maintaining the lightning release body technique. This implies that my other jutsu cannot penetrate the opponent's sealing earth spear, while they are unable to grasp me. However, what if I were to falter and fall into their grasp? I find myself powerless to thwart their assault. Naturally, I could place my hopes upon Uzumaki Hiroki's apprehension of my subordinates, yet as the next generation of Reikage, I cannot bear to confront such a version of myself. Thus, I have resolved to entrust all my hopes to the lightning release, hell-piercing four-finger hand. If victorious, I shall seize all that I require. If defeated, I shall lead my subordinates away. The velocity of the four-finger piercing hand is incomparable to that of the heavy explosive stream. My adversary has yet to witness my execution of this technique. Should they fail to react in time, my hand shall pierce through their flesh. A glimmer of determination flickered in my eyes as I fixated on my opponent. All I sought was a singular opportunity. Just one strike. Not far away, amidst the inferno, lies the very heart of Uzumaki Village, where every structure is under the dominion of the Uzumaki Clan, including the Elder Council. With the cataclysmic explosion, it instantaneously summoned the Mist Ninjas engaged in nearby missions. The Mist Ninjas advanced from the northern residential area, their presence drenched in bloodlust. Accompanied by the lingering spirits of the fallen Uzumaki clan, they encountered members of the barrier unit, alongside Elder Yuki, who had devoted over 80 years to the village's welfare. When enemies meet, words are unnecessary, yet another bloody skirmish ensues. Though the Uzumaki clan is populous, the prowess of a ninja cannot merely be quantified by numbers. The Mist possesses 7 jonin, a full contingent of 7, while the Uzumaki boast only two, the vigorous Uzumaki Masaki, captain of the barrier unit, and the venerable elder Yuki. At this moment, Kawahara Ryosuke felt immense gratitude for the recent explosion that claimed the lives of a Chunin squad, 1 Jonin and 3 Chunins. Had those perished mist ninjas not cleared a path, who knows how many might have survived the devastation of that blast. The memory of the soaring flames and earth-shaking roar still haunted him. Who could have anticipated that such an opulent mansion, seemingly devoid of inhabitants, concealed an astonishing number of explosive tags? Had not the nobles of the Uzumaki clan retreated? His journey of slaughter had encountered scant effective resistance. With this thought, Kawahara Ryosuke exhaled a sigh of relief. It was merely a misfortune. Soon, he would bring the battle to a close and annihilate them. Gazing upon the group of crimson-haired Uzumaki ninjas before him, Kawahara Ryosuke uttered these words, devoid of any hint of pressure. From the members of the Uzumaki clan, he sensed no aura of elite ninjas, nor the chilling presence of slaughter that lingered from taking lives, rendering them incomparable to his own subordinates, the merciless mist ninjas. The Uzumaki clan was nothing more than this. Kawajan Ryosuke thought this disdainfully in his heart, the scorn for the Uzumaki clan evident upon his countenance. It would not be long before they were driven to fear. He would then have to pursue them, which was rather bothersome. Observing the overwhelming situation, he was nonetheless concerned that the Uzumaki ninjas might flee. If even a few escaped, it would pose a problem. The demise of the Uzumaki civilians was of little consequence. But it was imperative that all ninjas be eliminated to avoid future troubles with Konoha. Hold your ground. Behind us are our families, our kin. We have no choice. The voice of Uzumaki Masaki resonated in the night, uplifting the spirits of the barrier squad. Death was inevitable. The only choice they had was the manner of their demise. To die for our clan is to die with purpose, echoed the Uzumaki's voices as their collective strength surged forth, dispelling their fears. In the dark night, on seemingly deserted streets and corners, pairs of crimson eyes silently observed, having heard that strange yet familiar voice. Those gazes were thick with terror, relief from survival, and a barely perceptible gratitude. "Mommy, I'm scared," a little girl clad in pajamas pouted up at her mother. The young child, not comprehending the situation, was merely distressed by the violent explosions, feeling lost in the pitch-black night. Her eyes brimmed with tears, reaching out for her mother's embrace, only to have her mouth covered by her father beside her. She instinctively shrank, her form briefly reduced in stature, and upon seeing no reaction behind her, she exhaled a sigh of relief. The young father was likewise dressed in pajamas, disheveled, with visible wounds and blood on his knees and arms illuminated by the faint light. These were the remnants of his frantic escape through the darkness. Curiously, the little girl remained remarkably clean. Wah, wah, the girl gasped for air, stifled by her father's hand, until her mother noticed and swiftly pried it away. Yet, he did not loosen his grip, speaking softly to his daughter, "It's all right. Mommy and Daddy are here. The ninjas are just training behind us. Everything will be fine. Daddy will take you to the river to catch fish. Don't you love catching fish?" The girl blinked, calming at last. The man then gently lifted her, embracing her closely, while urging the woman beside him, who kept glancing back. "Let us go." The autumn wind was chilling, her body cold, but her heart felt an even deeper despair. The girl's fear was cloaked in beautiful tales, yet no fairy tale could mask her own terror. Bloodshed, slaughter. The sounds of battle reverberated in her ears, as if the bloody battlefield lay before her eyes. The woman did not look back. Her gaze was solely fixed on the relief of survival as she hurried to keep pace with the man who moved swiftly ahead. "Thank you." 2 words filled with gratitude floated in the darkness, only to be scattered by the chilling night breeze. If the Uzumaki guardians had heard her, they would surely have felt a sense of comfort. Led by the formidable Uzumaki Naruki, the members of the barrier team swiftly converged upon their objective, the Mist Shinobi, alongside the 4 elite Jonin of the police force. However, the unfolding battle took an unexpectedly brutal turn. "Be cautious," Uzumaki Yuxiang exclaimed as he witnessed his comrade desperately evading the lethal strikes of a Mist Shinobi's katana, teetering on the brink of collapse. Without a moment's hesitation, he stepped forth to intercept the blade. "Uzumaki, how feeble," sneered an aged Mist Shinobi, his cruel smile revealing a penchant for bloodshed as he effortlessly brandished his weapon, sending crimson droplets cascading through the air. "Xiangxing," cried his beleaguered ally, hoarse with desperation. Blinded by rage, he seized a kunai and charged recklessly forward. "Mist Shinobi, I shall take your life." The Mist Shinobi remained unfazed, a mocking glimmer dancing upon his visage. "Uzumaki, not only are you weak, but also quite foolish. With a deft movement, he seized the Uzumaki's wrist, flinging him aside as his katana swept mercilessly across the latter's midsection. A sadistic glee contorted the mist shinobi's features, as if savoring the sanguine spectacle before him. He released his grip, awaiting the anguished wails of his prey. The method of dismemberment he had inadvertently discovered during a cruel mission against innocence had become a perverse source of delight for him. The agonized cries from the depths of despair serving as his most cherished accolades. Suddenly, he felt a constriction around his thigh. What is happening? Panic surged through him as he forcefully kicked his right leg, the resounding thud echoing with alarming intensity. Yet, the binding remained steadfast. Glancing down, he was met by a pair of blood-red eyes, fixated upon him with an intensity that chilled his very soul. The mist shinobi thrashed his leg in a frenzy, stomping and darting, yet the tenacious Uzumaki clung to his foot, enduring excruciating pain. The death-laden gaze of the Uzumaki filled him with dread, momentarily causing him to forget the weapon in his grasp. It was indeed the Uzumaki he had severed in two, his lower half lying grotesquely several meters away. Blood streamed from his waist, tracing a crimson path across the ground, while an array of ominous, blood-red objects lay scattered about. Contrary to the mist shinobi's expectations, the Uzumaki did not emit the anticipated cries of despair. Instead, driven by vengeance, he proclaimed hoarsely, "Mist shinobi, let us perish together." A hissing sound emanated from the Uzumaki, startling the mist shinobi, whose honed combat instincts kicked in, guiding his katana in a defensive maneuver. A flash of white light erupted, followed by an explosion that sent waves of heat surging outward. The mist shinobi grunted, narrowly evading the epicenter of the blast. Experience had saved his life, but his thigh bore the brunt of the explosion's shockwave. With little time to ponder his next move, he swiftly assessed the damage to his leg. A serious injury to muscle or bone could spell disaster, for the battlefield offered no mercy to the weak. After a meticulous examination, he breathed a sigh of relief. It was merely a superficial burn, inflicting minimal impact on his combat capabilities. He lifted his gaze, scanning for a relatively safe spot to tend to his wounds. A shadow darted past with astonishing speed, leaving the mist ninja little time to ponder. As he instinctively lunged forward, blood splattered. A sharp pain pierced his abdomen, compelling him to reflexively tighten his muscles around the cold metal embedded within. Rage surged within him. How dare this mere Whirlpool ninja challenge him? With blades in hand, he sought to cleave his foe in two, yet an unforeseen force halted his movement. The shuriken in the Whirlpool ninja's grasp did not pursue its intended course but rather seized hold of his hand. A tremendous force yanked him, inflicting a deep wound upon his own body, rendering the mist ninja's weapon uncontrollable. Reflected in his pupils was a pair of crimson eyes and a fierce visage that struck him with a sense of eerie familiarity. Had he seen them before? Yes. Just moments ago, that Whirlpool ninja, intent on self-destruction, bore the same desperate glint of mortality. A faint hissing sound arose, causing the mist ninja to tense. It was the embrace of his adversary. This embrace, laden with the certainty of death, left him no opportunity for evasion. Boom. Another flare of flames erupted. The Whirlpool ninja, having dwelled in comfort for too long, had dulled their instinct for slaughter, yet some things are etched into the marrow of existence, such as the notions of protection and sacrifice. Since I cannot slay you directly, allow me to forge an opportunity with my own flesh and blood. The firelight illuminated the face of Kawahara Ryosuke, whose expression fluctuated between light and shadow. Worthless. From his vantage point, he observed the scene unfold with clarity, feeling no sorrow for the loss of his comrade, only disdain. An elite mist ninja felled by two insignificant Whirlpool ninjas. Was this not the very definition of ineptitude? However, the situation did not unfold as he had anticipated. Though the Whirlpool ninjas were weak, driven by the fervor to defend their homeland, they fought with reckless abandon against the mist ninja. Not only did they refuse to flee, but even those grievously wounded did not yield. For at the moment they became incapacitated, they had chosen to fight to the death. Die Mist Ninja, a young Whirlpool ninja, with a resolve to perish, gambled his life on a single strike, successfully wounding his opponent. In his final moments, he hazily witnessed his comrade severing the enemy's head. The next instant, darkness enveloped him, leaving no time for joy over the life he had sacrificed for victory. Son, I am sorry. A middle-aged ninja, gravely injured, shielded a comrade from a fatal blow. He was uncertain whether his actions had any effect, for in the next heartbeat, all consciousness slipped into oblivion, denying him even a final glance at the homeland he had fought for all his life. The comrade he saved had no time to mourn. nor even to catch his breath. In the blink of an eye, he too succumbed to a moment of miscalculation. On the road to the afterlife, perhaps they would exchange knowing smiles, comforted by the presence of one another, thus warding off the loneliness. This is war, devoid of prayers, bereft of time for supplication, and lacking the mindset to offer them. Everything arrives unbidden, sudden slaughter, abrupt death. In the rear, Uzumaki Yuki and Uzumaki Masaki tirelessly supported the Uzumaki ninjas. It was through the adept organization of these two experienced J-nin that the Uzumaki had a glimmer of hope to contend with the formidable Mist ninjas. Yet, the formidable strength of the Mist ninjas was indeed beyond their capacity to thwart, even if the Uzumaki sacrificed their very lives in the struggle. Observing the battlefield, it was evident that the rate of consumption among the Uzumaki was vastly greater than that of the Mist. It took at least 2 to 3 Uzumaki to stand toe-to-toe with a single Mist ninja. The enemy commander had yet to make a significant move. Overseeing his elite J-nin team from a distance, the Mist forces consisted merely of 4 J-nin leading their respective CH-nin squads. Yet even so, the number of Uzumaki was visibly dwindling. Witnessing the unfolding chaos, Uzumaki Masaki felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. If only reinforcements were present, they might have opted for a defensive stance, utilizing the barrier techniques of the barrier core to fortify their position. However, the chakra expended to maintain the typhoon barrier had been excessively taxing, and the team had barely recovered. Now, they could only rely on the physical prowess of the Uzumaki clan to engage in close combat with the enemy. Damn it, why is this happening? Uzumaki Masaki lamented, as he eliminated an enemy J-nin under the cover of the barrier core CH-nin, albeit at the cost of 4 CH-nin lives. Without the valiant protection of the barrier core CH-nin, he would not have been able to dispatch a Mist J-nin so easily. There was no time for mourning. He immediately rejoined the fray. Had they anticipated the movements of the Mist ninjas, they could have held their ground using barrier techniques, even with dwindling chakra, while awaiting reinforcements. Yet, the reconnaissance team had been utterly depleted during their afternoon scouting mission, with no survivors. Suddenly, a careless moment allowed a Mist CH-nin to stealthily approach from behind, inflicting a dark crimson wound upon his arm. A swift retaliatory strike, and the adversary fell. Uzumaki Masaki felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. His heart raced and heated up. He quickly lacerated the wound to bleed out the poison, then seized an antidote for rudimentary treatment. The situation grew increasingly dire as the sudden appearance of the enemy disrupted their strategy, preventing effective resistance, compounded by the severe chakra depletion that intensified the crisis. "Are you all right?" Uzumaki Yuki, having approached his side unbeknownst to him, inquired with concern. Currently, only the 2 elite J-nin and 4 special J-nin remained. Uzumaki Masaki, being of advanced age, could not afford to falter now. Masaki quietly attuned himself to the pulsing of blood within, then sighed in relief as he replied, "I am fine." Fortunately, the Mist CH-nin did not possess particularly potent poison, otherwise, he would have faced certain death. There were no medical ninjas available at present. The 2 elders exchanged knowing glances, each understanding the gravity of their predicament, and silently resolved to take action. Rather than waiting indefinitely for reinforcements that may never arrive, it would be far more prudent to seize the moment while they still had some strength left. "Masaki, I am old and weary. Yet let me accomplish one final deed for the village of Uzumaki while I still have the vigor to do so." Elder Yuki, in a moment of fervor, Uzumaki Masaki exclaimed, "How could I allow you to depart before me? If my late father were to know, he would surely be incensed to the point of passing once more." Upon hearing Masaki's words, Uzumaki Yuki chuckled heartily. "Ah, it has been over 20 years since your father's demise. Fear not, for he always held me in the highest regard. I shall seek him out for a conversation. I am weary now, and it is time for you young ones to take up the mantle." "Master Yuki," Masaki wished to say more. Yet upon meeting the elder's tranquil gaze, he realized that persuading him was futile. Only those who have truly perceived the nature of life and death possess such calm, profound eyes. With a long, resigned sigh, Masaki fell silent, recognizing that the present circumstances were merely a matter of time. There was no need to contest the inevitable. Seeing Masaki's quietude, Yuki smiled. As the eldest elder of the Uzumaki clan, now in his 80s, he found it an honor to meet his end while paving the way for future generations. It was a trivial matter, after all. Had not countless Uzumaki members lived similarly? Like Taichi's father, the former Grand Elder, and his own father, as well as the myriad others who sacrificed for the future of their clan. Having confirmed their plan, The two dispersed immediately, resuming their earlier support of the beleaguered Uzumaki shinobi to uphold the battle's integrity. The Mist Ninja commander still had 3 elite jonin who had yet to engage in the fray, lingering around Kawahara Ryoji in a protective stance. They needed to be mobilized for a chance at victory. Before Uzumaki Yuki launched his offensive, they had to conceal their intentions. Currently, the enemy still had 6 jonin, 2 of whom had fallen, and it was likely that the Mist commander would soon be compelled to deploy his forces. This was the opportunity they had been awaiting. As the standoff continued, Kawahara Ryoji of the Mist seemed shaken by the recent explosion, observing the battlefield with a detached demeanor alongside his elite dark unit. His inaction disheartened the Mist forces, as the loss of their comrades doused their fervor, reminding them that Uzumaki warriors were indeed capable of lethal force. The Uzumaki's fierce resolve quelled their spirits, creating an eerie equilibrium in the ongoing conflict. Casualties continued to mount, yet the successive losses of Uzumaki fighters did not instill fear. Rather, the blood of their fallen comrades ignited their primal instinct for slaughter. After a period of carnage, the middle-rank shinobi of the barrier unit finally recalled the skills they once mastered. In terms of physical chakra, the Mist Ninjas were certainly no match for the Uzumaki. Through the ebb and flow of battle, the Uzumaki gradually began to seize the rhythm of combat. However, to reverse their disadvantage was an impossibility. The Uzumaki's momentum had waned, and the tide of defeat was now unstoppable, unless a figure of formidable strength were to emerge to turn the tide. Alas, they all understood that Uzumaki Taichi was presently contending with the most formidable of foes, leaving him no opportunity to attend to this conflict. The number of Uzumaki ninja has gradually diminished, leading to an increasing disparity in their ratio compared to the Mist Ninja. Strangely, the Mist Ninja appears somewhat hesitant to launch an offensive. To put it plainly, the higher-ups are indifferent, and the morale of the lower ranks is waning, instilling a sense of fear. Unbeknownst to Kawahara Ryokai, the battlefield is subtly shifting towards his direction, all occurring without his notice or awareness. Suddenly, several teams from the barrier core frantically entangle their enemies, while the remaining members, with bloodshot eyes, swiftly charge towards the few idle jonin. Behind them, blood rains down, and the Uzumaki ninja fall one after another. Uzumaki Masaki takes the lead, a flicker of motion in his hand, as he abruptly exhales forcefully. Wind release, great breakthrough. A tempest erupts, causing the Mist Ninja to instinctively evade, momentarily parting the path ahead of Uzumaki Masaki, though he senses something amiss. The current circumstances leave him no choice but to act. The Uzumaki sacrifice paves the way for their plan, even if they were to halt now. The fallen Uzumaki cannot be resurrected. The balance has been shattered, and the severely weakened Uzumaki are unable to contain the Mist Ninja's counterattack. A glint of ruthlessness flashes in Uzumaki Masaki's eyes. Given the situation, he resolves to take a gamble. Lightning release. Lightning dragon technique. A dragon of lightning materializes, surging towards Kawahara Ryokai with the speed of a tempest. The elite captain of the Mist Umbu, currently commanding this unit, merely observes the unfolding events with a faint hint of disdain and mockery lingering on his face. A wave of water rises around him, swirling and expanding, enveloping him completely. Water release. Water barrier. The lightning dragon coils and strikes the water barrier, resulting in a violent explosion of water droplets, each shimmering with traces of lightning. What? The astonished Uzumaki Masaki halts momentarily, questioning whether the figure within the lightning could possibly be struck down. Despite recognizing the absurdity of his thought, he cannot help but entertain it. Soon, he realizes his error as the figure amidst the lightning collapses and dissolves into a pool of water. It turns out to be a water clone. Uzumaki Masaki admires the enemy's clever countermeasure. While it is common knowledge that water conducts electricity, no one had considered using the property of water release to counter lightning release. By employing a water barrier along with a water clone to substitute for his lightning dragon technique, the chakra expenditure is indeed significant. Not bad, right? Behind the scenes, Kawaharu Ryukai gazes with great pride at his creation. Although lightning release does not inherently counter water, the conductive nature of water has caused him countless troubles. He does not practice wind release but excels in water release, having faced considerable challenges with lightning. The use of the water barrier serves a purpose beyond mere defense. It merely directs the lightning release, not dispelling it. If the young jonin attempts to traverse the lightning storm, he will reap the consequences of his own creation. What? Unexpected events unfolded for Kawajan Ryosuke as the anticipated enemy indeed traversed the turbulent lightning waves. A vague silhouette emerged from behind the curtain of water and thunder. Yet it evaded the residual lightning energy. The wind release. Windblade Barrage cleaved a path for this individual's advance. With a sudden glance, Kawajan Ryosuke discerned that this figure was not Uzumaki Naruki. Then, where was he? Following the trajectory of the wind blades, he looked up to find Uzumaki Naruki glaring down from above, several golden chains hurtling toward him. It was understandable that the Whirlpool ninja sought to eliminate him first, given his position as the commander of the Mist Ninjas, whose demise would undoubtedly incite chaos among them. However, why was it not the young Whirlpool ninja attempting to slay him, but rather this aged man on the brink of death? In an instant, a sense of vigilance surged within Kawajan Ryosuke. Suddenly, a chilling wind swept through, imbued with a murderous intent, and a ghostly visage materialized. The corpse sealing technique. Under the confinement of the chains, Kawajan Ryosuke found his mobility severely restricted, and in that moment of distraction, Uzumaki Tomoyuki seized the opportunity. As Kawajan Ryosuke faltered, he was grasped by a spectral hand breaking through the fabric of his clothing, the apparition emerging behind Uzumaki Tomoyuki. "Young man, come with me," he intoned. His hands raised skyward, his white robes billowing as he sought to extract Kawajan Ryosuke's very soul. In his frail state, the only jutsu that could inflict lethal harm upon this elite mist ninja was this one. The sealing technique, corpse sealing. He had conserved his strength for this moment, fearful of missing the chance to execute this sealing ritual. Fortunately, he grasped the opportunity and did not squander his life. What was happening? Why was there nothing? Uzumaki Tomoyuki suddenly felt a sharp pain in his back, his body growing weak as if all his strength had been siphoned away in an instant. "Old fool, what trickery were you attempting?" Kawajan Ryosuke's puzzled voice echoed from behind him, followed by the sound of a kunai retracting, blood spraying forth. With a thud, Uzumaki Tomoyuki collapsed to the ground, struggling to turn his head towards Kawajan Ryosuke, his right hand feebly pressing against his heart, devoid of the strength to utter a word. What had become of the enemy he had captured? Straining to look, he found only a pool of water, the ground a muddied expanse. The sludge gradually flowing onto Uzumaki Tomoyuki's face, suffocating him. Now, it was solely the formidable vitality of the Uzumaki clan that sustained him. He had managed to plug the gaping wound in his chest, yet blood continued to spurt from his back, and he sensed his warmth fading. He lacked even the strength to detonate the explosive tags. He could only gaze intently at his adversary. Kawajan Ryosuke was acutely aware of this, which allowed him the confidence to remain near. Initially intending to capture him alive, he was now confronted with the bizarre sight of his water clone standing before Uzumaki Tomoyuki, offering no resistance, as if bound by some unseen force. This prompted him to resolve to eliminate his adversary. The Uzumaki clan, steeped in ancient traditions, possesses secrets of which he remained ignorant. Otherwise, this old fellow, who clearly knew many of the clan's hidden mysteries, would never have considered such an act of murder. The sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan are renowned for their immense value, and the underground marketplace offers bounties that countless rogue ninjas covet. Observing the old man's expression of confusion, Kawahara Ryuji kindly informed him, "From the very beginning, I have been appearing before you as a water clone." Upon hearing these words, Uzumaki Tomoyuki suddenly experienced a moment of enlightenment. He had thought it was merely age-related myopia that prevented him from noticing the hand seals. His vision blurred, whether from excessive blood loss or mud in his eyes, and amidst the haze, he perceived the arrival of reinforcements from the Uzumaki clan, Uzumaki Hado, Uzumaki Kinaru, Uzumaki Shuji, Uzumaki Mana, and Uzumaki Kenichi. He distinctly recognized the crimson eyes of Uzumaki Shuji and felt a wave of solace. He had ultimately come, just like his father, a tough exterior concealing a soft heart. "Elder Tomoyuki." A chorus of desperate shouts rang out, yet Uzumaki Tomoyuki could no longer hear them. His soul had been reaped by the impatient specter of death, while his body would forever rest in the land to which he had devoted his life. Unexpectedly, among the elders, it was Elder Tomoyuki who departed first. Uzumaki Hado expressed his dissatisfaction with this turn of events, causing Uzumaki Masaki nearby to feel somewhat awkward. It seemed as if he were implying that Elder Tomoyuki should have been the first to perish. However, expecting an octogenarian to lead the charge into danger was indeed unreasonable. Despite possessing numerous justifications, this reality could not be concealed. Due to his past service under Uzumaki Hado, Uzumaki Masaki lacked the courage to counter his former superior's remarks, and he knew that the elder's actions had indeed been dishonorable. Thus, he refrained from further comment, silently enduring the disapproving gazes of those around him. Fortunately, the battle raged on, and they swiftly redirected their focus onto the group of mist ninjas before them, allowing Uzumaki Masaki to breathe a sigh of relief. Enough talk. Let us eliminate them at once, declared Uzumaki Hado with commanding authority, a sentiment backed by his confidence. With Uzumaki Hado's arrival, Uzumaki Taiki led the police force alongside the other elders, an unexpected development for Uzumaki Masaki. Had he known reinforcements would arrive so swiftly, he and Elder Tomoyuki would not have had to take such risks. Alas, the battlefield is ever-changing, and not everyone can achieve perfect accuracy in their judgments. His actions had been the best choice given the information at hand. It was merely unfortunate for Elder Tomoyuki. Uzumaki Masaki offered a moment of silence. Remaining motionless at the back of the crowd, the Cloud and Mist Alliance now presented only the Mist Ninja forces, while the anticipated Cloud Ninja remained elusive. This absence perplexed Uzumaki Hado. According to the intelligence relayed by the reconnaissance team, the Cloud Ninja forces were formidable. Where could such a powerful contingent possibly be? Furthermore, Hiroki had initially commanded the evacuation of civilians by the police force. The whirlpool of chaos within the police force has emerged, and even the seemingly ineffectual Elder Council mentioned by Uzumaki Taiji has made its appearance. Uzumaki Hado promptly cleared his mind of distractions. With the tide of battle having turned against them, it was imperative to annihilate the enemy at once. If they could eradicate this group of Mist Ninjas before the arrival of the Cloud Ninjas, perhaps they would not need to abandon the Land of Whirlpools this time. Under the leadership of Uzumaki Taisher, the police force surged onto the battlefield, reversing the previously dire situation. The members of the police force were the elite among the Whirl Ninjas, tasked with combat and protection. If the barrier squad could be likened to a rusty shield long unused, the police force was akin to a sharpened spear, honed through relentless practice. This was the most formidable military contingent of the Uzumaki clan. A night of fierce combat had left the Mist Ninjas weary in both body and spirit, while the arrival of reinforcements from the Whirl Ninjas further diminished their already faltering morale. In contrast, the police force had not only preserved their strength during the night's organized rescue operations, but had also ignited a fierce anger within them. As guardians of their village, witnessing their fellow villagers flee in terror, even seeking refuge in the distant Land of Iron, was a disgrace to the Uzumaki spear. Annihilate the Mist Ninjas. Let the flames of our wrath burn ever brighter. Uzumaki Hado gazed upon the familiar yet foreign sight before him, the estate where his son resided. A dwelling he had painstakingly established. Now, everything had turned to dust. An inexplicable sensation constricted within his heart. If the estate had met such a fate, what of those within? His beloved child should have retreated long ago, he surmised, having ordered Karada Naoya to escort them away. A wave of relief washed over him. With his heart somewhat unburdened, he took a closer look at his surroundings. The long street stained crimson, as if drenched by a rain of blood. This elongated, blood-red thoroughfare seemed to cleave the entire Whirlpool Village in two, one half a blood-soaked hell, the other half a realm of humanity. The formation of this gruesome tableau was entirely reliant on the sacrifices of countless nameless Uzumaki ninjas. The path to humanity has never been smooth. It is paved with the lives of the valiant. Just as the Whirl Ninjas pressed their offensive, on the verge of shattering the Mist Ninjas, an unexpected turn of events transpired. Second Elder Look, Uzumaki Kintaro, stationed nearby to protect, remained vigilant to the shifting winds of the battlefield. Sensing something amiss, he immediately spoke up. "Yes, I see it," replied Uzumaki Hado, his expression grave as he gazed towards the shadows lurking in the darkness, the Cloud Ninjas, whom he had long harbored apprehension towards. Why must they arrive now of all times? A sense of reluctance gnawed at him. Had the Cloud Ninjas arrived earlier, their forces would surely have faltered. It was best to prepare for a retreat. Had they come later, the Mist Ninjas would have crumbled, leaving the Cloud Ninjas isolated and vulnerable. Yet, at this precarious juncture, they found themselves ensnared in uncertainty. Press on, he urged, for the current circumstances were difficult to navigate. The outcome remained uncertain. Was their sacrifice not already sufficient? Yet retreat posed its own dilemma. The ninjas may have fled, but what of the many Uzumaki civilians in the southern part of the village? Would they be left to perish? What then was the meaning of their sacrifice? The shadows in the darkness gradually became clearer, revealing 4 elite Jonin from the Cloud Village. The choice within Vortex Hado's heart began to crystallize, and a flicker of resolve shone in his eyes. "Cloud Ninjas, since you dare to stain the honor of our Vortex clan, then you shall leave your lives here." At that moment, Vortex Shinsuke suddenly changed countenance and shouted across the way, "Cloud Ninjas, why are you here? Where is our clan leader?" The surviving members of the barrier team could not contain themselves and stepped forward, exclaiming, "Didn't our clan leader agree with your leader that regardless of the outcome, you would withdraw from this battle?" The Vortex ninjas anxiously inquired, "Where is our clan leader? Is he injured? And what of your leader, that boy?" Upon hearing this, Vortex Hato harbored a growing suspicion, a creeping unease settling in his heart. According to the intelligence, the Cloud Ninjas were not limited to these few. Where were the others? And what of Vortex Hiroki? He was not a reckless individual. Having made an agreement, he would surely have devised a way to retreat unscathed. Guqian, return quickly, Vortex Hato urged, yet Vortex Guqian appeared entranced, his body moving forward uncontrollably. The clan leader had stayed behind to engage the Cloud Ninjas for the sake of the village. The several Cloud Ninjas exchanged glances and let out sinister chuckles, their faces appearing ominously dark in the night. Suddenly, a flash of lightning streaked before Vortex Guqian's eyes. And in a moment of vulnerability, he felt a sharp pain in his neck, followed by the sight of a familiar headless body gushing blood. "Since you are so eager to know the whereabouts of your clan leader, I shall escort you to him." A familiar visage emerged at Vortex Shinsuke's feet, the only unsettling aspect being his bulging eyes. Gritting his teeth, Shinsuke, filled with rage, bent down to whisper something into his ear. As Vortex Shinsuke approached the Cloud Ninja, his fury was barely containable, yet he felt compelled to act thus. Vortex Hiroki was still unaccounted for, and he could not believe that the Cloud Ninja boy, AI, would contravene their agreement. This was Vortex Hiroki's judgment. And it was also what he had ardently supported, the decision to leave Hiroki behind to hold off the Cloud Ninjas while the others went to rescue. "I trust that boy will not breach the accord." The words he had just spoken echoed in his mind, yet a flush of warmth spread across his face as guilt and regret surged within him. "Cloud Ninjas, where is our clan leader?" Vortex Shinsuke approached directly, no longer glancing at Guqian's lifeless visage. The whereabouts of the clan leader remained uncertain. He could not afford to indulge in thoughts of vengeance alone, believing that Guqian felt the same. "Haha, he is naturally dead. Quite a gruesome death." The Cloud Ninja cackled. Vortex Shinsuke once again sensed the fluctuations of chakra in the village, realizing that the chakra signatures of the other Cloud Ninjas had vanished from their original positions. Meanwhile, Vortex Hiroki gritted his teeth in despair, repeatedly attempting to sense their presence, yet the outcome remained unchanged. There was nothing, absolutely nothing. Although the possibility of Vortex Hiroki being sealed away could not be dismissed, was such a measure truly necessary? In silence, Uzumaki Hiroki beheld the swirling vortex. And Kaido seemed to grasp an unspoken truth. The future pillar of the Uzumaki clan, the young boy who incessantly called out uncle in his childhood, had thus vanished. The four-cloud shinobi recalled the astonished expression on the clan leader's face at the demise of the Uzumaki clan, struggling to suppress their inner mirth. That fool, unable to bear the thought of harming AI, had chosen to withstand his blow with unwavering resolve. A bolt of lightning enveloped AI as he invoked the lightning release, Hell Stab. Uzumaki Hiroki adeptly prepared to endure the impending strike. However, a sense of unease washed over him. Something felt amiss. Why was AI's speed so astonishingly swift this time? Instinctively, Hiroki resorted to Earth Release for the first time. In an instant, the earthen wall shattered, and AI charged through with relentless momentum, bearing superficial injuries. Had he lost his mind? This audacious act left Hiroki astounded. For AI unleashed such formidable lightning without even donning his lightning armor. A careless misstep could lead to dire consequences. In his fervor for victory, AI had channeled all his chakra into this technique. Hiroki's thoughts raced, but one conviction remained. He could not perish. AI, devoid of any chakra protection, was vulnerable. Even the slightest impact at that velocity could inflict mortal wounds. Only the four fingers and arm maintained a semblance of defense. As the lightning drew nearer, Hiroki narrowed his eyes, calculating his opponent's speed. A sharp gasp escaped AI as his hand pierced through Hiroki's armor, ensnaring his right hand with a vice-like grip. The fingers shimmering with residual lightning. Blood trickled from the wound, coursing through Hiroki's right side. Yet, AI exhibited no satisfaction. He comprehended that Hiroki's grasp indicated he could perceive AI's movements. If Hiroki could seize his hand, he could easily shift his grip to a more fatal location, his neck. At such velocity, a mere grasp could rend flesh asunder. AI glanced at the wound he had inflicted. His right hand had breached the sealed earth spear. Yet under Hiroki's control, it had lost its trajectory, merely grazing his right side. The crimson wound, exposed to the searing heat of lightning, began to char Hiroki, too. Was nearing his limits, yet he faced little immediate peril. With this realization, AI exhaled in relief, the first pangs of regret for his recklessness surfacing. Cough, cough. Young man. It seems I have triumphed this time, Hiroki rasped, the lightning having singed his lungs uncomfortably. AI forcefully extricated himself from Hiroki's grasp. masking his remorse with a haughty demeanor. Consider this your victory. I shall honor my word and withdraw from this battle. Upon hearing this, a relieved smile graced Hiroki's face. Though he trusted AI would uphold his promise, a lingering worry remained until AI's verbal assurance dispelled it. In the distance, several cloud shinobi hastened toward them, likely anxious for their leader's well-being. Uzumaki Hiroki cast a fleeting glance before diverting his attention, hissing in pain as he inhaled sharply. Fixating on his wound, the charred injury, buried 3 inches deep, left him with little fighting capability for the foreseeable future. Yunin accepted the offer from AI. His gaze fixed intently on Uzumaki Hiroki, inducing a peculiar sensation within him. Why was he looking at him with such a sinister grin? Beyond the village, on the surface of the lake, Uzumaki Taiji had indeed adhered to the objective of relentless offense. The original sharks and tidal waves had vanished, replaced by a larger lake that formed in their stead. The water release technique of Suigakuzan, the pufferfish demon, effectively countered his diamond lock. Yet why would he engage in a contest of strengths with his opponent? With a swift motion, Uzumaki Taiji unleashed the diamond lock, thorned impalement. Chain shot straight into the depths of the water, a flash of golden light illuminating the lake's surface before it erupted violently. A colossal chain of thorns spiraled upwards from the lake bed, lunging towards Suigakuzan, akin to the claws of a beast. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of fierce metal collision resonated as Uzumaki Taiji appeared beside Suigakuzan in the blink of an eye. If he could not withstand his water release, then he would simply prevent it from being unleashed. The chains clashed against the pufferfish's skin. It was not merely a matter of superiority. Uzumaki Taiji's chains were tenacious. Once ensnared, they clung like a specter, an inescapable curse. Suigakuzan's skin was formidable as well, wielding heavy weaponry over a wide area with a single sweep. His entire body shielded by a skin, augmented by its ability to absorb chakra. Exercising caution was prudent, yet there was no need to overly fear those chains. Observing the sudden emergence of white strands in Uzumaki Taiji's hair, Suigakuzan mocked, "Old man, how old are you to be fighting so fiercely? Judging by your hair, you probably won't last long after this battle." Uzumaki Taiji paid him no mind, nor did he divert his focus to inspect his hair. He was acutely aware of the truth in the opponent's words. Having invoked the ultimate technique of the diamond seal, he had already resigned himself to his fate. Seeing Uzumaki Taiji's lack of response, Suigakuzan continued, "Why exert yourself so? Why not simply surrender? Why not dissolve your alliance with Konoha and relocate to our mist village? A powerful alliance would ensure your survival." Suigakuzan grew increasingly animated, speaking as if he were serious. "At that time, I will plead with Lord Mizukage on your behalf. Your sealing techniques are formidable. Surely, Lord Mizukage would value your strength." Listening to Suigakuzan's incessant prattle, Uzumaki Taiji's gaze flickered slightly, his movements momentarily stalling, as if he were tempted. Observing this, Suigakuzan's eyes sparkled with excitement, his grip on his weapon tightening, continuing his relentless persuasion. Contemplate this. In the realm of the Fourth Shinobi War, Konoha invariably partakes, and your Uzumaki village is consistently affected, making it difficult to cultivate peace and progress. In contrast, we, the Mist Ninjas, though situated in a remote location, have never been provoked unbidden. If Suigetsu H. observes the chains in Uzumaki Taiji's hands slowing with a hint of persuasion in his tone, tightening his grip on the sword, Samahata. Suddenly, a radiant flash envelopes Suigetsu H. and a colossal golden net ascends into view. The moment the golden blockade net manifests, a sense of urgency fills his heart. When did this occur? With a swift, powerful motion, his veins bulging, he executes a sweeping strike. Bang, bang, bang. A cacophony of clashes erupts as the chains are violently torn apart by immense force, primarily due to Samahata's ability to absorb chakra. Yet, this relentless sealing of chakra takes its toll on Samahata as well, its blade opening and closing vigorously, seemingly howling in protest. The serrated edge glimmers with metallic brilliance, reflecting the light, showcasing its unique weaponry sheen. Suigetsu H. discontented, gazes at Uzumaki Taiji, furrowing his brows, and remarks, "What do you mean by this? I am genuinely concerned for the future of your Uzumaki clan, yet you take advantage of my moment of vulnerability to strike." "Huh." Uzumaki Taiji scoffs disdainfully, his gaze dismissive as if regarding a fool. "You claim to assist me, yet have you forgotten your previous declarations?" "Declarations?" Confusion flashes in Suigetsu H. eyes. His mouth agape slightly, as if genuinely unable to recall. "Did you not state your mission was to annihilate all members of the Uzumaki clan?" "Oh." Enlightenment dawns upon Suigetsu H. So that was the matter at hand. With an awkward smile, he hoists Samahata, his left hand outstretched in a gesture of faint humility. I simply lacked the insight into your true strength at the time. As he approaches Uzumaki Taiji, he laments, had I known of your prowess earlier, I would have certainly advised Lord Mizukage against provoking you. Upon concluding, he grips the hilt of his sword firmly, delivering a powerful downward strike. Boom. Uzumaki Taiji is struck with such force that he collapses, the water's surface depressed several centimeters from the pressure of the wind. The disintegrating Uzumaki Taiji transforms into a multitude of chains, twisting around Suigetsu Ichizuki's form like serpents. Uzumaki body switch technique. Uzumaki Taiji reappears behind him, yanking the chains fiercely with his right hand, while his left hand wields a kunai aimed for Suigetsu Ichizuki's throat. Humph. Unfazed, Suigetsu Ichizuki snorts dismissively. Muscles taut, and with a surge of strength borrowed from Samahata, he shatters the chains. Sensing the shift, Uzumaki Taiji halts his movements, swiftly distancing himself while exhaling a long sigh, his eyes filled with wary vigilance as they fixate on this man before him. Seeing his retreat, Suigetsu Ichizuki erupts into uproarious laughter. Ha! What is this so-called ultimate sealing technique? The Uzumaki clan is merely this. They cannot contend with my Samahata. His strike has indeed pierced through previous facades. Declarations of surrender were mere ruses to disorient the enemy. A true ninja does not yield so easily. Disrupt their hearts. Dismantle their will, employing all means to secure victory. Upon hearing the disparaging remarks about the sealing technique from the Watermelon Mountain pufferfish, Uzumaki Taiji furrowed his brow slightly, glaring at him with dissatisfaction. Despite knowing that he was merely trying to disturb his thoughts, a flicker of anger arose within him. The sealing technique was the greatest pride of the Uzumaki clan, and it was intolerable to be belittled or scorned. With this thought, Uzumaki Taiji offered a bitter smile. After tonight, the fate of the Uzumaki clan remained uncertain. Alas, why should he let such trivialities infuriate him? Even with this reflection, a sense of melancholy lingered. His family, his village, the aspirations he had devoted his life to. Would all that they had fought for, all those narrow escapes from death that had brought the clan to its present state, vanish into thin air? He grasped the gourd of liquor that had never left his side and took several hearty swigs. The drink was potent, a fiery spirit that seared down his throat to his very core, causing even the seasoned drunkard Uzumaki Taiji to cough several times. It was a pain that penetrated his lungs and a bitterness that gripped his heart. Unlike the usual beverages he consumed, this liquor was distilled to a high degree, infused with components akin to military rations. Under the influence of the alcohol, the medicinal properties quickly surged forth, replenishing the elderly man's depleted strength and chakra. The Watermelon Mountain pufferfish observed this action with a sense of bewilderment. The intensity of the liquor was so overwhelming that even from a distance, he could detect its potency. Haha, old man, are you afraid of pain? Drinking so much to prepare for the journey ahead, he laughed boisterously, sensing that his opponent's stamina had significantly waned after a night of conflict. Yet, Uzumaki Taiji ignored him, savoring a few more sips of the liquor, shaking the gourd to ensure not a drop remained. After confirming it was empty, he sealed it tightly, rubbed it a few times, and tossed it backward, watching it drift slowly across the inky lake, carried away by the current. Throughout this interval, the Watermelon Mountain pufferfish remained motionless, watching the frail elder, a sense of unease swelling within him. Uzumaki Taiji gazed at him through bleary eyes and sighed, "Indeed, I fear pain." The moment these words slipped from his lips with an air of indifference, the Watermelon Mountain pufferfish felt an inexplicable chill race across his scalp, as an overwhelming aura emanated from the seemingly doomed elder, crashing upon him like a tidal wave. He finally understood the source of his discomfort. That dazed look in the elder's eyes was not that of a beast desperately clawing for survival, but rather resembled a king issuing commands for the number of souls to accompany him in death. Uzumaki Taiji began to stride purposefully towards the shark, the surface of the water rippling in concentric circles, each wave stirring a tempest within the Watermelon Mountain pufferfish's heart. He was terrified, utterly so. Yet the pride of the mist elite prevented him from fleeing before even witnessing his opponent strike. Uzumaki Taiji fixed his gaze upon him, and after a prolonged silence, a faint voice echoed in the pufferfish's ears. After much contemplation, I remain convinced that one must not underestimate the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan. Permit me to enlighten you. Our clan's sealing arts are unparalleled, akin to the naive bravado of a child striving to assert themselves. Yet, the formidable Suigashin puffer ghost shows no sign of amusement. As Uzumaki Taiji's declaration resonates, golden chains reflect in his eyes, 10, 100, 1,000, emerging from his back, arms, shoulders, enveloping his entire being. Golden radiance pierces the heavens, dispelling shadows, and a golden lotus blossoms at the far side of Whirlpool Village. Vajra sealing art. 3. What sorcery is this? A deception, surely. The quivering voice of Sugishin Puffer Ghost betrays profound terror as he gazes upon the overwhelming deluge of golden chains, his body trembling uncontrollably. It is a fear that looms before a superior being, an insurmountable chasm he shall never bridge. The multitude of chains eclipses even the might of a three-tailed beast's tail. More critically, the fearsome deity stands directly before him, unwavering in his gaze. Uzumaki Taiji grits his teeth, waves of unimaginable pain surging through him, cold sweat beating on his brow, forced forth by agony. Even the intoxication from the gourd of liquor he had hastily consumed cannot mask his suffering, the sweat swiftly expelling the alcohol. Time is of the essence. His right hand slowly rises, aiming at the shadow gradually fading into darkness. Fingers gently flex, channeling an unprecedented surge of chakra into the Vajra sealing art. Thousands of chains surge forth like a tidal wave, crossing the expanse of the lake with astonishing speed. Even he, the master of this jutsu, is taken aback by the velocity, an experience he has never before encountered. He extends a hand, scrutinizing the chains. Are these still the chains he knows? Indeed, they are. Yet the power of their wielder has undergone a cataclysmic transformation. The chains dance and leap in the air, seemingly imbued with life, reveling in their newfound prowess. In this process, Uzumaki Taiji's vitality is relentlessly drained, the chakra surging from the eight-gate seal at his spine threatening to unravel him, his meridians tearing apart. Nevertheless, it matters not, for this shall be a singular endeavor. Sugishin Puffer Ghost stands powerless, instantly sealed within an embrace of chains. His hopes of resistance extinguished along with the J-Nin's essence. This time, the J-Nin's instinct to fight back has vanished, rendered docile and immobile. Lord Uzumaki, I surrender. I beseech you, spare my life. Even before he approaches, the wretched cries of desperation echo in Uzumaki Taiji's ears. He recoils at the thought. Is this truly the adversary he once struggled to defeat? Their eyes meet, and all he perceives is boundless dread. The once cold-blooded and ferocious shark has been reduced to a quivering weakling before a stronger force. Yet, he maintains his composure and inquires. Is the sealing art of the Uzumaki clan truly formidable? The watermelon mountain and the pufferfish demon fervently nodded, fearing that a moment's delay might cost them their lives. Their voices tinged with a hint of despair. Impressive, indeed. The sealing technique of the Uzumaki clan is unparalleled. The pleas for mercy persisted. Yet Uzumaki Taiji found them somewhat uninteresting. Was this truly the culmination of all his sacrifices? With a sudden twist, the chains contorted, abruptly silencing the cries for reprieve. And a cascade of blood flowed from the chains. As the chains slackened, a blood-soaked, formless corpse fell, along with the formidable black blade tightly gripped in its hand. With a resounding splash, Uzumaki Taiji gazed longingly towards the village, yearning to exert his final ounce of strength. Bang, 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 an instant later, a series of faint explosions erupted from his body. Blood mist sprayed forth, staining the surface of the lake crimson, while the once resplendent golden chains dulled and shattered into oblivion. Alas, Uzumaki Taiji had overestimated his endurance, despite his desire to persist. His body could no longer withstand the intensity of the chakra conflict, collapsing onto the lake's surface, drenched and jolted awake by the icy water. Uzumaki Taiji struggled to prop himself up, flipping onto his back, only to succumb once more to exhaustion. A swarm of black runes enveloped his form, vanishing beneath his skin. This was a sealing technique he had previously devised for survival. When his body sustained critical damage, the seal would activate, partially sealing his flesh to prevent further deterioration while retaining vitality. Gazing into the pitch-black sky, Uzumaki Taiji spoke, "Tonight feels exceedingly long, wouldn't you agree, Yuxiang?" In the darkness, a slender figure emerged beneath the night sky. Uzumaki Taiji felt a twinge of helplessness. Despite his insistence that Yuxiang eat more, the boy remained so thin. The newcomer was indeed Uzumaki Yuxiang. His eyes reddened as he rushed to Taiji's side, the lake's waves lapping at them, sending a chill through Taiji's being. "Teacher, are you all right?" Yuxiang's heart raced with anxiety. Was that the third stage of the diamond lock? No way, it must have been the second stage, but the power. How could the second stage achieve such might? Silly child. Uzumaki Taiji chuckled at Yuxiang's words, slowly lifting his hand to caress Yuxiang's bright red hair gently. Do not be afraid, everything is fine. Teacher, you must be lying to me. Look, you have no injuries at all. Yuxiang grew frantic, hastily reaching out to inspect Taiji's wounds. However, upon touching his chest, it disintegrated into a cloud of ash. Startled, Yuxiang recoiled in shock. Suddenly, a flurry of black runes manifested, encircling the wound and violently pulsating until they contained the spread of destruction. Yuxiang stood frozen, staring blankly at the glaring black hole in Taiji's chest, utterly bewildered. Silly child. Uzumaki Taiji reached out once more to pat his head, offering a carefree smile. Now his body has completely collapsed, merely lingering on borrowed time. When he unleashed the adamant sealing chains, triple earlier, there still remained considerable chakra reserves, enabling him to perform the sealing technique. Yet it was all futile now, his vitality utterly depleted, his body riddled with wounds beyond repair. Before long, this remaining chakra would dissipate, and death would claim him. Thus, he harbored no resentment toward Yudo's actions. Teacher, will you be all right? Yudo asked timidly, his voice trembling. I'll be fine. The teacher replied softly. I just want to be able to teach you ninjutsu anymore. At these words, tears burst forth from Uzumaki Yudo's eyes like a dam breaking. Teacher, you promised to teach me ninjutsu. I haven't even made sure everyone knows the name of your adamant sealing chains. How can you stop teaching me now? The child's pleading voice, laden with desperation, struck even Uzumaki Taisha, who had long grown accustomed to life and death. His throat tightened, words failing him. All he could do was gently stroke Yudo's hair with his right hand, listening to the boy's sobs. After a long silence, he finally spoke. What a pity. I had intended to transcribe those ninjutsu scrolls for you, but I never got the chance. Hearing this, Yudo's barely restrained tears surged anew. Memories flooded his mind, the days and nights spent with his teacher, the way the man had silently noticed his peculiarities yet tolerated them without question. The earnest lessons imparted while tending to his wounds. All of it overwhelmed him with unbearable sorrow. Teacher. Yudo whispered the word, trembling, as if all his grief and reluctance were condensed into those two syllables. Outside the village, golden lotuses bloomed, and an immense surge of chakra rippled through Uzumaki. This is. Uzumaki Kaido lifted his gaze toward the direction from which he had come, his expression somber. He recognized the chakra signature all too well. It was Uzumaki Taisha's. My old friend. I never thought you would depart before me. Taisha surveyed the battlefield where three forces clashed in brutal combat. The once thriving Uzumaki now lay in ruins, every corner stained with blood and scorched by flames. Beside him, Kintaro's right arm had been severed mid-limb, a sacrifice made to cover his attack. Further back, the lifeless body of Uzumaki Mana lay cold on the ground, her face still etched with the terror of her final moments. A handful of surviving barrier squad Chunin huddled in the rear, licking their wounds, while their captain, slowed by poison, soon followed Elder Tomoki's fate. Though their movements remained sharp and fearless, Kaido could see the exhaustion lurking beneath the fury in their eyes. A sudden weariness settled over him. He was tired. He no longer wished to continue down this path. His children and grandchildren were gone, his granddaughter's whereabouts unknown. And now his old friend Taisha was fading. In this vast village, he found nothing left worth clinging to. For an extended period. The other cloud shinobi mentioned by Yuren had yet to appear. The NEET he dispatched for reconnaissance had returned one after another, finding no trace of the enemy. Thus, Vortex Kaido narrowed his eyes, gazing intently at the cloud shinobi ahead, his heart harboring a vague suspicion, since the cloud shinobi he spoke of had not shown themselves. They were likely to have departed. Vortex shinobi, heed my command. All personnel, except for the elders, are to withdraw from the battlefield and retreat to the designated location as per our original plan. Kaido's voice, tinged with fatigue, resonated from behind. The assembled crowd was taken aback, and the elders, amidst the chaos of battle, cast quick glances to confirm the validity of the command, seemingly grasping his intentions. Observing the hesitation among the numerous shinobi, Vortex Kenichi was the first to speak up. Did you not hear? All those except the elders are to retreat, immediately. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the Vortex shinobi swiftly disengaged from their opponents, while the elders plunged into combat, creating the necessary conditions for the Vortex shinobi's withdrawal. The Mist shinobi, having exhausted much of their strength and worn down by the prolonged war of attrition, posed no objections. Their thoughts were aligned with the cloud shinobis. Since the opposition wished to sacrifice their elite, allowing the younger generation to flee, they were quite agreeable to this arrangement. They would swiftly eliminate their foes and pursue a surprise attack shortly thereafter, thus offering little resistance. Seeing the enemy's lack of intent to obstruct, the elders refrained from making desperate strikes, seizing the opportunity to consume military rations and replenish their strength. Kenichi, you must leave as well, Kaido said, slowly advancing and halting beside Kenichi. Second elder, why must I depart? Kenichi replied, a hint of dissatisfaction in his tone. Being told to leave at such a moment felt akin to being branded a coward. Kaido placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. The matters that lie ahead do not require your presence. Chie is still young. The future of the Vortex clan depends on you. The words struck Kenichi like a thunderbolt. Was Kaido entrusting the Vortex clan's future to him? Yet, as an ordinary shinobi, he felt unworthy of such a monumental responsibility. Go now. The second elder believes in your capabilities, urged Vortex Kentaro, dragging along his remaining half of an arm, his voice earnest. Quickly, I entrust my son to you. Vortex SHG added, a tinge of displeasure evident in his tone. He longed for the position that this young commoner seemed to acquire effortlessly. Nevertheless, he held no resentment within. He trusted Kaido's judgment. I believe you can do it, Kenichi declared, surveying the room, where the elders regarded him with encouraging gazes. Overwhelmed by the weight of responsibility, he pivoted abruptly and departed the battlefield at the swiftest pace, not daring to look back. Once Kenichi had distanced himself, SHG's aggrieved voice rang out, Second Elder. Did you let Kenichi leave because he has yet to master that technique? Before Kaido could respond, Kentaro's booming voice interjected, Huh. But do you not agree that Kenichi is indeed quite suitable to lead the future of the Vortex clan? The leaders of the old generation stand before us. The decaying Vortex Village shall be relegated to the past, while Kenichi and the others will thrive, drawing sustenance from the remnants of their predecessors, blossoming anew in a foreign land. You Cloud Ninjas have ceased your support, haven't you? Vortex Hado remarked indifferently, observing the delightfully watchful expressions of the opposing Cloud Ninjas. A cruel smile crept across the face of a Cloud Ninja, who replied, I didn't expect you to notice. But indeed, the rest of us are here. Once we are all gone, your Vortex Nation shall be safe. But can you truly kill us all? Aha. The Cloud Ninja laughed arrogantly, having discerned that the remaining Vortex Ninjas were mostly pawns, resigned to their fate. He had no desire to provoke a confrontation while the enemy's morale was so high. Upon confirming this unsettling truth, a great weight lifted from Vortex Hado's heart. The unknown presence of an adversary had prevented him from engaging in combat with ease. Turning back to his comrades, he smiled in relief. Friends, I have heard that the realm of the living dead is quite terrifying. Would you dare to accompany me on this journey? What is there to fear? At these words, a deeper smile graced Vortex Hado's face, a serene smile that signified the end of their arduous struggle. Slowly, he retrieved a black demonic mask from his robes and donned it, concealing his visage entirely. The mask bore a grotesque expression of a devil that seemed to smile in an unsettling manner, with only a pair of profound, bottomless eyes visible. Barrier technique, domain of the dead. After a series of hand seals, a massive, translucent ghostly figure materialized behind him, its hollow eyes revealing an eerie semblance of a smile. Boom. A violent eruption occurred beneath Vortex Hado's feet, shattering the ground. From above Vortex Village, the epicenter of the black mist was revealed to be right in the heart of the village, as a colossal black rune array emerged from the earth. The streets appeared to have been meticulously designed to accommodate the manifestation of these runes. This is strange. We must retreat. Such a bizarre scene instantly heightened the vigilance of both the Cloud and Vortex Ninjas. In a moment of contemplation, they collectively decided to withdraw and observe the situation from a distance. With swift movements, they distanced themselves from the center of the black mist. Yet the actions of several elders shattered their fleeting hope. The elders, one after another, completed their hand seals, with Vortex Shoji finishing the fastest despite his evident reluctance. He felt his legs weaken, nearly unable to stand. Wasn't he a selfless individual? Why had he come to this point? Vortex Shoji recalled the innocent question posed by his young son. Father, are you not an elder of the village? Why do you not chase away the bad people who enter our home? Indeed, Vortex Village belonged to him. He would not allow anyone to tarnish it. With this thought, an inexplicable strength surged from the depths of his heart, bolstering his resolve as he hastily completed the hand seal. In that instant, a ghostly figure burst forth from behind him. Sealing technique, corpse demon seal. Vortex Shoji collapsed in response, and it seemed the black mist gained a surge of power, instantly expanding and enveloping the enemies that had previously been outside its reach. As Elder Kentaro, with one arm, completed his hand seals, The black mist enveloped the entire sky above Vortex Village, casting a shadow of darkness and desolation. The shadows loomed ominously, the chilling wind echoing the wails of the spirits from the Vortex Clan, incessantly reverberating in the ears of their adversaries. "Oh, do not come for me." A mist ninja, a mid-level warrior, found himself targeted by a spectral entity. In an instant, the translucent spirit pierced through him, and upon contact, the mist ninja lost control of his body. As the spirit withdrew, he collapsed, his complexion turning pale and lifeless, betraying a visage of terror, as if he had been frightfully awakened from a nightmare. Black mist swirling around him. The spirit departed from its target, its once semi-transparent form dimming slightly, yet it quickly regained substance amidst the encroaching darkness. Though the originally clear essence appeared tainted by the aura of the netherworld, this spectral being was none other than the armless elder, Vortex Kintaro. However, at this moment, his severed arm had miraculously reformed. Like ink diffusing in water, his once pristine figure became shrouded in a foreboding stillness. Soon, Vortex Kintaro identified his desired prey, the cloud ninja who had severed his arm. Hatred flickered across his transparent countenance, akin to an eagle swooping down upon its quarry. Several spirits circled above the black mist, elevating their forms as they selected their victims. With a swift motion, a brilliant flash of lightning sliced through the darkness, striking Vortex Kintaro's head with tremendous force, yet it passed through him, barely affecting the flickering, nearly ghostly figure of Vortex Kintaro, who lunged ferociously at his opponent. The cloud ninja fell lifelessly, and Vortex Kintaro vanished, his body gradually dissipating into tendrils of black mist, which swiftly merged into the surrounding darkness. "I was wrong, I surrender." A mist ninja frantically dodged the onslaught from the spectral entity, but the speed of a human could never match that of a spirit. After several evasive maneuvers, the mist ninja found himself unable to escape, his face contorted in anger as he hurled a stack of talismans, forming seals with his hands. Water release, water barrier. A fierce wave of flames surged toward the water barrier, causing ripples to dance across its surface. The mist ninja glanced around, relieved to see the spirit had not reappeared. Suddenly, a fragmented spirit lunged from the center of the explosion, and before the mist ninja could react, it possessed him. The mist ninja clutched his head in agony, howling in torment, his face a shade of deep blue, gasping for breath as he collapsed and rolled upon the ground, ultimately lying still in death. A colossal mask-wearing demon remained motionless, towering above the swirling black mist over the Vortex Village. Upon closer inspection, the entire expanse of darkness swirled beneath him. As the black mist thinned, the demon's wise gaze revealed a hint of anxiety, fixated on the unfolding battle below, contemplating whether to intervene. Suddenly, a thick wave of black mist surged from outside the village, thickening the previously sparse darkness. The demon's eyes sparkled with delight, casting aside any concerns. As the influx of black mist reconstituted the previously vanished spirits of Vortex Kintaro and others, who rejoined the fray, the village was filled with the cries of despair, a testament to the enemy's reverence for the Vortex Clan. Outside the village, a young boy knelt upon the water's surface, his vacant gaze fixated on the swirling ash above and the receding black fog. A sudden pang gripped his heart, an overwhelming void surged within him, as if something precious was lost. After a long while, the oppressive mist gradually dispersed, and a ray of morning sunlight pierced through the darkness, illuminating the village of turbulent tides just as it did on every other dawn. Alas, the sun continued to rise, yet the world had irrevocably changed. A weary-faced youth with anxious eyes hurried through the dilapidated village, where once familiar scenes had transformed into crumbling ruins. This was the home of Yangjia, a once splendid abode now reduced to rubble, the remnants of flames leaving even the trees lifeless. Nearby stood the temperer's shop, where he had often begged his mother to buy him a portion. The ground was stained with dull blood, the muddy paths were in disarray, charred houses lay in ruins, and here and there, lifeless bodies appeared, some familiar, others unknown. Yuxiang's heart grew heavier with each step, his anxiety thickening as he pondered the fate of his mother. "Mom," he called out, the name escaping his lips with increasing urgency until he cried out, his voice trembling with tears. The desolation that had initially paralyzed his steps now propelled him forward with haste. "Mom, where are you?" As he glanced towards the residential area, seemingly untouched by the ravages of war, Yuxiang felt a slight alleviation of his restless heart. He began to recognize familiar faces among his kin but did not pause to inquire, instead hastening through the homes, yearning to return to his own. He imagined his mother anxiously awaiting him at the door, scolding him for being out all night, and then begrudgingly preparing a meal, worried he might starve. "Mom, where are you?" Upon reaching the shop, he found the door closed, and his heart sank. "Mom, where are you? Please, don't scare me." He ventured into the yard, empty. The kitchen and living room were devoid of life. "I can't bear this any longer. Please come out." Yuxiang stood before the door, his small hand trembling as he reached for the doorknob, gritting his teeth as he pulled it. The vast emptiness within the house echoed his despair. In that moment, the sorrow he had long suppressed erupted forth, the village's calamity, the death of his teacher, and the disappearance of his mother, all converging to shackle the tender heart of the young boy with an unyielding weight, leaving him breathless. Tears streamed down his face without warning as he knelt on the ground, feeling the familiar surroundings that now felt foreign, unable to contain his grief. His frail body trembled, soon soaking the tatami mat beneath him. The boy remained silent. In his mind, a pair of eyes that did not belong to Yuxiang flickered with confusion. Suddenly, an inexplicable energy filled his home, and a man meticulously sensed everything around him, his gaze revealing a dawning understanding. Certain belongings that should have been in the living room cabinet were mysteriously missing. Gazing into the eyes of the youth, a hint of compassion flickered, and the corners of the mouth twitched as if to utter something profound, yet silence prevailed. Ultimately, the look directed at the boy revealed a trace of greed and yearning. "Yuxiang, perhaps your mother is searching for you outside?" "Indeed, my mother might be looking for me." Yuxiang lifted his head, wiping away the haze from his eyes with his sleeve, then sprang to his feet and dashed out of the house. "Mother." He disregarded the inexplicable voice that seemed to echo from nowhere. "Uncle, have you seen my mother?" A tender voice resonated on the street, imbued with longing. The man impatiently shook off the boy's hand, his vacant gaze betraying his irritation, offering no response as he silently cradled a lifeless body on the ground. Yuxiang's eyes dimmed momentarily but soon rekindled with determination, this time focusing on a nearby woman. "Auntie, have you seen my mother?" "No, who knows who your mother is? Leave me be." The woman's tone softened slightly, yet her impatience remained palpable. Such scenes of despair perpetually unfolded in the residential area of Cao Cao Village. From day to night, and back again, the boy had gone 2 days without food or sleep. The dual torment of body and mind began to overwhelm this barely 7-year-old child, as hope faded to a mere whisper, culminating in profound isolation and despair. He felt himself teetering on the brink of collapse. Hunger, fatigue, and hopelessness clouded his thoughts. A fleeting glance directed his attention to a small river nearby, the one behind his home, a place he knew intimately. The water, cool and inviting at this hour, seemed perfect for a restful slumber. With slow, deliberate steps, Yuxiang approached the river, the water lapping at his feet, then rising to his waist. In the distance, a woman observed this scene, instinctively reaching out to call him back, only to halt, her eyes briefly reflecting a flash of pity. On any other day, she would have rushed to save him, but now, she sighed and turned away. Yes, just like that. Hurry and step in. Unlike Yuxiang, whose spirit was dulled by despair, the presence of Peng Yu within his mind perceived this scene with mounting excitement, nearly unable to contain the joy that threatened to erupt. He could only chant inwardly, "Hurry, step in. Only when you die can I seize your body." With a sense of triumph, he thought of the years of frustration he endured, finally on the verge of possessing a body of his own. As a traveler, he found it rather vexing. Typically, such characters in novels would acquire a body of remarkable talent upon their arrival. The basics included enduring a year as a genin and 2 years as a chunin. If readers were particularly generous, one might even ascend to Hokage within a year or confront a formidable boss within 2. Unable to restrain his anticipation any longer, Peng Yu began to strategize the moment he would claim this body. First and foremost, a hearty meal, then a well-deserved rest. Following that, he must seek out a girlfriend. Having repressed such desires in his previous life, now, amidst the abundance of beauty in the world of Naruto, he was determined to indulge himself thoroughly. The opening of the Crystal Palace might be dismissed, yet how can one recklessly initiate such a venture? As thoughts of bidding farewell to his single life crossed his mind, Peng Yu could not help but chuckle mischievously. Regarding the matter of his diminutive physique, he mused that a wife could be nurtured like a young girl. At that moment, the river water had already risen above Yuxiang's head, and Peng Yu gazed at the scene with palpable excitement, eagerly anticipating the moment when he could seize Yuxiang's body upon his demise. What? You wonder how he came to know of this? Well, such notions are commonplace in novels, aren't they? Surely, one must possess some common sense. However, as these thoughts lingered, a flicker of hesitation crossed Peng Yu's face. How exactly would his soul infiltrate and control Yuxiang's body? The realization sent a wave of unease over him, causing beads of cold sweat to break upon his forehead. Novels merely suggested that the body's owner, upon drowning, could be easily usurped by a traveler in a state of limbo. Yet they provided no novice's guide. What was he to do? He pondered anxiously, contemplating a trial. Yet, in the next instant, the dreamlike realm within his mind dimmed abruptly. Its borders collapsing, startling him, and causing him to abandon that thought. He shouted urgently, "Yuxiang, what are you doing? Speak to me calmly. You are still so young." With a promising future ahead, his voice grew increasingly louder, echoing the methods taught in domestic dramas, attempting to persuade Yuxiang away from his morbid intentions. However, it seemed as if Yuxiang could not hear him, remaining submerged in the frigid waters, resolute in his decision to perish. As the dreamscape darkened further, teetering on the brink of collapse, Peng Yu felt a surge of desperation. How could he persuade him? Suddenly, a brilliant idea struck him, and he shouted, "I know how to find your mother." At once, a head broke the water's surface. It was Yuxiang, his eyes now alight with fervor, devoid of any signs of weariness. "You know where my mother is?" His voice trembled with hope and disbelief, fearful that he might be deceived. "Of course, I do," Peng Yu replied hastily, wiping the cold sweat from his brow, silently acknowledging the narrow escape he had just experienced. Yuxiang pressed on, "Then where is my mother?" He was uncertain of where Changpu had gone, yet he firmly believed she was still alive, convinced that with earnest searching, she could be found. Peng Yu was about to respond when he abruptly halted. If Yuxiang were to locate his mother, how could he manipulate him thereafter? Only those devoid of any attachments could be counted on to depend on him. As this thought crossed his mind, a glimmer of avarice flickered in his eyes. He needed to find the perfect opportunity to usurp his body. Yet he spoke again, "Please, do not rush. Allow me to explain. You are aware that your mother is, for all intents and purposes, lost to you." Upon hearing this, Yuxiang's expression shifted dramatically, ready to erupt in anger, but Peng Yu continued, "While I cannot help you find your deceased mother, I know how to resurrect her." With a cunning smile, he contemplated the moment he would discover the method to control a soul and promptly seize Yuxiang's body. Who would have the time to assist a young spirit in finding his mother? Resurrect? Can the deceased truly return to life? What of my teachers? And the others in the village? A flicker of astonishment crossed Peng Yu's eyes, as he had not anticipated that the beleaguered Yuxiang would still consider the fate of the other villagers. In the hidden village of Konoha, there exists a forbidden jutsu known as Edo Tensei, capable of resurrecting individuals from the realm of the dead, granting them a form of immortality. At this juncture, Peng Yu felt a twinge of guilt. He had omitted the fact that this technique necessitates the flesh and blood of the soul's original body. Yet, he dismissed it as a mere delay tactic. Is it truly possible? Yuxiang, upon hearing Peng Yu's confident proclamations, began to entertain the notion, swayed by the clarity with which he articulated the origins and effects of the jutsu. "Of course, why would I deceive you? If it were not true, your demise would merely be postponed." Yuxiang nodded silently, a flicker of hope reigniting within him, though a pressing question soon emerged. "How do you know of this? Were you not always residing in my mind?" Hearing this inquiry, Peng Yu straightened his posture, clearing his throat before responding, "How do I know? I possess knowledge of all things. Each realm has its chosen one, and I am that fated individual." He proceeded to unveil the narrative he had gleaned from novels. The chosen one is a person favored by the world. When a nation faces doom, a prodigy inevitably arises. Similarly, when the world teeters on the brink of destruction, a hero will emerge to salvage all existence, and I am that hero. This convoluted and somewhat nonsensical rhetoric captivated Yuxiang, who had never encountered such fantastical claims. "But if you claim to know everything, why are you unaware of my mother's whereabouts?" Peng Yu found himself momentarily perplexed. His mother was a character absent from any anime, rendering him incapable of knowing her location. Not even the most seasoned observer could ascertain her fate. Yet, such a trivial query could hardly stump someone endowed with the wisdom of countless predecessors. As the saying goes, some secrets must remain undisclosed. "I can perceive your mother's location, yet I cannot divulge it. The moment I utter her whereabouts, the future is altered. Thus, if I reveal her location now, your potential to find her would be compromised, leading to a different outcome. Do you still wish for me to reveal it?" "Oh, very well then." As the sun ascended high in the sky, casting its warm rays upon the village of Whirlpool, it offered a sliver of solace to those who had endured the trials of hell. Gazing upon the desolate village, Yuxiang felt a profound sense of confusion. What was he to do now? Through fragments of conversation from other surviving villagers, he gleaned the events of the previous night. An invasion by foreign foes had forced the villagers of the Whirlpool Ninja organization to retreat southward, leading to their eventual exodus. Echoes of explosions reverberated throughout the village until, after a suffocating darkness dissipated, tranquility resumed. A few daring villagers ventured to the center, only to discover the lifeless body of a ninja lord, whom they buried in the southern cemetery, alongside the ancestral spirits of the shrine, continuing to guard this sacred land. My teacher had previously advised against venturing there. A realization struck Yuxiang as he recalled his mentor's warnings amidst the chaos of battle. Do not venture to the cliff in the back mountains. Yuxiang gazed upward towards the north, his eyes brimming with an unprecedented hatred. Had it not been for the arrival of the enemy, he could have continued to live joyfully with his mother and teacher. He could have gradually grown stronger and fulfilled his aspirations alongside Shero. With no time for further contemplation, Yuxiang leapt onto the rooftops, swiftly soaring towards the back mountains. Uncertain of what he would accomplish there, he felt an unsettling discomfort in not taking action. Peng Yu, since you claim to be the so-called chosen one, possessing all knowledge, then enlighten me. Who were the assailants of Wuchao Village last night? The Mist Ninjas. Without much thought, Peng Yu provided a definitive answer. Intending to gain Yuxiang's trust by divulging some crucial information, it is undoubtedly the Mist Ninjas. From the individual who battled Vortex Taiji yesterday, I can ascertain that he belonged to the previous generation of the 7 ninja swordsmen, wielding a great blade known as Samahata. There can be no mistake. Yuxiang failed to detect the flaw in Peng Yu's words. If there was a previous generation of the 7 ninja swordsmen, what of the current one? At that moment, all that echoed in his ears were the words Mist Ninja. A low, primal roar erupted from Yuxiang's throat, reminiscent not of a living being, but of a tormented spirit from the depths of hell. He was not intimidated by the reputation of the 5 great ninja villages on one hand. He was still unfamiliar with the true power dynamics of the ninja world, and on the other hand, he had long since cast aside any concern for his own life. From the moment he had crossed that river and emerged anew, he was no longer Vortex Yuxiang, but a vengeful soul. Not for his clan, but solely for those he cherished. He felt the weight of this responsibility upon his shoulders. Soon, Yuxiang arrived at the village entrance. 2 days had passed, and the parched waterway and the lifeless lake surface served as stark evidence of the accuracy of Peng Yu's words. Aside from the Mist Ninjas, it seemed there were few others capable of such water-based jutsu. Noticing Yuxiang merely glance at the scene before departing, Peng Yu grew anxious. Hey, aren't you going to take the Samahata? I have no interest in the enemy's possessions, Yuxiang replied with pride. Peng Yu's urgency intensified. That was an artifact essential for clearing early game missions in the Naruto world. How could he refuse it? The Samahata can help you absorb and digest the enemy's chakra. With it, there would be few in the ninja world whose chakra could surpass yours. Yuxiang felt a flicker of temptation. Chakra was indeed his greatest limitation at present. Yet, at the thought of his teacher reduced to ashes before him, his anger surged. If you keep talking, I will ignore you. Hearing Yuxiang's stubborn retort, Peng Yu's anger flared within him. You ungrateful child, I am trying to help you. However, considering he would need to rely on Yuxiang in the future, he had to suppress his ire. Once I take over your body, things will be different. Filled with grievances, Peng Yu devised a plan to irk him. Let me share some good news with you, Yuxiang. Peng Yu stifled a mischievous grin, intentionally teasing him. Previously, you found it perplexing that Uzumaki Taiji's battle crystal had not transformed into an eternal crystal. However, it has now changed. The only missing element being the forbidden technique from last night, Shiki Fuan. As soon as the name Uzumaki Taiji was mentioned, Yuxiang fell into a contemplative silence. Devoid of any joy from acquiring the eternal crystal, one could say that his teacher truly had no words for him. The Shiki Fuan technique could not be employed frequently, as one could only utilize it once in a lifetime, requiring a soul as its price. Yuxiang's eyes glistened with unshed tears, a telltale sign of his emotional turmoil. This meant that, aside from the life-costing technique, his teacher had demonstrated many others for him, highlighting the profound favor Uzumaki Taiji had shown him. Today, he had vowed to never shed tears again, yet unexpectedly, he found himself on the brink of breaking that promise on the very first day. Please, stop talking. Yuxiang's voice quivered with emotion. I beg you, do not continue. Peng Yu was momentarily at a loss for words, the weight of the atmosphere growing heavy. He had merely intended to retaliate against Yuxiang's attitude, never anticipating that he would inadvertently strike a nerve. After all, had not Yuxiang sought him out as a master due to his formidable prowess? How had they grown so intimately close in such a brief period? What had transpired during the time he had not witnessed? He was astonished to find that even a 6-year-old child could harbor such intricate emotions. In his past life, a 6-year-old knew little of death, merely a form of slumber. I'm sorry, I shall not speak further, Peng Yu instinctively apologized. Despite his intent to inhabit another's body, he felt remorseful for bullying a child in such a manner. The atmosphere fell into a heavy silence, prompting Yuxiang to employ a technique to mask his presence, carefully suppressing his thoughts as he ventured towards the back mountain. Though the enemy was likely deceased, caution was still prudent. Along the way, Yuxiang discovered numerous corpses of the Whirlpool clan. While he did not recognize many of them, he was quite familiar with the distinctive whirlpool markings on their foreheads. The area surrounding the bodies bore few signs of struggle, merely the cleaved trees indicating that the mist shinobi had been meticulous in concealing their tracks. At the cliff of the back mountain, Yuxiang surmised this must be the location his teacher, Taiji, had mentioned. He found only a few severed ropes near the cliff's edge, along with fresh brown bloodstains on the ground, suggesting the scene had not been thoroughly tampered with by the enemy. Suddenly, a chill crept through Yuxiang's heart as he beheld a familiar blade lying on the ground, a long katana, fit for an adult. It was the missing sword of Uzumaki Yuxiang. Yuxiang quickly grasped the sword. It was intact, though it bore dark stains, blood of unknown origin. There, Peng Yu alerted him. Yuxiang did not question how he could see without eyes, instead leaning over the cliff to gaze downwards. In the distance, a small gray dot lay upon the rocky outcrop, blending seamlessly with its surroundings. Had it not been for Peng Yu's prompt, he might have overlooked it entirely. Carefully, Yuxiang descended the rocky wall, navigating the tumultuous sea currents until he reached Yuxiang's side. Clad in tattered garments, Yuxiang lay on the rocky surface, and from the rear, Yuxiang could not discern the full extent of the situation. With utmost caution, he turned Yuxiang's body over. The scene that unfolded before him sent a chill down his spine. His body bore numerous fine lacerations, an intricate tapestry of wounds scattered across his form. He immediately checked Yuxiang's breathing and exhaled in relief. While it was faint, it remained steady. As long as he was alive. It was only then that Yuxiang could begin to comprehend the ordeal Yuxiang had endured. He observed a tattered cloth wrapped around Yuxiang's right wrist, soaked with dried blood, while his left hand clutched a kunai, as if bracing against an unseen threat. Yuxiang felt a surge of alarm. Where was Yuxiang's hand? He noticed the palm beneath him, bleached by seawater, marked with a deep bite. The empty seashells scattered nearby provided a grim insight into Yuxiang's plight. A wave of sorrow washed over Yuxiang. He could hardly fathom the tribulations Yuxiang had faced over the past 2 days. The once arrogant nobleman now resembled a mere insect, surviving on the meager sustenance of shellfish and small fish, even contemplating. Yuxiang sighed. This was a warrior. Peng Yu's words carried a tone of admiration. To sever one's own injured hand and suppress the pangs of hunger, such willpower was almost unfathomable for one so young. Yuxiang swiftly lifted Yuxiang's body, relieved that he had grown lighter during this period. Otherwise, he would have struggled to move him, especially with no one to assist him. In his dazed state, Yuxiang sensed something amiss and subconsciously tightened his grip on the kunai, weakly grasping at emptiness as he struggled to open his eyes. Ah, it's you, monkey. The sunlight was blinding, hindering his ability to fully open his eyes. Through the narrow slits of his eyelids, he vaguely recognized the familiar, albeit unattractive, figure. The tension that had held him captive for 3 days dissipated, and he promptly fell into a deep slumber. A day later, thanks to the formidable vitality of the Uzumaki clan, Yuxiang began to recover after consuming sufficient nourishment. Yuxiang finally felt a sense of relief. Being but a child himself, he was uncertain how to properly tend to the wounds. He could only follow Peng Yu's guidance, cleaning the injuries, providing a light porridge, and applying ice to cool Yuxiang. Fortunately, the results were promising. Yuxiang's wounds had been submerged in salt water for far too long and required prompt attention. As for his hand, Yuxiang had been in such a dire state that he could not ensure his own survival, let alone tend to his injuries. Yuxiang ventured to the mountainside to gather herbs, crushing and mashing them before applying them with sterilized gauze boiled in water. Another day passed, and Yuxiang's condition significantly improved, yet the loss of his right palm remained a grievous setback, whether as a swordsman or a ninja. Yuxiang felt a swell of compassion for his friend, who shared a similar fate. He pondered the uncertain future that lay ahead for him. To allow Yuxiang to heal, he had refrained from speaking, and the semi-conscious Yuxiang lacked the energy to engage in conversation. As thoughts of Yuxiang's ruined home crossed his mind, Yuxiang hesitated, contemplating whether to reveal the truth. Can Yuxiang bear this? It seemed that Yuxiang sensed Yuxiang's unease, furrowing his brow as he cautiously inquired, "Are you hiding something from me?" After a moment of silence, Yuxiang revealed everything he knew. Yangjia took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and felt prepared for the events that had transpired in the village. Upon understanding the situation, he did not react excessively, but instead firmly etched all he had endured into his memory. You are correct. It was indeed the Mist Ninja. The scent of dead fish is something I shall never forget. Yangjie struggled to rise, but Yuxiang would not allow it. Your wounds have not yet healed. You cannot go out. It's fine. I'm nearly recovered. I just wish to take a look outside. Unable to dissuade him, Yuxiang reluctantly accompanied him to the southern cemetery, where his beloved grandfather lay buried. In the heart of the village stood what was once the most splendid mansion in Guochao Village, now a mere ruin, Yangjie's home. Amidst the debris, beside a lifeless tree. The fierce flames had charred its surface, incinerating its leaves, yet its roots remained firmly entrenched in the barely discernible courtyard. Yangjie reached out, gently caressing the blackened bark. As if a switch had been flipped, tears began to flow uncontrollably. This man, who had shed no tears while being tormented by the Mist Ninja, nor during 3 days of hell on the rocky shore, even faced his own right hand with composure upon awakening. He believed he would never again encounter tears in his lifetime. Yet, upon seeing this towering tree still standing in his yard, he could no longer contain himself. Mother. A profound regret enveloped Yangjie. He had reconciled with her, yet obstinately refused to return home. She had come to understand him. So why did she not seek him out? Perhaps it was the pride that resided deep within their hearts, preventing them from bowing their heads. Yuxiang quietly stepped away, leaving the space for them. For days prior, across the sea, at the Hokage building in Kanahagakure, an elderly woman with red hair entered the building, supported by a red-haired girl of about 10 years. Uzumaki Mito was filled with emotion. She had thought she would never return here after Hashirama's death. Lady Mito, what brings you here? A middle-aged man rose promptly, draped in a crimson cloak, a hat adorned with the character for fire perched atop his head. He was none other than the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. At that moment, he had yet to cultivate the thick skin of a politician. His gaze flickered, unsure of how to face his mentor's wife. Did he not know why Uzumaki Mito had come? Kushina, you may leave. Understood. The red-haired girl obediently replied and exited the building. Lady Mito, please, have a seat here. Hiruzen felt a headache coming on. His mentor's visit, accompanied by Kushina, carried significant implications. Hiruzen, is it because my husband has passed that you no longer find me appealing? Mistress, how could I dare to think such a thing? But Hiruzen sighed deeply. Both Danzo and Koharu opposed any current rescue efforts for Guochao Village, especially with preparations underway for an assault on the Rain Country, leaving them somewhat short-handed. Ultimately, it is the short-sighted individuals of Konoha who are reluctant to expend their strength for a distant ally. They have persistently refused to integrate with the Leaf Village, and perhaps a lesson is in order to enlighten them. As for the possibility of the Land of Whirlpools facing annihilation as a consequence, this notion never crossed his mind. The journey from here to the Land of Whirlpools could be accomplished in less than 5 days, yet within that time frame, events transpired that could not be undone. Uzumaki Mito, the wife of the first Hokage and a formidable force capable of completely suppressing the Ninetales, would not be swayed by his manipulations. Should anyone dare to voice dissent, let them come forth and confront me. As for Mito, Minato, and Tsunade, where are they? As esteemed elders of Konoha, they should prioritize the greater good. I find it hard to believe that in the vastness of Konoha, after Hashirama's demise, they are incapable of presenting even a few individuals. Uzumaki Mito narrowed her eyes at the third Hokage, causing him to feel a moment of trepidation. This formidable matron was not to be trifled with. The image of the first Hokage being soundly defeated by her during a gambling escapade remained vivid in his memory. Or perhaps, if Konoha no longer requires the assistance of the Uzumaki clan, then very well, I shall take it upon myself to rescue those in need alongside Kushina. When she mentioned Kushina, Mito paused significantly, implying much. Well then, as it happens, White Fang is currently free from missions. I shall have him accompany the Inoshikacho team. With White Fang's presence, there is no need to fear even an encounter with the Shadow. Sarutobi Hiruzen forced a bitter smile. After all, they had resorted to leveraging the Jinchuriki as a means of coercion. What else could he do? He could hardly ignore the matter entirely. The chakra of the Ninetales was overwhelmingly vast, and aside from the Uzumaki clan's ninja, few could completely suppress it. He could not allow Kushina to feel estranged from Konoha. As for the Elder Council, despite their seemingly agreeable words, they would not dare to argue against Lady Mito when it truly mattered. Upon hearing White Fang's name, Mito nodded with satisfaction. Although she typically disregarded village affairs, she was well aware of White Fang's illustrious reputation. Grandmother, what brings you here today? The girl inquired. her adorable eyes wide with curiosity, having grown somewhat bored during her time alone outdoors. "Oh, nothing much, dear. Just taking a stroll," Mito replied, gently stroking Kushina's small head. Feeling a sense of helplessness yet saying nothing, Kushina blinked, seemingly understanding that her grandmother had important matters to attend to, but respecting her silence. She chose not to inquire further. Being still young, Kushina would come to understand in due time. Uzumaki Mito gazed toward the southern sky, her heart heavy with worry. That direction led to her homeland. The support from Konoha had come at a great cost, even leveraging the existence of the Jinchuriki to threaten the Hokage. Yet deep down, she understood how little assistance this truly provided to the Uzumaki clan. Alas, what could she do? As the princess of the Land of Whirlpools, could she simply stand by and watch her homeland suffer in silence? Uzumaki Mito had aged, much like the Land of Whirlpools itself, now enveloped in decay and decline. A once renowned clan of sealing jutsu within the ninja world has drawn its curtains, yet the resolution of this intricate game lies in the hands of the younger generation. Sarada, following in the footsteps of Uzumaki Natsuki, embarks upon this long-desired continent, gazing upon the familiar dawn, while deep within, his heart yearns for his homeland. As the offspring of Uzumaki Hiroki, he bears the weighty mission of reviving the Uzumaki clan. Though the Land of Whirlpools has fallen, the younger generation has survived. As the embodiment of their clan's strength, they will inevitably take root and flourish, restoring the illustrious name of Uzumaki in the ninja world. The Mist Ninja forces have been vanquished, yet the spirit of the Land of Whirlpools endures. The Cloud Ninja has lost 4 elite jonin in a single stroke, and AI, burdened with guilt, returns to the hidden Cloud Village with the sealing techniques he so desperately needs, heralding the birth of a new Jinchuriki for the Eight Tails. Thus, a new chapter of our tale is poised to unfold. As the sun rises, its rays illuminate the strongest ninja village in this world, in the Hidden Leaf Village. Having slumbered through the night, gradually awakens, radiating the unique vitality of Konoha. The Land of Whirlpools shares a close bond with Konoha, with architectural styles and customs mirroring those of the Leaf, save for the absence of the pervasive scent of fish. In a moment of reverie, Yuxiang feels as though he has returned to that familiar place. The familiar clamor, the welcoming buildings, yet the sight of dark-haired townsfolk shatters this illusion, reminding him, this is not your homeland. A wave of sorrow rises from within, prompting him to tug at the sleeve of a nearby red-haired grandmother. "Grandma, do you think I can go home again?" Uzumaki Suahu feels a pang in his heart upon reflecting on the intelligence gathered by the ninja, sighing as he ruffles Yuxiang's hair. "Silly child, from now on, this will be your home." In this moment, he is enveloped by a sense of longing for a teacher who is no longer present. Beneath the Hokage rock lies a place accustomed to witnessing life and death, the Konoha Hospital. How is he faring? He is remarkably strong and cooperative. His other wounds have healed, but his mangled hand cannot be treated through conventional means. Alas, what a pity for such a child. Yuxiang, overhearing this, is inexplicably filled with sorrow. Could it be that the spirited Uzumaki Waikai, the plump dream chaser, meets such an untimely end? Peng Yu, do you possess a way to heal his injuries? I know that wood release can restore the body, and there are many methods in the world of instances. It's just uncertain whether we can encounter them or obtain them. In terms of utilizing the system, Peng Yu is aware that as long as that mirror exists, many things will inevitably elude Yuxiang's keen perception, and it would be better to disclose the truth candidly now. Is it true that items obtained from the instance world can be used by others? Well, in theory, yes. However, to acquire something from the instance world, it must be something I am exceedingly familiar with, and preferably something I have mastered. Why must it be this way? Yuxiang finds this puzzling. Wouldn't it be simpler to directly bring the items over? How to explain it? Everything in the instance world can be understood as a peculiar existence straddling the line between illusion and reality. All within it is fictional, yet simultaneously feasible. Peng Yu was not reluctant to share with Yuxiang the intricacies of the dungeon world. He often had to venture into the dungeons for tasks, which could take several days, so it was better to clarify things. For instance, the skill Absolute originates from the hunter world I am currently engaged in, within the dungeon. It exists merely as a theoretical concept. When I expend energy to extract it, it becomes a reality that this world can comprehend. In theory, I can analyze everything within the dungeon world, but the energy consumption is significantly greater for things I do not understand. The more familiar I am with something, the less energy it requires for analysis. For example, with Absolute, since I have studied it extensively within the dungeon, the energy consumption is minimal upon extraction. But why is this analytical process necessary? Yuxiang was somewhat perplexed, as his combat dungeons had yet to present any items of value. Simply put, the rules of the worlds differ, necessitating the conversion of elements from one world to adapt to the rules of another. What Peng Yu described was merely his conjecture based on his understanding of different realms. Often, many worlds have divergent rules. For example, chakra exists solely in this world, while other realms possess different forms of energy. If I wish to manifest the energy learned from other worlds, I must analyze it to conform to this world's rules. Techniques like Absolute can be easily materialized by the system once I have mastered them, requiring little energy expenditure. As Peng Yu reminisced about his experiences learning Absolute in the Hunter world, a pang of bitterness washed over him. The system extracts skills based on one's comprehension. The more familiar one is with a concept, the simpler it becomes to analyze. The closer this concept aligns with the rules of the Naruto, the ninja world, the easier it is to manifest. In the midst of his thoughts, Peng Yu couldn't help but voice a complaint, like that Absolute earlier. I gave it to you when I saw you were in trouble. By using it, the system completely reset its familiarity with him, despite having become quite proficient. He had to diligently train once more, knowing that the previous instance was a trial, and he simply would not provide it again. In light of this, Yuxiang inquired whether there was a means to restore Yang Jie's palm abilities in the current world. Peng Yu grimaced as he replied, "There is. But I cannot learn it. Then why not directly analyze it? Although the energy consumption might be a bit high, if I am not mistaken," Yuxiang suggested. Peng Yu felt a surge of frustration. It was not merely a matter of being reluctant to expend energy. But just how much energy are we talking about? It's akin to me telling you the 3 characters for chakra refinement and expecting you to ponder how to realize it. No one is instructing you. You know nothing. Only the theory. Without a year or 2 of exploration, you wouldn't grasp anything, and chakra refinement is merely the foundation. To restore Waikai's palm, it would necessitate the involvement of a peculiar ability akin to the bloodstains of your world, which are exceedingly difficult to obtain. Perhaps we could teach him the ability, enabling him to cultivate a unique power of his own. This term, ability, is rather enigmatic to YSH, who struggles to comprehend its essence or envision its function. A spark of curiosity ignites within him. How formidable are the individuals from your realm, in comparison to mine, which is stronger? Based on my current understanding, the ninja world is significantly more powerful. However, the hunter world excels in the finesse of utilizing abilities, likely due to the constraints of energy that compel a focus on technique. "Oh, I have heard that your world is not as strong." YSH responds with a hint of indifference. What sort of attitude is that? Peng Yu expresses his displeasure, perceiving disdain for his world. The capabilities in the hunter world are remarkably diverse. There exists an ability known as the Universal Wish Machine, which can fulfill any desire. Once I have sufficient energy, I can traverse to even more realms. Should fortune favor me and I reach the Dragon Ball universe, your so-called Hokage would be utterly inconsequential. YSH contemplates calmly, not swayed by Peng Yu's provocations. He recalls the previous mention of how difficult it is to retrieve items, and reflecting on his own insufficient combat experience, he begins to grasp the situation. "You mentioned that in the instance you entered, as long as the conditions are met, everything can be extracted, correct?" "Indeed. The prerequisites are analysis and energy. Is that so?" Just the thought of wielding such abilities ignites a fervor within YSH. With this power, he is certain he can resurrect his mother and bring her home, the home he yearns for incessantly. It is a stark, sterile hospital room, or rather, all hospital rooms bear a similar pallor, cold and lifeless. Vortex Waikai half sits on the bed, gazing out at the bustling world beyond the window, where laughter and joy abound. Yet a tinge of bitterness wells up within him. "Waikai, your grandmother and I have come to see you." "Oh." Waikai snaps back to reality, turning to reveal a radiant smile. "Lord Mito is here as well. Please, have a seat. How are you feeling? I heard from the medical ninja that you are nearly recovered." "I'm managing, though my hand. The nerves are dead, even with a transplant. Sigh, it's a blessing to be alive. I cannot wish for much more." A brilliant smile graces Waikai's face. Yet Mito discerns a hint of melancholy beneath the surface, prompting a silent sigh for the unfortunate child. "You and YSH are still young. I plan to enroll you both in the Ninja Academy together. What do you think?" "Yes, Waikai, let us go together. It would be nice to have a companion." "Do I even have the capability to be a ninja in my condition?" Waikai raises his right hand, a bitter smile forming as he reveals a bare wrist, strikingly conspicuous. This leaves YSH momentarily speechless, yet he stubbornly asserts, "But even without a right hand, you still have your left. We are still young. There is ample time to pursue our dreams. That rotund fellow I know will not give up so easily. Come with me." I will surely find a way to heal your hand, Yuxiang stated with unwavering confidence, having recently learned about the functions of the dream realm from Peng Yu. His heart brimmed with assurance. Upon hearing the familiar title and the self-assured tone, Yang Jie felt a flicker of hope rise within him, yet he hesitated. Let me think it over, he replied. Why? Yuxiang inquired, puzzled, but was interrupted by the voice of the Whirlpool Water Master. Rest well. By the way, there is an elder sister in the village. Let her take you to school tomorrow. Yuxiang, let him rest properly. The voice faded into the distance. Gazing out at the azure sky, Yang Jie once again thought of his mother. If she were still here, she would not wish to see him in such a state. Now, it seemed, only the two of them remained. Dear monkey. The following day, with a face full of reluctance, Yang Jie was dragged out of bed by Yuxiang. Following the red-haired girl through the unfamiliar streets of Konoha, both were filled with dreams and expectations about what the ninja school would be like. Remember, do not fight. Pay attention in class, and if anyone bullies you, remember to invoke my name, Kushina, she instructed. The sight of the imposing building stirred excitement within them. Such structures were non-existent in their village, where the ninja legacy relied solely on master-apprentice transmission. Naturally, they paid little heed to the girl's earnest admonitions. Hey, did you hear me? Kushina exclaimed, tugging on their ears in annoyance. I asked if you heard me. Understood, no fighting, pay attention in class, they replied in unison. Isn't that our Uzumaki Kushina? A voice chimed in. After so many days, why are you bringing 2 tomatoes to school? Tomatoes? The boys exchanged confused glances at Kushina. Ignore him. If he dares to trouble you, just tell me, and I will make him regret it, Kushina declared, shaking her fist at the boys, disregarding the provocateur entirely. Morikawa Koju, feeling slighted by Kushina's indifference, felt a surge of anger, but wisely chose to merely scoff as he walked past. Kushina, what has to deal with that guy? He dared to call me a tomato, and I gave him a beating. Kushina waved her delicate hand dismissively, saying with a sense of pride, you two seem confused. Didn't I just say no fighting? Suddenly, she appeared to recall something and, with a swift motion, her fist descended upon their heads, eliciting a painful grunt from both. Moreover, I am older than you. You must call me sister. Ah, understood. They rubbed their heads and exchanged teary-eyed glances, pondering if anyone would truly want such a woman in the future. Upon entering the school, Kushina guided them directly to their classroom. Granny Mito had already sent word, so they were spared the trouble of registration, as Kushina appeared with the 2 red-haired boys. Many onlookers exchanged puzzled glances. Is this the Ninja Academy? Yuxiang cast a glance around, his eyes betraying a hint of disappointment. All he saw were children. The oldest merely in their early teens, appearing rather feeble. The classroom before him housed about 20 students, ranging from 4 to over 10 years of age, including the one who had previously provoked Kushina. Yuxiang silently assessed that he could easily eliminate a few of them without effort. Kushina, within the confines of the modest classroom, shook her head and surveyed the surroundings until she spotted her target, leading 2 individuals toward the back of the room. Good morning, Jinnan. Without waiting for a response, she introduced Yuxiang and his companion. This is Shiranui Jinnan. If you encounter any issues, feel free to consult him. It's been a while, Kushina. Who are these? Shiranui Jinnan inquired, eyeing the 2 red-haired youths with curiosity. Today, I am bringing my 2 younger brothers to school. Please keep an eye on them and ensure they get along well. Hello, I am Uzumaki Yuxiang. Greetings, I am Yosuke. Nice to meet you. Shiranui Jinnan greeted with a smile, gesturing for them to sit down. At that moment, a shy boy wearing sunglasses introduced himself. Hello, I am Yamashiro Aoba. I look forward to your guidance. As class time approached, the Chunin teacher, seemingly already aware, instructed the 2 to introduce themselves. Soon, numerous curious gazes turned towards them, particularly focusing on Yosuke, who instinctively lowered his hands and slipped them into his oversized sleeves. Kushina frowned, about to react. Enough commotion, let us commence the lesson. Nagai Kazuki interjected, suppressing his curiosity and halting the unrest. However, Shiranui Jinnan and Yamashiro Aoba maintained expressions of carefree amusement, endearing themselves to Yuxiang and his brother. Kushina appeared to have been away from the academy for quite some time, engaging in nostalgic conversation with the 2 Shiranuis. After merely 3 days of companionship, she exchanged greetings and then vanished, while the Shiranuis seemed accustomed to her elusive nature, showing no signs of confusion. What is her deal? I don't know. The teacher doesn't intervene, and I haven't inquired. Shiranui Jinnan shrugged, though the envy on his face was evident to anyone. During these brief 3 days, Uzumaki Kushina had indeed set a commendable example for them. No fighting, she had admonished, having dealt a beating to Morikawa Yukiki for mocking Yosuke. Pay attention during class. At the very least, you should be seated in the classroom, listening to the teacher's voice. Whether you choose to sleep or chat is entirely up to you. In the classroom, Uzumaki Yuxiang felt a sense of reluctance as his gaze fixated on the blackboard. However, it wasn't long before he succumbed to the clutches of drowsiness. If you feel like sleeping, then go ahead, it's of no consequence, came the gentle voice of Nara Kanjian from nearby. Yuxiang turned to glance at him. Observing Kanjian reclining in his chair, eyes shut, a toothpick held casually in his mouth, nearly propping his feet on the desk. Beside them, Yamashiro Aoi remained upright in his chair, wearing sunglasses and maintaining an earnest demeanor, though the rhythmic nodding of his head revealed his engagement in the lesson. The topic of discussion was the concept of ninjutsu. The first article, the composition of chakra. Chakra is comprised of physical and mental abilities. Yuxiang surveyed the room from his elevated position, noting that a significant portion of the students were either dozing off or amusing themselves with various distractions. The teacher appeared unfazed, accustomed to the scene, as long as no one skipped class. Such a state of affairs could only be truly mastered by someone like Uzumaki Yuxiang, who seemed entirely engrossed in his studies. A troubling suspicion began to brew in Yuxiang's mind as he turned to Kanjian and inquired, could it be that future classes? Nara Kanjian, no longer dozing, replied nonchalantly while still chewing on his toothpick, indeed, just as you envision. Courses on the fundamentals of ninjutsu, concepts of ninjutsu studies. Insights into being a ninja, studies on the relations among the 5 great nations, discussions on the use of concealed weapons and traps, tracking and counter-tracking, and wound treatment. The barrage of topics from Kanjian caused Yuxiang to feel an immediate loss of motivation. Yet, he persisted with his inquiries, aside from these. Will subjects like ninjutsu and taijutsu remain the same once we advance in our studies? I heard that ninja school is a 6-year program, so what follows? The school primarily teaches foundational theories. Ninjutsu only touches upon the basics of body techniques, while taijutsu encompasses sword techniques and concealed weapons. As for the 6-year curriculum, it mainly revolves around theoretical knowledge, with practical training in ninjutsu and taijutsu commencing in the 2nd year, albeit at a rudimentary level. You should temper your expectations. Will we truly learn anything of value here? At this, Kanjian looked at Yuxiang with a hint of surprise. How is it that you remain so uninformed? Ninja school was not designed with us in mind, or rather, it was not intended to cultivate ninjas from families like ours. He gestured with his chin towards the front of the classroom. Look there, the one with the fan on his back is from the Uchiha clan. That lifeless-eyed boy is from the Hyuga clan, and that plump fellow belongs to the Akimichi family. The majority here hail from ninja households. They attend ninja school merely to forge connections with future teammates and to learn theoretical foundations. The true essence of ninjutsu is passed down through their families. Only a select few come from common backgrounds, like Morikawa Keiki, who is perpetually bested by your sister. He is of common lineage, possesses some talent, feels envious of our ninja clans but lacks the courage to voice it, only daring to provoke Kushina. When he fails to graduate after 6 years, he will come to realize the chasm that separates us. A note of disdain colored Kanjian's tone, and Yuxiang's gaze fell upon a solitary youth in the front, who appeared genuinely engaged in the lesson. Could it be him? On the very first day, the newcomer Morikawa Yukiki harbored animosity towards them. Yet Yash found himself inexplicably empathizing with him. Morikawa Yukiki. He was a person somewhat akin to him, possessing a modicum of talent but burdened by a home environment that afforded him little support. Despite starting from the same starting line and exerting equal effort, the disparity in their rewards for the same sweat would inevitably lead to a sense of despair, were it not for the emergence of the dream realm. Yash feared he too might have succumbed to despair, gradually falling behind Sarera. Let me add something. Aoyama Shiro, who had remained silent until then, suddenly spoke, startling Yash, who had thought him asleep. It is not merely for the sake of our ninja clan's fellowship. It is primarily to discover talented commoners and cultivate our ideology. HM? Yash gazed curiously into his inky black eyes. Jinkan, you should remember Senior Minato, right? Given his astonishing aptitude, I wonder to what extent his abilities have developed. Indeed. Nara Jinkan nodded quietly, and the two fell silent once more, resuming their quiet listening. Kaze no Kaze Minato, another name Yash had yet to hear, he silently noted. As drowsiness began to overtake him, Yash leaned back in his chair and closed his eyes, while his consciousness drifted to the mirror of the dream realm. The teacher's monotonous voice echoed in his ears, yet before him lay the scene of Peng Yu within the instance, a mundane corridor, devoid of any discernible significance. What is the matter? The next moment, it seemed Peng Yu sensed Yash's gaze. The world within the mirror paused, and only he slowly emerged from it. How did you manage to do this? Yush inquired, astonished, wondering why his instance could be paused. Well, upon hearing Yush's question, Peng Yu wished he could slap himself for being so careless, yet he hadn't anticipated that Yush was unaware of the energy upgrade process. Isn't there a section for energy consumption regarding the crystals? Consuming about 10 battle crystals will allow you to upgrade the space, and afterward, the pause function will be available. Eternal crystals can also suffice, one being equivalent to 10, but I wouldn't recommend using them. Currently, they are relatively easy for lower-tier ninjas to acquire, but in the future, when facing familiar ninjas, it will be challenging for you to mobilize their full strength. The existence of eternal crystals allows for upgrades based on your understanding of others' strength. Concerned for his own crystals, Peng Yu felt compelled to elaborate. For he knew that once he eliminated Yush, all those crystals would belong to him. He could not allow him to waste them mindlessly. Surely, I cannot simply kill him. As he pondered this, Yush couldn't help but think of Wysuk beside him, realizing that to acquire his eternal crystals, he would ultimately have to eliminate him, causing a shiver to run down his spine. Did you need something from me? Alas, upon entering school, I discovered that it serves no purpose for me. It is all theoretical knowledge. The only jutsu they taught, I already know. I simply wish to ask what I can do now, preferably something that could enhance my strength. A glimmer of insight flashed in Peng Yu's eyes as a thought took root in his mind. How could one deem it worthless? Perhaps the teachings of Tuat Chao Village have not adequately imparted theoretical knowledge to you. This is an opportune moment for you to supplement that deficiency. As for matters of strength, I am at a loss. My understanding is that a ninja's growth is largely dependent on their guiding mentor. And schools serve primarily as institutions for acquiring knowledge. Focus on honing your physical techniques. You previously lamented the lack of time, did you not? Furthermore, do not underestimate your classmates, such as Noera Jinkan and Yamashiro Aoi beside you, who are destined to become exceptional jonin. Additionally, forge good relations with members of the Hyuga clan and other ninja families. Regardless of your endeavors in Konohagakure, you will find no shortage of assistance. Moreover, you can acquire more crystals, which will be invaluable in the future. Peng Yu's words were not without purpose. Overtraining in ninjutsu could inadvertently accelerate the growth of release, potentially impacting his future endeavors and possession techniques. It would be best to avoid excessive practice in that area. However, to prevent idleness, he could practice physical techniques instead, while simultaneously obtaining crystals. Perfect timing as he contemplated opening a new instance. The hunter's world offers a plethora of treasures, yet his own capabilities are limited. Thus, he deemed it wiser to explore a new instance, preferably one related to the soul, and return later to conquer it. By ensuring Yuxiang develops a robust physique, he could navigate through the sea of flowers with greater ease in the future.